Others might spend $200,000 on a car, but I quietly used the money to buy a box of vintage clothes. The reason is simple. These clothes are exactly the same as some of the old things my mother collected when I was a child. Because of this, my girlfriend even had a big fight with me, and eventually we broke up. But what she didn't know was that the box of clothes was not an ordinary antique, but my mother's relic, a mysterious dowry box. This box has an incredible power. It can connect to the ancient world. Through it, I got to know the Empress of Shilong. At this time, the Shilong kingdom was in a critical situation. The foreign army was approaching and had besieged the city for months. The food and grass had dried up, and the water supply had been cut off. The people in the city were filled with resentment. Rebellions broke out, and an eunuch even set fire to the palace with the intention of burning it down. In this chaos and despair, I made a bold decision. I risked everything and used my power to save the Empress and her country. This decision not only led me to a road full of unknowns and dangers, but also closely linked the fate of Shilong Kingdom with me. No matter what the outcome is, I know that this vortex can no longer be reversed. My name is Chen, and this is a story about me traveling back in time to ancient times. At first, on the day I bought this box, I was about to close it. But just as I was about to close it, I suddenly discovered there was an extra set of yellow clothes inside. What's going on? I took out the clothes in disbelief, and it turned out to be a dragon robe. This dragon robe is extremely finely crafted, made of exquisite materials, and even has a hint of lingering warmth and fragrance. I felt a chill in my heart, and the milk tea in my hand fell into the box involuntarily. Just when I was about to reach out to pick up the milk tea, I was surprised to find that the milk tea had disappeared. It was as if it had never existed. Damn it! A chill rushed from my back to my head, and I quickly took a few steps back, looking at the box warily. However, the box still lay there quietly, without any change. I looked at the belly band next to me, then at the dragon robe in my hand, and recalled the disappeared milk tea, and I felt a chill on my back. This thing is too evil. We can't leave it here. I waited until late at night, and when no one was in the neighborhood, I dragged the box and threw it into the nearby ornamental lake. I finally breathed a sigh of relief when I saw the box slowly sinking to the bottom of the water. At the same time, in the hall on the other side, the Queen of Shilong, Li Lingwei, was sitting beside the bed with a haggard face. She had obviously reached her limit. Ever since the war between the northern barbarians and the Rurin started, Shilong has been losing ground. Now the capital is under siege, and the wells have been poisoned. The situation is no longer optimistic. I suddenly felt as if I were in her perspective, feeling her despair and helplessness. While she ordered Wu Lai, the leader of the imperial guards, to suppress the rebellious eunuchs, she was also tidying up her dragon robe and preparing to wear it. Even when facing death, she wanted to retain her final dignity. However, after Li Lingwei opened the box, he found that his dragon robe was missing. The belly band she had taken off also disappeared without a trace. She was stunned and looked around the hall, but she didn't find anything unusual. When she looked at the box again, a strange cup appeared at the bottom of the box with a straw inserted in it and a turbid liquid in the transparent cup. She picked up the cup puzzledly and found that it was soft and warm. Subconsciously, I squeezed it hard, and the liquid flowed out through the straw, exuding a rich milky aroma. What is this? She tasted it carefully and was instantly struck by its sweet taste. Soon, she found that she no longer felt hungry, as if she had drunk some magical elixir. Just as Li Lingwei was surprised by this mysterious drink, he suddenly heard a sound of water, and then a stream of water suddenly rushed up into the sky from the box. At this time, the Shilong palace was in chaos. Eunuchs were running around with torches, throwing flames in all directions frantically, and many eunuchs were waving swords and trying to rush to the empress's bedroom. However, they were intercepted by the imperial guards led by Wu Lai before they had run a few steps. In the confrontation, more than half of the eunuchs were killed or wounded in an instant. Quick! Disperse and set fire! An old eunuch shouted loudly with an anxious look on his face. Their primary target tonight was the life of the empress, but it was impossible to achieve that goal now. They could only set fires everywhere to send messages to their accomplices outside the city and to provide information to the troops of the Rurin in the north. However, before he could finish his words, Wu Lai chopped him to the ground with a knife. Despite this, the scene before him still made Wu Lai feel deeply desperate. All the palaces around were set on fire, and the fire gradually merged into one, and the raging fire began to spread. Looking around, flames were burning in every corner of the palace. Although the fire had not yet completely gotten out of control, if it continued like this, the entire palace would soon become a sea of fire. The capital is in danger. Shilong is in danger. Wu Lai's heart sank, and he looked at the fires around him, his eyes full of helplessness. He closed his eyes, as if accepting the inevitable. Suddenly, a few drops of cold liquid fell on his face. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky in disbelief. "It's raining," he murmured. But when he looked up, he saw bright moonlight. How could it suddenly rain? Swish! Wu Lai was still thinking, when unexpectedly a rainstorm suddenly poured down, instantly soaking him and the soldiers around him. "Haha! It's raining heavily. God bless us!" Wu Lai shouted excitedly, looking up to face the rain with his arms open. Before he could finish his words, a crucian carp suddenly fell from the sky and hit him hard in the face. Wu Lai was hit so hard that he felt dizzy and stared blankly at the palm-sized fish flopping in the mud at his feet. Fish? Where did the fish come from? Wu Lai was stunned. "General, look!" The royal guards beside him shouted hurriedly. Wu Lai looked in the direction they pointed. Above the empress's bedroom, a column of water shot up from the top of the palace straight into the sky and even broke through the roof. The water rolled down and poured into the palace like a waterfall, and the surrounding palaces were washed clean and neat by this powerful water flow. "Oh my God, water! There's water!" Wu Lai and others didn't care about their embarrassment and hurriedly lay on the ground, greedily drinking the rainwater. The fires around were quickly extinguished by the heavy rain and water flow, and even the rising smoke was suppressed. The flames in the palaces and houses gradually disappeared, and the entire palace returned to peace. Wu Lai stood there in disbelief and whispered, "The fire is out? Are we saved?" At the same time, in the highest hall, Empress Li Lingwei was soaked all over. She stood on the dragon throne, her eyes still staring at the gushing water column. The water in the hall had already reached her ankles. The scene just now was so shocking that it even made her a little dazed. The water broke open the palace door, flowed along the ground, and quickly rushed to the entire palace. "Your Majesty, the fire is out. It's raining heavily throughout the palace, and the water is flowing into the city. The people are fetching water to express their gratitude." Wu Lai rushed into the hall with a look of joy on his face and knelt down on the ground with some excitement. Li Lingwei came back to his senses and asked quickly, "Is the fire out? And it's raining?" Wu Lai nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Your Majesty. Not only that, we also picked up a lot of fish in the water. This is really God's blessing to Shilong." He held up a big fish, excited beyond words. Upon hearing this, Li Lingwei immediately gave an order. "Quick! Organize people to collect water immediately. Don't waste it. At the same time, collect all the fish and make a fire to cook." Wu Lai took the order and left. The empress turned around and knelt in front of the magical box, clasped her hands together, and murmured, "The Empress of Shilong thanks God for his mercy, for giving us water and saving Shilong from danger. I thank you." At the other end of Guangming community, I went out before dawn. After experiencing a breakup and those weird things last night, I didn't sleep all night and had mixed feelings. Thinking that I bought the box for 200,000 yuan, I felt a little regretful after throwing it away, so I decided to go back to the lake to see the situation. However, when I arrived at the lake, the scene before me made my eyes widen in shock. The lake was dry. The entire lake was dry. I rubbed my eyes hard and even slapped my face. The burning pain reminded me that all this was real. The lake in Guangming community is very famous. Its area is as large as more than a dozen football fields. How could it dry up overnight? Could it be that the cup of milk tea that suddenly disappeared last night appeared in my mind, and an ominous premonition came over me? I hurried to the place where I threw the box last night, and sure enough, I saw the box upside down at the bottom of the lake. The soil around it was dry, and only a few puddles of water remained around the box. It's over. My heart sank, and I finally realized the seriousness of the problem. It was because I threw the box into the lake last night that the lake water was drunk by the box. Gradually, elderly people doing morning exercises began to appear around. Anxiously, I fished the box out from the bottom of the lake and ran home carrying it. As soon as I got home, my phone rang. It was a message from the Guangming Community Homeowners Group. "Uncle Wang, everyone, come and have a look. The lake in the community has dried up." Property manager Xiao Lu. "Uncle, did you see it wrong?" "Uncle Wang, I am decades old. I can't be wrong. The lake is really dry." I was nervously looking through the chat history in the group, and noise was starting to come from outside. Through the window, I saw many owners running towards the lake in dishevel. This matter has become a big deal, I thought. If it is not handled properly, I am afraid that the trouble will be even bigger. At the other end of the box, in the Shilong palace, after Li Lingwei had knelt down to worship God, his mind was not yet calm, and he began to look at this strange box carefully. This box is a relic left to her by her father. It is said to be a treasure passed down from ancestors that can change the fate of the family. Li Lingwei kept it in his bedroom, just like his father's protection always accompanying him. Normally, she never paid attention to this box and just put some clothes in it. However, today the box looks particularly different. First, magical sweet water and a mysterious elixir appeared, and then her bellyband and dragon robe disappeared inexplicably. Perhaps the gods took these things away? She felt that it was because of the magical power of this box that she was able to escape this catastrophe and save the Shilong kingdom. Otherwise, Shilong might have been doomed tonight. Just as Li Lingwei was lost in thought, Wu Lai came to the outside of the palace with the imperial guards. She walked to the door and immediately smelled a strong fragrance. Outside the main hall, several large pots were boiling fragrant fish soup, but only soup was left in the pots, with almost no fish to be seen. Wu Lai respectfully held up a bowl of fish soup and walked to Li Lingwei. It was full and contained a few pieces of fish. "Your Majesty, this is for you," he said. Li Lingwei looked around and saw the royal guards kneeling on the ground. They were all pale and thin with sunken cheeks. Their armors hung empty on their skinny bodies. The originally sturdy soldiers now looked exceptionally weak. These imperial guards were the elite guards left to her by her father. During the days of food shortage, they gave all the food and water to her first, while they themselves starved. Li Lingwei felt a pang of sadness in her heart. She took the fish soup, but she had already made a decision in her heart. "I have already eaten, and now I just want to rest for a while. You divide the fish meat and fish soup and replenish your energy as soon as possible. The crisis is not over yet." After saying that, Li Lingwei poured the bowl of fish back into the pot, turned around and walked back to the hall and closed the door. She knew very well that the royal guards had reached their limit, and her bowl of fish could help more people recover some strength. Besides, the cup of modern milk tea she just drank was enough to sustain her. If God gives us some more food, then it will be God's blessing on Shilong. Li Lingwei muttered to herself, and then shook her head in self-mockery. How could God give us any more food? However, just as she was about to close the box, she was suddenly stunned. Two white round objects appeared at the bottom of the box. "What is this?" She picked it up curiously and found that these things were soft and gave off a rice fragrance, like food. Li Lingwei's eyes widened, thinking, could it be that the prayer just now was really heard by the heavens? Is this really a divine gift from the heavens? She couldn't help but take a bite, and her eyes widened instantly. There was meat inside. She took another bite in disbelief, and it was indeed meat, fragrant and delicious. Li Lingwei couldn't wait to finish the two buns, the fragrance lingering in his mouth, and he was still not satisfied. This delicacy was not something that could be found on Earth. It was like food from the gods. Li Lingwei became more and more convinced that these buns were life-saving food given to her by God out of pity. She knelt down quickly and prayed to the box. "God, the capital of Shilong is now under siege, and the people and soldiers in the city are out of food. I pray that God will have mercy on us again and give us food to help Shilong survive the crisis." On the other side, I stood at home, staring in amazement at the two disappeared buns in the box. When I put them into the box, I paid special attention to them and found that the two buns disappeared in an instant. "It's become a spirit. It's become a spirit." I broke out in a cold sweat and almost collapsed. I am sure that the milk tea that disappeared earlier, the water in the community lake, and the two buns just now were all eaten by this box. Could it be that the clothes it vomited out were the undigested remains from its previous human meal? I swallowed my saliva when I thought of this. The box had drunk so much lake water, it should not be thirsty anymore, but it seemed to be hungry and even ate the buns just now. What if it eats me in the middle of the night? This box is too dangerous. But I couldn't just throw it away. What if the box ate someone and the police found me? I would be speechless. After thinking about it, I came to a conclusion. I had to feed it. I ran out of the house and headed straight to the breakfast street next to the community. "Boss, how many buns do you have left?" "I want them all." Chen rushed to the bun shop and shouted anxiously. "Xiao Chan is here? Stop it. I still have 50 drawers. I don't know what happened today. Business is so slow." The boss greeted me familiarly, thinking I was joking. "I want them all. Pack them up for me quickly." I scanned the code, paid, and and rushed to the fried dough stick stand next to me in a hurry. The bun shop owner then realized that I was serious and quickly asked his waiters to speed up preparations. Not long after, I ran back home carrying dozens of trays of buns and a pile of fried dough sticks. I threw all the buns and dough sticks into the box, thinking silently, "You should be full now, right? If you're not, I'll have to send you to the land of Sakura Express so you can eat as much as you want." In the Shilong palace, Wu Lai's voice came from outside again. Li Lingwei was slightly puzzled and opened the palace door. To her surprise, all the royal guards outside were still kneeling on the ground in unison, and not a drop of the fish soup in the big pot was touched. "Why don't you eat?" Li Lingwei asked angrily. "If your majesty doesn't eat, we won't eat either." Everyone responded in unison, "We swear to live and die with your majesty." The royal guards had already seen through his majesty's intentions. She deliberately said that she had eaten the food, but in fact she wanted them to eat more. They knew that his majesty had not eaten for several days, and there was no food in the palace. Where would his majesty get food to eat? It is this kindness and selflessness that makes them willing to pledge allegiance until death. Seeing this, Li Lingwei sighed in her heart. She couldn't bear to see these loyal soldiers continue to starve, so she decided to uncover the secret of the box. "I never lie. I have indeed eaten the food. It was in this box just now." She walked to the box, ready to show it to them in public. However, when she opened the box, she was so shocked that she was speechless. The originally empty box was now filled with meat buns, and meat was even constantly popping out. Li Lingwei took a step back, his face full of shock and disbelief. "Quick!" Li Lingwei finally came to his senses and commanded, "Pour out the contents of the box. This is a gift from God." Looking at the meat buns constantly popping out of the box, she hurriedly called Wu Lai and several soldiers to pour the food in the box onto a velvet blanket. After a while, a small mountain of white meat buns, yellow long objects, and even some eggs was piled up in the hall. "Oh my God, it smells so good." Wu Lai's men looked at the food and were amazed. "These eggs? They are different from the ones we usually see. They are covered with cracks and have the aroma of tea." Someone picked up the eggs, sniffed them, and exclaimed, "This is a fairy egg. It must be the chicken in heaven that doesn't eat ordinary food, so this is the reason why it looks so strange. Could this long yellow strip be meat? It smells so good and is more delicious than any meat we have ever eaten." Another soldier picked up a fried dough stick and couldn't wait to take a bite. Wu Lai and other soldiers were so shocked by the miracle before their eyes that they kept swallowing saliva. Li Lingwei looked at the mountain of food in front of him and felt deeply moved. Unexpectedly, God actually responded to her prayers and sent her so much food. Although this food is not enough to save the people of the capital and all the soldiers, at least the 800 imperial guards can have a meal. Li Lingwei knew in his heart that the morale of these imperial guards had been low due to hunger. If they could have a full meal, then this team would be able to become her solid force again. "Wu Lai." She turned around and ordered, "I'm here." Wu Lai and the soldiers knelt down in unison, waiting for orders. "Immediately distribute this food to every imperial guard, and distribute the fish soup as soon as possible. Tell everyone that this is a gift from God, and may God bless our Shilong," Li Lingwei said seriously. Soon after, each of the 800 imperial guards received some food. Although the steamed buns, fried dough sticks and eggs were not enough to fill everyone's stomach, for the imperial guards who had not eaten or drunk for several days and nights, they were simply manna from heaven. "It smells so good. There's actually meat in it," a soldier exclaimed. "Take a bite too. This yellow thing of mine is actually oozing oil. It's oil. It smells so good." Another soldier handed the fried dough stick to the person next to him to share. "This fairy egg is actually salty and has a light tea fragrance. This fish soup is incredibly delicious. It really is like a fairy fish that fell from the sky." The royal guards shared with each other and marveled at the taste. Soon, the fish soup and all the food in the big pot were eaten up, and even the oil stains at the bottom of the pot were licked clean. Seeing the satisfied looks of the royal guards after eating, Li Lingwei breathed a sigh of relief. At least they had recovered some strength. However, at this moment, urgent news came. "Report." A eunuch rushed in a panic. "Your Majesty." Someone took advantage of the chaos and opened the palace gate. "A group of soldiers have rushed into the palace." "He must be in cahoots with the eunuchs who set the fire, planning to create chaos with the help of both inside and outside forces," added another eunuch. Li Lingwei frowned. She quickly calmed down, turned around and ordered Wu Lai, "Go and lead your men to repel the enemy quickly and kill them without mercy." At the same time, arrange for people to patrol the Forbidden Palace to eliminate all hidden dangers. Wu Lai and his imperial guards were in high spirits. Having just recovered some strength, they immediately drew their swords and prepared to fight. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. We will protect you, and you will never fail." Wu Lai received the order and led 300 imperial guards to fight quickly. Not long after, Wu Lai's troops encountered the rebels in the palace. The leader was Hong Jian, the commander of the 4 gates of the capital. No one expected that he would choose to rebel at this time. "Wu Lai, I didn't expect you could put out the fire. You almost ruined my plan." Hong Jian sneered, "But you haven't eaten for a few days, right? Can you still lift the knife?" He laughed wildly, not taking Wu Lai seriously at all. Hong Jian thought that Wu Lai and his men were already hungry and too weak to fight, but he didn't expect that Wu Lai suddenly sneered when he rushed in front of him. Wu Lai swung his sword suddenly with incredible speed. Hong Jian was caught off guard and quickly raised his sword to block. However, Wu Lai's big knife chopped down and cut off Hong Jian's knife. Then he cut Hong Jian's shoulder with the knife, and blood gushed out. "No, this is impossible." Hong Jian couldn't believe his eyes, but before he could react, Wu Lai's next knife directly chopped off his head. "Kill. Don't leave anyone alive." Wu Lai roared, and the imperial guards pounced on the rebels like a tiger descending from the mountain. After Hong Jian was beheaded, the morale of the rebels collapsed immediately. They had no intention of resisting and were soon slaughtered by the imperial guards. "Cut off the heads of the rebels and pile them outside the palace gate," Wu Lai said coldly. "Let the people of the city see the consequences of rebellion." Wu Lai returned to the hall. Li Lingwei heard about the battle situation, smiled with satisfaction, and expressed approval of his performance. However, she still felt a lingering fear when she thought back on what happened that night. If God had not sent down heavy rain to extinguish the flames and provided food to restore the strength of the royal guards, the capital would have fallen long ago and he would have been doomed. After Wu Lai left, Li Lingwei turned around and walked to the desk, feeling deeply guilty. She knew that today's victory was entirely dependent on God's grace. In the past, she never believed in the power of God, especially when rumors spread in the capital that the emperor's will is not a gift from heaven. She always wanted to prove herself through her own efforts. However, it turned out that when she was in desperate situation, it was God who saved her and the Shilong kingdom. I, the emperor of Shilong Li Lingwei, feel ashamed of the mercy of heaven. From now on, I will worship heaven, reopen the grand ceremony of praying to heaven, and have the whole country offer incense to the gods. Li Lingwei respectfully wrote a prayer. My Shilong kingdom is currently besieged by the northern barbarians, the Rurin. The people and soldiers are out of food and in imminent danger. I pray to God to continue to have mercy on me and save the 50,000 people and 20,000 soldiers in my capital. I will not let God down and will use the strength of the entire country to serve God. She reverently placed the prayer paper into the box. Just as Li Lingwei was about to light the sacrificial text, he was surprised to find that the prayer text in the box had disappeared, as if it had been directly accepted by heaven. At this moment, I was dragging my tired body out of the company building. As expected, I was late again today. My manager scolded me in the morning and threatened that I would not be allowed to go home if I didn't finish the report. Well, I had wanted to resign for a long time anyway, so after a day's work, I sorted out all the reports and sent them together with a letter of resignation to my boss's email. I have worked in this company for so many years, and 8 out of 10 projects were negotiated by me. They bring tens of millions of dollars in revenue to the company every year, but I can only get a few thousand yuan in share. I have long wanted to quit my job and start my own business, but my girlfriend has always refused to let me do so, saying that she is afraid that I will become a pauper if I go it alone, so she has been putting it off. Now that I've broken up with her, there's nothing to worry about and I can finally follow my plan. The moment I left the company, I felt more relaxed than ever before. Without Ren Jiaojiao's demands and no longer worrying about the future, it turns out that life can be so simple and free. When I returned to the community, I saw 2 people squatting at the door of my house from afar. When I got closer, I found that they were my uncle and my third uncle. Uncle, third uncle? Why are you here? I asked in surprise. I heard that your parents' compensation has arrived? Uncle asked first. How did you know? I was a little surprised. After all, I didn't tell my family about this. We have already inquired about it. The driver lost more than 1 million yuan. Uncle San stood up and patted his clothes and continued. When your parents bought this house, they borrowed 200,000 yuan from us. Now you should pay it back. I was furious and replied coldly, Uncle San, The money my parents saved to buy our house was from their frugal lives. We paid off the loan for many years and only paid it off last year. When did we ever borrow money from your family? Besides, do you have the IOU? Uncle Sam laughed dryly and tried to evade the question. Ahem, Chen, you were still young at that time, so you may not remember it. We are all brothers. Why do we need an IOU? We saw that your family was having a hard time at that time, so we were not in a hurry to ask for it. The uncle also interjected, you have money now, so you should pay it back. Besides, it's hard for a young man like you to manage so much money. I was furious and retorted, how dare you come to my house and ask for money without an IOU? The house was only worth over 300,000 yuan back then, and you two families borrowed 400,000 yuan? Do you believe it? My eldest uncle and my third uncle looked at each other, as if they didn't expect me to expose their lies so directly. I took out my cell phone, showed a screenshot of the donation, and sneered, look, I have already donated the compensation money, so don't think about it anymore. After that, without waiting for their reaction, I turned and went into the house and closed the door heavily. Listening to the quarrel outside the door, the eldest uncle and the third uncle were still blaming each other. That screenshot must be fake. This kid wants to keep it all for himself. It's all your fault. You insisted on asking for 200,000. He wouldn't even notice if we each asked for 150,000. Their voices gradually faded away, but I couldn't calm down for a long time. My eldest uncle and third uncle, who were busy at my parents' funeral and acted so concerned about me, turned out to be doing it for the money. In the face of interests, all family affection is false. Thinking of this, I felt a chill in my heart, but also inexplicably felt a sense of relief. At this moment, my eyes fell on the old dowry box left by my mother, and I no longer felt it was as scary as before. Perhaps, in this world, only parental love is truly without any purpose and without asking for anything in return. At this moment, I decided to cherish my parents' belongings. Even if this box really became a spirit, it might not be a bad thing. It might be some kind of protection my mother left for me. I found a rag and wiped the box carefully, imitating my mother's way. As soon as I opened the box, I unexpectedly found an extra piece of paper inside. I suddenly remembered that I put a lot of steamed buns and fried dough sticks in it this morning. Could this box still be literate? I picked up the piece of paper and found that it was written in traditional Chinese characters, arranged vertically, and the handwriting was graceful and a bit sharp. Although I couldn't understand the meaning of every word, I looked it up with the help of a computer and finally understood what was on the paper. It turns out that this is a prayer from Emperor Li Lingwei of Shilong Kingdom. I was stunned. Emperor of Shilong Kingdom? I quickly searched the internet and unexpectedly found some information. The Shilong Kingdom was established in 400 AD by Li Hao, a descendant of Li Guang. Although this country perished in 421 AD and only existed for 21 years, this dynasty really existed. I was so surprised that I could not open my mouth from ear to ear. Could it be that this box left by my mother could actually connect to Shilong 1,000 years ago? The things I put in there were obtained by the Emperor of Shilong, and he thought I was a god, so he wrote this prayer? Judging from the content of the prayer, Li Lingwei is now in a time of national crisis, with the enemy at the gates of the city, and her situation is precarious. I thought about it, sat down in front of the computer, converted my words into traditional Chinese, and planned to write her a reply. My name is Chen. I'm not a god, but I'm willing to lend you a helping hand. What do you need most now? I printed out this text and put it in the box. As I watched the piece of paper disappear again, I was vaguely looking forward to what would happen next. It was already late at night in the main hall of the Shilong Palace. Li Lingwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a busy day, he had finally managed to temporarily control the chaos in the capital. Last night's heavy rain alleviated the water problem for the people in the capital. Although a lot of water was wasted, the people tried their best to store some of it. If they use it sparingly, they can last at least half a month. The rebels last night have been completely wiped out. Although the rebellion has been quelled, Li Lingwei knows that Hong Jian is not the only person in the city who is dissatisfied with her. In the current situation, she can't push too hard, otherwise it will only backfire. What really troubled her was food. If there were enough food, the plight of the city would be alleviated. If they can hold out for just one more month, once winter arrives, the Rurin army will retreat due to lack of food and fodder. But how can I survive this month? Li Lingwei sighed and came to the magical box again. She had opened the box more than once today, but each time it was empty. Her hand paused on the lid of the box, a little hesitant. Was she too greedy? She only asked for things without any tribute. Would she displease the gods? Taking a deep breath, Li Lingwei slowly opened the box. To her surprise, a piece of paper appeared at the bottom of the box. She rubbed her eyes, fearing that she had seen it wrong. After confirming it, she was instantly filled with excitement. The gods had not abandoned her. The gods had actually replied personally. She picked up the paper tremblingly, and tears immediately blurred her vision. The handwriting on the paper was vigorous and powerful, and the tone was gentle. The gods expressed their willingness to help her. At this moment, Li Lingwei felt that he had grasped the last hope, and Shilong Kingdom could be saved. Without any hesitation, Li Lingwei immediately started writing a reply at the desk. She listed the most scarce supplies at the moment: food, weapons, bows and arrows, city defense equipment, herbs. As she wrote, she suddenly realized that she had gone a little too far. Although the gods agreed to help her, she couldn't be too greedy. She even thought of asking the gods to send down thunder to destroy the enemy. Li Lingwei couldn't help but blushing. As an emperor, how could he expect to just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? Finally, she deleted everything on the paper, leaving only 2 words: food. She gently put the letter into the box and closed it. After dinner, I sat next to the box, and sure enough, another piece of paper appeared inside. There were only 2 words food on the paper, but judging from the handwriting, it was less sharp than before and more hesitant. Lack of food? I muttered to myself, yes, with the siege, they must be out of food. She mentioned before that there are 50,000 civilians and 20,000 soldiers. How much food do they need? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel troubled. I opened my bank card balance and saw that there was only more than 30,000 yuan left in the card. Most of my salary was given to Rin Jiaojiao before, and the little money I have now was saved by myself. If you buy steamed buns and talk about the price, 30,000 yuan can probably buy 100,000 steamed buns, but this amount can only barely solve one meal and is far from enough to fill you up. I scratched my head. I couldn't buy too much other fast food. After all, compared to the demand of hundreds of thousands of people, it was just a drop in the bucket. I wondered if I should buy some flour and let them make their own steamed buns or pancakes. But then I thought, they have been trapped for days and probably don't even have the basic physical strength. I still need something simple and easy to operate. So, while thinking about it, I opened the shopping website and started screening food. Finally, I decided to buy rice. When there is a lack of water and food, drinking porridge is the most suitable. I locked on the cheapest rice, which was 3.3 yuan per pound. After some negotiation, I finally bargained it down to 3 yuan per pound with the customer service. I gritted my teeth and spent 30,000 yuan to buy 10,000 kilograms of rice. After placing the order, I breathed a sigh of relief. But when I saw the text message from the bank, there was less than 2,000 yuan left in the card, and I still felt a little regretful. I couldn't help but start to doubt myself. I had emptied my family's savings with just a strange note. What if it was fake? Now I'm unemployed at home. What should I do? Feeling panic, I walked to the box and fumbled with the lid hesitantly. Forget it. After all, this is something my mother left behind. Maybe I'll just do it. I comforted myself and took a deep breath. If it's real, that would be great. If it's fake, I'll just consider it as accumulating merit for my parents. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. I picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, I'm a rice merchant. I saw that the order address was a residential area, and I wanted to confirm with you. A voice came from the other end of the line. I was stunned for a moment before I realized that I didn't pay attention when I placed the order, and the address was defaulted to be delivered to my home. Can this 10,000 kilograms of rice be unloaded at home? I looked at my small yard and replied, yes, it's no problem to deliver it to my house. I have a yard at home. You can unload it directly there. Okay, we'll load the goods tonight and deliver them tomorrow morning. The other party responded readily and said that they would cover transportation and handling for large quantities. I quickly thanked him and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, I started to clean up the yard, leaving only my mother's box in the corner. I also cleared out a room specifically so that I could move the rice in if it rained. The next morning, the rice was delivered as promised, and the merchant's people were busy carrying it to the yard. I was standing at the door busy directing and preparing to put the rice in order when Aunt Wang from upstairs suddenly passed by. Seeing so much rice, she immediately came over and said mysteriously, Xiao Chun, why did you buy so much rice? I heard that aliens are going to invade recently. I was stunned by her words. What? She said, you don't know yet? The lake in our community dried up overnight, and experts couldn't explain it. Geologists and astronomers analyzed it, and in the end they found the theory of alien invasion to be the most reliable. She spoke mysteriously and said that the community group buying group was already full, and everyone was rushing to buy convenience foods in preparation for the invasion. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I didn't expect the issue of the drying up of the lake would develop to this point. I quickly made up an excuse. I'm distributing benefits to the company's employees. It's almost Mid-Autumn Festival. Oh, so you've started your own business. Aunt Wang smiled and praised me for being promising and starting a company at such a young age. I scratched my head in embarrassment, but I finally got through with her. After moving all the rice, I looked at the rice piled up like a mountain in the yard and I was still shocked. However, I thought again, without vegetables and other ingredients, the rice would only be enough to fill my stomach. I sighed and felt that I had done the best I could. When I returned to the room, I suddenly remembered that during ancient wars, weak soldiers could replenish their strength by eating salt. So I went out and ran to several supermarkets and brought back all the salt I could buy. In this way, I have done everything I can. After all, no one else can touch this box, and I have to do all the work by myself. I got to work right away. I rolled up my sleeves and started pouring rice into the box bag by bag. In the capital of Shilong, Li Lingwei took Wu Lai and others to inspect the city gates and barracks, checking the conditions of the capital along the way. The city was littered with broken walls and ruins, and the autumn scenery was completely shrouded in a gray and desolate atmosphere. The hungry people were emaciated and collapsed on the roadside, unable to ask for help. Even if they saw her carriage, they did not have the strength to get up. Some alleys were even filled with mutilated corpses, which made Li Lingwei feel heartbroken. She knew that the practice of cannibalism had already spread throughout the capital, but she was powerless to stop it. "Your Majesty, please save my child." Suddenly, a woman holding a dying child staggered out of the alley. Seeing Li Lingwei's carriage, she rushed over. "Stop!" Wu Lai and the soldiers immediately stopped her, fearing that the woman would do something dangerous. "Let her come over." Li Lingwei waved his hand, signaling her to come closer. The woman knelt down in front of Li Lingwei as if she had been pardoned. She was skinny. The child in her arms opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound, and her wrists were covered with wounds and blood. Li Lingwei's heart sank suddenly, and she understood her situation. Since leaving the palace for inspection, Li Lingwei has not seen a single living child. All the children seem to have disappeared in the famine. The woman begged bitterly, "Your Majesty, my man is on the city wall guarding the capital, and this child is his only blood. I am no longer able to protect him, please." At this time, footsteps were heard in the alley, and then two ragged men chased after her. When they saw the child in the woman's arms, they were about to snatch it away. But they suddenly noticed the emperor, Wu Lai and others, and they stopped and stood there in a daze. Seeing this scene, the empress became angry and said coldly, "Capture them." Wu Lai drew his sword, and the two men were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they fell to the ground. "Forget it. Send them to the military camp and arrange to send the women back." Li Lingwei waved his hand to stop Wu Lai. She understood that the food shortage in the city was not entirely their fault, and as the emperor of Shilong, she should take responsibility. "Let's go and get to the city wall as soon as possible." She was worried about the people in the city, and the situation of the soldiers guarding the city might be even more serious. As soon as Li Lingwei and his party arrived at the gate of the military camp, the soldiers guarding the camp collapsed to the ground as soon as they knelt when they saw the emperor. Seeing this, Li Lingwei's tears instantly welled up in her eyes. "Is there anything else to eat?" She turned and asked Wu Lai. Wu Lai shook his head. Li Lingwei blamed herself, saying that she should have sent some food to the soldiers defending the city. But she also knew that resources were limited, and it was inevitable that some resources would be lost. Li Lingwei came to the city wall and looked at the tents and smoke from the Rurin army outside the city. He wondered why the enemy surrounded the city but did not attack. Suddenly, she accidentally looked down at the city wall, and her expression changed suddenly. The city wall was full of corpses, clinging to the wall, as high as two people. The general defending the city, Manhwa, came and reported, "When the enemy attacked the city, we fought desperately. But because we had been out of food for many days, the soldiers couldn't even lift their swords, and many of them jumped off the city wall holding the enemy. Now, there are only 6,000 people left." Li Lingwei was shocked, and the tragic scene of the soldiers without food and power emerged in her mind. She couldn't stop her tears from flowing. "I am ashamed." Manhwa saluted and said, "Your Majesty, we still have determination and courage. The enemy is surrounding us but not attacking us because they want to wait for us to starve to death. As long as we hold on for half a month, the enemy will retreat." With tears in her eyes, Li Lingwei said firmly, "Hold on, there will definitely be a way." She immediately returned to the palace and prayed in her heart, even at the cost of her life, just asking God to send some food. After returning to the palace, she wrote the letter of prayer tremblingly, her heart filled with guilt and determination. After writing the letter, she found a mountain of rice piled up next to the box, full of rice and emitting a fragrant aroma. Li Lingwei confirmed that she was not mistaken and knelt on the ground with tears streaming down her face. With these grains, the soldiers and civilians in the city will be saved. She was so excited that she couldn't help but smile and picked up the rice, unable to calm down for a long time. At the same time, in another world, I was exhausted and out of breath after carrying more than 30 bags of rice. Just as I was about to take a break, I found a few more pieces of paper at the bottom of the box, filled with prayers to the gods and heart-wrenching confessions. Looking at the letter, I could almost feel the writer's uncontrollable trembling. The letter was wet and wrinkled, obviously wet with tears. The self-blame, guilt, and heartache almost overflowed from the lines and hit my heart directly. I am deeply moved by the determination of an emperor who is willing to sacrifice his life for the people and soldiers. From this point of view, Li Lingwei was indeed a good emperor. I took a deep breath, ignoring the fatigue and soreness in my body, and went back to the yard to carry the food. During the process, I wanted to give up several times, but every time I thought of the words in the letter, I gritted my teeth and persevered. As long as I could deliver the food as quickly as possible, I could save more people. When I finished carrying the last bag of grain, my eyes went dark, I collapsed to the ground, and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up, it was already noon the next day. I was sore all over and could hardly lift my arms. Alas, at such a young age, my physical strength has declined to this extent. This is really not right. I laughed at myself and sat up. After work, I sit in front of the computer and entertain clients all day, and often stay up late, so my body has been exhausted. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. It was the company manager. "Hello. Are you deaf? Why didn't you answer the phone? You were late before, and now you're absent from work, right? I'm going to deduct your salary." I replied calmly, "Just deduct it. I just got my salary last week, so I don't need these few days' salary. By the way, I resigned, so don't call me anymore." After that, I hung up the phone. As expected, the phone rang again and I blocked it without hesitation. Soon, I received text messages from my boss, from the initial threats to the final attempts to retain me, and he even promised to give me a raise and commission increase, as if my resignation had cut off the company's main artery. I sneered and set up a text message block. What were you doing before? I worked hard in the company for so many years, but all I got was empty promises. Especially when my parents had an accident, the company urged me to go back to work, which completely disheartened me. Just then, there was a knock on the door. I opened the door and it was Sister Lu who collected the water and electricity bills. "Xiao Chun, this month's water and electricity bill is 320. She handed me the bill and gossiped. "By the way, I heard you guys are planning to build an alien communication base? Alien exchange base?" I was stunned, took the bill and paid the water and electricity bills. "Why not? They said it was going to be demolished. The house your parents left for you is also a guarantee for you," Sister Lu said as she went upstairs. Who would have thought that there are really aliens in this world? After closing the door, I couldn't help but shake my head. The alien rumors were getting more and more outrageous, but what was even more worrying to me was the balance on my bank account. After paying the utility bills, I only had about 300 yuan left. Now, let alone helping the Emperor of Shilong overcome his difficulties, even my own life has become a problem. I sat down and thought about what to do next, and went to the box, thinking that the rice scattered yesterday would be enough for a few meals. But when I opened the box, I was completely stunned. There were 3 gold ingots, a dozen copper coins, and a jade pendant inside. The colors were so dazzling that I couldn't believe my eyes. I quickly picked up the gold ingot and weighed it. It was heavy, so I bit it like I saw on TV, leaving tooth marks. Looking at the dozen or so copper coins, they are about 2 centimeters in diameter and have 4 traditional Chinese characters engraved on them. The handwriting is simple and ancient. They are obviously ancient coins, but they are much newer than those I saw in the museum. The last piece was a delicate and transparent jade pendant with a traditional Chinese character, Li, engraved on it. It was obviously not an ordinary object. Seeing this jade pendant, I breathed a sigh of relief. It is indeed unbelievable that this box can connect to ancient times, but judging from these items, it should not be a scam. Come to think of it, if a scammer has this ability, he might be an alien scammer. Are these things their way of thanking me for sending them rice? This is too expensive. I was a little flattered. After all, The value of these gold ingots and copper coins far exceeded the rice I sent over, especially these 3 gold ingots, which were probably worth a lot of money. However, these things came just in time. Now I don't have to worry about my life anymore, and I even have the funds to start a business. However, no reward without merit. Since I have received such valuable things, I should also send some food. Yesterday, due to lack of money, we only bought 10,000 kilograms of rice, which was obviously not enough for tens of thousands of people. If there is still a war over there, I have to do my best to help them through this crisis and then think about my own career. I made up my mind and started looking for warehouses online. I need a larger warehouse to store grain. It's obviously not possible to transport it by myself. I need a conveyor belt or other mechanical equipment to improve efficiency. However, after searching for a long time on 38.com, I found that either the location was too remote or the area was not big enough, which was really not suitable. At this time, the phone rang. It was Mr. Wang, a client. Xiao Chun, I heard that you resigned. I just happened to have a position for a vice president of business with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. Do you want to take the job? A cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Thank you for your appreciation, Mr. Wang, but I don't have any plans for the time being. I responded with a smile. Then you take a rest first. Feel free to contact me whenever you have any ideas. Mr. Wang said readily. Thank you, Mr. Wang. I suddenly thought of something and added, by the way, you said you had something to talk to me about? Yes, I happen to have a large warehouse for rent, the one I showed you before. Can you ask if there are any companies that need it? I can rent it out at a low price. Mr. Wang explained. My eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. Wang's warehouse is right in the city center. It is large and well located. It is exactly what I need. Mr. Wang, you were just right. I just need to rent a large warehouse recently. Haha, I knew you were busy. Since you want to rent it, I'll give it to you at the lowest price. It's my support for your entrepreneurship. Mr. Wang agreed cheerfully. After hanging up the phone, I breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect the warehouse problem to be solved so quickly. Now I just need to raise money to buy food and pay the warehouse rent as soon as possible. I found a black plastic bag, put the 3 gold ingots and copper coins in it, and prepared to go out and exchange them for some money. As for the jade pendant, I decided to keep it. After all, it looked like something Li Lingwei carried with him, and it would easily arouse suspicion, so it would be better to keep it at home and put it together with the bellyband and dragon robe. I took the bus to Tianhai City's Antique Street, intending to find a reliable antique shop to sell my gold ingots. As soon as I walked in, I happened to run into Ren Jiaojiao walking out with the arm of a fat man. Ex-girlfriend Jiaojiao? I was stunned. I didn't expect to meet her here. Chapter 10. One price, 3 million each. Don't call me that. We are not familiar with each other. Chen, you are not giving up and following me, are you? I'm telling you, we're done for a long time. This is my boyfriend Gu Wei. This store belongs to them. Ren Jiaojiao looked at Chen with disgust and pulled the arm of the fat man next to her. Is this your ex-boyfriend? Come to buy antiques? The fat man glanced at Chen sideways. Just him? You're so poor that you can't even afford a wheel, and you're buying antiques? Get him out now, before he dirties your place. Ren Jiaojiao said with disgust. I'm here to sell something. But looking at this, forget it. Chen walked outside carrying the bag. Hey, don't go. Let's take a look, just in case there is any treasure. Usually only good babies are put in this kind of garbage bag. Seeing that Chen was about to leave, the fat man was not willing to miss the opportunity to humiliate Chen and quickly dragged Chen in. Oh shit, 3 gold ingots. But your color is wrong. Is it from Shangzhou? Or last week? The fat man took out the gold ingots from the bag and taunted Chen. I guess he wanted to defraud some money, but he didn't expect to run into a trap. Chen, I didn't expect you to cheat me. It was the right decision to break up with you. I was really blind before. Ren Jiaojiao mocked from the side. Forget it if you don't know the goods. You probably can't afford it. Chen shook his head and put the gold ingot away. Now the enemy is at the gates and they are in urgent need of food to save their lives. There is really no need to waste time talking to them. What's going on? At this moment, a voice sounded behind him. Chen turned around and saw a middle-aged man walking out with an old man in tank suit. It's okay, Dad. I met a money scammer. Do you think I've never seen a gold ingot? Whose gold ingots are of this quality? They can't even make them look more authentic. Gu Wei said quickly. Sir, can I take a look? However, the old man was very interested in the gold ingot in Chen's hand. Chen thought about it and handed it over. This color. Mr. Gong, this is indeed a gold ingot. But why do I feel something is wrong? Gudahai next to him also leaned over to watch. He has been dealing with antiques for so many years, but has never seen anything of such quality. It can't be wrong. It is indeed a gold ingot. The reason it is this color is because it is not made using modern technology, but an ancient method. Mr. Gong took out a magnifying glass from his pocket and looked at it carefully. Ancient method? Gudahai was also surprised. I can't say the exact era, but it's at least technology from before the Sui and Tang dynasties. Mr. Gong nodded. Ah, doesn't that mean this is a gold ingot from more than 1,000 years ago? Gudahai widened his eyes. Good. These things are rare. The longer the dynasty, the purer the quality. According to the most conservative estimate, its value is more than 5 times that of the same weight of gold today. Don't even mention gold ingots. Even silver ingots from the Qing dynasty, which are not official silver, weigh about 5 taels and cost tens of thousands of yuan. These 3 gold ingots are worth 50 taels each. From a preliminary analysis, the gold purity is over 90%. It can no longer be measured simply by the current price of gold. Mr. Gong explained. Sir, are you going to take action? I won't hide it from you. Although the value of this gold ingot is there is no market for this kind of thing. I am willing to buy all 3 at a price of 3 million each. What do you think? Before Chen Chan could react, Mr. Gong asked him. Chen didn't expect that a gold ingot would be so expensive. He checked the current gold price in advance, which was just over 1 million per ounce. This time it tripled. 9 million? At this moment, Chen finally understood why Fatty Wong and the others felt so at home when they saw the tomb passage as if it were their own home. Mr. Gong, Dad, have you been cheated? How could a poor loser like him possibly have something like this? It must be fake. Gu Wei on the side was also dumbfounded and quickly stepped forward and said, Are you doubting my vision? Old Gong glared at Gu Wei with dissatisfaction. The young man in front of you is still hesitating about whether to sell or not, and you actually say he is cheating? More likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. Asshole, how can you speak here? Get out of here. Gudahai's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Who is Mr. Gong? He is the master of antiques. For ordinary objects, Mr. Gong can tell whether they are real or fake with just a glance. Who do you think you are to dare to question Mr. Gong? What's more, this auction still needs to be led by Mr. Gong. If all goes well, it is possible to make a few small profits. My son must have been looking for trouble just now. What an idiot. If you offend this person, he will sell it to other families, and you will never have to contact Mr. Gong again. Bang! The more Gudahai thought about it, the angrier he got, so he stepped forward and slapped him. Gu Wei was stunned. Apologize to this gentleman immediately, or I'll suspend all your cards. Gudahai angrily kicked his son on the back of the knee. Gu Wei fell to his knees with a thud. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'm just an idiot. Please don't take me seriously. Gu Wei had never seen his father so angry. If his card was suspended, he would become a useless person. He immediately knelt down tremblingly and apologized to Chen. Sir, I am not a good parent and I am sorry for any offense I may have caused. Please do not take it as an offense. I am willing to add another million to make the deal even better, as an apology to you, sir. Seeing that Chen did not respond, Gudahai quickly bowed and spoke. Since you've asked, let's do this. I should thank him. Chen came back to his senses and said calmly, If it weren't for this rich second generation, maybe Ren Jiaojiao would continue to pester me. Ren Jiaojiao on the side was dumbfounded. She didn't understand how a poor loser like Chen could have such a thing. Seeing Gu Wei going out, he hurriedly chased after him. Mr. Gu, are you okay? Ren Jiaojiao wiped Gu Wei's cheek with concern. It's okay, fuck you. You're such a jinx, it's all your fault for talking too much. Get out of here. I'll beat you up every time I see you. Gu Wei slapped Ren Jiaojiao in the face, then drove away in his sports car. Ren Jiaojiao was left standing on the side of the road with a dazed look on her face. In the trading room, Chen looked at the text message notification of the account arrival on his mobile phone with some disbelief. This series of zeros made him a little confused. Mr. Chen, if you have any antiques in the future, you can contact me at any time. I'll send someone to pick you up. As Gudahai spoke, he handed his business card to Chen. In the antique business, it is an industry rule not to ask about the origin of items. But if he could keep the guests here, no matter what else Chen had in the future, he would still come here. This is also another meaning of the 1 million. You don't have to wait. I have a few ancient coins here. You can take a look and estimate the price. If it's suitable, you can sell them together. Chen took out the dozen or so coins. And the moment Chen took it out, both Mr. Gong and Gu Dahai showed strange expressions on their faces. This is Ryoso Shinizumi? This? Mr. Gong hurried forward to take it and look at it. Sometimes his face was filled with shock, sometimes with confusion. Gu Dahai next to him had the same expression. You two can speak directly if you have anything to say. Chen was somewhat puzzled. Chapter 11. The God of Wealth's Crazy Shopping. Mr. Chen, I'll just say what I want to say. From the perspective of style, these dozen coins all belong to the description of Liang-made Xinchuan coins. But there are very few coins of this kind, and this is the first time I've seen one. More importantly, it's so new. It looks like a current coin. The ancient coins we unearthed all had rust on them. These dozen coins are indeed antiques, but I feel like something is not right. Mr. Gong said to Chen. Chen also understood. These gold ingots and coins might have been in circulation more than 1,000 years ago, so they are naturally different from those unearthed normally. Are you sure this is a coin from ancient Shilong? How much do you know about Shilong country? Chen looked at Mr. Gong in front of him, who seemed to be quite knowledgeable in this area. Liang was the name of a country established in the Hushi region during the 16 Kingdoms period of the Western Jin dynasty. The Liang Zhao Xian Quan coins they minted were the first round coins with a square hole and a country name as the inscription in ancient My Country. To be honest, I'm just guessing, but I can't be sure. So Mr. Chen, I can't give you an estimate of the value right now. If you are at ease, I will take one of the coins back to study. Once I have the result, I will contact you. How about that? Mr. Gong asked Chen. Okay. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Gong. Chen nodded. Now we have so much money, enough to buy sufficient supplies. There is no need to worry about these ancient coins. And if we let Mr. Gong take it back for research, maybe we can further understand the situation in Shilong. Mr. Gu, how about letting Mr. Chen participate in this auction? Mr. Gong glanced at Gu Dahai. Gu Dahai immediately understood what he meant. That's natural. Old Lu, please send this Mr. Chen back. Remember Mr. Chen's address. Go pick him up at the auction. Gu Dahai called the driver to drive his Rolls-Royce over. Chen did not refuse and followed him out. As soon as I walked out the door, I saw Ren Jiao standing on the side of the road waiting for me. Chen, I was wrong. You'll forgive me, right? I'll go home with you and cook for you, okay? Ren Jiao quickly stepped forward and took Chen's arm and acted coquettishly. I'm sorry, we're not familiar with each other. Chen opened the door of the Rolls-Royce and got in. The Rolls-Royce started slowly and drove forward. In the rearview mirror, Ren Jiao slumped on the side of the road again. After getting the money, Chen immediately contacted the previous rice supplier. This time, all the more than 1 million kilograms of rice in the rice merchant's inventory were directly purchased. The boss almost knelt down to Chen. I took the initiative to lower the price to 2 yuan. Chen immediately contacted all the steamed bun shops, Taishan fire-baked bread shops, and bun shops in Tianhai City and ordered 1 million steamed buns, 80,000 fire-baked breads, and 500,000 buns. I also went to the pickle processing factory and bought 8 tons of pickles. Finally, I went to a logistics warehouse and bought 5,000 boxes of bread, 10,000 boxes of instant noodles, and 200,000 sausages and hams. Almost all the bosses bowed and nodded to send Chen, the clearance god of wealth, out. After finishing all this, Chen went home, moved the boxes, and came to the warehouse. This large warehouse covers an area of more than 10,000 square meters and is equipped with automated assembly lines and robotic arms. This is what makes Chen most satisfied. Adjust one end of the assembly line to above the box, and the other end can be controlled and transported by a robotic arm. In this way, the whole process is efficient and labor-saving. Soon, the rice was delivered to the warehouse. After Chen adjusted the assembly line, rice was poured into the boxes continuously. The capital of Shilong. Smoke from cooking fires rose up everywhere, and the aroma of rice filled the air. After having rice, Li Lingwei asked Wu Lai and others to open porridge stalls in many places in the capital to distribute porridge. Finally, the capital's food shortage problem was temporarily alleviated. It smells so good. I've never tasted porridge this good. Shimmy is just different. Yeah, I didn't expect the fairy rice to be salty. After drinking it, my whole body felt warm and I had more energy. Although it's quite watery, after 2 bowls, I'm finally not hungry anymore. I heard it's served twice a day, and I feel alive again. This porridge is soft and sticky and melts in your mouth. If I drink it freely, I can drink 10 bowls of it. This is truly a great favor from the emperor. The people who were drinking the porridge were talking about it. The capital city, which originally seemed like a dead city, now has some vitality and bustle. Your Majesty, you have so much food. Why didn't you take it out earlier? If it had been taken out earlier, so many people wouldn't have starved to death. Yes, if we had this porridge earlier, my father and mother wouldn't have starved to death. No wonder the palace gates were closed some time ago. Maybe the emperor and his men are eating in the palace. This is too much. We are also citizens of Shilong. Our families are fighting to protect Shilong. Your Majesty, why are you doing this? The words of the two young men soon spread among the people of the capital. The people were very excited. The originally orderly queue turned into a scramble when the porridge was distributed for the second time. If the royal guards hadn't tried their best to maintain the situation and hadn't chopped down a few of the troublemakers, there might have been chaos. The imperial palace. The civil and military officials of Shilong standing in the hall all felt as if they were in another world. Since the capital was besieged, the court meetings were normal at the beginning, but gradually became less frequent after the food supply was cut off. Li Lingwei looked at the courtiers. They were all a lot thinner, but fortunately they were still there. Shilong is different from other countries in that it does not have a very strict official organizational structure. When Li Hao founded the country, he relied on the support of the wealthy Dunhuang families in the northwest. At the front is the current Prime Minister Ling Huji. Behind him are 17 officials with 6 surnames: Zhang, Suwa, Song, Linghu, Fan and Yin. After that are officials at all levels. Your Majesty, porridge has been given out many times in the city. All the people have had porridge, and the situation in the barracks has been alleviated. But the hunger that lasts for many days cannot be relieved in 1 or 2 days. Most of the current rice grains have been consumed. I hope Your Majesty can provide some more grain supplies. Zhonglong Tong knelt down and said, "Why is it consumed so quickly? For now, the gods have only given us this much rice. Try to use it sparingly. I don't ask for everyone to have enough food, but I just ask for no one to starve to death. Supply the soldiers on the city walls first. They have to patrol at night and only need 1 meal a day. The civilians in the city can only eat once every 2 days. I am just like the common people," Li Lingwei said with some embarrassment. She also knew that once the porridge started to be distributed, the rice would not last long. They are holding on, and I believe the northern barbarians, the Rurin, outside the city are also holding on. What we are fighting for now is will and belief. This, Your Majesty, there have been rumors spreading throughout the capital lately. The people said that this rice was not sent by God, but was stored in the palace by His Majesty in advance. As for the water flow last time, the palace blocked the well in advance. The well water was full, so the water from the well would gush out later. This matter has caused a great uproar in the city, and the people are resentful. If we reduce the frequency of porridge distribution, I'm afraid, Zhang Tong said hesitantly. Is this true? Li Lingwei was very angry. Thanks to the gods for the food, we can get through this difficult time. The people do not know how to be grateful, but have this kind of idea. What if the gods are angry and no longer protect us in Shilong? Moreover, rumors are spreading throughout the city now, and public resentment and anger are serious. If not controlled, disputes will arise. The people are now temporarily relieved of their food shortage and have some strength left, even more dangerous than before. Thinking of this, Li Lingwei couldn't help but frown. There are many strange things happening recently. First, the eunuchs rebelled and set fire to the palace to send a message, and then the rebels attacked the palace. Now someone is stirring up public resentment again. There must be a mastermind behind this. But who could it be? What benefit would it gain them if the capital of Shilong was breached? Li Lingwei couldn't figure it out. Chapter 12. Forcing the emperor to abdicate. Seeing is believing. Do you think so too? Do you think that the rice was hidden by me? Do you think that the water was blocked by me? Li Lingwei asked the court officials in a cold voice. For a while, you could hear a pin drop in the hall. No one answered, but the silence was deafening. They believe without saying anything. Just like before, when someone questioned whether the emperor's order was given by heaven. Zhang Tong, let me ask you, have you ever seen those rice grains before? Li Lingwei suppressed his anger and asked Zhang Tong. This, I have indeed never seen it before. Zhang Tong was stunned and shook his head quickly. He had seen and tasted these rice grains before. The grains were full, crystal clear, and had a strong rice aroma that he had never seen in his life. Let me ask you again, do we in Shilong have those fine salts? Li Lingwei continued to ask. This has never happened before. A lot of sweat broke out on Zhang Tong's forehead. The fine salt was wrapped in a mysterious force. Although it was only a thin layer, it could not be torn apart. If it was accidentally affected by fire, it would instantly turn into black smoke and disappear. It was once regarded as a wonder by everyone. Since these are things I have never had before, if I am keeping them for myself, where did they come from? Li Lingwei stood up slowly. He glanced at the ministers. This question stumped everyone in the hall. Yes, Your Majesty has never left Kyoto. All the royal items in the palace were purchased by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. If there were such a large reserve, there would definitely be traces and remains, and many people would know about it. How is it possible to store so much rice so quietly? Ahem. Just when the court officials were speechless, Prime Minister Ling Huji stepped forward slowly. Since Your Majesty said it was a gift from the gods, it must be true. I trust Your Majesty, and I believe that all the officials are the same as me. But for the ignorant people in the city, seeing is believing. If Your Majesty could pray to the heavens for food to fall in public, and the people could witness it with their own eyes, perhaps it would be possible to calm the people's resentment, and also prove that Your Majesty's will is granted by heaven and silence the people's gossip. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. Ling Huji said calmly. Li Lingwei looked coldly at the Prime Minister in front of him. I'm so angry that my teeth are itching. From the moment he became emperor, this Prime Minister who had served 3 dynasties had always been hypocritical. Although he did not contradict him openly, he embarrassed himself several times. Li Lingwei himself knew that the founding of Shilong relied on the great families of Dunhuang, all of whom held important positions in the imperial court, and Ling Huji was on good terms with them, so he had to give in again and again. What's the purpose of forcing me like this now? What benefit will they get if Shilong is lost? Li Lingwei was very puzzled, very disappointed. Report. Your Majesty, a large number of people have gathered outside the city. Them. At this time, a royal guard rushed in and looked at the ministers in the hall. He hesitated to speak. Explain. Li Lingwei's face darkened. They said that Your Majesty had previously hidden food in the palace, but did not provide timely relief, causing their relatives to starve to death. They want to ask Your Majesty for an explanation, and have Your Majesty take out all the food in the palace to feed everyone. The royal guard knelt down and said, What should I do? This is going to provoke a civil uprising. If the people start a rebellion, there are tens of thousands of people in the city. With only the troops in the city now, there is no way to resist. There is a large army outside the city besieging it. If they knew that the people inside the city were rebelling, they would definitely take the opportunity to attack the city. Then it would be the end of us. Unless we take out the remaining food and fodder, we can stop the public anger. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Nonsense. Even if Your Majesty keeps it privately, how much can he keep privately? Can it satisfy the needs of the people of the whole city? After listening to the report from the imperial guards, the court officials also began to discuss the matter. Li Lingwei's face gradually became gloomy. The current situation is extremely bad. It would be absolutely impossible if there was no one behind the scenes instigating this. But now is not the time to look for people. If we cannot successfully resolve the current civil unrest in the capital, it may be more dangerous than the city being broken. The imperial power is in jeopardy. Your Majesty, we beg you to pray to the gods for food in public. To righteousness, the emperor. Prime Minister Ling Huji took the lead in kneeling. I second the motion. I second this motion. Your Majesty, please pray to the gods for food in public. Protect the emperor's power and dignity. I second the motion. Led by Ling Huji, all the ministers knelt down in front of Li Lingwei. Li Lingwei looked at the scene in front of him with a grim face. Force the emperor to abdicate. At the beginning of his succession, the court officials were quite dissatisfied with the fact that she, a woman, was the emperor. She knew that they kept saying they were praying to the gods for food, but it was precisely because they did not believe in gods, yet they kept claiming that their imperial mandate was not granted by heaven. They keep saying that they want to righteously honor the emperor, but they are actually telling themselves that their own emperor is not righteous. How ridiculous. At this moment, Li Lingwei finally understood what his father told him before he died. No relatives in heaven. All alone. Don't trust anyone around you easily. Fortunately, I still have God. Having been rescued by gods so many times, she believed that gods would never give up on her. Good. To the temple. I pray to God myself. Li Lingwei walked outside. Since you want to see it, I will let you see it. You don't believe in this destiny, so I will use this destiny to make you speechless. In front of the main hall, all the temple doors and windows were opened. It can be clearly seen from the outside that the hall is empty. Li Lingwei stood respectfully at the front. Standing behind him were civil and military ministers. Behind them were the people selected from the capital. Some of them were merchants, some were nobles, some were poor people, and some were soldiers' families, almost covering the entire identity range of the people in the capital. I am Li Lingwei, the Emperor of Shilong, and I am blessed by the mercy of heaven. Now our Shilong capital is under siege. I hope the gods will give us food again to help us out of this predicament. On behalf of Shilong, on behalf of all the civil and military officials, and on behalf of the people of Shilong, I swear here that I will be pious and offer sacrifices to you for generations. Li Lingwei kowtowed respectfully. The court officials and common people below also knelt down. But after a long time, the hall in front was still empty, and there was no response sound around. Do you think there are gods? Nonsense. How is it possible? If there are gods, why haven't I been promoted even though I burned incense and kowtowed so much before? Yes, if there was a god's blessing, why was the capital besieged by the northern barbarians, Rurin? Besides, the gods don't give us food, so they won't be so stingy, right? The last time they gave us only so much food, the porridge was even watery. But how do you explain the river and the fish that day? There can't be a lake inside the palace, right? The water in the palace has long been gone. Didn't I hear that the emperor had several wells blocked on purpose? Seeing that there was no movement, the ministers began to discuss. The officials of the 6 surnames in front secretly winked at Ling Huji. Ling Huji nodded silently. A barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 13 Chanchun. This is the name of God. At this time, Li Lingwei was kneeling at the front, listening to the whispers of the court officials behind him. However, there was no movement in the hall in front of him, and he couldn't help but become anxious. Could it be that the things I sent last time were really rejected by the gods? But I have tried my best. All the valuables in the palace had been sold to raise military funds due to the lack of military funds and rations during the war. All that was left were some useless calligraphy and paintings and utensils. At that time, the 3 gold ingots and copper coins were found with great difficulty. Only this much money and valuables were found in the entire Shilong imperial palace. For an emperor to have done this could be considered as having reached the end of his rope. If the gods abandoned him today, Li Lingwei couldn't imagine what would happen next. I could only knock my head heavily on the ground a few times. Listen to the silent hall. A feeling of powerlessness surged up from the bottom of my heart. Your Majesty, nothing happened? At this time, a man among the people behind him raised his head and said, Yeah, it seems like the idea of God bestowing food is pure nonsense. Your Majesty, how much food have you hidden? Please share it with us. I am the only one left in our family to protect Shilong. We cannot let our family die out. Another person also shouted loudly. The 2 sang in unison. The people around also started talking about it. Ling Huji saw that the opportunity had come and was about to stand up, but the next moment, he was stunned. At this time, there was a rustling sound in the hall. It was like thousands of ants crawling in the hall. The next moment, a few grains of rice splashed out from the hall. Is this food? Ling Huji looked at the rice grains rolling in front of him in disbelief, not waiting for a reaction. The next moment, countless grains poured out from the hall, like a wave of rice, directly drowning everyone in the rice. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless, watching the scene in amazement. It was not until a lot of rice went into his mouth that he came to his senses. Oh my God, what a food! So much food. This is truly food sent down from heaven. It's a miracle from heaven. God's grace, please protect my Shilong. When the ministers saw this scene, they couldn't help but burst into tears, and many of them just lay down in the rice waves and cried loudly. Most of them just kneel on the ground and kowtow continuously. When the 2 people who were singing the same tune saw this scene, they were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they trembled all over. He kept kneeling down and kowtowing. I was so scared that I couldn't utter a word. Just now, they openly stood up to question the gods, and the next moment, the gods gave them food in public. There is a God above your head, but for just 100 taels of silver, they slandered the gods. The 2 regretted their actions and could only kowtow and pray to God for forgiveness. Prime Minister Ling Huji struggled to get up from the rice waves in a panic. There was rice all over my hair, nostrils, mouth, and ears. Seeing the rolling waves of rice, he was petrified on the spot as if struck by lightning. Actually, there is really a God's blessing? Is all this true? No wonder that night, Ling Huji felt dizzy. He thought he had planned everything perfectly, but he didn't expect that he actually had the blessing of God. How can human plans fight against nature? Looking at the court officials and people around him, they all bowed down in worship because of the miracle of the god giving them food. Pray to the gods for help. Apologize to Li Lingwei. Ling Huji knew that he had lost. Suddenly, his eyes went dark and he staggered to the ground. At this time, Li Lingwei also stood up from the rice waves. Looking at the waves of rice pouring out from the river in front of him, Li Lingwei's tears immediately flowed down. It's like a wronged and helpless child who suddenly has someone to rely on. In an instant, all the grievances, all the worries, all the helplessness, all disappeared. Even the gods know it. He is always by my side. He is a high and mighty God, yet he can be so compassionate and sympathetic to himself. It is difficult to express gratitude for this kindness in words. Chen, this is the name of God. He said he was not God, but from the first moment he helped me, he was my own God. It is my only reliance and support. Arrange for people to store rice and grain immediately. Don't waste any of it. Li Lingwei gave orders loudly to the court officials. Yes. All the court officials knelt down and said. They spoke in unison and with great force. After this miracle, they no longer had any doubts about Li Lingwei's identity as emperor. The emperor's mandate is granted by heaven. No doubt. Wu Lai. Li Lingwei turned and looked at Wu Lai. Exist. Wu Lai took a step forward. Immediately lead the people out of the palace and properly deal with the civil unrest. Anyone who slanders the gods and disturbs the people will be killed without mercy. Li Lingwei spoke to Wu Lai in a domineering manner. Yes. Wu Lai immediately led a group of people and surrounded the group of people and walked out of the palace. In fact, Wu Lai and the others didn't need to say anything. The people who entered the palace and saw this miracle were already impatient to leave. After returning, first slap those who slandered your majesty and the gods. Are you blind? Want to rebel? How dare you question his majesty? How dare you question God? We witnessed with our own eyes the miracle of God providing food. God bless Shilong. God-given imperial decree. Seeing everyone obeying his orders, Li Lingwei felt for the first time what supreme imperial power was. Perhaps from today on, I will be the true emperor of Shilong. All this is thanks to God. Looking at the mountains of rice, Li Lingwei was deeply moved. But what shocked everyone even more was yet to come. Behind this endless flow of rice waves, countless round meat buns appeared. These things are not unfamiliar to Li Lingwei and the imperial guards. Looking at the mountain of meat buns piled up in front of them, everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Oh my God! God, will you send down all the warehouses in the heavenly palace this time? A guard who had eaten meat buns before saw hundreds of thousands of meat buns piled up in front of him and fell to the ground. Their guards had eaten this kind of meat buns. Naturally, you know how delicious and precious this meat bun is. There is meat in here. Sizzling meat. It's so delicious that you can't stop eating. But the gods actually sent hundreds of thousands of them at once. This is enough to feed the soldiers and civilians in the city for several meals. Li Lingwei's breathing also became rapid. They had just collected the rice, and the amount of rice this time was 100 times more than last time. Not to mention supplying the needs of the entire city's citizens and soldiers. Even holding out until spring tomorrow wouldn't be a problem. I just led people to store the rice. Hundreds of thousands of meat buns were delivered again. This god is too. His Majesty. Look, it smells so good. Such a rich aroma. Li Lingwei was shocked. Many imperial guards pointed in the direction of the hall and exclaimed. Li Lingwei looked over quickly. In the hall, countless white balls gathered into a wave and rushed out of the hall. Among these countless white balls, there are also countless yellow cakes. At the same time, a strong aroma of oil spread from the hall. Chapter 14a Mysterious wealthy businessman appears in Tianhai City. Oh my God, this smells like meat. No, how can meat be so fragrant? There's so much oil. This ball is white, soft, and smells like rice. Oh my God, this must be the food that the gods eat. Look, there seems to be stuffing inside this round cake. It's so hot. It smells so good. When these countless steamed buns and meat hot pots came out, even the imperial guards who thought they were knowledgeable were stunned. It took a lot of effort to clean up all the food from the sky. All kinds of colorful pickles came out again. If we say that everyone still knows what these pickles are, the more time passes, the more things will subvert everyone's cognition. Let's not talk about those boxes that are neither hard nor soft. There are also various patterns on it. No one knew what it was. There is also something yellow wrapped in the transparent bag. Finally, a bunch of red, finger-thick soft sticks came out. Even though everyone racked their brains, they still had no idea what these things were used for. Even Li Lingwei looked a little confused after he had people temporarily store all the supplies. Fortunately, when all the supplies were brought in, several pieces of paper appeared at the bottom of the box. Li Lingwei picked it up and looked at it in surprise. There are some pictures above. It is a detailed introduction and eating method of each thing. So, these round white balls are called baozi, and the meat inside is called stuffing, and they have different flavors. Those round cakes are fried in oil? What does fried mean? Instant noodles? Oh my god. It turns out there is something in this box. No, this box seems to be paper, but how can there be such hard paper? There are images on it. Could this animal with a long nose and big ears be the mount of the gods? Tear it open from the jagged part. Let me see. There are really jagged edges. There's something inside. Bread? It smells so good. It has the aroma of rice and is sweet. I've never smelled anything like this before. Ham sausage? Tear off the outer packaging? How do you tear it off? Hey, how did you bite off the head? Li Lingwei is like a curious baby. Look at this, touch that. Following the steps described on the paper, new worlds are opened one by one. Once upon a time, she thought that as the emperor, she had seen all the abundance in the world. But seeing these things in heaven at this time is truly eye-opening. Can these things be stored for a long time? As long as you don't tear open the packaging bag, it can be stored for several months? Li Lingwei looked at the last line of words on the paper. I couldn't help but feel excited. So much food, and it can be stored for such a long time. In this way, even if it takes a few months. But for the troops of the northern Tartars, they must retreat before winter comes. Otherwise, they will be in trouble. In this battle, as long as we can hold on, victory is in sight. The most important thing now is city defense. As winter approaches, the enemy will surely intensify their siege. The smoke from cooking fires in their capital city should also be detected by the enemy. Once they know that there is food in the city, they will not continue the stalemate. The next step will definitely be a massive attack. Success or failure depends on this one move. Wu Lai, immediately arrange for someone to properly guard these foods given by the gods. Be careful of people destroying things. Arrange another team of soldiers to follow me to deliver these meat buns and fire to the military camp. Li Lingwei thought about it and said to Wu Lai, the last time there were rebels and eunuchs causing chaos, she had to be on guard. These gifts from the gods are the last hope for their entire Shilong. Guangming community. It was already evening when Chen returned from the warehouse. Although there was help from automated equipment, it still took a whole day to transport so many supplies. As soon as I arrived at the door, I saw two men in suits standing there. Who are you looking for? Chen was a little surprised. You are Mr. Chen, right? I'm the financial manager of Dotty Bank, and this is your private banker, Li Na. The middle-aged man hurriedly stepped forward and shook hands with Chen. Hello, what's up? Chen was stunned. When did I have a private banker? We saw that 10 million yuan was deposited into your bank account today, so we called you to see if there was anything we could do to help you with investment or financial management, but your phone was unreachable. I am sorry to come to your house to see you. Please don't mind. The financial manager quickly apologized with a smile. Forehead, it's okay, but I've almost spent all the money, and I may spend the rest recently, so I don't need to buy financial products for the time being. Thank you for your help. Chen opened the door and walked in. The financial manager and the personal butler were left looking at each other in bewilderment. It took? That's 10 million. How much can it cost in just one day? Get someone to check it out. The financial manager thought Chen was making excuses to shirk responsibility, and when he was about to knock on the door, he was stopped by the personal butler. Manager, it really cost money. Today alone, I spent more than 7 million. Now there are only more than 2 million left. The exclusive butler said to the manager with eyes wide open. Ah, he bought a house and a car? It's too late. The financial manager was very upset. No, it doesn't seem to be. This. The dedicated butler pulled up the details of the merchant receiving the payment and spoke with a stutter. Why are you stuttering? Show it to me. The financial manager took the tablet with dissatisfaction. The next moment, my jaw almost dropped to the ground. Kaikuzio rice dealer? Paid almost 3 million? Wow. A steamed bun shop cost more than 300,000? There's also a Taishan fire shop? Pickled vegetable factory? Trading company? Isn't this gentleman going to provide disaster relief? There haven't been any major disasters recently. The financial manager's head was buzzing after seeing this. Manager, I watched the live broadcast before. There used to be a lake in Guangming community. It is said that all the water in the lake disappeared overnight. It was suppressed by the TV station, but my third aunt lives in this neighborhood, and everyone in our family knows that aliens have invaded the earth. Since last night, a mysterious wealthy businessman from Tianhai City has bought up all the staple food. As a result, when I went to buy steamed buns, there were none left, not even steamed stuffed buns. Maybe it's this Mr. Chen who is stockpiling supplies. The exclusive consultant lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously. Aliens invade Earth? Looking at the serious subordinate in front of him, the financial manager's mouth twitched. Banks will have to raise their recruitment standards in the future. It's better not to recruit such brainless people in the future. And aliens? Do you think my Chinese army is here to eat and do nothing? Anyone who offends our Earth will be punished no matter how far away they are. Go back first. You must pay close attention to Mr. Chen's account movements. You must do so and respond to every request. The financial manager and his advisor left unwillingly. After Chen Chun returned to the room, he looked at the remaining balance and did not regret it at all. Whether it is what we learned from Mr. Gong or the magical thing about this box, it can prove the truth of this matter. I believe that anyone would be the same as me. And those supplies are enough to last for a while. Chen Chen thought about it and went back to the computer, wanting to find out more about what was happening in Shilong. But after searching for a long time, I found that there is not much valuable information on the internet. The Western Liang Kingdom was just one of the 16 kingdoms at that time. It existed for too short a time. In addition, due to the subsequent invasion of the 5 barbarians and social unrest, not many documents were preserved. Chen Chen thought about it and looked up the most scarce supplies in ancient wars. It was discovered that in addition to the necessary food and water, herbs were also very important and in short supply. There were no modern medical conditions in ancient times. Many minor injuries can result in death if not treated promptly. Even non-combat casualties can reach more than half. The capital of Shilong should have some herbs, right? I don't know the specific situation now. Since we can exchange letters, why don't you ask? In this way, the remaining money can be used most efficiently. Chen Shan was a little annoyed. I should have asked directly a long time ago. I quickly printed it out in traditional Chinese and put it in the box. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 15. Lack of medicine. No way to save the situation. The capital of Shilong. Li Lingwei and his guards brought a lot of meat buns and meat hot pot. Although porridge had been distributed in the military camp before, it was only enough to sustain life, and it was still difficult to get enough to eat. When the soldiers in the military camp held the steaming hot buns in their hands, they could hardly believe it. Many people even shed tears instantly. If their brother could make it this far, everything would be fine. My fellow soldiers, we in Shilong will definitely remember those who died. Our battle is not over yet. There will be more severe tests ahead. We must defend this city at all costs to be worthy of our brothers who died. From now on, all the food in the capital will be supplied to the military camp first. You must restore your combat effectiveness as soon as possible. Defend the city. Revenge. Li Lingwei said to everyone. Defend the city. Revenge. Defend the city. Revenge. Hearing Li Lingwei's words, all the soldiers shouted in unison. In the past battles to defend the city, they had felt too unwilling. It's not that they can't win, but because they have no water or food, they can only watch their brothers die. In fact, those who survived were precisely those who did not rush to die in the battle. It was their brothers who died for them. If they lose the capital again, how will they face their brothers in the afterlife? What's more, now we have food and drink. Those northern barbarians are going to try to attack the city again. Everyone, cheer up. Get in line for dinner. His Majesty said that there will be enough food this time. The Deputy General shouted loudly. Soon, the soldiers in the barracks took action. The previous depressed mood was swept away. Li Lingwei walked into the big tent. What's the situation in the military camp now? What unusual movements have the enemy made? Li Lingwei asked General Ma Guowei. While we were cooking in the capital, some enemy personnel were active. They must have been trying to find out about our situation, but we were keeping a close eye on them and they failed. After the rice porridge was provided last time, the hunger of most soldiers was alleviated. But the most important thing is the wounded. The situation is not optimistic. Many of our soldiers were injured during the enemy's siege. We have run out of herbs and are short of food. Even if we give them the last bit of food in our barracks first, it will still be? Even my deputy general is probably in danger. Ma Guowei's face was full of worry. How so? Have you searched all the pharmacies in the capital? Li Lingwei asked quickly. All the herbs are gone, and many of them were looted by the people in the city after they ran out of food. Most people now have high fevers and may not survive. Ma Guowei shook his head. In the case of injuries, if the high fever does not subside, it means that the wound has become severely infected. At this point, even if there are herbal medicines, it is too late. Take me to see it. Li Lingwei said to Ma Guowei. Your Majesty, their condition has worsened and they are likely to be contagious. I also put them in one place for isolation. Your Majesty, please don't go. Ma Guowei quickly stopped Li Lingwei. You have isolated them separately. Are you trying to prevent the plague? What are you going to do if they have an outbreak of plague? Li Lingwei asked Ma Guowei. Ma Guowei sighed. As a general, how could he not know this? Now we are surrounded by enemy forces. People die every day, especially the injured bodies. If they are not handled properly, an epidemic may easily break out. In extraordinary times, he had to take extraordinary measures. Li Lingwei came to the isolated tent. Looking at the scene in front of him, he felt a little shaky. At this time, on one side of the camp, there were a lot of corpses piled up. The body was surrounded by firewood. There are some traces of burial nearby. Your Majesty, before, we tried our best to bury it, but the brothers were out of water and food and couldn't dig at all. We don't have enough manpower at the back, and we have to keep an eye on the enemy's movements. All we can do is... Ma Guowei looked at the pile of corpses. Li Lingwei also understood. The soldiers defending the city were already weak, and asking them to bury the bodies would probably only tire more people to death. Even if there was rice and food later, the number of defenders on the city wall was already insufficient. There are no extra troops to deal with this. Burning it is the most labor-saving and simple way. The food shortage crisis facing the people in the city has now been alleviated. I will arrange for someone to handle these matters as soon as possible. In addition, I will also arrange to recruit able-bodied men from the city as soon as possible to supplement the city's defense forces. Li Lingwei said to Ma Guowei. Now, she has established absolute credibility of imperial authority in the city through the food granted by the gods. Believe that these things will not be a problem. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ma Guowei nodded. If someone takes over the logistics and recruits more soldiers, they can concentrate on defending the city and resisting the enemy. Don't thank me. I have responsibilities too. If it weren't for the gods' blessing this time, I'm afraid no matter what we do, it will be useless. Let's go in and take a look. Li Lingwei took Ma Guowei in. At this time, the tents were full of soldiers. Some of them had festering wounds, some had broken arms, and some were wrapped in bandages. But the entire tent was silent, and they no longer had the strength to even wail. They all lay there waiting to die. The wounds of many people had even rotted away, and the ground was covered with blood and pus. Although Li Lingwei had been prepared before coming, his stomach still churned when he saw the scene in front of him. Your Majesty, they are all aware of their situation and have already gone on a hunger strike. Leave the food for the brothers who can survive. When we brought the porridge over before, they refused to drink any of it. I really couldn't do anything about it. Ma Guowei said while holding back tears. Get some rice porridge right now. This is my order. Everyone must drink it. Now we have food. God has given us a lot of food. Lots and lots of food. Enough for all of us to eat for a long time. None of you can disobey my order. Li Lingwei said anxiously to the people behind him. Many people immediately ran out to make arrangements. Brothers, His Majesty is here to see you. Listening to Li Lingwei's words, Ma Guowei spoke loudly to everyone. He knows. Maybe he couldn't save these brothers, but it would be a great comfort to them that His Majesty could come to see them in person. His Majesty, we have failed to live up to Your Majesty's trust. At this time, a deputy general struggled to get out of bed, but stumbled and fell to the ground. Get up. You all lie down. Li Lingwei hurried forward to support him. This is Ma Guowei's deputy general. A few days ago, some enemies tried to climb up the city wall. While he was patrolling, he discovered them and repelled them. But because of exhaustion, he was stabbed in the back by the enemy. It was nothing at first, just a rap, but later the wound became festered and became more and more serious. Now it has developed into a high fever that won't go away. It's too late to save the situation. You have not let me down, and you have not let Shilong down. I am sorry for you. From now on, I order you to eat and drink water. We must believe that the gods will protect us in Shilong. You'll be fine, Li Lingwei said to everyone. After saying this, he did not hesitate any longer and immediately set off for the palace. But this time, she knelt in front of the box in a daze, but did not speak for a moment. Chapter 16. Don't listen to their experts' nonsense. From the water at the beginning to the food later on, Shilong owed the gods too much. When I was most helpless, the gods sent me food. Later, because of food shortage, he prayed to God, and God agreed. He was forced to the palace to beg for food by everyone, and the gods helped him again. But what have you given to the gods? A jade pendant, 3 gold ingots, and a dozen copper coins? When I thought about it, I felt a little embarrassed. Not to mention, now I have to ask the gods for herbs. What do I think of the gods? And if I ask again, will the gods agree to my request? Li Lingwei was a little nervous, even a little timid. But thinking of the soldiers who were about to die, he had no choice but to risk his reputation. If the gods are dissatisfied or have any punishment, please put it all on me, the emperor. Li Lingwei no longer hesitated and went to the table to start writing. He wrote down in detail to the gods the current predicament of Shilong City, especially the fact that the soldiers were short of herbs. I was about to put the letter into the box, but I found a piece of paper at the bottom of the box. Was it sent by the gods? Li Lingwei quickly picked it up. Now that the troops are trapped in the capital, there must be many injured soldiers. What is the medical situation and herb reserves in the city? Li Lingwei couldn't help but read it out loud. This is what God said to me? It turns out that the gods have always been thinking about them, Shilong. But God's words don't sound superior at all. Why do they sound like a brother? Li Lingwei bit her lips lightly. She was somewhat flattered by the god's proactive greeting. The original concerns disappeared. He respectfully put the letter he had written at the bottom of the box. This letter contains detailed information about the current situation in the barracks and the urgently needed medicinal materials. Have no idea. How will the gods help me this time? Watching the letter disappear, Li Lingwei could hardly suppress the anticipation in his heart. Should we send the herbs directly? Or make herbs grow everywhere in the capital overnight? Or should he just wave his hand and heal all the soldiers? Even the dead soldiers came back to life? Bah, bah, bah. What on earth are you thinking about? Li Lingwei blushed. It is already precious that God can bestow so many things upon me. Moreover, it is said that revealing the secrets of heaven will lead to divine punishment. The gods helping me in this way may also be a huge risk. How can we interfere too much in human affairs? You still have to rely on yourself for everything. Li Lingwei clenched his fists tightly. Guangming community. Chen finished washing up and was getting ready for bed. Although I didn't have to do any work these days, I am still very tired. Before going to bed, I went to see if there was any reply, and sure enough, I saw a letter. Chen sat down cross-legged on the bed, but his expression gradually became serious. From the letter, we can know that there are no herbs left in the capital city at present. Even if there are military doctors, there is nothing they can do. What's more troublesome is that many soldiers have been suffering from high fever for many days. This is clearly a symptom of infection. If it is not treated in time, it may be dangerous. Thinking of this, Chen immediately jumped off the bed. He put on some clothes at random and ran to the 24-hour pharmacy outside the community. He knows. Every minute you delay is 1 minute more of danger over there. I want alcohol disinfectant, iodine, saline, and all anti-inflammatory drugs. Chen said breathlessly to the clerk who was lying on the counter in a daze. Tell me slowly, how much do you want? If it's serious, don't do it yourself. It's better to go to the hospital immediately. The clerk looked at Chen's panic and thought something had happened. As many as you can get. Swipe the card. Chen said quickly. Don't be ridiculous. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. The clerk looked at Chen with some dissatisfaction, thinking that he was just looking for trouble so late at night. I often encounter strange people when I work the night shift. A few days ago, a drunk man said he would buy the pharmacy and let me be the boss. I'm serious. Our company wants to organize people to go into the mountains for training. There is a possibility of injury and physical discomfort, so we want to prepare in advance. But I almost forgot. I need it tomorrow, so I rushed to buy it. Chen quickly made up an excuse. Real? Are you from Guangming community? Are you storing medicine in advance for the aliens? The clerk asked suspiciously. Don't listen to their experts. When have experts ever been reliable? You have to believe in science. The property owner stole the water and sold it. Chen said with a solemn vow. Okay, but I can't use the medical insurance. Normally, such a large quantity of medicine cannot be transported like this, not to mention there are many prescription drugs in it. The clerk saw that Chen didn't seem to be joking, so he agreed for the sake of his commission. The pharmacy had sufficient supplies, and Chen carried a few boxes of medicine back. Although the Shilong emperor asked for herbal medicine, the Chinese medicine store was closed at night. What's more, Western medicine works quickly. These drugs and treatments should be more effective. But when Chen was about to send these supplies over, he became worried. Not only did the ancients not know how to use these things, they even didn't know how to deal with knife wounds themselves. I just happened to see the tablet computer on the table. It's a delight. This flower is a tablet computer, which I bought for Ren Jiao with my first month's salary when I just graduated. But Ren Jiao disliked it because it was not a fruit brand and felt cheap to use. Chen has been using it himself. Chen fully charged his tablet computer and downloaded a lot of videos and instructions on wound treatment from the internet. I was worried that they might not understand, so I wrote some explanations and instructions. They were put into the box along with the medicines. These drugs can't treat too many people, but if you buy medicine in bulk, it will be more troublesome. If we continue to buy like this, aliens will invade the Earth. It seems we have to think of a solution. Chen stroked his chin and pondered. How about opening a pharmacy yourself? This will make it easier to deal with supply channels. As for materials, if we supply them later, maybe it would be more convenient to have a trading company, and we could save a lot of money on the price. You can start your own business and supply Shilong at the same time. Let's ask around tomorrow. Now that Chen had a plan, he felt more relaxed. Only then did he fall asleep. Shilong Palace. Li Lingwei lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. I would go check the box almost every once in a while. Ever since the miracle happened in this bedroom, Li Lingwei turned it into a temple, and no outsiders were allowed to enter except himself. Even the big hole on the roof caused by water flow was preserved. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. Your Majesty, it is late at night. You can get some sleep. We are watching here. If there is any movement, we will report it to you immediately. Wu Lai said as he and the royal guards were guarding outside. I can't sleep. When I think of the appearance of those soldiers, my heart aches. Li Lingwei waved his hand. But you have also. Boom. Well, I was about to say something when a thumping sound came from the box. Chapter 17. The magic weapon took the person in. What's going on? Li Lingwei ran over quickly. When I opened the box, I saw many bottles, jars, transparent tubes, and some small boxes inside. And there's something that glows. Li Lingwei was a little confused. I asked the gods for some herbs. What did they give me? Tentatively, he picked up the glowing object. I saw that this thing was square and very hard, as if it was made of iron. One side was still glowing, and on it there was a... So cute. This must be the god's pet. When Li Lingwei saw the picture of the cat on the screen, she felt her heart melted by the cuteness. He accidentally tapped the screen and the cat suddenly disappeared, which scared Li Lingwei so much that he almost threw the tablet away. He quickly and carefully put it aside. What are these? Could it be a magical weapon of the gods? If we use this glowing mirror to shine on those soldiers, will they be healed? Or did the gods place their pets in here so that they can heal illnesses as long as they are released? Li Lingwei looked at the things in front of him and guessed. When I came back to the box, I found a few pieces of paper sent by the gods inside. These are medicines used to treat diseases. Operate the glowing object according to the following instructions. Find a military doctor and follow the steps for treatment. First, randomly touch the screen that triggers the light, then click on a yellow square on the desktop. Desktop? Order a table? Li Lingwei recited while following the flowchart drawn by Chen. Knocked on the table. But nothing happens. It took me a long time to realize that I might have made a wrong choice, and then I found the folder icon on the screen that was exactly the same as the one God had drawn. With a light click, the scene changed and Li Lingwei was startled. A number of densely packed black squares appeared on the screen. Tap gently from left to right, in order. Li Lingwei looked at the letter from God and tentatively clicked on the first square. The first lesson in wound treatment, debridement. The next moment, a huge voice rang out. Almost at the same time, a person appeared on the screen. Ah! Li Lingwei was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly. His Majesty! What's wrong? At this time, Wu Lai and others heard something and ran in from outside the hall. Just now, Your Majesty was the only one in the hall. How could there be a man's voice? There's an assassin? It is a magical weapon from the gods. Li Lingwei pointed at the table with some fear. The sound continued. But this incredible and extremely strange thing is something they cannot understand no matter what. Even if they knew that this was something sent by the gods, they would not harm them. But under the sound as loud as a bell, they still had the urge to fall to the ground and kowtow. In order to reduce unnecessary operations as much as possible, Chen deliberately turned up the volume of the tablet computer, but he didn't expect that this would scare Li Lingwei and the others. It took a long time. Under the cover of Wu Lai and others, Li Lingwei bravely approached the table. It seems that the magic weapon of the gods only makes noises and causes the appearance of villains, with no other risks. Oh my god, could it be that the gods have used magic weapons to collect people inside? This person is a bit strange. Look at his clothes, all white, with a white cloth covering his mouth and a white hat on his face. Maybe it's a god from heaven, otherwise how could it shrink and fit in there? We can actually understand what the gods say. Look, the gods seem to be healing people. Oh my god. The wounded man has no arms or legs and is motionless. Wu Lai and the others were so shocked by the scene on the screen that they were speechless. This is the god explaining to us the healing process in heaven. We were told to do it. Li Lingwei on the side suddenly realized it. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Take all these things with you and follow me to the military camp. Li Lingwei reacted immediately and asked everyone to move all the things onto the carriage, rushed quickly towards the military camp. And at this time, in the wounded camp, Ma Guowei was sitting on the ground with a look of despair on his face, tightly holding the deputy general's hand. Brother, you have to hold on. We still have a lot to accomplish together. Ma Guowei kept talking to the deputy general, but the deputy general had almost no response. This deputy general was a fellow villager who joined the army with him. With their bravery and unparalleled fighting power, the two of them soon became the backbone of the military camp. They had all been injured a lot before, but we all got through it. But now, due to the lack of herbs, he was about to lose his life from an inconspicuous wound. Ma Guowei was so distressed that he almost collapsed. Not to mention, there are so many brothers around me who are also suffering from the same reason. The sound and breath gradually became weaker and disappeared. This feeling of powerlessness almost drove him crazy. Now that everyone has drunk the porridge and has regained some strength, as long as they have the herbs, they can definitely make it through. Brother Ma, from now on, Shilong will be handed over to you. The deputy general shook his hands vigorously. He knew that even if he drank the porridge and regained his strength, he would not be able to survive without medicine. No. Brother, hold on. Hold on, all of you. His Majesty said that we in Shilong have the protection of the gods, and you will definitely get better. Ma Guowei burst into tears, pounding the ground hard. Although he was also shocked by the miracle of God's bestowal of food, Ma Guowei did not quite believe it in his heart. But at this moment, we can only place our hopes on God. Quick! The military doctor comes immediately. Hurry up! At this time, Li Lingwei's hurried voice came from outside. Before Ma Guowei could leave, Li Lingwei had already walked in with some people carrying some things. Your Majesty, you are? There were still traces of tears on Ma Guowei's face. There's help. God has given us medicine and methods to treat it. Our soldiers are saved. Li Lingwei said to Ma Guowei excitedly. At this time, several military doctors were also brought in. Li Lingwei took out a tablet computer and demonstrated it to everyone, which scared everyone again. It was with great difficulty that he managed to calm down the people who were on high alert and hold their weapons. Li Lingwei then began to demonstrate to everyone. Halfway through, she had already mastered the use of the tablet computer according to the method Chen wrote for her. After Li Lingwei's explanation, everyone began to learn from the gods' magic weapons with awe in their hearts, according to the gods' explanations. Can you understand the way God speaks? How do you feel? Li Lingwei asked several military doctors. Your Majesty, to be honest, although we have been practicing medicine for many years, we are still unsure about these things. The process of scraping off the rotten flesh with a knife and applying medicine is quite similar to ours, but the medicine is very different. We use herbal medicine, but the gods are talking about this thing, amoxicillin, headbag, etc. I don't know what it is. This is used for disinfection before we start. They say they use alcohol or something. What is disinfection? And they actually use a needle to inject that weird named liquid into the human body. There are some words like infection and anti-inflammatory, which I don't understand. Several military doctors were also hesitant. None of them dared to try. His Majesty, let me. If it weren't for the food provided by the gods, we brothers wouldn't have survived until now. I believe that God will not harm us. You can try it on me. If it works, then use it on the brothers. If it doesn't work, it's my own problem. At this time, the deputy general on the side struggled to get up. He doesn't want to die. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, he will fight for it. There is no time to lose. Do it immediately. Li Lingwei nodded. Soon, several military doctors treated the deputy general's wounds according to the procedures in the video. Finally, he followed the instructions, compared the strokes and structure of each character, and selected the medicine for the deputy general. The deputy general fell into a deep sleep. Everyone waited quietly. The night passed quickly. The deputy general still showed no signs of waking up. Ma Guowei couldn't help but feel anxious and tentatively tried it on the deputy general's forehead. The next moment, the whole person trembled violently. He tried it again with his hand in disbelief, with a look of ecstasy on his face. Chapter 18 Miraculous Medicine. Miraculous. A true god. Retreat. I don't have a fever anymore. Ma Guowei suppressed his surprise and spoke to everyone in a low voice. I was afraid of waking up the deputy general who was resting. Hearing Ma Guowei's beast-like roar, everyone quickly gathered around. The military doctor felt the deputy general's pulse and breathed a sigh of relief. The general's pulse has temporarily stabilized. It looks like his life is safe now. He will recover after a few days of treatment. The medicine of God is really so magical. The military doctor sighed. Quick. There is no time to lose. Immediately treat all the wounded soldiers in the wounded camp, quickly. The amount of medicine is limited now. God said that it will only be effective if taken for several days in a row, so let the critically injured take it first. Li Lingwei quickly spoke to several military doctors. Seeing that the god's methods were so effective, Li Lingwei finally felt relieved. At this moment, she was so grateful to God that she could not express it in words. After returning to the palace, he knelt down 3 times and kowtowed 9 times in front of the box respectfully. She never thought that the box left by her father could actually save their Shilong. But I don't know why. From the very beginning, the feeling that the gods gave her was not the kind of love that came from a father, nor the kind of mercy that came from the gods on high. More like a brother, a confidant, and a friend. But this is how it happens. This made Li Lingwei feel even more indebted. How can I just keep asking for things without giving anything in return? But there is nothing valuable in the palace now. Li Lingwei was in a difficult situation. Looking at the box, my face suddenly turned red for some reason. She suddenly remembered that the gods seemed to have taken not only the gold ingots and copper coins, but also her dragon robe and belly band. Could it be that the gods like their own clothes? Thinking of this, Li Lingwei's cheeks turned hot, because she knew that the belly band had just been taken off her body, with my own body temperature. After that, the gods suddenly sent him a lot of supplies through boxes, solving his urgent needs. This box has been passed down for many years, and there has never been such a bizarre situation before. Could it be that God is coming for me? Li Lingwei's nose was covered with sweat. She bit her lips lightly, feeling mixed emotions. Although I was willing to sacrifice my life to pray to God before. But to become a woman of God? Li Lingwei's face suddenly turned red. No, what if I was wrong? Li Lingwei shook his head. But the god had indeed taken his belly band away and had not yet returned it to him. What to do? Although ascending to heaven is a good thing, I still want to develop Shilong step by step. Or write a letter to God and ask. But how can I say such a thing? Li Lingwei's face turned red with shame. Sometimes he sat in a daze, sometimes he stood up and walked back and forth. Although she was the emperor of Shilong, she was, after all, just a 20-year-old woman. But her responsibilities as an emperor left her no time to think about these things. But at this moment, love began to blossom. It's like something inside my heart has been released. Tianhai City. Shuyu Noble Pharmacy. Chen walked out helplessly. This was the 7th pharmacy he had inquired about. After all, the amount of medicine he delivered that night was limited, and with so many wounded soldiers it would probably run out soon, and the fighting would have to continue. The demand for medicines is only increasing. However, Chen went to 7 stores in a row but failed to buy a large amount of medicine. When they heard that Chen was buying drugs in large quantities, many store clerks became suspicious and almost called the police. After all, many of these drugs have huge side effects. If someone buys them to commit suicide, the pharmacy may also be held responsible. Ding-ling-ling. Just when Chen was speechless, the phone rang. It was Mr. Gu from the antique shop who called. Mr. Chen, the appraisal report of that ancient bronze coin has come out. Mr. Gong wants to see you. Are you home now? If it's convenient, I'll ask the driver to pick you up. Gudahai said to Chen Shun. I'm outside. I'll just go over there. Chen Shun said quickly. He is also very concerned about the progress of copper coin identification. After all, this copper coin is the one that best reflects the information of a dynasty. When Chen Shun took a taxi to the antique shop, Mr. Gong and Gudahai were already waiting inside. Seeing Chen Shun come in, the two stood up almost at the same time. Mr. Chun, this is the appraisal report. I asked someone to analyze it using an X-ray fluorescent spectrometer, and it has been confirmed that this is a coin from around 400 years ago. Based on the production process, we can be sure that these Liangzhou Xinchuan are real, Mr. Gong said to Chen Shun with some excitement. That's good. I wonder what the value of this Liang-made Xinchuan copper coin is? Chen Shin asked as he flipped through the report. Let me put it this way. So far, we have only unearthed 33 new Liangzhou coins in China, and they are all treasured in museums around the world. Speaking of which, perhaps the value of a single Liangzhou Xian Quan is not very high, but its historical research value is very huge. I wonder where Mr. Chen got these 12 Liang-made new copper coins? Are there any other coins? Mr. Gong asked impatiently. To be honest, the lake in the community dried up, so I joined in the fun and found it at the bottom of the lake. Chen Shun touched his nose. The lake is dry? I've heard about that incident too. I thought it was a gimmick deliberately created by the community to increase housing prices, but I didn't expect it to be true. I heard it was done by aliens. Mr. Gong was a little surprised. Chen Shun was confused. This matter is getting worse and worse. On the other hand, Gudahai looked Chen Shun up and down but didn't say anything. What is going on in Shilong? I didn't find much information on the internet. How much do you know? Chen Shun asked Mr. Gong. I don't know much about the details. During that period, the 5 barbarians invaded China and China was in chaos. There are very few materials and cultural relics left, but I know an expert on the 16 Kingdoms period. He has also heard about the copper coins and will come over during the auction. If you want to know, I can introduce Mr. Chun. Mr. Gong said to Chen Chun. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Gong. You don't have to be so polite in the future. Just call me Xiao Chun. You are a master in the antique world. I will inevitably ask you for more advice in the future. Chen Shin bowed and said to Mr. Gong. Okay. Mr. Gong didn't expect Chen Shun in front of him to be so polite. I couldn't help but appreciate it even more. Mr. Chen, I would like to discuss cooperation with you regarding these Liang-made new coins. I wonder what your intention is? At this time, Gudahai on the side also spoke. Chapter 19 From now on, you are my big brother. Cooperate? Chen Chen asked. Good. We want to auction your 12 coins. All the proceeds will belong to you. We won't even charge you for the service fee. Of course, our company will give you a guaranteed fee of 1 million in advance. If the auction price is higher than the guaranteed price, the excess will be fully refunded. If it is lower than the guaranteed price, you will not lose money. Gudahai explained. Chen Shin thought about it and realized that even if he sold it himself, he might not be able to get a high price. If it is through an auction, at least the price can be guaranteed to be authentic. Also, Mr. Chun, the auction has been postponed. We didn't expect that this thing is actually Liangzhou Xinchuan. To be honest, although the price of this kind of coin is not too high, its actual archaeological value is greater than its intrinsic value. However, due to the extremely small number of its surviving pieces and the scarcity of relevant information, it has always been one of the most popular varieties among ancient coin enthusiasts. So we plan to raise the standard of this auction. Speaking of which, I have to thank Mr. Chun for his gift this time. Gudahai explained to Chen Chun. You're welcome. Chen Chun handed over the remaining coins. The phone then received a notification that 1 million had arrived. With this money, I can buy some medicinal herbs and send them over. By the way, I want to buy some medicine. Can you help me think of a solution? Chen Chun asked Gudahai. Gudahai has been able to achieve such successful business so far. Perhaps he has connections in the relevant field. By medicine, are you sick? Gudahai was a little surprised. Why doesn't he go to the pharmacy to buy medicine? I plan to stock up on some medicines, but because the quantity is huge, ordinary pharmacies can't buy them. Chen Shun said truthfully. So that's how it is. That's easy. I have a pharmaceutical company. If you need any medicine, I can just ask someone to deliver it to you. Gudahai smiled. You own a pharmaceutical company? Chen Shun was a little puzzled. Isn't this Gudahai in front of us doing antique business? Mr. Chun may not know this. In our antique business, we relied on the older generation to make our living. Few of the antiques we have now are genuine. They are just to maintain our connections. We are involved in many industries. Gudahai smiled and said a few simple words. Okay, thank you very much. I want a large quantity, and I'll give it to you at the market price. Chen nodded. Anyway, the problem of giving the medicine has been solved. These days, you can't accomplish anything without some connections. No, those medicines, no matter the price, I don't charge a penny. How about I just ask you a small favor? Gudahai waved his hands quickly. You say. Chen nodded. In the future, if you have other antiques, whether they are calligraphy and paintings or old objects, please come to us first. That's all. Gudahai smiled slightly. In his opinion, how could these ancient coins made in Liang dynasty be picked up from the lake? How come you were the only one who picked it up among so many people? He believed that this Chen must have a background. It could be passed down from ancestors, or it could be from a family of tomb robbers. But none of that matters. The important thing is, as long as we keep Chen as our thread, there will be room for development in the future. No problem. Mr. Gu, you are too polite. Chen thought about it, and felt that this matter would not be bad for him, and he could also make some connections, which was also a good thing. Dad, why did you ask me to come here? At this moment, Gu Wei walked in with a swollen cheek. Brother Chen, you are here too? Hey, where are you going? I send you. When Gu Wei saw Chen was there, he immediately understood what his father meant and ran over immediately. After returning home that night, he was almost hung up and beaten to death by his father. He also learned about Chen's identity and importance from his father. Seeing Chen's compliments at this time, it turned out that they were not all fake. But Gu Wei's flattering tone frightened Chen. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. But you shouldn't hit someone who smiles at you. Facing Gu Wei at this moment, I really can't say anything harsh. No, I'm not used to riding in a sports car. Chen teased Gu Wei. Dad, give me the keys to your Maybach quickly. Brother Chen doesn't like my sports car. Gu Wei immediately said to his father. Of course he knew what Chen meant. I'll sell that sports car right away. Chen didn't expect Gu Wei to be so stubborn, so he got into the car. But he was worried that driving into the community would be too conspicuous, so he asked Gu Wei to park the car at the gate of the community and walked in himself. As soon as I entered the corridor, I saw Ren Jiao sitting on the steps waiting for me. Why are you here? Chen frowned. Chen, please don't be so mean to me. I haven't had any food for several days. My brother took all the money from my card. Now I haven't paid the rent and have been kicked out. Can you, for the sake of our past friendship, let me stay with you for a while? We have been together for so long after all. Ren Jiao said pitifully. Damn bitch. Brother, don't listen to him. At this moment, there was a sound of brakes. Gu Wei ran over panting. After Chen got off the car, he wanted to quietly identify his eldest brother's door, but he happened to see Ren Jiao there. He jumped over immediately. When Ren Jiao saw Gu Wei coming, her face turned pale. How dare you harass my brother, you slut? Brother, you don't know. When she was with me, she often said you were a poor loser. She was just blind. Last time it was because of her that we were at odds with each other. Gu Wei said to Chen. After saying that, he stood in front of Chen. You don't have money? Your brother spent more than 100,000 yuan on me to buy a junkie car, and I also rented your house for you and paid the rent for half a year. Kicked out? I'll kick you out. Get out of here now. Gu Wei stretched out his thick palm and gestured. Ren Jiao was dumbfounded. She had been sure that Chen was soft-hearted and that she would soon become a multimillionaire, but she did not expect to meet Gu Wei here. Ren Jiao looked at Chen with the last glimmer of hope. There is no relationship between us anymore. Please leave. Chen shook his head. Did you hear that? My eldest brother told you to get out. If I see you harassing my eldest brother again, I will kill you. Gu Wei kicked Ren Jiao. At this moment, Ren Jiao wanted to die. I thought Chen was a loser, but I didn't expect that as soon as I left him, he became a big shot and received 10 million in his account all at once. 10 million. Even Gu Wei's father was polite to him. Now even Gu Wei has become his little brother. Why can't I wait? If I had waited one more day, the 10 million would be mine now. Ren Jiao felt extremely regretful. But then I was filled with doubts. I have been with Chen for so many years, but I never noticed that he had those things. Could it be that Vixen sent it? Chapter 20. The magic weapon has no more power. Brother, this kind of woman deserves to be punished. I'll chase you away. If you have any questions, just call me anytime. I'll be there whenever you call. While Ren Jiao was thinking, Gu Wei pulled her hair and kicked her out. Chen was a little amused. It was really thanks to Gu Wei, otherwise I would have been deceived by Ren Zhaojiao again. Ding ling ling. As soon as Chen entered the door, the phone rang. It was Gu Dahai who had the medicines that Chen needed delivered to the warehouse door. I'll be right there. Chen didn't delay and went out immediately. The capital of Shilong. In the palace hall. Your Majesty, in just 2 days, the city has recruited more than 10,000 soldiers. All the young and strong men in the city have come. As soon as we announced the recruitment, so many people signed up enthusiastically that we were shocked. Now someone is guarding the city. Wu Lai said to Li Lingwei with excitement on his face. That's natural. Before, the people didn't see any hope and didn't have the energy, so they naturally wouldn't participate. Now that we know that the gods are blessing us, the people in the city are united, sharing the same hatred for the enemy, and there is sufficient food as a backup, everyone will be willing to take the initiative to participate. Otherwise, the city will be destroyed and everyone will die. Li Lingwei said with a smile. This was within her expectations. Yes, there is enough food now. It has been distributed regularly every day according to your instructions. Order in the city has gradually been restored, and many shops have reopened. And Your Majesty, this is a small jar of wine sent by those 2 people who slandered the gods last time. I specifically pray to Your Majesty to offer them to the gods on their behalf, asking for their forgiveness and not to bring trouble to their families. They were being manipulated by someone at the time. Wu Lai took out a jar of wine. Who ordered it? Bring those 2 in. I will interrogate them myself, Li Lingwei said in a cold voice. At that time, if those 2 people had not stood up and questioned publicly, things would not have turned out so badly. After delivering the wine at the city gate, the 2 of them committed suicide. I have tasted the wine, and it is not poisoned, Wu Lai said slowly. I understand. Li Lingwei took a deep breath. Without them telling her, she naturally knew that the 2 men were being instructed by someone. Moreover, they were hiding wine when the whole city was short of water. I'm afraid the conspiracy behind this is more powerful than I thought. Li Lingwei couldn't help but frown. Who was the mastermind behind this? The prime minister could be a possibility, and so could people from those big families. But they shouldn't do this. Why do they do this? If the city is captured, everyone will die. What good will that do? Could it be that some people from Rurin have sneaked in? Now that everyone in the city is united, I'm afraid they won't dare to make any moves. The most important thing right now is to defend the capital. Just hold on for half a month. Half a month later, the northern barbarians Rurin will definitely withdraw their troops. Thinking of this, Li Lingwei felt somewhat relieved. By the way, how are the wounded soldiers doing? Li Lingwei asked Wu Lai. The effect of the medicine was very good. There were 1,803 injured people and 1,679 were saved. Those people were all seriously injured and there was really no way they could be saved. This treatment ratio is simply outrageous. If we have this kind of medicine to use in wars in the future, we will have nothing to worry about, Wu Lai said in amazement. That's good. Li Lingwei nodded. This medicine is a miracle medicine from heaven. How can we keep supplying it? This resurrection is so precious, I really can't ask for more. Your Majesty, all the medicine has been used up now. According to the medication requirements of the gods, we don't have enough medicine. Would you like to ask the gods for some more? Wu Lai asked hesitantly. No. The gods have already supported us a lot. How can we be greedy? Well, let me think about it. Li Lingwei stroked the magic weapon in his hand, unable to make a decision for a moment. At that time, after everyone learned the treatment method is introduced, the magic weapon stopped glowing, and no matter how hard it was pressed, there was no reaction at all. According to Li Lingwei's guess, the magic power injected by the gods might have been used up, but she still kept it solemnly. To her, it was something from the gods. Naturally, we should pay special attention to it. But at this moment, she hesitated again. On the one hand, she didn't want to rely on the gods all the time. Even if the gods blessed her, she couldn't rely on them for everything. On the other hand, they were at a loss as to what to do about the current situation. Without herbs, there would be no way to deal with these things. Li Lingwei dismissed Wu Lai and the others. He came out of the temple holding the magic weapon. Your Majesty, there was movement in the temple just now. When several imperial guards saw Wu Lai coming, they hurried forward and spoke. What? Li Lingwei was surprised and hurried in to see. But as soon as he entered the hall, he was stunned. At this time, dozens of boxes of medicines bestowed by the gods last time suddenly appeared. Li Lingwei couldn't believe his eyes. Not only are there many more medicines, but they have also been sorted and organized into categories. Each part also has a detailed description. It clearly records the efficacy of each medicine, how to take it, and what symptoms it treats. Looking at so many medicines, Li Lingwei sat on the ground in a daze. Everything in front of my eyes suddenly became blurry, while I was still hesitating whether to ask God for more medicine. But the gods had already sent it. The gods knew that they were powerless without them having to say anything. It's really a big debt. The gods have done so much for me. Even if they want me, there is nothing to say. I can't play dumb anymore. Li Lingwei thought about it, picked up the pen and wrote a sentence. He looked at the wine brought by the two men, stood up and took 2 porcelain cups and filled them. Li Lingwei picked up a cup and drank it respectfully. He put the other cup respectfully into the box along with the letter. Guangming Community. After Chen came back from the warehouse, he put the box on the bed and lay down tiredly. Chen always carries this box with him. Take it with you when you go to the warehouse and bring it back when you are done. Afraid of some accidents. Once there is any need over there, I will be able to discover it at the first time. After taking a shower and preparing to rest, Chen habitually took a look into the box. This time, a letter and a strange vessel appeared. Chen picked up the letter first. The above is the Emperor of Shilong who wanted to repay me and specifically asked what I wanted. Chen smiled and shook his head. I never thought about asking for anything from the beginning. Put the letter aside for the moment, pick up the vessel and look at it. The body of the vessel is oval in shape, with an arc-shaped ear on each side. The body is delicate and the glaze is light green. It is obviously a good thing at first glance. Chen doesn't know much about antique porcelain, but when Chen picked up this thing, he felt that it was very valuable. There is still some liquid in the container. It smells like wine mixed with glutinous rice. Could this be an ancient bar? Did the Emperor of Shilong send it to me as a token of his gratitude? Chen was a little surprised. Chapter 21 Old Shilong. The city is broken and the Empress is sad. Chen took a tentative sip. The taste is sweet, but there is almost no alcohol stimulation. After drinking it, there is still some cloudy residue at the bottom. It seems that if I go back to ancient times, I will probably be able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Later, I can give them some modern wine to try, and they will definitely get drunk after just 1 glass. Chen smiled. Take this cup and look at it. It should be an antique from the Shilong period. When the auction starts, we can send it to them for appraisal. I've basically spent all my money on buying medicine this time. Chen said to himself. I originally thought that there were a few million left, and that the funds were sufficient. But medicine is really expensive. I can't use medical insurance yet. It seems that the Shilong Emperor is also sensible. He seems to know that we are short of money, so he specially sent an antique here. Chen smiled and lay on the bed. Could the Shilong Emperor be a woman? That belly band was delivered by the box itself. It has nothing to do with me. Chen suddenly remembered the belly band and touched his nose awkwardly. When I meet that history professor, I will definitely ask him some questions. Chen was thinking in his mind. After a few days of postponement, the auction went ahead smoothly. Early in the morning, Gu Wei was waiting at Chen's door. Took him to a club. Chen looked at the cars all over the yard. They were low-key yet luxurious. There were no flashy sports cars, but they were all very valuable. Brother, you have finally brought honor to our family this time, Gu Wei said to Chen. What's wrong? Chen was a little confused. You don't know. It turns out that our auction is going to be held in Tianhai City. But since hearing about those ancient coins, many bigwigs from other places want to participate. My father has been busy meeting with various bigwigs these days. You didn't see that my father's mouth was grinning from ear to ear. Gu Wei said with a grin. Who are these big guys? Chen asked. They are all old guys. They are either rich or high-ranking officials. Only people like them like to collect these antiques and such. Let's go, big brother. Your place is at the front. Gu Wei took Chen to the front and sat down. Next to him was Mr. Gong, who was chatting with another old man. Chen, let me introduce you. This is Professor Chao, a history expert from Huaxia Tsinghua University, specializing in the Wei, Jin, Southern, and Northern dynasties. This time, I heard that there was a new Liangquan, so I came here specially. Professor Chao, this is the Chen I mentioned to you. When Mr. Gong saw Chen coming, he immediately stood up and introduced him. Hello, Professor Chao. When Chen saw Professor Chao extend his hand, he also hurriedly shook hands and greeted him. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many bigwigs. A young man with an unremarkable appearance was sitting in the front row and sat together with Mr. Gong and Professor Chao and had a good chat. What's the origin? A group of bigwigs asked Gu Dahai about Chen's identity. I didn't expect that Mr. Chen, who is so young, actually has so many coins of Liang Zhao Xine Quan. I am really shocked. Don't worry, I'm here in a private capacity this time. I don't ask about your origin or background. I just want to get to know you. I heard from Mr. Gong that you have some questions you want to know? Professor Chow took Chen's hand and sat down. When it comes to archaeology, experts can only follow behind tomb robbers and eat their leftovers. This time, when he heard that there were more than a dozen new coins made from Liang, he was really enlightened. You're welcome. I really want to know. What is the situation with the existence of Shilong Kingdom? I found almost no information on the internet. Does Shilong still have a female emperor? Chen asked Professor Chow. Oh, it seems that I really underestimated Mr. Chen. I didn't expect Mr. Chen to know a lot about Shilong. Professor Chow's face was full of surprise when he heard Chen's words. Indeed, most people only know of one female emperor, Wu Zetian, but in fact, there were several others. Among them, there is the empress named Li Lingwei. Back then, after his father Li Xian was defeated by Jutsu Mengshuan, he passed the throne to his daughter Li Lingwei, but half a year later, the capital was besieged by the northern barbarians Rurin. Under pressure, he abdicated the throne to Prime Minister Ling Huji, and then the city was broken. Ling Huji was killed, and the empress was also abducted by the Rurin cavalry. I heard that she died of humiliation. It's really sad. Professor Chow said to Chen. So that's how it is. Chen listened and felt a sinking feeling in his heart. I didn't expect that the Shilong Emperor's ending would be so tragic. I don't know if the things I gave her helped change anything. Speaking of which, I also learned this information by accident from some ancient scrolls during an in-depth investigation in Gansu. The reason why it is recorded is because it is said that this empress is the most beautiful woman in the world. There are even many local people who worship her as a goddess. But there are too few documents handed down. Professor Chow said slowly. Hearing the title of goddess, Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that my behavior has also caused some changes in ancient times? By the way, Professor Chow, you just said that before the city was captured, the empress was forced to abdicate by the prime minister? Chen continued to ask. Good. From what I've learned, that seems to be the case. But the specific process is unknown. What we know is that this prime minister named Ling Huji must have some kind of conspiracy with the troops of the northern Tartar Rurin. The city was breached not because of the Rurin troops attacking, but because the city gates were opened from the inside. But the prime minister was too stupid to actually trust those northern barbarians. It was a pity that he was killed just one day after becoming emperor. Professor Chow nodded. So that's how it is. That's a shame. Chen shook his head secretly. This news must be told to Li Lingwei as soon as possible. Soon, the auction will take place. The first few items were antiques, calligraphy and paintings, as well as some jades, and almost none of them were unsold. Chen was secretly shocked by what he saw. Gu Dahai's antique business not only covers a wide range of items, but also only includes high-quality items. But what really surprised Chen were the people who bought them. A painting costs tens of millions, and the price is called at will, as if the money is just some ordinary numbers. Millions and tens of millions were just shouted out casually. These people are indeed not ordinary bigwigs. The next auction item is newly made in Liangquan. There's no need to say more. Although the actual value is not high, the advantage is that the quantity is small. Other copper coins have been unearthed in the tens of thousands, but only a few dozen of these newly minted Liangquan coins have been unearthed. To put it bluntly, for us, isn't it just a rarity? Gu Dahai came out personally to preside over the event. This speech drew laughter from everyone below. The starting price is 200,000 per piece. Start shooting. With Gu Dahai's voice, the filming officially began. The price of this copper coin is indeed much lower than other antiques. But the highest price once reached around 1 million. For these big guys, it doesn't necessarily mean that you really understand the value of antiques. The key point is that what I have, you don't, and this is the value of antiques to them. In this atmosphere, 12 coins were auctioned for a total of 10 million yuan. Judging from Gu Dahai's stunned expression, he obviously didn't expect this either. Chen was even more surprised. Another 9 million all of a sudden? Oh my god. Does this still require starting a business? You can make a fortune simply by selling antiques. No. With so much money, there are more things you can do. People just need to be ambitious. The ending of the Queen of Shilong was so tragic that I had to find a way to help her no matter what. What's more, The period in which Shilong was located was the time when the 5 barbarians invaded China and the world was in chaos. If history could really be changed, it would also be possible to avoid a shameful mark in Chinese history. Chen secretly made up his mind. Is this Mr. Chen? When Chen turned around, a middle-aged man came to him. This is Mr. Wang from Wantai Group. Half of the real estate projects in our Tianhai city are related to Mr. Wang's group. Gu Dahai came over to introduce Chen. Chapter 22. Did you just throw this treasure in your pocket? Hello, Mr. Wang. Chen stood up and shook hands. At the same time, he was a little surprised, because Mr. Wang was a big shot in Tianhai City. Why are you so polite to me? I like antiques like this the most. I heard from Lao Gu that Brother Chen has a lot of hidden treasures. You must let me open my eyes more in the future. Don't hide anything good. Mr. Wang said with a smile. Boss Wang, you are really embarrassing me. But speaking of it, I do have a little gadget. As Chen spoke, he took out the porcelain cup. Just when Chen took out the porcelain cup, the eyes of Mr. Gong, Professor Chow, General Manager Wang, and Gu Dahai suddenly lit up. This. Hurry, put it on the table. Professor Chow quickly asked Chen to put it on the table. In an instant, 4 heads surrounded the porcelain cup. This is a porcelain cup. It's gray all over, with a light green glaze and a light yellow glaze. It's probably from the Yu kiln of the Jin dynasty. No cracks, no dents, the belly is deeply rounded, the bottom is rounded, and there are lace on the outer wall. The appearance is perfect. I have never seen any cultural relics from the Jin dynasty. This is a good thing. Are you sure it is authentic? Is this thing rare? How much is it worth? The 4 of them were talking to each other. He scratched his head for a while. In the end, it was Professor Gong and Professor Chow who put on gloves and held magnifying glasses to examine it carefully for a long time. Several phone calls were also made. Only then did it confirm that the porcelain cup in front of him was produced by the Yu kiln of the Jin dynasty. After knowing this news, Gu Dahai almost bit off his tongue. Chen does have some good stuff. Why didn't I ask before the auction? If it were auctioned, the price would probably be high. It's over now. Without them, antiques would be useless. And Chen just put it in his pocket like this? If it gets bumped or knocked along the way, it would be a loss to the antique world. This is really a big shot. Etc. It seems that when this gentleman came for the first time, he also came with a black bag. If you didn't know him, you would think he was out to throw away the garbage and go shopping. I remember having a similar porcelain cup, but it was not as old as this one and was slightly damaged. It was auctioned for 2 million. If this porcelain cup were auctioned, the price would probably be... I want it. Don't auction it off. I'll give you a lucky number. 6,666,000. Brother Chen, please give me some face. When Mr. Wang heard this, he couldn't hold back any longer. This? Chen didn't expect that such a small thing could be sold at this price. As expected of a real estate agent. Just have money. Of course you can. But I have a condition. Chen thought for a moment and said, You say. When Mr. Wang saw that there was a way, he asked quickly, Can this transaction be carried out through the transaction? I have agreed with Mr. Gu before that from now on, all my things will be shipped out from the trading house. It was an emergency today, so I didn't have time to tell Mr. Gu. Also, Mr. Gu, I heard from Dawei on the way that your service fee is 10 points. It's really unreasonable not to charge this time. We still have to pay the service fee. As Chen spoke, he turned and looked at Gu Dahai. I got the medicine last time thanks to Gu Dahai's help, and I must remember this favor. Oh, no problem. Sure. Gu Dahai's face was full of surprise. The service charge comes second. The key is that once this thing comes out of their auction house, it will have a huge impact. Then more people will pay attention to them. I didn't expect that Chen, who is not very old, is so thorough in his work. Worth making close friends. The money went through. Mr. Wang said immediately. Chen felt something was unreal when he looked at the text message reminder of the money arriving. Now we have more funds. There is no shortage of food in Shilong capital now, so we can go back and ask the Empress if she needs anything else. I also have to tell her about the Prime Minister as soon as possible. This matter cannot be delayed. I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now. Chen said goodbye in a hurry. As soon as I got out of the Rolls-Royce, I saw 2 familiar figures at the entrance of the community. Mr. Chen, you're back? The bank's financial manager glanced at Dalao and greeted him with a smile on his face. There really are no secrets about your bank. Chen was speechless. It must be that my account information has been checked. But on second thought, He realized that he must have a visible identity, otherwise he would really become a tomb robber. There were a few bosses here today, and they looked at me strangely. Can you help with the company registration? I recently want to set up a trading company to trade in bulk goods. Chen said to the financial manager. Sure. We can do anything you need. The financial manager said quickly. They are good. Since their establishment, they have never seen a situation where a person receives 10 million yuan in the account on the same day and only has some interest left 2 days later. It has never happened that the cash flow into a personal account was in units of millions. The bank held a meeting overnight. After eliminating the transaction risks, they all agreed that Chen was their bank's super high-quality VIP customer. Nature will respond to every request. Okay, thank you for your help then. After I register the company, I will deposit the money into the public account, and we can talk then. Chen said to the two of them. After the two got Chen's information, they want to do it immediately. After Chen returned home, he did not delay. He immediately wrote down everything he had learned today about the Prime Minister's conspiracy, just when I was about to put it in. But then he remembered that he did not reply to the Empress at that time. After thinking for a while, he took another piece of paper and wrote a few words before putting the paper into the box. Shilong Palace. Li Lingwei was walking back and forth anxiously beside the box. She had been feeling uneasy ever since she put the inquiry letter into the box. What if the gods really take a liking to me and let me ascend to heaven directly? Come to think of it, how could God be so good to me unconditionally? How could such a good thing exist in the world? Just when Li Lingwei was feeling uneasy, a few pieces of paper appeared in the box. Li Lingwei couldn't wait to pick it up and look at it. His face suddenly turned red. On this first piece of paper, God clearly told him that he needed nothing. He was very satisfied with what was sent to him. He also continued to ask her what other support Shilong needed. Thinking about her previous guesses and thoughts, Li Lingwei couldn't help but blush. Is there really such a good thing in the world? That's right. God is in heaven, not on earth. No wonder. Li Lingwei pursed her lips. For some reason, a trace of loss flashed through her heart. I don't know where this loss comes from. Continue to look at the paper at the back. But the next moment, Li Lingwei stood up suddenly. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 23 Hongmin Banquet? What kind of banquet is it? On this piece of paper, it was clearly written that Prime Minister Ling Huji and the Rurin troops were conspiring to march to the city in order to force him to abdicate. If these words were not written by God, Li Lingwei would never believe them easily. But the God said so, plus my previous guess. Li Lingwei suddenly understood something that he hadn't figured out before. No wonder they were not afraid of the city being captured. It turned out that everything was discussed with the Rurin. Presumably, there are a few big families backing this matter. This is why the emperor's will is not given by heaven, as well as rebellions and forced abdications, happened. But the problem is, although their plans were good, they were all thwarted by the gods. Why would the gods tell me everything at this time? Li Lingwei paced back and forth in the temple. Yes. It must be that Ling Huji and his men will not give up, and they will use other means later, and this time the means will be extraordinary. So the gods specifically reminded me. Li Lingwei's eyes suddenly lit up. Wu Lai. Li Lingwei shouted to the outside. Exist. Wu Lai knelt down and responded. Assemble the royal guards immediately. Remember, be as stealthy as possible. Li Lingwei said. Your Majesty, is there anything urgent happening? Wu Lai was a little surprised. Someone may come to assassinate me tonight. You guys do as I arrange. Li Lingwei gave Wu Lai a few instructions, and Wu Lai immediately went to make arrangements. As expected, that night, Li Lingwei had just fallen asleep when he heard a chaotic noise outside. His Majesty. There was a fire in the northwest of the inner palace. The exact cause is unknown. We have already arranged personnel to put out the fire. Wu Lai said. It may be to divert people. Don't panic, just follow the plan. Li Lingwei said to Wu Lai calmly. Quick. There's a fire over there. A few of you stay here to guard it, and the rest of you follow me. Wu Lai shouted loudly and ran towards the inner palace with a group of people. After a while, a group of men in black quietly ran towards Li Lingwei's palace. All of them had knives in their hands and firewood tied to their backs. After a few of them led away the royal guards, the rest quickly placed firewood around the hall, and kerosene was poured on it. After arranging all this, the man in charge gave a wink. The men in black rushed into the house at the same time. Several people quickly came to Li Lingwei's bed and were about to chop him with knives, but suddenly the quilt on the bed flew up and covered the people in front of them. Not good. There's an ambush retreat. The leader yelled that something was wrong and immediately wanted to lead his men to evacuate. Surround. Don't let any of them go. Leave him alive. At this time, Wu Lai's voice came from outside. Almost at the same time, the royal guards who were lying in ambush in the hall rushed out in full force and immediately chopped down several men in black. The remaining 3 people were also forced back into the corner. There were royal guards on all sides. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, the leading man knocked down the 2 people in front of him, took out a pill and put it in his mouth. Broken. Wu Lai hurried forward, but the 3 had already died. Your Majesty, we have failed in our duty. All the assassins are dead. Wu Lai apologized to Li Lingwei in great annoyance. No problem. I should already know who they are. Wu Lai waved his hand, looking at the assassin's body in front of him and the firewood soaked in kerosene outside the hall. His eyes became colder. Start by diverting attention by setting fire. Then the assassination. Finally, set a fire. In this way, they would only think that they were burned to death. Even if there were suspicions about the assassination, the imperial guards could deal with it when Ling Huji became emperor. It would not be a problem at all. That was a close call. So suspenseful. If it weren't for the reminder from God, I would have been caught off guard tonight. It might be dangerous. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, it doesn't matter even if all these assassins are dead. The gods have already told me. It seems now. I'm afraid that the previous rebellion by the eunuchs and the poisoning of the capital's water wells were all Ling Huji's doing. Alert the entire city immediately, saying that a Rurin assassin has sneaked into the capital and is trying to assassinate me. If we are discovered by patrolling soldiers, kill them all. Li Lingwei thought about it and said to Wu Lai, she needs to think carefully about how to get rid of the prime minister. We must not alert the enemy. After Wu Lai and his men took their men out, Li Lingwei wrote down the entire process of the assassination tonight. A letter of thanks to God was attached at the back. She also told the gods that she planned to get rid of Prime Minister Ling Huji as soon as possible and prayed for their protection. After writing, I put the letter in the box. He frowned and began to think. But until dawn broke in the east, Li Lingwei still had no reliable solution. Just when I was about to get up and move around, I found 2 more pieces of paper in the box. Li Lingwei quickly picked it up. The first piece of paper only had one simple word. Wait, what's the meaning? God is saying that it is not the right time yet? Li Lingwei was a little confused. Now there are internal and external troubles. If Ling Huji and his men realize that the assassination has been exposed, they will most likely join forces with the troops outside the city to seize the capital. If Ling Huji is not eliminated in advance, once the enemy attacks the city, they are likely to cause trouble from within. So what are you waiting for? Li Lingwei picked up the second piece of paper with doubts. There are quite a few words on it. Hongmin banquet? What kind of feast is it? God wants to eat? Li Lingwei sat down and started reading with a question mark on his face. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 24. The Intoxicating Lao Bygone. When Li Lingwei finished reading the adapted ending of the Hongmin banquet story, his eyes widened. Why do the names of Liu Bang and Xiangyu seem familiar? Is it the Liu Bang and Xiangyu that I know? Do they have such stories among them? But that's not right. Didn't Liu Bang eventually establish the Han dynasty? Li Lingwei felt a little confused. The god told him this story. Could it be that he wanted him to use the same method to get rid of the prime minister? But what does this waiting mean? What are you waiting for? Li Lingwei was puzzled. He had no choice but to restrain his urge to attack Prime Minister Ling Huji and walk to the court meeting. Guangming Community. Chen arrived at the nearby tobacco and wine shop early in the morning. Boss, which liquor has the highest alcohol content? Chen asked the boss as soon as he entered the door. Yes, Jingji Bygone Liquor, 75 degrees, Fiangi Laobagan Liquor, 76 degrees. There are high-end ones, but I didn't get in. No one drinks that stuff, so it can't be sold. The boss took out 2 bottles of liquor and placed them in front of Chen. Chen picked it up and looked at it. It was indeed over 70 degrees. Not many young people drink this wine nowadays. Are you going to drink it yourself? The boss looked at Chen and asked suspiciously, how much stock do you have of these 2 wines? I want them all. Chen said to the boss. Ah, all? Don't be kidding me. The boss was shocked. What's the matter? Scan the code? By the way, give me a lower price. Chen took out his cell phone. Oh, handsome guy smoking. The boss quickly took out a box of Huazi from the counter, tore it open, and handed one to Chen. Don't worry about the price, it's absolutely no problem. but I have more than 50 boxes. If you want all of them, I'll give you a 20% discount. Delivery guaranteed. The boss lit a cigarette for Chen. Because this batch of wine has a very high alcohol content, there is not much of a market for it, so the stock has been kept at a premium. Finally, someone bought it and packed it all away. It's like the ancestors appeared. Good. Chen paid the money happily. By the way, handsome guy, why did you buy so much strong liquor? You have to drink slowly. If you don't drink it regularly, you won't be able to bear it. The boss asked. I have a few friends who boast that they can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, so I asked them to try it out. Specialized in treating all kinds of dissatisfaction. Chen said with a smile. That can be cured. An old man came here before and said he only drank 68 proof Mindaloo. He wanted to show me a bottle, but he passed out before he even left the house. I called 120, but they ended up extorting me 480 yuan. The boss said angrily. Okay, this is the effect we want. Chen grinned. Asked the boss to deliver the wine to my home. Worried that the emperor of Shilong would not be able to open the bottle, he specially drew the process of opening the bottle. After thinking for a while, he wrote down, this is a strong liquor and can be used in the Hongmen banquet. You must do everything you can to persuade people to drink. The prime minister and his subordinates can be captured. It was sent along with the wine. Shilong Palace. Li Lingwei walked out of the court hall with a gloomy face. At the court meeting today, Li Lingwei wanted to use last night's assassin to test and threaten Ling Huji, but Ling Huji claimed to be ill and did not attend the meeting. Li Lingwei had no place to vent. I guess Ling Huji also knew that he had been noticed and was plotting something. The plan is imminent. Will God let me wait? If we wait any longer, Ling Huji might take action. After the court session, Li Lingwei couldn't wait to go to the temple. As soon as he entered the temple, Li Lingwei was stunned. He walked in quickly. In the temple at this time, suddenly, a lot of cardboard boxes appeared. After experiencing the transportation of this kind of cartons several times before, Li Lingwei already knew that this kind of carton was commonly used by gods. I opened the carton skillfully, only to find that there were transparent bottles inside. Oh my god, is this the legendary nectar? Isn't this too beautiful? Li Lingwei widened his eyes. I saw these bottles, thin at the top and thick at the bottom, as thick as arms. The bottle is crystal clear, with patterns engraved on it and a yellow hat. There was a piece of yellow paper in the middle of the bottle, with 4 unfamiliar big words and many small words on it. Could it be that this is immortal wine? But why is there no aroma of wine? Li Lingwei guessed as he thought about the story that the god had written before. There are hundreds of bottles of immortal wine. After Li Lingwei moved everything out, he found a piece of paper at the bottom of the box. It is an explanation and introduction of the gods. It's wine. Li Lingwei was filled with joy. Twist the hat as shown in the picture on the paper. Suddenly, a strong and pungent aroma of wine rushed into my nose. Li Lingwei couldn't believe it and tentatively poured out a small cup and took a sip. It's spicy and pungent, but the aroma is mellow. His face suddenly turned red. It's worthy of being called a fairy wine. Just one mouthful makes you feel heavenly. In this case, the plan can be carried out. Li Lingwei breathed a sigh of relief. Someone come. Convey my will. I will hold a banquet in the palace tonight and invite the prime minister to attend the banquet to discuss the important matter of repelling the enemy. Li Lingwei said to Wu Lai, Your Majesty, could it be that the assassin last night was arranged by the prime minister? Wu Lai immediately understood. That's right. Moreover, Ling Huji did not attend the court this morning due to illness. I'm afraid he can't hold back any longer. Escape is not an option. I will take the initiative. Li Lingwei nodded. His Majesty. We are willing to eliminate the thieves for Shilong. I will gather the imperial guards right away. Wu Lai and others quickly knelt down and said, No. We cannot start a large-scale war. Li Lingwei stopped Wu Lai. You arrange for most of the royal guards to patrol the city tonight. First, to paralyze the enemy, and second, to make sure the entire capital is under control. Otherwise, if there is chaos in the city, it will inevitably cause panic among the people in the capital. I don't want the prestige I just established to be damaged. More importantly, the gods have told us that this matter was entirely led by the prime minister. Although several big families are also involved, I believe that they are not the ones who are in charge and may even be forced. At present, Shilong is in need of people, and I will continue to use them. Li Lingwei said slowly. Whether in the court or in the city, people from a few major families account for a large proportion. If they are pushed into a corner and a full-scale war breaks out, it will not be good for them either. What's more, there are external enemies besieging the city, and any loss of troops in the city will be beneficial to the enemy. Li Lingwei had to be as thoughtful as possible. But Your Majesty, if all our people go to patrol the capital, the palace will be in trouble. I believe that even if Ling Huji comes to the banquet, he will definitely be prepared. Well, I was a little worried. No problem. You can select 10 good fighters to ambush around the hall. I have my own way to deal with it, Li Lingwei said very confidently. That night, as expected, Prime Minister Ling Huji entered the palace for the banquet. However, Ling Huji did not come by himself, but was carried into the palace by a dozen people. Seeing this situation, Li Lingwei's mouth curled up slightly. Really? The Prime Minister could no longer hold back. Your Majesty, atone for your sins. The old minister is seriously ill and cannot move, so he has to be carried here by these people. Ling Huji bowed and saluted Li Lingwei. Chapter 25. I drank 2 liang of wine and I was so full. No problem. Li Lingwei smiled slightly, signaled Ling Huji to sit down. I think these are good guys. Please take a seat. Wine appreciation. Li Lingwei waved to the people behind Ling Huji, seeing that those people didn't move, but looked in the direction of Ling Huji. Li Lingwei's expression suddenly changed. Ling Huji looked and saw that only Wu Lai was standing next to the Empress and couldn't help but smile. It looks like tonight is stable. Since Your Majesty has ordered it, please sit down. Ling Huji waved his hand. Yes. Everyone sat down in unison. Li Lingwei looked at the scene with a grim face. I, the Emperor, speak even less than Ling Huji. This is clearly a demonstration against me. Li Lingwei suppressed his anger, and there was nothing unusual on his face. Last night, I encountered an assassination attempt by foreign enemies. Wu Lai and his men captured several people, and after questioning, we learned that the people from the northern Tartars, Rurin, had sneaked in. There are enemies outside the city now, and they are testing the enemy's situation. In your opinion, Prime Minister, what should we do to achieve victory? Li Lingwei asked Ling Huji. Your Majesty, although Shilong has not been established for a long time, it is still quite powerful. But since Your Majesty took the throne, Shilong has been defeated in succession, and most of our territory has been lost. Now we are trapped by soldiers. Why didn't the northern barbarians dare to attack the south before, but they attacked the city as soon as Your Majesty took the throne? Why is our army losing its fighting power and being defeated, so that the city was besieged by soldiers for several months? Ling Huji picked up the wineglass and asked with a slight smile. After hearing this, Li Lingwei's face changed. Wu Lai gritted his teeth and wished he could pick up his knife and chop Ling Huji to pieces right now. But those dozen people all had their hands on their waists, and they might be hiding weapons. If you do it yourself, Your Majesty will be in danger. This wine. Ling Huji picked up a cup and took a sip. His eyes widened immediately. I just felt that the wine was strong in the mouth, cool and smooth, with a strong fragrance, very mellow and round, which I had never tasted before. It's so memorable that you can't stop eating it. This wine was given by the gods. It is the immortal wine from heaven. Everyone try it. Wu Lai, take them to the side hall to taste the wine. I have something to discuss with the Prime Minister. Li Lingwei said to Wu Lai and those people. Go ahead. Ling Huji also waved his hand when he saw this. At this time, there was only Wu Lai in the hall. Most of the royal guards were patrolling the capital, and he had also ambushed people outside the palace, so everything was under control. He naturally didn't worry about any danger. Prime Minister, if you have anything to say, please speak directly. Li Lingwei picked up the wineglass and asked Ling Huji. It's actually very simple. They are all because Your Majesty, you are a woman. Although the imperial decree was bestowed by heaven, as for the current situation, Your Majesty knows, I know, all the civil and military officials know, and the people in the city know. But the enemy outside the city doesn't know. If Your Majesty abdicates the throne to me, I will have my own way to repel the enemy and ensure Your Majesty a life of wealth and glory. How? Seeing that the situation was under his control, Ling Huji did not hide his ambitions. I am a little confused. In the current situation, even if I abdicate to you, how can you repel the enemy? Li Lingwei pretended not to know. Your Majesty, there is no need to ask more about this. Your Majesty had better be more sensible and announce the abdication edict in public at the court tomorrow. Ling Huji drank the wine in the glass. I'm afraid this won't work. Even if I agree, I'm afraid the ministers in the court will not agree. How do you hold on to the throne? Li Lingwei continued to test. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty is too naive. Most of the court officials have already been my people. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the god's gift of food, everyone would have supported me as emperor long ago. Although you are now protected by the gods, you have issued an edict to abdicate, which is legitimate. Even the gods cannot do anything to me. Ling Huji poured himself another glass of wine. I touched my face, and it was already a little red. What's going on? Could it be because of happiness? I can usually drink a lot. Ling Huji, you are committing treason and plotting rebellion, bringing disaster to the country and the people. Do you know your crime? Seeing Ling Huji's arrogant look, Li Lingwei couldn't bear it anymore. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty, are you confused? I advise you not to be ungrateful otherwise. Ling Huji finished the wine in the glass and slammed the glass. He folded his hands and looked at Li Lingwei playfully. But after standing in this position for a long time, there was no movement at all. There was a hint of awkwardness in the air. Ling Huji's playful smile gradually froze. He turned his head slightly and took a look. No one? Where are the people? What happened to the cup-smashing signal? Are you deaf? Ling Huji picked up another cup and threw it to the ground. The sound was crisp and loud, but still no one came out. Do you still want to fall? I still have some here. Li Lingwei smiled and handed over his wine glass. Asshole. You dead people. Are you all deaf? Get out of here right now. The Prime Minister was so angry that he shouted towards the side hall. Hey, Prime Minister, stop yelling. Your people are all drunk. Vomit. At this time, Wu Lai came out from the side hall, staggering on a chair. As soon as he finished speaking, he started vomiting. What? Drunk? This is impossible. They are all experts. In such a short time, they only drank a few glasses at most. How could they be drunk? Ling Huji looked over in disbelief. Sure enough, he saw the dozen or so experts he brought with him, all lying on the table, farting, grinding teeth, and talking drunkenly, sprawled out in all directions. Act like a buffoon. You. Ling Huji was completely dumbfounded. Come on. Ugh, take that old thing down for me. Wu Lai shouted to the outside. Soon, several strong men came in and pressed Ling Huji to the ground. No, Your Majesty, listen to me, that's not the case. Everything I just said is bullshit. Please spare my life, Your Majesty. Seeing this, Ling Huji quickly begged Li Lingwei for mercy, tied him up and gagged him. These people too, tie them all up, Li Lingwei said coldly. Soon, the Prime Minister and the dozen or so experts he brought with him were all tied up. Short blades were found on their waists. What's going on? Boss, why are you drunk too? How much did you drink? Could it be that he was drugged? Several people from the Imperial Guards surrounded Wu Lai and asked. At this time, they were all full of question marks. They thought that there were only a few of them ambushing around the hall, and there would definitely be a bloody battle soon. But I didn't expect it. You fell down before I even exerted any strength. And drugged? In the entire capital, even the Ran Zhonghuang is probably being rushed to be eaten by the disaster victims. Where can I get the drugs? I just kept toasting, but I only drank one glass, about 2 ounces at most. They only drank 3 or 4 cups, about half a pound of wine. That's what happened. Back then, I also started with 5 kilograms of wine. I don't know what happened today. This fairy wine is simply too powerful. Wu Lai rubbed his cheek and said, Chapter 26. Can you bear the consequences of chopping off this pot? Li Lingwei watched this scene with a smile. She didn't expect it to go so smoothly. When I was getting angry just now, I really couldn't help it and was worried that it was a little too early. But I didn't expect that I would get drunk so quickly. Don't worry. After we defeat the enemy, I'll let you drink to your heart's content. Li Lingwei looked at the Imperial Guards and said with a smile, Your Majesty, we found a group of soldiers lying in ambush at the palace gate. There are hundreds of them. They seem to be waiting for some news. At this time, a royal guard came in and said, Sure enough, there is a backup plan. I'm afraid if I don't agree tonight, they will force me to abdicate. Li Lingwei frowned. Wu Lai. Li Lingwei thought for a while and said, I am here. Vomit. As soon as Wu Lai knelt down, he covered his mouth and ran to the side. Li Lingwei. Everyone. Forget it, Wang Tong. Go outside the city and gather the Imperial Guards. Have them quietly disperse into the palace and ambush around Wenhua Palace. Tanyi, go tell that team that I have agreed to give up the throne, and the Prime Minister asked them to enter the palace immediately. Bring them to the Wenhua Palace and close the central gate. I want to catch the turtle in the jar. These people are able to take action tonight. They should all be Ling Huji's assassins. There is no need to keep them. But you must remember to try your best to avoid casualties among your own people. Li Lingwei said to the two people in front.
Yes.
Everyone went their separate ways. After arranging all this, Li Lingwei immediately came to the temple. Write down what happened today, and pray to God for protection so that the royal guards will not suffer too great losses. Although the royal guards now have weapons and food, there are also hundreds of people on the opposite side. It is almost impossible to kill them without getting hurt. These royal guards were extremely loyal to her, and they had been through so much together, so she really didn't want to see them sacrificed. Guangming community. After Chen delivered the wine, he was still a little worried. Judging from the letters sent by the Queen of Shilong, the Prime Minister has been plotting against her several times. I'm afraid he has been planning this for a long time and has hidden a lot of troops. I'm afraid the Prime Minister won't be fooled so easily. Even if the Prime Minister was killed at the Hongmen banquet, if the Prime Minister's forces cannot be eliminated as soon as possible, there will probably be trouble. As night fell, Chen was about to write a letter to ask about the progress of the Empress, but when he opened the box, he found that the Empress letter had already arrived. I quickly picked it up and looked at it. I felt relieved immediately. From the letter from the Empress, Chen learned about the entire process of the Hongmen banquet. Now the Prime Minister and his assassins have been completely captured. This made Chen look at this Empress with new respect. Judging from her calm and orderly arrangements and decisive actions, this Empress is quite shrewd and strategic, which is rare. It may not be that easy for them to kill those hundreds of assassins next. These assassins cannot be persuaded to surrender. Judging from the Empress's description, the royal guards had weapons and strength, but the armor had been left to the soldiers defending the city. This means that the defensive measures are not enough. If you want to kill the assassins without getting hurt, you must either strengthen your attack or your defense. If you want to intensify your attack, the most harmless method is to use a bow and arrow. However, it is best to use bows and arrows from a high position to maximize their advantages. Shooting horizontally can only be blind shooting, and the palace has places to hide, so the effect is not very good. What's more, there is no place to buy weapons like bows and arrows. It seems that we can only work on defense. Chen made up his mind and started searching online. There is a lot of armor. But when I asked the customer service, I found out that they were all performance costumes. The so-called armor is all made of plastic and is definitely not suitable for fighting. There is chainmail, which is useful. But when Chen was asked, he was speechless. This kind of chainmail was out of stock, and the merchant promised to ship it within a month. By the time they deliver the goods, the daylilies will be cold. If you need it urgently, it's best to find someone in the same city or nearby. Chen could only look for it again. But after searching for a long time, I couldn't find any suitable equipment. Either the quality is not good or it needs to be customized and cannot be shipped immediately. In addition, the quantity Chen needs is relatively large, so the delivery time is generally very long. Chen lay on the bed helplessly. It seems that I need to stock up in advance. Even if it doesn't work this time, it can be used in the future. The same goes for the food. We need to store it in advance, otherwise it will be troublesome when we need it. Once the trading company is registered, we will start stocking goods. But the most important thing right now is the issue of defense. Maybe the fight has already started now. What shall we do? Chen sighed. I stood up and browsed the pages randomly, when suddenly I was stunned. Pot.
Yes.
Isn't it just defense? If you can't fight, why don't you just protect your body? There's no need to be so stubborn. Chen slapped his thigh. Take this pot for example. Tied in front of the chest and back, isn't it equivalent to armor? I don't have any armor to buy, but I should have some ready-made pots, right? Chen hurriedly started looking for it. I quickly selected a store with the highest quality. Although the sales were poor, the reviews were all positive that it was solidly made. Chen, shopkeeper, is this pot of yours solid? Shopkeeper, Bauer, you've asked the right person. If you compare our pots online, you will find that none is stronger than ours. To put it bluntly, our family's pot has been passed down for 3 generations and will never break. We can still cook with it even after you are gone. Chen, can you handle the knife? There are also axe chopping and the like. Shopkeeper, are you looking for trouble? I'm telling you not to make trouble. I see you're from the same city, so don't force me to come to your house and call you with a pot. Chen looked at the address and found that it was indeed in the same city. I placed an order for 2,000 pots directly and cleared out all the inventory. Chen, I have paid. Can you arrange for home delivery immediately? I need it urgently. But after Chen paid, there was no response from the store. Just when Chen wanted to refund the money, the phone rang. Uncle, I was just talking nonsense. Please don't take it personally. Look at these 2,000 pots. Should I send them to you now? As soon as the phone was connected, the store owner's crying voice was heard. Originally, the main feature of my store is its sturdiness, so the prices are naturally high. But nowadays, people are all concerned about beauty and health. This store had dismal sales and was once on the verge of bankruptcy. The boss was feeling upset, and when he met someone who was looking for trouble, would he still take the knife? He almost came to the door with a pot in his hand. But unexpectedly, the other party placed an order the next moment, and I bought up all their inventory. For a moment, I thought I was blind. Oh my God. The shop owner slapped himself a dozen times before he was sure he was not mistaken. He then called Chen tremblingly to apologize. Yeah, I'm telling the truth. Is this pot safe from being cut by a knife? If the quality is not good, I will give a bad review. Chen said into the phone. Ah. I haven't chopped it off. Wait a minute, don't die. Wife, bring me a knife. Take the big knife to chop bones. Then, there was a tinkling sound from the other end of the phone. Master, I've tried it. All the cuts made by the knife are just scratches. It should be okay. Look, the shopkeeper said over there. Send it to that warehouse address as soon as possible. Call me when it's almost there. Chen said. Okay. The person on the other end of the phone was very excited. After Chen hung up the phone, he continued looking. There are some on the chest and back, but not on the head. Motorcycle helmets can be used. Chen grinned. Once you open your mind, this will be easy. Hashtag. Chapter 27, I'm going to beat 10 of them. Chen quickly searched for the best quality helmet. Chen, boss, is this helmet knife-proof? How's the quality? Shopkeeper, /proof. Excellent quality. All those street thugs used to buy from us when they were fighting. If I cut it, I'll pay for the medical expenses. How many do you want? Chen, I see you still have about 3,000 in stock. I want them all. Can you send them over now? I need them urgently. Shopkeeper, brother, don't tease me. You don't need that much to fight a group of people, right? Bite. The store owner was about to confirm it when he received the order message. When the shop owner saw the order quantity, he jumped up from his chair. Chen's phone rang again. Boss, I. The person on the other end of the phone stuttered. No way. Right from the start, the buyer asked if the helmet could withstand chopping. He was in such a hurry to do so. It was obvious that he was going to chop someone. How many thousands of these did you buy? How many thousands of subordinates do you have? Be good. Isn't he the boss of the triad? Can you please send it to me? I see you are from this province. Chen asked. Deliver.
Yes.
I'll go get a car right now. In 4 hours, I will definitely deliver the goods to your door. I'll adjust the price for you. If you bid again, I'll give you a 30% discount for this much. The shopkeeper said quickly. The one in front of me is the boss. I have to give him a gift even if I can't. Besides, even if you give a 30% discount, you can still make a lot of money. Okay, thank you for your help. After buying the helmet, Chen also bought welding anti-cut gloves to protect his hands. I also bought some iron chains that can be wrapped around my arms and legs. Although it can increase the load a lot, the safety issue is absolutely safe. After Chen made the purchase, he immediately wrote down the uses of these things and took the boxes to the warehouse. After a while, the first batch of pots was delivered. Shilong Palace. After a night of siege and fighting, the Imperial Guard successfully blocked those assassins in the courtyard of Manhwa Palace. Several entrances and exits were blocked. It's already a case of catching a turtle in a jar. But these warriors knew that there was no hope of survival, so they fought to the death. The Imperial Guards failed to defeat them after several attempts, and were even beaten back. Your Majesty, our people have been driven back again. I will lead my men in, and will not stop until I kill all of them. Well, I had calmed down by now. Hearing that the encirclement and annihilation was blocked, he hurried forward to ask for battle. No. Many of your men have been injured, and you will have to deal with the court officials next. If the losses are too great, the court officials will inevitably have doubts. Moreover, judging from their combat power, they are quite strong. If you charge in like this, at least half of your men will be killed. Li Lingwei shook his head. I was also anxious. It was already past the hour of Cho. If he couldn't kill him before the court session at dawn, his plan would be delayed. Maybe the prime minister had a backup plan during the early morning court session. His Majesty. We can't delay any longer. I heard that they are also trying their best to break out. Once they break out, we will be in a passive position, Wu Lai said anxiously. Good. In that case, you guys. Li Lingwei also made up his mind. But before he could finish his words, he heard a series of tinkling sounds coming from inside the temple. What's that? Li Lingwei hurried over. But I saw countless round objects pouring out of the box. What's this? Li Lingwei picked up the thing that had rolled to his feet and looked at it. Round, plump, and very hard. It seems like some kind of container. It seems to be made of iron. No, iron is definitely not that hard. It looks like a big bowl. You can use it to collect water. Could this be the bowl of the gods? It's too big. The people in the royal guards were also amazed. Just after all these round things came out, Li Lingwei saw a few pieces of paper and quickly picked them up. Suddenly my eyes lit up. Quick! Take away this stick and tie it around your body with ropes. Li Lingwei followed Chen's drawing and tied the two pots to Wu Lai's chest and back with ropes. This is what the gods gave us to protect ourselves. Come on, try chopping it with a knife. Li Lingwei said to the imperial guards next to him. This doesn't look thick. You better cut it more accurately. Wu Lai swallowed. A royal guard nearby chopped it hard with a knife. Accompanied by a clang sound, a bright mark was left on the bottom of the pot. Fine. I'm fine. It's just a little bit uncomfortable, Wu Lai said while rubbing his back. Hurry, tie everyone up immediately. With this thing, I won't be afraid anymore. The god also said that the extra ones can be used as shields. Li Lingwei was overjoyed. As soon as the words fell, there was another noise behind me. Everyone looked back. This time, many ball-like objects came over and rolled around in the hall. No one recognized him anymore. It's colorful and has a hole in it. Could it be a urinal of a god? Nonsense. You see there's a hole down there? Doesn't that mean it's leaking? Besides, this isn't stable. Everyone was frantically collecting the helmets that were rolling around. Don't talk nonsense. Let me take a look. Li Lingwei picked up the last piece of paper. This is Wu Lai. Put your head into this hole. Li Lingwei said to Wu Lai. Wu Lai hesitated a little, but still put his head in. What does it feel like? Li Lingwei asked quickly. At this time, Wu Lai's entire head was completely wrapped by this ball. I don't know, the sound is low. And I can't see anything. Wu Lai said with a question mark on his head. Let me take a look. You're wearing it backwards. The hole in the front is for the eyes. Li Lingwei quickly turned it to Wu Lai. Oh, I can see now. It's soft inside, like the helmet of our armor, but it's completely different. It wraps the whole thing and won't fall off at all. Oh my god, this place is not empty. There is a layer of transparent stuff protecting my eyes, but it doesn't affect my vision. It's amazing. Come on, Tanyi, chop my head with your knife. Wu Lai said to Tanyi excitedly. Tanyi swallowed. Even if it's a helmet of armor, it will be destroyed by this blow. Tried to chop it with 30% strength, but it can only leave a mark. Hey, that's interesting. Stand still, I'll give you another blow. Tanyi immediately became interested. Fuck you. If a fight breaks out, will you just stand there and get chopped? Wu Lai kicked Tanyi on the butt. Your Majesty, this must be the helmet of a heavenly soldier or general. It is amazing. With these things, what are you afraid of? Your Majesty, we ask for a fight. Wu Lai quickly said to Li Lingwei. Clatter, clatter. Li Lingwei didn't wait to say anything. A sound rang out again. This time, what came over were some gloves and chains. This kind of gloves is a bit strange. They are made of iron? No. And what are these chains for? They are so thin. The royal guards were somewhat puzzled holding the chains. The gods said that these chains are to be wrapped around the arms and legs to prevent cuts. And these gloves can also prevent injuries. Wu Lai, put on all your equipment and let's see. Li Lingwei looked at the instructions given by Chen and asked Wu Lai to equip himself with all these things. He had a fully enclosed motorcycle helmet on his head, 2 pots on his chest and back, chains wrapped around his arms and legs, and gloves on his hands. Hold the knife in one hand and the pot in the other. It looks like a big-headed armored monster, which is out of place. Li Lingwei and the others were also speechless. Why is it a bit ugly? Are all gods like this? Forehead, how are you feeling? Li Lingwei asked tentatively. Your Majesty, I want to fight 10 of them. You let them come. Wu Lai felt the unparalleled defense, and his self-confidence exploded unprecedentedly. With these things protecting you, There's nothing to be afraid of. Just rush in and swing your knife, and that's it. Chapter 28, Big-Headed Monster in the Dark. Good. In that case, immediately equip all the royal guards with the equipment given by the gods. We must kill all these assassins before dawn, and place their bodies on the road that court officials must pass by, Li Lingwei said to Wu Lai and others.
Yes.
Wu Lai and his team immediately got busy. At this time, in the courtyard of Wenhua Hall, the group of trapped warriors were also discussing. Something unexpected must have happened, but I believe that according to the Prime Minister's arrangement, everything will be foolproof. Those who are protecting the Prime Minister are all extraordinary people. Even if Wu Lai and his Imperial Guards were here, they would still be no match. The Prime Minister must be fighting to the death in the palace now. We are trapped here and can hold back such a large number of Imperial Guards, which will be a help to the Prime Minister. As long as the Prime Minister captures the Emperor, these Imperial Guards will be helpless. The leader said.
Yes.
Everyone said in unison. Now, we have to try our best to find a way to break through. Attract more royal guards to surround us, and at the same time rush out to report to the Prime Minister. Listen to my instructions. We will split into 2 groups and rush out from the 2 middle gates. No matter what the cost, we must fight our way out. The leader said coldly. Kill. The man shouted loudly. Rush out with the others. But when I rushed to the middle door, I was dumbfounded. Stop. The leader quickly stopped everyone. At this time, the middle door had been opened for some reason. Some strange. People came in one after another from outside. Their heads are so huge. The body is bloated. His body was still shining, and it made a jingling sound when he walked. What kind of monster is this? Where had the leader ever seen such a scene? In addition, it was dark at this time, and there were no candles in the Wenhua Hall. These figures were particularly eerie in the darkness. They were so scared that they stopped involuntarily. Ha ha ha. You've never seen it before? Brothers, come on. Don't let anyone go. Followed by a buzzing sound. The big-headed monsters rushed towards the death warriors. Those dead soldiers had not yet recovered from the shock of the big-headed monster. They were caught off guard and a group of them were chopped down head-on. Those behind finally reacted and quickly brandished their swords to fight back. But when the big knife was chopped down, it was like hitting an iron plate, with sparks and clanging sounds. Those assassins were all stunned. What the hell? Why can't I cut it? But they no longer had the chance to think about it. As soon as the knife was chopped off, the knife from the opposite side had already chopped on their heads. They fell to the ground with faces full of confusion, fear, and unwillingness. The surrounding assassins were all in the same situation. It's impossible to chop people down. They were all killed by Wu Lai and his royal guards like chopping melons and vegetables. Not only did they not suffer any losses, no one was even injured. Ha ha ha. It's so enjoyable. Quick. Line up these corpses on the road to the court. Wu Lai quickly gave instructions to everyone. The sky soon brightened. As soon as the court officials entered the palace, they were surprised to smell a strong smell of blood. When everyone walked towards the palace, the scene before them made everyone gasp. I saw that the road leading to the main hall was completely covered with blood. Pools of blood formed. Hundreds of bodies were neatly laid out on both sides of the road. Everyone who stepped on it stepped into a pool of blood. This is not the body of the royal guard. What happened last night? With such a brutal battle, could there still be rebels? It seems the winner has been decided. Your Majesty should be safe and sound. Everyone started talking and hesitated, not daring to move forward. The officials from several large clans, in particular, looked at each other and saw shock and surprise in each other's eyes. Your Majesty has ordered. Mourning, ministers. Your Majesty has ordered. Mourning, ministers. Just as everyone was hesitating, voices gradually came from the court hall, coming from far away. Everyone then hurried towards the palace. Among them, several people were so frightened that they accidentally tripped and fell, covered in blood and looking very miserable. In the main hall, Li Lingwei sat upright on the dragon throne. The court officials below knelt on the ground. Last night, Prime Minister Ling Huji rebelled. Do you know? Li Lingwei asked everyone coldly. Hearing Li Lingwei's question, everyone lowered their heads in unison, wishing they could press their foreheads against the ground. No one dared to answer. Come on. Bring Ling Huji up. Li Lingwei had anticipated this. Shout to the outside. Soon, Ling Huji was carried and tied up. The reason why they said he was carried in was that Ling Huji was not only tied up, but also hung on a wooden stick. He was struggling with a cloth stuffed in his mouth. like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. This was also specially arranged by Li Lingwei. She knows. Ling Huji has great power in the court, and only this kind of humiliation can make all the court officials see the truth. Now Ling Huji is nothing more than fish on his chopping board. There will never be any more waves. Really. When everyone saw Ling Huji being brought in this way, their faces were filled with disbelief. But some people reacted quickly. He quickly knelt in front. His Majesty, I know my crime. This Ling Huji threatened me to participate in the rebellion and promised me a high position and generous salary. I was forced to obey him. I feel guilty towards your Majesty. I beg your Majesty to punish me. An old minister knelt down first. Everyone looked. What the hell? If he didn't confess his guilt now, he would be finished when Ling Huji identified him. His Majesty. I also plead guilty. And I am the same. It was all Ling Huji's fault. He has been planning a rebellion for a long time. Your Majesty, Ling Huji once sent me a bag of rice when I was out of food, and I was so bewildered that I fell for his trick. Ling Huji is an old man who is not a human being. I beg your Majesty to execute this official, to restore order in the court. Everyone knelt down and told their story with tears and snot. It means the same thing. All the mistakes were instigated by Ling Huji. He is the mastermind of the rebellion. Although we all participated, we were forced to do so, and our participation was not deep. Listen to what the court officials say. Ling Huji, who was hanging, stared with his eyes wide open, wishing he could bite these ministers to death. Is it all my fault? Without your support, would I have been able to do those actions so smoothly? I know that too. You ministers must have been forced. As long as you can be loyal to Shilong and to me from now on, I will forgive you for all the things you did before. Li Lingwei said to everyone. Thank you, your Majesty. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Ling Huji beside him with a gloating look. This idiot. Don't you see that your Majesty is blessed by the gods? You actually dared to rebel. You deserve it. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 29. Can your bow and arrow shoot people? Song Yao. Li Lingwei said. I am here. A minister stepped forward. From today on, you are appointed as the new prime minister. I want you to investigate Ling Huji's rebellion. Don't let anyone from the Ling Hu clan who participated in the rebellion go. Li Lingwei said. Minister. Thank you. Song Yao did not expect that the Majesty did not blame him for his cowardice, but instead promoted him to prime minister. He immediately kowtowed to express his gratitude. After the court was adjourned, Li Lingwei couldn't wait to walk towards the temple. Although he hadn't slept all night, Li Lingwei didn't feel tired at all. Eliminated the biggest threat to Shilong. Internal stability is assured. The court was united as never before. For the first time, Li Lingwei felt the glory of being an emperor. For the first time, I had the ambition to realize my ambitions. And all of this is given by God. With a heart full of gratitude, Li Lingwei wrote down in detail the actions taken against Ling Huji that night. She also told the gods that next, she planned to use Ling Huji's head to inform the enemy troops outside the city, letting them know that the traitor had been exposed. There was no hope of breaking the city, and they should withdraw as soon as possible. He put the letter respectfully into the box. But then he thought about it and realized that the gods almost moved down the armory from heaven because of the battle they had last night. My humble thanks is really insignificant. Even though the gods say they don't want anything, you can still give it to them on your own initiative. Li Lingwei walked around in the palace. I saw a calligraphy by Zhang Ji hanging on the wall, which was one of my father's favorites. Maybe the gods would like it too. Li Lingwei moved a chair over and took down the calligraphy, rolled it up, and put it in the box. Guangming Community. When Chen woke up, it was almost noon. I was busy unloading goods last night and was busy until midnight. He rubbed his eyes and walked over to the box to look at it. I saw an extra piece of paper and a scroll inside. Chen knew that he must have one last night. Pick up the scroll and look at it first. It's a piece of calligraphy. Chen scratched his head. The words are good, but he doesn't understand calligraphy, so they all feel the same. This thing should be more valuable than those antiques. Let's take it to Boss Gu and the others to have a look. This time, a lot of money was spent again. Chen was thinking. The supplies I bought last night were already discounted a lot. After spending all the money, only a little over 2 million was left. It seems like a lot, but based on the number of people it supplies, I'm afraid it will only be enough for one more time. Chen rolled up the scroll carefully, picked up the letter sent by the Empress. After watching the entire process last night and the Empress's subsequent arrangements, Chen was very impressed. China has been passed down for thousands of years, and there have been many incompetent rulers, but there have also been many wise rulers. It's a pity that there are too many regrets of being born at the wrong time. And the Empress in front of him seemed to be quite capable. But he was born in that chaotic era. His ambitions were difficult to fulfill and were lost in the long river of history. Since this is the case, there is no need for me to intervene too much. Chen didn't think that he could do better than the Empress without understanding the actual situation over there. According to the Empress, they were going to chop off the Prime Minister's head and send it away. In this way, the troops of the northern barbarians, the Rurin, will surely attack the city frantically. It would be a tough battle to counterattack before being forced to leave. It would be easy if we could buy AK-47s. Everyone would have one and just shoot. How did you fight a war in ancient times? Chen shook his head and lay down on the bed. After thinking for a while and looking at the pile of books on the bedside, Chen seemed to have thought of something and quickly pulled out a copy of The Art of War from it. I bought this book when Brother Chong was very popular. I wanted to apply what I learned in the workplace, but it turned out that capitalists have no moral principles at all. Chen flipped through The Art of War to see if there was anything he could use. Take advantage of their own tactic? That's fine. The outside world doesn't know about the Prime Minister's death. If it is utilized, it may have miraculous effects. Chen's eyes lit up. But after thinking about it, Chen did not write down his ideas. Instead, he printed out the pages of content and put them in the box. Just guide, don't make demands. Chen believes that this is the only way to achieve the greatest effect. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Chen put the paper in, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Chen, I am Lina, your exclusive consultant. Your company has been processed. When I opened the door, I saw that it was someone from the bank. But this time, the financial manager did not come, only the consultant came. Professional suit, the first button is not fastened. Black stockings and high heels with letters. Very thoughtful. It's finished so quickly? Chen took the document and looked at it and found that the business license, official seal and other documents were all included. People say that banks are slow to work. Who said that? People are divided into different groups. We have filled in the business scope according to your requirements. You can operate various categories. Also, our bank has recently launched a number of financial products. Can I tell you about them? Lina smiled sweetly and prepared to enter. Don't worry yet. I've almost spent all my money, and I don't think I can keep the rest. I spent it in the past 2 days. Chen scratched his head. Mr. Chen, you are really good at joking. Lina smiled awkwardly. I just received so much money, and it was gone in one night? I just took a look at my account balance before leaving get off work yesterday, and there is money in it. Really? Check it out if you don't believe me. You are indeed late. Chen spread his hands. Lina quickly called to ask, and her face immediately turned bitter. Mr. Chen, do you have a grudge against money? It's not warm yet. Lina felt like crying. I can't help it. You better hurry up next time. Thank you. Chen closed the door. Once you have a trading company, you can start stockpiling goods. But now they still have to fight, and they probably don't have many weapons, so let's look for them first. Chen walked to the computer while thinking. I searched for bow and arrow on the shopping website. Children's Ultraman bow and arrow? Chen was confused. I flipped through several pages and saw nothing but children's bows and arrows. Not for sale? Chen was puzzled. After some searching, I changed the search to compound bow, and some similar results appeared. Although it is different from a normal bow and arrow, judging from the description, its power should be fine. It's just that the price is a little expensive. A good quality and powerful one costs more than 2,000. But there is a war going on over there, so of course we can't buy inferior products. I still have over 2 million now, so I can buy 1,000 of them. Chen chose one with good reviews. Chen, boss, do you have any stock? Shopkeeper, yes. How much? Chen, I want 1,000 swords, plus 100,000 arrows, for 2 million. Is that okay? The other party has closed the chat box. Chen, I don't even do business. Chen had no choice but to find another one. Seeing that the address was in the same city, he thought about it and took a taxi directly to the store. Let me introduce you to our compound bow. It's absolutely powerful. Shooting birds, fish, and even sheep is no problem. The boss took a compound bow and demonstrated it to Chen. Can this bow and arrow shoot people? Chen asked. The boss' eyes widened. Can armor be penetrated? Chen continued to ask.
Ah,
The boss's jaw almost dropped. Would it be inconvenient to shoot down from a high place? Can it be adjusted? Chen took the bow and tried it.
ah,
Chen asked 3 question marks in a row, and the boss next to him turned green in the face. Chapter 30. We received a report from the masses. Never mind. I need it urgently. Well, I want 1,000 plus 100,000 arrows for a package of 2 million. How about it? Chen asked the boss. This? Sure. Please sit down for a moment. I'll go check if there's enough inventory. The boss took Chen to a tea room and ran out in a hurry. After a while, the door opened. The boss didn't come, but 2 policemen came. You want to buy a bow and arrow? The police asked Chen. Yes. What's going on? I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Chen stood up speechlessly. Why did you buy a bow and arrow? We received reports from the public that a large criminal gang might be purchasing supplies, and we need to confirm it. Please show me your relevant documents. The police looked at Chen with confusion on their faces. He doesn't look like the leader of a criminal gang. Ah. Chen staggered and almost fell. Officer, you misunderstood. I'm purchasing for my company. I heard that aliens are coming to Earth, and I thought the price of this kind of bows and arrows would definitely go up, so I stocked up some. As a businessman, rare goods are valuable. Chen quickly explained. Aliens have landed on Earth? Don't believe in rumors or spread them. You said company procurement? Where's your company ID? The policeman asked suspiciously. Here. Chen found out his company information. So that's how it is. I'm sorry, but if you buy 1,000 of them, it's enough to equip an army. For the safety of the citizens, we have to check it out. The police looked at Chen's company and found that this was indeed within the scope of business. It's my duty. Sorry for the trouble. Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. If I hadn't registered the company in advance, I would probably have to go to police to explain this matter today. Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't expect such a misunderstanding to happen. I'm just being cautious. You asked about shooting people and armor right away. If something happens when you buy it back, I'll be held jointly responsible. At this time, the boss came over embarrassedly, rubbing his hands. Sure. Scan the code. Chen waved his hand. Well, I'll give you 10,000 more arrows as an apology. The boss is also very generous. After Chen paid the bill, the boss personally drove the goods to the warehouse. Shilong Palace. Li Lingwei was looking at Ling Huji's crimes, and the new Prime Minister Song Yao was standing beside him. Your Majesty, Ling Huji confessed to these crimes. He colluded with the northern barbarians and Rurin to march south and made secret arrangements. Our troops were defeated before because he cut off our food supplies and hindered us. Song Yao said slowly. Ling Huji really deserves to die. For the sake of a throne, you actually ignored the people of Shilong. It turns out that this old thief was behind all this. Li Lingwei gritted his teeth. Also, the siege of the capital this time was also an agreement reached between Ling Huji and the Rurin. He is trying to use this situation to force your Majesty to abdicate. Once he takes the throne, he will pay tribute to the Rurin. Song Yao continued. Listening to Song Yao's words, Li Lingwei nodded. The gods had told her this in detail before. According to Ling Huji, the last fire in the palace was the first planned attack. They were going to set the palace on fire and then coordinate internal and external forces to attack the city. The second time was an assassination attempt, but it was averted by His Majesty. The third time was when he forced the emperor to give him grain, and the gods were apparently responsive. The fourth time will be when you attend a banquet. We will set up an ambush for you. If your Majesty refuses to obey, we will force you to abdicate. Song Yao's voice also had a slight tremor. He also didn't expect that Ling Huji had done so many outrageous things behind his back. Asshole. Li Lingwei was very angry, but also extremely grateful. Thanks to the help of God, and without even knowing it, God has helped me 4 times. Your Majesty, now that all the people related to Ling Huji have been captured, what should we do with them? Song Yao asked. Put them all in jail first. I will make arrangements after I consult with the gods. Li Lingwei thought for a while and said. After Li Lingwei arrived at the temple, he found several pages of paper at the bottom of the box. Is this a story sent by the gods? Is it a revelation from God? Take advantage of their own tactic? As Li Lingwei watched, his eyes gradually brightened. The news that Ling Huji was captured should still be unknown outside the city. In this case, we can indeed make use of it. According to Ling Huji's plan, after he becomes emperor, He intends to open the gates and let the Rurin troops enter the city. Why not pretend to let them in? Our people are lying in ambush in secret, so we can catch them off guard. Not only can we eliminate some of their troops, but we can also defeat the enemy and greatly boost our morale. It's more beneficial for defending the city. Thank God for your guidance. Li Lingwei clasped his hands together and said gratefully, "We have the men now, but if we want to take out as many of their men as possible, it's best to use bows and arrows." But after defending the city several times, the number of bows and arrows has been very small. Once a large number of arrows are used, it will be dangerous for the enemy to launch a full-scale siege on the city. Li Lingwei frowned and thought. Suddenly I heard a strange sound coming from the box behind me, just about to go forward to check. But suddenly countless strange things emerged. Even Li Lingwei was unable to dodge and was tripped by these things and fell to the ground. Is this Fabao? Li Lingwei picked it up and looked at it with shock on his face, only to find that there was a thin line in the middle. The Imperial guards outside heard Li Lingwei's exclamation and hurriedly prepared to come in to protect the emperor. But he was almost knocked over by a bundle of flying arrows. "Your Majesty, this seems to be a bow and arrow," the royal guards said as they looked at the composite bows pouring out of the hall. Although the shape of the bow was different from the ones they had seen before, there were still many arrows that came with it, so they could recognize it. "It's a bow and arrow. This is the diagram God gave us." Li Lingwei took out a piece of paper and looked at it. "Wu Lai, try the power of this bow and arrow. The god said that if you twist this round thing all the way to the bottom, you can adjust the power." Li Lingwei said to Wu Lai. Wu Lai couldn't hold back any longer and picked up a bow. So light. It's so light and strong. It's worthy of being a divine bow from heaven. Could it be made of meteorite iron from outer space? Didn't I hear that the god shot the sun with a bow and arrow? Could it be this kind of bow and arrow? As soon as Wu Lai picked up the bow, he felt that it was completely different from the bows they had used before. "I don't even know what material the bow is made of." Following the demonstration on the blueprint, Wu Lai adjusted the bow to maximum power, imitated him, pulled the bow to its full extent, and shot an arrow out with a whoosh. The arrow cut through the sky and disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned. "Where's the arrow? Where did you go?" Wu Lai was terrified. "When I was shooting the arrow just now, I didn't control the strength well and raised the angle a little, so the arrow went flying." Just as everyone was looking at each other in bewilderment, a team of patrolling guards came running over in a panic. "General Wu, protect the emperor. There's an assassin." Before they even came over, they started shouting at Wu Lai and the others. Chapter 31. The sun shooting bow demonstrates its power. Assassin? Quick! Everyone protect His Majesty. When Wu Lai heard this, he immediately asked everyone to protect Li Lingwei in the middle. When the man came to the crowd with an arrow, everyone was stunned. "This is the assassin you mentioned? Where did you find it?" Wu Lai asked with his eyes wide open. "We were patrolling near the outer gate just now, and suddenly an arrow hit the wall, grazing our nose. It startled all of us. Seeing that it was His Majesty's direction, we hurried over. Wait. This?" As the man spoke, he also noticed the bows and arrows scattered around. "It's exactly the same as the one he has in his hand, etc. You just said you were patrolling near the outer city gate? It's more than 200 feet away from the palace." Wu Lai suddenly realized something. The effective range of their normal bows and arrows is only about a few dozen feet. Who would have thought that the power of this sun-shooting bow is several times more powerful? What are you afraid of? Wu Lai, gather all the royal guards. You will be the protagonists in this battle. Li Lingwei obviously understood from Wu Lai's shocked expression that the power of this bow and arrow was extraordinary. Judging from the current number, there are as many as 1,000 bows and more than 100,000 arrows. That's enough for this plan. Outside the capital of Shilong, the northern barbarian Rurin military camp. In a large tent, the Rurin Khan Ujialu Dayton was furious. This time, I, the Rurin, marched southward with unstoppable force, plundering countless food and livestock. It's just that I've been delayed for so long in this Shilong capital. The first snow is coming. If we can't retreat deep into the grassland as soon as possible, we'll be in trouble. Then Ling Huji hasn't sent anyone to deliver the letter for such a long time. Could there be any changes? Ujialu Dayton stood up and said, Khan, the city is short of water and food. Even if they can hold out, they won't last more than a few days. Maybe the reason why I haven't sent any messages recently is because I'm too hungry to walk. If it weren't for those crazy people guarding the city, we would have rushed in long ago. It is estimated that Ling Huji will take action in the next few days. The generals around came forward and said, "That's true. It's just an isolated city now. Ling Huji has no choice. But we can't just wait like this. We need to send people to attack the city right away and warn Ling Huji." Yujialu Dayton said, "Report. Khan. An arrow is sent from the city." At this moment, a soldier ran in a panic. Show it to me." Yujialu Dayton quickly took it. "Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that Ling Huji would succeed. Appointed to open the west gate to let us in after 3 hours. They are busy suppressing the rebellion in the city now." Yujialu Dayton laughed out loud. "Now, our plan can begin. Rurin. Personally select 5,000 elite cavalrymen and enter through the west gate. After entering the city, go straight to the palace, capture Ling Huji, chop him up, and then bring out the empress from the capital. I heard that this is the most beautiful woman in Shilong. Also, all the women in the capital will be taken back, and the men will be taken back as two-legged beasts. This way, we will have food to eat during the winter. That idiot is still dreaming of cooperating with us. Does he really think we are as stupid as him?" Yujialu Dayton said ferociously. "As long as they capture the capital of Shilong, the entire territory of Shilong will become their Rurin pasture. It can also be used as a springboard to enter the heartland of the Central Plains. I, the Rurin, will unify the world. This is the beginning. Ha ha ha. Kill, kill, kill." Hearing Yujialu Dayton's words, everyone laughed wildly. Really? 3 hours later, the west gate opened on time. The Rurin General Tuluin rushed in quickly with 5,000 cavalry. Ha ha ha. Go. Everyone head straight to the palace. Follow me. Stop. Stop it. Turuin was about to rush in with his whip, but suddenly a deep pit appeared in front of him. He quickly shouted at everyone to stop, but it was too late. At this time, everyone was in a charging state. Even if the people in front of them discovered the deep pit, the people behind them had no idea what was going on and were still rushing forward while shouting. He pushed all the people in front of him down. The next moment, countless big-headed doll soldiers emerged from the city walls and rooftops on all sides. He drew his bow and shot arrows at the chaotic cavalry. Don't save your arrows. Don't aim too hard, just cover them with your bow and arrows. Don't let any of them escape. Wulai reminded in a low voice. In fact, Wulai didn't need to say anything. The royal guards, wearing divine armor and holding sun-shooting bows, couldn't wait any longer. There were 100 arrows behind each person. I have never fought such a prosperous battle in my entire life. Everyone wants to shoot 3 arrows at once. 800 imperial guards. 800 bows and crossbows. In just a few breaths, more than 30,000 arrows were shot down. None of the 5,000 cavalrymen were spared, and all were shot by arrows and fell to the ground. The city gate was clearly wide open behind me. They only need to retreat on horseback, and they can rush out in an instant. But who could have imagined that arrows would rain down from the sky? Covering the sky and the sun. It's airtight. Turuin was shot alive and turned into a hedgehog. He fell down unwillingly without even having time to issue a warning. Outside the city gate at this time, Yujialu Dayton and others are also ready to go. Listening to the screams and wails coming from inside the city gate, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Ling Huji is such an idiot. Do you really think we will cooperate with you? You Central Plains are nothing more than our granary and pasture. Almost. Let's go in too. Yujialu Dayton rode on his horse and slowly walked towards the city. But it wasn't long after we entered the city. Yujialu Dayton was stunned. What appeared before our eyes were the corpses of countless horses and soldiers. His body was covered with arrows like a hedgehog. Looking at the clothes, this is one of ours. Yujialu Dayton's eyes couldn't help but widen. Kill. Just when Yujialu Datian was still in a daze, with a loud roar, countless figures appeared around and on the city gate tower. The next moment, dozens of arrows shot towards Yujialu Datian. But there were many soldiers surrounding Yujialu Datian, who blocked most of the arrows for him. However, one arrow hit Yujialu Datian's shoulder. Not good. There's an ambush. We've fallen into a trap. Retreat quickly. Yujialu Dayton shouted loudly. Under the cover of everyone, they retreated outside. The Rurin soldiers also drew their bows and arrows and counterattacked against the city walls. But when I looked up, I was dumbfounded. What are these things? Why is the head so big? It's also colorful. Monster. What's even more bizarre is that those people didn't dodge or evade their arrows, but just endured and fought back. But not one of them fell. What's happening? Could it be that there is a god's blessing? For these nomadic tribes, they believe in ghosts and gods the most. Many people were shocked when seeing this scene. He raised the bow and arrow but forgot to shoot the arrow. They all became living targets. Seeing this scene, Ujialu was shocked, angry, anxious, furious, in pain and dizzy. He almost vomited blood and fell off his horse. He led his troops and retreated 2 miles before slowly stopping. Ha ha ha. Now you know how powerful we are in Shilong, right? It's worthy of being called a divine arrow. It's so powerful. Wu Lai was grinning on the city gate. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Go out and take it back immediately, before anyone else snatches it away. These are all treasures bestowed by God. Don't leave any behind. Wu Lai was laughing when he suddenly came to his senses and started jumping up and down and shouting as if his butt was on fire. He hurriedly arranged for people to go down and pick up the arrows. Chapter 32. What a coincidence. I also have a calligraphy piece. Outside the city. Rurin military camp. Ujialu sat in the front with a pale face and thick bandages on his arms. The generals standing in front of him were also injured. There are still many empty seats. Khan. The casualties this time have been counted. In addition to the 5,000 cavalry led by General Tuluin at the beginning, another 3,000 people were shot and killed by arrows in the chaos. 2 generals were tripped by their horses while fleeing and were trampled to death. As for the injured, more than 10,000 people. In addition to the arrow wounds, many were stepped on by our own people. That's enough. Shut up. Shut up. Ujialu listened to his subordinate's report, slapped his chair, and stood up. Shame. It is a disgrace to our Rurin nation. Then Linghu Ji must have done it on purpose. He saw through our plan and played a trick on us. Ujialu shouted angrily. Khan, this is really strange. I saw it with my own eyes. The soldiers on the city wall are definitely not Shilong soldiers. They all have big heads, very strange shapes, and come in all sorts of colors. More importantly, when our arrows hit them, it was as if they felt nothing. I'm afraid Shilong City is blessed by gods. At this time, a general next to him said hesitantly. The generals around him nodded silently. They all saw it at that time. In fact, if it weren't for that shocking scene, they wouldn't have suffered such a devastating defeat. Half of them were caught off guard and ambushed, and half of them were simply frightened. Nonsense. If they were blessed by the gods, how could they have ended up being trapped in the capital by our soldiers? It must be Linghu Ji's plan. The people of the Central Plains have always been cunning and cunning. When they can't win, they like to play tricks. They just want to scare us into retreating. Pass my orders. Tomorrow morning, the entire army will attack the city. I want to catch Linghu Ji and kill him myself. Ujialu said to everyone. Tian High City. Antique Street. Chen came to GE's store carrying the calligraphy in a black bag. This time I spent most of my money on buying bows and arrows. There is only a little interest left on the card. Considering that he would need to purchase more things later, Chen came with the painting. How about it? This is a long-lost unique piece. The price is 30 million. I came here because of the reputation of your antique shop. As soon as Chen entered, he heard a burst of talking. I saw Gudahai and Mr. Wang in the room, looking at a calligraphy piece, and there was a middle-aged man next to them. Oh, it's Brother Chen who's here. Come, take a look at this great thing. This is the theory of the pen by Zhang Ji, a famous calligrapher from the Eastern Han dynasty. It has been lost for many years. You came at such a good time. Mr. Wang saw Chen coming in and waved to him. The pen heart theory? Chen was stunned. He had the impression that the calligraphy that the Queen of Shilong gave him was also called by Exine Luan. Chen leaned over to take a look, and it was exactly the same as his own calligraphy. But some seals are missing. That's natural. This calligraphy was passed down from my ancestors. If my son wasn't getting married and the other party wanted 8 million yuan as a dowry, I wouldn't have sold it. I'm selling it because I need the money urgently. 30 million is already my reserve price. Otherwise, if I just put it up for auction, the price will definitely be much higher than this. The middle-aged man was very proud. Boss, the style of the characters is formed with one stroke, and sometimes there are gaps, but the blood is continuous, and the characters are connected with each other without any interruption. It is indeed Zhang Ji's handwriting. As for the antiquity of the scroll, it is indeed from the Eastern Han dynasty. It has just been identified. At this time, an old man came to Gudahai and said, this old man is Gudahai's master appraiser and also the top expert in his shop. Hearing the old man say this, Mr. Wang next to him rubbed his hands excitedly. Boss Wang, is Zhangji's calligraphy so valuable? Chen asked doubtfully. After all, this piece of calligraphy costs 30 million? From what I heard, it's still a relatively low price, which is really shocking. Of course. Zhangji opened up a new world for calligraphy. All those great calligraphers you know, like Wang Shiji, were his students. There is an idiom called learning calligraphy by the pond. Have you heard of it? It's about Zhangji. Zhangji's calligraphy has been treasured by the world for nearly 2,000 years, and not a single piece of paper has been lost. However, this on the pin was lost many years ago during the Five Barbarians' invasion of China. I heard that it was snatched away by the Hu cavalry on the grasslands. Now that it has reappeared in the world, if people knew about it, I'm afraid it would be sold at a sky-high price. I've finally got a good day today. Mr. Wang was a little excited. Whether you keep this calligraphy for yourself or resell it, you will definitely not lose money. Listening to Mr. Wang's words, Chen hesitated. He doesn't understand writing. So could it be that the writing in front of him is also an authentic work? Is it the same calligraphy as the one in your hand? But that's not right. If it was passed down at a later time, the seal on it should have been preserved. How can it be reduced further? By the way, Brother Chen, how come you have time to come here today? Is there something good too? Mr. Wang looked at the black bag in Chen's hand and asked quickly. This, Mr. Wang, what a coincidence. I also have a calligraphy piece. It also happens to be Zhangji's theory of writing. By the way, this calligraphy on your desk might be a fake. Chen said slowly. No matter what, he still felt that the Queen of Shilong would not lie to him. What did you say? Whose are you saying is a fake? Boy, if you dare to talk nonsense, I will kill you, believe it or not. When the middle-aged man heard Chen say that his calligraphy was a fake, he jumped up as if his tail was stepped on. Gudahai was stunned and quickly stopped the man. He also took out Chen's calligraphy. Gudahai and Mr. Wang were stunned for a moment. What Chen brought was actually a painting of Zhangji's on the heart of the pin. The two pieces of calligraphy are exactly the same except for the seals on them. This, Brother Chen, what's going on? Mr. Wang was a little stunned. He knew before that everything Chen brought were good things. The wine glass I bought from him last time made him really proud. But the middle-aged man's calligraphy has also been authenticated and is authentic. Could it be that there are two more? But if Brother Chen was a fake, how could he possibly take it out in public after seeing the original? This is also passed down from my ancestors. As for whether it is genuine, we need to ask Mr. Gu to find someone to authenticate it. Chen said to Gudahai. Fart. This must be a fake. Mine is the real thing. Hey, Mr. Gu, you're trying to lower the price by this method. Isn't that too despicable? The middle-aged man said to Gudahai angrily. Just when the 30 million was about to be in hand, a young boy suddenly showed up to disrupt the situation. When have I, Gudahai, ever used such means to do things? Oldly, come and take another look at this calligraphy. Gudahai called the experts in his store over with a cold face. The old man looked at the calligraphy that Chen took out, his eyes widened immediately, and he looked at it with a magnifying glass for a full half-hour with sweat all over his forehead. Just when Gudahai was wondering, the old man knelt down in front of Gudahai. Boss, I was wrong. He gave me 5 million and asked me to help him prove that the calligraphy was real. He also said that Zhangji's, by Xian Luan, has been lost, and the original will never be found and will never be exposed. I was confused for a moment and agreed. I never thought I'd be able to see the original today. I will die with no regrets in this life. The old man pointed at the middle-aged man next to him and said, #########. Chapter 33, Are you bullying my brother Chen? I will kill both of you. You, don't talk nonsense. I don't know you. I haven't even looked for you. I'm not selling today. I'm leaving. When the middle-aged man heard this, he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Seeing Mr. Wang's murderous look, he rushed out in a panic, not even taking the calligraphy.
Mad.
You still want to run away in Tianhai City? Dare to lie to me? I'll kill you, Mr. Wang said with gritted teeth. Brother Chen, you are really... This is the fate between us brothers. If it weren't for you, I would have been cheated today. The money doesn't matter. The most important thing is my face. I will be so embarrassed in the future. Mr. Wang turned and said to Chen, Brother Chen, I thank you for this. I never thought that after dealing in antiques for so many years, I would be set up by a thief who almost destroyed my reputation. If this writing gets out of here today, our reputation will be ruined and we won't have to open the door anymore. I don't need to express my gratitude for your kindness. Please accept my greeting first. Gudahai also bowed to Chen. No, no, no. I really don't deserve it. I just happened to come here. All I can say is that the two bosses turned a disaster into a blessing. Chen smiled. Loudly, considering that you have been with me for so many years, please go. I will not pursue what happened today. But you should stop working in the antique business. If I find you again, I will find a grave to bury you. Gudahai turned around and spoke coldly to the old man. The old man was filled with gratitude. He knelt down and kowtowed to Chen, then left in a hurry. He also knew that if Chen had not appeared today, he might have disappeared silently on the physical level in the near future. Damn it. Brother Chen, you bring me one surprise after another. If I wasn't afraid of getting you into trouble, I would really like to become your sworn brother. Since this calligraphy is authentic, I'll add another 5 million as a token of my gratitude to Brother Chen. How do you think? Mr. Wang said to Chen. Boss Wang, I don't want the 5 million yuan for the information fee. Give it to Brother Chen. It's enough to have the reputation to sell this calligraphy. Gudahai also spoke quickly. Bite. 40 million yuan has been deposited into my bank card. Before Chen could say anything, the bank's reminder message came. 40 million more all of a sudden? Chen couldn't believe his eyes. Brother Chen, I got the upper hand this time. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Come on. I'll take you back myself. Mr. Wang couldn't wait to roll up the painting and walked out happily with Chen. Guangming community? Brother Chen, do you live here? When Mr. Wang sent Chen to the community, he asked with some surprise. Yes, my parents' house is here. Chen nodded. Don't misunderstand me, Brother Chen. I'm not saying this place is shabby. Rather, we are planning to build this community. They said that while the popularity is high, they want to build an alien base. We have won the bid. We are currently studying the construction plan. Mr. Wang said to Chen. Alien base? The corners of Chen's mouth twitched. I remembered what Sister Lu said when she collected the water and electricity bills, and it turned out to be true. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen. But the problem is, this house was left to me by my parents, and I grew up here, so I don't want to move away. What if this is demolished? Chen was in a bit of a dilemma. Uncle, third uncle? Why are you here again? As soon as Chen got off the car, he saw his uncle and third uncle sitting at the entrance of the corridor waiting for him. We went back to look for the last incident, and we found the IO your father wrote to us. It's not that I borrowed 400,000 yuan, but I borrowed 300,000 yuan. I have discussed this with your third uncle. Just donate the compensation you paid earlier. Even if it's for the sake of praying for your parents, you don't have to pay it back. Well, you transfer the house to us, but you can still live in it. This won't affect you at all, right? The uncle smiled and handed Chen a crumpled piece of paper. Chen took it and looked at it. There were some blurry words written on it. Only the words, borrowing 300,000, were clearly visible. There are 3 handprints below whose owners are unknown. Chen was speechless. Even if you want to fool a child, you wouldn't do it this way, right? Just get a piece of paper as evidence? Transfer ownership first? It seems that they also know about the demolition. Hey. Can you two have some shame? Do you dare to take my brother Chen's house? I'm telling you, the demolition will definitely not affect the residential areas. At this moment, Mr. Wang got out of the car in a rage. Mr. Wang had heard their conversation just now. Damn it. Who do you think you are? This is our family's business. What does it have to do with you? I'm his third uncle, and this is his eldest uncle. His parents are dead, so we have the final say in this family. Uncle Chen stepped forward and said to Mr. Wang, Bullshit. Dare to scold me? I don't care about your uncle or third uncle. If anyone dares to bully my brother Chen today, I will kill him. I'll show you whether I have the final say or not. Mr. Wang took out his cell phone and went aside to make a call. At this time, hearing the quarrel at the corridor entrance, many neighbors also gathered over. This is Uncle Chen. Isn't this taking over by force? That's right. I heard that our place was demolished and they came to occupy our house. They are such bad people. This is the house left by Chen's parents. They are so shameless. Don't mention it. Yesterday, our tenant asked me how we would divide the money after the demolition. Who was that boss next to him? He seems to have been scolded. The neighbors around were pointing and talking at Chen. After a while, several cars drove over. A notice was posted on the community bulletin board. Guangming Community Lake Renovation Plan? The original demolition plan was cancelled? A closed alien base was built at the original lake location? The base has nothing to do with Guangming Community? What's going on? The residents were stunned when they saw the notice in front of them. Dare to scold me? I'll show you if I can have the final say. To be honest, I didn't agree with this plan before, but since you two bastards dared to cause trouble, it's easy to deal with. When it comes to demolition, there are two options, demolish or not. This way, we can save ourselves some trouble. Come on, throw them both out. Mr. Wong greeted his subordinates. Damn it, it's all because of these two that the demolition was ruined. The demolition boss is here to inspect, and you two dare to curse him? Kill them. Mahler's neighbor, where's my knife? I've already paid the deposit for my BMW. These two bastards. When the surrounding residents heard that the demolition was messed up by their uncle and third uncle, they became furious. There was no need for Mr. Wong's men to take action. Everyone just picked up sticks and kitchen knives and chased Chen's uncle and third uncle and started to attack. The eldest uncle and the third uncle ran out crying and shouting for their parents. Chen looked at this scene and didn't know what to say. He who brings trouble upon himself will suffer the consequences. But there was no demolition, so I was able to keep the house left by my parents. Mr. Wong, thank you very much. Chen bowed to Mr. Wong. Don't say that. I didn't want to demolish the house in the first place. After all, I have to pay so much compensation. I don't know who started it first, and now I'm in a dilemma. I just happened to make up my mind today. Brother Chen, have a good rest. I'm leaving now. Mr. Wong also said goodbye. When Chen returned home, he immediately looked at the box. Having sent so many arrows over there, he was also concerned about the battle situation over there. Sure enough, I saw a letter sent by the Empress. Chapter 34 God praised me. Chen picked it up and took a look, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The Empress described in detail the course of the battle and the result of the great victory. The gratitude and joy in the tone are evident on the paper. Looking at the letter from the Empress, she doesn't seem to be very old. She looks like a girl. I forgot to ask the experts about the age of the Empress. Chen smiled and shook his head. In my impression, it seems that emperors are always older. But judging from these letters from the Empress, this does not seem to be the case. Especially this time of great victory, the feeling expressed is more obvious. In his mind, there even appeared a scene of a woman about his own age cheering and jumping for joy. Chen lay on the sofa, feeling very happy and wanting to share his joy with others. 40 million was deposited into the account all at once. Before this, Chen didn't even dare to think about it. Not to mention, now I have also gotten to know the big shot in Tianhai City, and he has helped me a lot today. All of this seemed to be brought to him by the Queen of Shilong. Chen thought about it, got up and went to the computer, and wrote a letter to the Empress. Think about it, although the enemy was repelled, they would definitely not give up and would definitely attack the city as soon as possible, which also reminded the Empress not to be careless. After printing it out, I put it in the box. This looks like the pen pal we had before. It just spans over 1,000 years. It's amazing just to think about it. Chen laughed. Shilong Palace. Li Lingwei got up before dawn. Yesterday's great victory made her so excited that she tossed and turned. She couldn't wait to go to the temple early in the morning and saw the letter sent by the gods. You did a great job, it's impressive. Oh my God. The gods praised me. Li Lingwei couldn't help but read and her face suddenly turned red. It seems I did the right thing. I will lead everyone to stick to the end. I like the words you sent me. Thank you for everything you have given me. Oh my God. The gods really like it. And thank you for me? Li Lingwei felt his breathing become a little short, and he couldn't even believe his eyes. The enemy has suffered such a great loss, they will probably launch an attack on the city immediately, so be careful. If you need anything, just tell me. You're welcome. Oh no, I got a little too proud of myself. This is a reminder from God to me. I should have thought of it earlier. When Li Lingwei saw the end, she suddenly realized her negligence. They only temporarily repelled the enemy. The northern Tartars and Rurin did not suffer many casualties. Moreover, they must have been very annoyed by this battle. Come on. Li Lingwei hurriedly shouted to the outside. Go to the city defense immediately and inform the generals to be careful of the enemy attacking the city. Li Lingwei said to the royal guards outside.
Yes.
The royal guards had already run out. After a while, shouts and screams were heard coming from outside the city. Li Lingwei couldn't help but frown. His Majesty. Not long after our people gathered, the enemy launched a full-scale siege. If we hadn't prepared in advance, we would have been almost silently attacked by their vanguard. The fight has already started. Wu Lai hurriedly came to Li Lingwei and said, Quick, Call the Imperial Guards immediately and follow me up to the city wall. Li Lingwei thought about it and said to Wu Lai, His Majesty, the tower is dangerous. Don't go into danger yourself. When Wu Lai heard that Li Lingwei was going to the city wall, he hurriedly stopped him. No. At this point, the enemy will be in a desperate situation, and the next step will be a desperate battle to siege the city. If the wall is breached, it will be the end of us. With me with them, I believe the fighting power of the soldiers will be boosted. At this time, I want to be with the frontline soldiers. Li Lingwei flatly refused Wu Lai and walked towards the city wall with the royal guards. When Li Lingwei arrived at the city wall, he was so shocked by the scene before him that he was speechless. Outside the city, enemies were surging like a tide from all directions, all over the mountains and plains. Many enemy troops were even carrying siege ladders. Your Majesty, these siege ladders were brought from other cities in Shilong. Ling Huji, this bastard, Wu Lai said, gritting his teeth. Your Majesty, how did you get up here? It's dangerous here. Wu Lai, what do you do for a meal? At this time, Ma Guowei, who saw Li Lingwei coming up, also ran over. This is what I meant. I want to defend the city with all the soldiers. Ma Guowei, listen to my orders. Li Lingwei shouted coldly. From now on, all the royal guards are under your command. Tell everyone that I am behind them. Li Lingwei said to Ma Guowei.
Yes.
Ma Guowei also understood what Li Lingwei meant and was deeply touched. With your Majesty behind the soldiers, the encouragement to them is unparalleled. Quick! All the royal guards, take up advantageous positions and use bows and arrows to block the attack. If you are already under the city wall, use stones to hit it. Everyone, His Majesty is behind us. Let's fight. We must not let anyone set foot on the city wall. Ma Guowei shouted loudly. All the royal guards joined the battle, and their helmets and armor formed a barrier on the city wall. Countless arrows instantly covered the crowd charging forward outside the city wall. With the addition of the royal guards, the enemy's offensive was instantly curbed. Wu Lai did not move, but stayed guarding Li Lingwei, watching the situation around vigilantly. Sudden, with a whoosh sound, an arrow grazed Li Lingwei's cheek and got stuck on the city wall. Wu Lai was so scared that he trembled. His Majesty! Wu Lai quickly stood in front of Li Lingwei. Wu Lai, don't protect me. Your duty is to kill the enemy. Li Lingwei wiped the scratches on his cheek and spoke to Wu Lai with forced calmness.
Yes.
Wu Lai roared loudly and joined the battle. This scene of Li Lingwei deeply inspired all the soldiers. The sound is like thunder. Fight bravely and kill the enemy. Even though the enemy's number was several times that of the defenders, they simply did not move forward a single step. Quick! There aren't enough stones and logs for the wall. Bring some more. General, there are no more. They're all gone. At this time, the stones and logs for the city wall were almost exhausted. Pass on my order and tell all the people in the city that now is a matter of life and death. Remove the stones and wood from the houses and send them here. Hurry up. Li Lingwei quickly spoke to the soldier next to him. Just when the supplies for defending the city were used up and the soldiers were preparing to use their bodies to knock the enemy down again, a chaotic sound was heard behind them. Everyone looked back. There was dust flying in the city, and many people were carrying stones and wood to the city wall. At this moment, the soldiers defending the city could no longer hold back. For the first time, they felt the unity of Shilong. For the first time, they felt that their desperate perseverance was meaningful. Kill. The morale of all the soldiers defending the city was unprecedentedly high. They took stones and wood from the people and smashed them towards the people below the city. Finally, the enemy couldn't hold on any longer and sounded the retreat. Cheers came from the city wall. Even Li Lingwei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But looking at the dense enemy troops outside the city, he still felt a little worried. They no longer had anything to defend the city, and their bows and arrows were all outside the city, with no way to retrieve them. If the enemy attacks the city again, it is likely that we will not be able to hold it. Just then, a group of people came out from the enemy side. I am Ujialu Dayton, the Khan of Rurin. Let that old Ling Huji get out of here. Ujialu Dayton rode forward and shouted at the city gate. Chapter 35. Swear to live and die with the capital. Ling Huji? Oh? Li Lingwei and others on the city wall were full of questions. The fools in this city still think Ling Huji is not dead? We in Shilong were actually besieged by such a group of fools. What a shame. Ling Huji's head had been chopped off a long time ago, right? His head must be stinking, right? The soldiers defending the city looked at the enemy outside the city as if they were fools. Ujialu Dayton, do you recognize me? Li Lingwei came to the city wall and looked down coldly. You? When Ujialu Dayton saw that it was the queen of Shilong, he was stunned for a moment. It turns out that the empress has been in command all along? Where is Ling Huji? After fighting for such a long time, I don't even know who the opponent's main general is. It's ridiculous. Of course it's me. I have already beheaded Ling Huji, and your conspiracy has been completely shattered. Now that the army and the people of my city are united, I advise you to be sensible and withdraw your troops as soon as possible. Otherwise, you can't go back even if you want to. Li Lingwei said coldly to Ujialu Datian. Snort. How dare a mere isolated city make such outrageous statements? Even without Ling Huji, do you really think you can hold on? I saw a lot of what just now that was beams. If I'm not mistaken, you've used up all the things in the capital, right? Ujialu Dayton said with a sneer. I'll give you a chance. Open the city gates and surrender, then follow me back to Rurin and be my slave. I promise not to harm anyone in your city. How's it going? Ujialu Dayton looked at the city wall with a greedy look on his face. Bullshit. Old man, come and fight me if you can. I'll shoot you to death. Wulai, who was standing aside, became furious when he heard Ujialu Dayton's insult to the empress. He drew his bow and shot an arrow in the direction of Ujialu Datian. Ha ha ha. You still want to shoot me with a bow and arrow? Don't you see the distance? Oh shit. Ujialu Dayton was looking at Wu Lai with contempt, but he didn't expect that an arrow would hit the horse's eye. The horse felt pain, neighed, raised its leg, and threw Ujialu Dayton to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Suddenly there was a burst of laughter from the city wall. Just wait. In 3 days, I will mobilize a large army to destroy your capital. Shilong Queen, sooner or later I will pin you down and make you beg for mercy. Ujialu Dayton shouted in frustration. Looking at Ujialu Datian's embarrassed appearance, Li Lingwei couldn't laugh at all. 3 days. The Rurin will certainly mobilize a large number of troops to attack the city. And since their city defenses were exhausted, they had no choice but to fight with all their might. I swear to live and die with the capital. After returning to the palace from the city wall, Li Lingwei immediately came to the temple, wrote a farewell letter. She knows. The battle 3 days later was beyond redemption, and perhaps this was Shilong's last glory. As the emperor, she must lead the city's military and civilians to fight to the end. It's just that I feel a little indebted to God for his grace. The gods have helped them enough. She was very satisfied that they could die in battle so gloriously. I hope that I can meet God in that world. Chen, I will never forget the name of God. Li Lingwei wiped the corners of his eyes and respectfully put the farewell letter into the box. Tianhai City, Guangming District Police Station. Okay, you two are old, but you still miss your nephew's house. Do you want some shame? Besides, the demolition plan for that community has not been finalized. The demolition talk is just a rumor. Your name is Chen, right? Not bad. Repay evil with kindness. Take them both out through the back door. The police said to Chen. Next to them squatted my uncle and my third uncle, their heads bleeding. Ever since the two of them insulted Mr. Wang, causing him to change the planning scheme, the dreams of everyone in the community who had been looking forward to the demolition were shattered. He was chased all the way by everyone in the community. Fortunately, the two were smart and rushed into the police station. Otherwise, you might be beaten to death. Chen came to rescue the two people only after receiving a call from the police station. Chen, we were wrong. Alas, it's all because of the money. The uncle had a bandage on his head and spoke to Chen with a face full of shame. Yes, Chen, we treated you so badly, yet you still came to help us. This is really... Actually, it was your uncle's idea. I have always loved you, your third uncle. Uncle San also said somewhat embarrassedly. Third brother, please watch over our nephew and make his words clear. You were the one who suggested asking for money, right? You also forged the IOU, right? And you actually pushed me back just now. If I hadn't seen the police station, I might have been beaten to death by those people. When the uncle heard what the third uncle said, he immediately became angry. Uncle San also pinched his waist and stood up. Watching the two continue to quarrel, Chen shook his head speechlessly and went home. When I got home, I habitually went to the box and looked at it first. Sure enough, I saw a letter. Chen picked it up with a smile. I guess with my reminder, they successfully repelled the enemy attacking the city. But when Chen Shun finished reading the letter, his brows furrowed tightly. Learned from the Empress's letter. The enemy's siege was indeed repelled. But 3 days later, the northern barbarians, the Rurin, will also send a large army to attack the city, and it will be a desperate battle. But there was nothing left in the city to defend against the enemy. All the stones and logs had been used up, and there were not many bows and arrows left. We have reached the end of our rope. Once the enemy attacks the city, then they can only resist with their bodies. Even if one life is exchanged for another, the number of enemy troops is several times, or even dozens of times that of the defenders. The capital of Shilong is in danger. The Empress also decided to fight in the front line in person. She would rather die under the sword than become a puppet and never become a king who lost her country. The Empress's handwriting, so powerful that it can be seen through the paper, shows her determination to die. The farewell between the lines is touching. After reading the letter, Chen Shun stood up suddenly. Now that I have money, can I still watch Shilong City fall? Isn't it just defending a city? Where's my fucking Italian cannon? I just don't believe it. If we give each of them a gun, they can't defend the capital of Shilong? Chen Shun went to the computer and started searching. It's definitely not available on shopping websites, so you can only think of unconventional ways. Sure enough, he found a group, spent $100 to join, and found a phone number that claimed he could buy guns. Chen Shun hit him tentatively. Hello, how are you? Chen Shun asked. You want to buy a gun? A deep voice came from the other end of the line. Right. What guns do you have? Chen Shun asked quickly. What kind of gun do you want? We have homemade guns, standard weapons, and everything else. How many do you want? The person on the other end of the phone asked. I want submachine guns, 10,000 of them. Another 500,000 rounds of ammunition. Chen Shun said. Grass. Neuropathy. The person on the other end of the phone hung up immediately. Chen Shun. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 36. Use these things to smash them to death. Ding ling ling. Just when Chen Shun was speechless, the phone rang again. Hello, this is Guoming Branch. My last name is Chung. Police number is 12345. Did you just call to buy a gun? The police's voice came from the other end of the phone. Forehead. I'm just trying it out. Chen Shun swallowed. Well, we heard it. You even bought 10,000 submachine guns. You are amazing. We have already monitored that group of people and are about to close the net. Please be careful not to interfere with our actions. Otherwise, we'll have to go talk to you. The police said to Chen Shun. Yes, yes, yes. Clear. Chen Shun quickly hung up the phone and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Be good. It turns out that this society cannot do anything illegal or disorderly. It seems that buying guns and cannons is unrealistic. Maybe I'll have to go in again. The Bald Eagle country does have guns. As long as you take your box with you to the Bald Eagle country, you'll be fine. But I don't have a passport, and even if I go, I don't have a gun license, so I can't buy one. 3 days is not enough time. We can only plan for it later. Chen Shun sighed. What shall we do now? Bows and arrows are easy to get. I can just contact the merchant I bought them from. But where can I get stones and logs for the city defense? Chen Shun lay on the bed. Etc. Open your mind. I can't be so stubborn. Aren't the purpose of these so-called rocks and rolling logs to knock down the soldiers attacking the city? In other words, can't anything that can knock someone down be used? Thinking of this, Chen Shun looked at the dumbbells he used for fitness in the corner. I immediately went to the computer and found a manufacturer in the same city. I looked at the address and went straight there. Boss, how many dumbbells, discus, etc. do you have in stock now? Chen Shun asked. Many more. All the gyms in Tianhai City purchase their products from me. The quality is absolutely great. The factory manager took Chen Shun to the warehouse, which was filled with fitness equipment. In this way, I want all the dumbbells, discus, and barbells. And I want all these weight plates too. Chen Shun looked around the warehouse. Find out everything that can be used in city defense. A rough estimate is that there are tens of thousands of them when all the items are added together. You want them all? Boss, you are kidding, right? The factory manager was stunned. Transfer money, deliver goods. Chen Shun swiped the card quickly. Seeing the finance department running towards him with bared fangs and stumbling, the factory director swallowed hard. Be good. I thought that since Chen Shun was so young, it would be good enough for him to open a small gym. I didn't expect this to be a big shot. Judging from the demand, it might be a national chain of gyms. Big customer. By the way, do you know any manufacturer of sports equipment? Like shot put, javelin, discus, etc.? Chen asked the factory director. He originally wanted to buy dozens of tons of bricks. But if you think about it, if you throw down dozens of tons of bricks or stones, they will probably create a slope. Those Rurin soldiers could then charge directly onto the city wall. So the smaller and heavier these things are, the better. As for something like a javelin, you can stab the enemy one by one and throw it hard to kill them. It's a good thing. No. I'll help you get in touch right away. The manufacturer quickly helped Chen make several phone calls. 2 consecutive days. Chen was busy from morning till night and bought almost all the heavy objects in Tianhai City that were heavy enough to kill people. He even paid a high price to buy all the bowling balls in several bowling alleys in Tianhai City. I also went to the bow and arrow factory I visited last time and bought hundreds of thousands more arrows. All of them were transported into the box by a machine. Shilong Palace. His Majesty. The Rurin are gathering their troops in large numbers. They are determined to win this siege. Our city defenses are almost gone. Even if we fight to the death, I'm afraid it will be difficult to sustain. While the Rurin troops are not prepared, quickly have the Imperial Guards escort His Majesty out of the city. As long as your Majesty lives, Shilong will not perish. Shilong General Ma Guowei and Prime Minister Song Yao knelt in front of Li Lingwei and said, I have made up my mind. I will never live in disgrace. No need to say more. Li Lingwei waved his hand. My Shilong territory has been lost, and the people are living in misery. It's all my fault. How can I abandon the people of the capital again now? This time, I will go to the city wall myself. If you want to hurt the people of Shilong, you must first step over my dead body. Li Lingwei said in a firm tone. I will do my best. I will follow your Majesty till death. Seeing that the Empress had made up her mind, Ma Guowei immediately kowtowed and said, This is their Shilong Emperor. Led by example. Wear armor. Fearless and brave. Even if she is just a woman, how many emperors throughout history can compare to her? Your Majesty has such a will. How can we be timid and cowardly? I will lead all the people in the city to tear down their houses and turn them into soldiers. Even if there are only 3 families left, we will all die. Song Yao also bowed his head and said, although they in Shilong were trapped by soldiers at the gate of the city, they were in imminent danger. But this is the first time in 20 years since the establishment of Shilong that they have stood up so strong. No regrets in death. Report. His Majesty. Something happened in the temple. At this moment, a guard came running over in a hurry. What?
Walk.
Li Lingwei was shocked and quickly ran over with everyone. When everyone arrived at the temple, they saw a shocking scene. The royal guards who were originally guarding outside the temple were now running around in a hurry. It seems to be chasing something. The doors and windows of the temple before him were already shattered. Especially at the bottom of the door, there were a lot of holes. What are you doing? What happened? Li Lingwei asked quickly. His Majesty. Just now, there was a huge noise coming from inside the temple. We dare not rush in to check. But after a while, a lot of iron balls rolled out from inside. They smashed all the doors and windows. We've been moving it, and it's a little heavy. Several royal guards said breathlessly. Iron ball? Heavy? Li Lingwei was confused. He hurried to the temple to look. I saw that the whole hall was filled with strange things. There are some black iron balls the size of a palm. There are also some colorful balls as big as human heads with several holes on them. There are also some round cake-like things that seem to be made of iron. There are also some long sticks that look like guns with pointed ends. There are also some things with round cakes on both ends, but a long stick in the middle. In addition, there are many bows and arrows like last time. What are they? Hurry, check if there is any paper sent by the gods. Li Lingwei hurriedly shouted to everyone. It's so heavy. Such a small ball is so heavy. If it hits someone's head, wouldn't it explode? This big one is also very heavy. You know what? These holes are just right for putting your fingers in. It fits perfectly. Those round ones are discus. They're so heavy. This is convenient. You can just pick it up with the stick. It's really fun to swing it to hit someone, but it's too heavy. Everyone was moving and searching at the same time. After a while, I was exhausted and out of breath. These things didn't look big or many, but the weight of each one was beyond their expectations. Finally, I found a piece of paper under the box. There was only one simple sentence on the paper. Use these things to smash them to death. Chapter 37 Boss, I want to buy a few tons of gasoline. Li Lingwei was stunned at first, but then became ecstatic. This must be something used when guarding the city in heaven. The gods actually gave them all. These are the supplies God gave us for defense. With so many things, we won't be afraid even if the enemy attacks. Li Lingwei explained to everyone. Ah, I was wondering if this iron egg was so easy to use. I could just pick it up and throw it out. Won't this kill them? No, no, no. This discus is more exciting. When they come up, I will throw this discus down and definitely knock them all down in a row. Look at this. I can lift it up. This way, when the enemy comes up the siege ladder, I can knock everyone on the ladder down. This gun is so strong. Much stronger than our guns. Listening to Li Lingwei's explanation, everyone started to gesture. Ma Guowei on the side was rubbing his hands excitedly. God is above. God bless Shilong. As a general who loves his soldiers like his own sons, if there are sufficient defensive supplies, no one would want his soldiers to fight to their deaths. With these supplies, it is more than enough. Immediately have people move all these supplies to the city wall and be ready for battle. Ma Guowei immediately asked someone to make arrangements. Tianhai City, the largest trade and wholesale market. You want all of these? Are you sure? The owner of a spice shop looked at Chen in amazement. Yes, I want all the chili powder and pepper powder. I want as many as you can get. Please deliver them to this address. Chen happily scanned the code and paid. After walking around the entire market, I bought all the seasoning-related items. Afterwards, Chen went to the nearest gas station. Boss, are you doing good? The car ran out of gas halfway? Seeing Chen walking towards him unarmed, the salesperson thought that Chen had stopped his car halfway to buy gas. Yes, I want to ask, can I buy gasoline? I'd like to buy a few tons if I can. Chen nodded. Boss, call the police. I held him down. Someone is going to cause trouble. As soon as Chen finished speaking, the female clerk opposite rushed over. It was as if I saw a walking second-class merit. The boss and several other shop assistants came out of the house in amazement. He quickly rescued Chen first. What's going on? The boss asked quickly. He wants to buy tons of gasoline. He must be planning to set fires everywhere or burn himself. The saleswoman's face was filled with excitement. Are you out of your mind? How many tons of gasoline would it take to set a fire or burn yourself? Hurry and pull her in. The store manager was speechless. Sir, how many tons of gasoline do you really want to buy? We have a rule now that we can't take petrol away privately, let alone that much. The store manager asked Chen. The young man in front of me has a good appearance and doesn't look like a psycho at all. Ahem. Actually, I heard that aliens were coming to Earth, so I was wondering if I could stock up on some gasoline in advance. Chen had no choice but to bring up the matter of aliens again. Oh, you heard about it too? I heard that the wealthy people in Tianhai City have switched back to gasoline cars recently. It seems to be because of this alien or something. After hearing what Chen said, the store manager finally understood. But unfortunately, you definitely can't buy it. I suggest you buy a horse. Isn't that better than a car? You only need a handful of grass per kilometer. The store manager explained to Chen. I'll think about it. Goodbye. Chen was confused. When you buy things in the future, legality is the basis and rationality is the premise. If you're not careful, you may be sent to the police station. After leaving the gas station, Chen went to the supermarket. All the oil in supermarkets, big and small, in Tianhai City was searched. These oils are very convenient for defending the city. Not only can it cause a lot of trouble to the enemy's siege, it can also start a fire. After buying these, Chen went to the building materials market again. Asked for 5,000 bags of lime powder. Looking at the warehouse full of supplies, Chen was very satisfied. The lack of supplies for war does not mean that the war cannot be fought. Some things that can be purchased legally can also have unexpected effects. This is probably enough for the Rurin soldiers to bear. Let's get started. Chen turned on the machine. The capital of Shilong. All the supplies sent by Chen have been transported to the top of the city wall and set up in ambush. The soldiers defending the city were amazed at these strange things. The original timid and depressed mood has long gone. They even vaguely looked forward to the enemy's siege. And in the palace, Li Lingwei was standing outside the main hall, looking at the capital city where smoke was rising from cooking fires. There is still a lot of food that the gods sent last time. During this period of time, every time she saw the curling smoke from the capital city, it gave her great comfort. She couldn't imagine it. Half a month ago, they in Shilong were without water and food. The people were demoralized, civil unrest continued, and they were in imminent danger. But now, there were unexpectedly piles of supplies, and everyone was united. It all feels like a dream. I thought the enemy's siege tomorrow would be a life-and-death battle. However, the supplies for defending the city sent by the gods strengthened their confidence time and time again. It shone upon them like the breaking light of dawn. How can I repay such a great kindness? Li Lingwei sighed softly. His Majesty. You'd better come and see it yourself. This isn't right. At this time, Wu Lai and the others came over with tears and snot. What's wrong with you guys? Li Lingwei looked at Wu Lai and the others in surprise. At this time, everyone's eyes were tearful. Their eyes were red from crying, and their faces were covered with snot. Why do you seem to have cried? The gods have sent something again. But I don't know why. A gust of wind blew and we were all like this. Wu Lai wiped his tears and said helplessly, is there such a thing? Take me to see it. Li Lingwei was also surprised and hurried towards the temple. Chapter 38. I'll give you a shot put. You hold it steady. Before Li Lingwei entered the temple, he saw many royal guards wiping their snot and tears outside the temple. The look of surprise became more obvious. When I walked into the hall, I saw several huge sacks inside. There was some red and yellow powder inside. A lot of powder was spilled. There were also some neatly stacked bags of white powder pouring out. What's this? As Li Lingwei got closer, he couldn't help but sneeze a few times. It even felt like something got into my eyes. I want to cry. Looking at the paper on the ground, Li Lingwei quickly picked it up and walked out. The god said that this red powder is chili powder? Is the yellow one pepper powder? What a strange name. The gods also said that if the enemy attacks the city, you can scatter these things, but pay attention to the wind direction and be sure to scatter them upwind. Remember not to rub your eyes. And this is a seasoning. You can sprinkle it on the meat when grilling. It tastes great. Li Lingwei was surprised when she saw the note written by Chen. Is this edible? Everyone around widened their eyes. Let me try. Wu Lai tentatively grabbed a handful and put it into his mouth. Everyone came over to watch curiously, but he saw Wu Lai's eyes gradually widened. Water! Quick! Bring me some water! Wu Lai shouted in a hoarse voice. At this moment, I just felt a burning sensation in my throat. My throat felt like it wasn't my own, as if it was filled with flames and could spit out fire. The next moment, snot and tears flowed out even more violently. Wu Lai cried. A tall and strong man. She actually cried under the influence of a handful of red powder. The surrounding royal guards were all stunned. Back then, when General Wu Lai got his arm cut, he was happily bandaging the wound while bragging to them. Now he had lost all his composure and was kneeling on the ground, pounding the ground hard. He looked like he would rather die than live. Everyone looked at the pile of red powder and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Ahem. Well, the god also specifically reminded me to use less. Li Lingwei felt helpless. Before he had finished reading, Wu Lai hurriedly grabbed a handful. It really is. This white powder is white lime. It can blind the enemy's eyes and can be used to repair city walls if mixed with water and sand. This is good stuff. Li Lingwei continued watching excitedly. Everyone had just finished cleaning up the chili powder, pepper powder, and lime powder. Countless strange things emerged from the wooden box. They looked like buckets filled with yellow viscous liquid. Is this oil? Li Lingwei looked at the introduction written by Chen and was somewhat unbelieving. Oil? No way. How come this oil is so clean? It's transparent. Nonsense. This must be the divine oil from heaven, the oil that the gods use to cook. No, why doesn't this oil smell like oil? Don't you see it's contained in a magical bucket? This magical bucket is too powerful. Hearing Li Lingwei's words, the surrounding imperial guards gathered around curiously. God wants us to use it for city defense? Oh my god, this is too. Although Li Lingwei himself was also an emperor, he felt that the luxury of using this magic oil was unbelievable. Quick, follow the instructions of the gods and make arrangements immediately. All these supplies are to be handled by your royal guards. Do not cause any accidental injuries. Li Lingwei said to Wu Lai and the others. The 3 days passed quickly. Li Lingwei brought the royal guards to the city wall early. At this time, the enemy camps outside the city were almost connected. Your Majesty, in these 3 days, they have gathered nearly 200,000 soldiers and horses. From their deployment, it seems that they are planning to attack the city from 4 directions at the same time this time. We have to further disperse our forces. I'm afraid. Ma Guowei was explaining the current situation to Li Lingwei. I still feel unsure. General Ma, why do you think the gods saved us from danger? Li Lingwei withdrew his gaze from outside the city. This, Ma Guowei didn't know what to say. Because of faith. I believe that since the gods have blessed us and given us so many things, they believe that we can win. So this time, I also believe that we will definitely win. Li Lingwei clenched his fists tightly.
Yes.
His Majesty. Looking at Li Lingwei's appearance, Ma Guowei suddenly felt ashamed. Your Majesty is able to do this, but I am afraid before the battle even begins. What's wrong with the enemy having more people? We have God behind us. Woo, 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 woo. As the morning light gradually rose, trumpets sounded from all directions in the capital. The enemy troops from all directions surged forward like a tide. Pass on my orders. Everyone, meet the enemy. Li Lingwei shouted loudly. Along with the shouts of the charge outside the city, the sound of bows and arrows whizzing could be heard in the sky. It's the Rurin cavalry archers. After the loss last time, they launched a full-scale charge. They also ordered archers to shoot arrows at the city walls to cover their men as they attacked the city. Get behind us. Let me show you the power of the sun-shooting bow. Brothers, shoot. The royal guards rushed to the front fully armed. They started shooting at the enemies outside the city. Although there is absolute defense, the number of enemies is too large. However, the vanguard army quickly rushed to the bottom of the city wall and set up siege ladders. Far away, Ujialu looked at the scene with a grim smile. Ha ha ha. So what if you are good at archery? How many of you are there? I'm going to use human wave tactics to kill you. Seeing that their people had already climbed up through the siege ladders, Ujialu showed a hint of ferocity at the corner of his mouth. All troops charge. Climb up the wall. Capture the Shilong Empress alive. Ujialu roared. The second group of people behind him also rushed forward. But just as he finished his words, he saw the soldiers who had climbed up to the city wall falling down like dumplings. What's going on? You were already on the city wall, just one step away from climbing up. How did you fall down? There aren't many people up there. Their city defenses have also been exhausted. What on earth just happened? Ujialu eyes widened. Khan, look, it seems like something is being thrown on the city wall. The person next to him pointed ahead and shouted. Ujialu looked forward. Sure enough, I saw some black balls thrown down from the city wall. Under the city wall at this time, a soldier with a bloody head was holding a black iron ball and looking at it in a daze. My head is buzzing. Just now, he finally climbed up the ladder. As a result, someone on the city wall handed him a ball. I took it subconsciously, but I didn't expect the ball to be so heavy that I couldn't lift it with one hand, and it fell down. He also killed a brother next to him. My head is buzzing. Iron balls were thrown down from the city wall like rain. When they hit the head, the brain burst immediately. When they hit the chest or back, the person vomited blood immediately. For a moment, red and white things were flying all over the sky. Everyone was hit and screamed, and ran away in panic. Chapter 39. What the hell is this? But the people behind were pushing forward in unison. So there was no way to escape, and they could only climb up with gritted teeth. Fortunately, the rain of iron balls stopped after a while. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could climb up, round pancake-like objects were thrown down again. At this time, the area below the city wall was crowded with people. This round cake can be broken into large pieces when smashed. There were wailing and screaming everywhere. Actually, the shot put and discus cannot kill someone immediately unless they hit the head. But it definitely hurts. Behind him, Ujialu eyes popped out. What's going on? They are just small, flat things. How can they hurt so much? It's not a stone? Besides, that thing isn't that big. If they throw it out, you can just catch it, right? Throw it back to them. You are still my Rurin warriors? Ujialu was so angry that he vomited blood. Keep going. Anyone who dares to retreat will die. Let them line up on the ladders, one by one. If one dies, the ones behind will take over. Ujialu shouted angrily. Really? Under orderly organization, teams of people climbed up the ladders. Although the people in front were beaten back, the people behind continued to catch up and gradually approach the city wall. There were no more iron balls or discus thrown down from the city walls. The person at the front of the ladder has already seen the city wall and is very excited. He thinks he will be the first to reach the top and will get a huge reward. The first one to ascend is mine. The man was about to climb up when suddenly a person appeared on the city wall. Here you go, take it. The burly man from Shilong handed him something, and the man took it subconsciously. Fuck, it's so heavy. Before he could react, he was forced down. The people below were climbing up in a row, but they didn't expect that they would be pressed down one by one from above. The few people at the bottom were crushed to death. Immediately following, a strange object rolled over. Everyone looked at it curiously and ended up tripping over it one after another. Some people who couldn't dodge in time were directly crushed. The people behind were dumbfounded. What is all this? These look like the axles and wheels of a Shilong carriage, but they seem a little different. Yujialu Dayton also looked on in amazement. The scene just now was just like when eating skewers, someone pulled everyone off the ladder with just one mouth. It was so weird. At this time, outside the city, corpses were everywhere. Long before the siege, the Rurin soldiers knew that the city's defensive supplies had been exhausted, so the rush was very fierce. As a result, a group of people were killed by shot put. A group of people were killed by the discus. Another group of people were killed by the barbell. Even worse were those who charged. Many people accidentally stepped on the shot put and fell to the ground in the charging crowd. Countless people were trampled to death or injured. Seeing this scene, Yujialu Dayton's eyes turned green with anger. Keep going. There are so many of us, and they don't have much supplies. Even if it means sacrificing lives, we must take the city. Archers. Anyone who dares to retreat will be killed. Yujialu Dayton is going crazy. With so many people attacking the city, they were actually beaten back. Shame. The soldiers in front had no choice but to continue attacking the city. Unexpectedly, as soon as I arrived at the foot of the city, I suddenly saw a lot of dust on the city wall. Ha ha ha. They have no supplies, and they are trying to stop us with sand. What a joke. This time, the capital will be broken. Seeing the sand and dust rising from the city wall, Yujialu Datian finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the next scene made Yujialu Dayton's nose burst with snot. I saw that all their troops did not attack the city. Instead, they squatted on the ground, rubbing their eyes, and many of them were crying loudly. Running around. What's going on? Isn't it just some sand? Is it that serious? It's such a disgrace to our Rurin. Yujialu Dayton's eyes widened. But then, a gust of wind blew, and it seemed as if something entered my eyes. It feels like countless needles are piercing my eyes. Ah, my eyes. My eyes are blind. Yujialu Dayton also rolled on the ground with his hands covering his eyes. H.U. H.U. The people around me are pretty much the same. He covered his eyes with tears streaming down his face and kept sneezing. Retreat quickly. Retreat first. They have witchcraft. This is witchcraft. Yujialu Dayton shouted loudly with his eyes closed. At this moment, I no longer care about my face. Half an hour later, all the generals gathered in Yujialu Dayton's tent. Khan, they have magic in Shilong. As we were climbing up, they dropped strange objects that didn't look big, but were very heavy. It hit us directly on the head. It was buzzing. Look at the big bump on me. And the discus, I wanted to catch it, but my wrist broke and it hit my chest. I vomited blood on the spot. You guys are shit. I was at the top, just about to go up, and they handed me something. I thought it looked easy to use, so I just took it. Damn it. Who knew that thing was so heavy? If there weren't so many people underneath to cushion me, I would be in trouble. Later, when we were attacking the city, I looked up and suddenly my eyes were pierced by a needle. I couldn't see anything and tears started pouring down my cheeks. You are nothing. I was just charging forward and somehow I stepped on some balls. Half of my men fell down at once. All of them trampled to death by their own people. Everyone was complaining with spit flying. I was almost crying. Shut up. Yujialu Dayton shouted in frustration. This battle. They had 200,000 men, attacking a city that had less than 20,000 defenders. The military strength is 10 to 1. As a result, more than 30,000 of them died. There are countless people injured. No one on the opposite side died. Thinking of this, Yujialu Dayton felt a pain in his heart. Since they beat us back today, they will definitely let down their guard. Attack me under cover of darkness. There's no moon tonight, and it's foggy. They must be unprepared and must have quietly climbed in with a rope under cover of darkness. Have all the troops wait outside the city. Once the gates are opened, charge in directly. I just don't believe it. If you don't want to climb up the city wall, then just open the city gate. Yujialu Dayton gave instructions to everyone in a gloomy tone.
Yes.
Everyone nodded vigorously. This battle was a complete humiliation for the Rurin. It's too embarrassing to tell about it to anyone. It must be washed with the blood of the enemy. At the same time, the Shilong defenders on the city wall could hardly believe their eyes when they saw the Rurin troops retreating. There are 200,000 people outside. They surrounded them from all sides, yet they were beaten back. More importantly, no one from Shilong was injured or killed. This is too awesome. Wow. Oh my God, it's over. At this time, there was a burst of wailing. Chapter 40. A discovery that shocked the archaeological community. What's wrong? Injured? Li Lingwei saw that it was the direction of the Imperial Guards and ran over quickly. Your Majesty, it's over. The protection given by the gods is broken and cannot be used. This is a treasure from God, and those arrows can't be retrieved. Wu Lai squatted on the ground and cried like a hedgehog. There were many arrows nailed on his chest, back, and helmet, which had already cracked. The surrounding royal guards were similar. Many people were also shot in the arms. Seeing everyone like this, Li Lingwei shook his head helplessly. If it weren't for the protection of the gods, Wu Lai and the others would have died countless times. Still not satisfied. That's enough. If you keep shouting, the enemy troops outside the city will know too. Li Lingwei said to Wu Lai. Wu Lai was stunned. He quickly climbed up. Gather the troops immediately, count the supplies, and prepare for battle. Don't get complacent because of a small victory. The enemy still has a lot of troops. Especially be prepared for enemy night attacks. Li Lingwei said coldly. After the last negligence and the reminder from the gods, Li Lingwei felt that he had grown. Tianhai City. On the subway line too. Chen was preparing to go to Tianhai University. Just now, Chen received a call from Professor Chow. He said that when he was giving a lecture at Tianhai University, he received some new news about Shilong and asked Chen to go there if he was interested. Of course Chen was interested. He wanted to know more about the situation in Shilong at that time, so that he could better help the Empress. Hey, did you hear that? Zhang Ji's by Xian Luan, which had been lost, was taken away by a wealthy businessman in Tianhai City. I heard that I am from the School Calligraphy Association, okay? Zhang Ji's theory of writing is really remarkable. It was just a record before. I heard that it was stolen by some nomadic people. I guess it was found by some tomb robbers. At this time, two young men nearby were discussing Zhang Ji's on the pin. Chen smiled. I guess it was Gu Dahai who released the news. If this authentic work of Zhang Ji were to be released from their antique shop, it would definitely boost their fame. The latest news from the local museum. Recently, the Tianhai City Museum received a newly minted Liangquan coin donated by Mr. Gong, a well-known patriot. After expert appraisal, this coin belonged to the Western Liang Kingdom during the 16 Kingdoms period. Its bright color and no rust at all amazed all the experts. The appearance of this coin instantly made Tianhai City Museum a second-class museum in Longhua. It is reported that after the appearance of the Liang-made Xinchuan coins, archaeological experts from all over the country came to Tianhai. The local news was playing on the TV screen opposite. Chen couldn't help but be stunned. It seems that these things sent by the Empress from Shilong still need to be handled with caution. Some things are really hard to explain, especially antiques. Chen was just thinking when the subway arrived at the station. Chen came to Tianhai University. Chen, I recently received news from West Asia and Europe that some new things have been unearthed there. It is initially determined that this is a product of Shilong. But because it's been so long, it's all blurry now. Did you discover anything about this when you were researching Shilong history? As soon as Chen arrived, Professor Chow couldn't wait to ask Chen. West Asia and Europe? How come things from Shilong appear there? Chen was a little surprised. It seems you don't know either. This is really strange. In fact, it's not just West Asia and Europe. Recently, more and more Shilong cultural relics have appeared in China. I don't know what happened. Shilong existed for such a short time before, it shouldn't be like this. Professor Chow said, touching his chin in confusion. Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard what Professor Chow said. Could it be that the things I sent are slowly changing the history of Shilong? Oh my God. Chen was a little bit unbelievable. Professor Chow, can I ask what has been discovered in West Asia and Europe? Chen asked. This? Well, it's not completely confirmed yet. It's just a popular saying. Don't tell others easily. Professor Chow looked around and saw that there was no one around. So he leaned over and whispered in Chen's ear. News from Europe. When they were digging underground, they found an oil drum. Professor Chow said in a low voice. Oil barrel? Chen was puzzled. It's not the oil barrel you understand. It was a barrel of peanut oil that we use for cooking. It shocked the entire archaeological community. We initially suspected that Europe was deliberately creating mystery to disrupt the development of our manhwa archaeological community. Or maybe some tomb robbers left it there on purpose. After all, we have found sanitary napkins in some ancient tombs before, Professor Chow said with a frown. When he received the news, he was a little bit unbelieving and even thought it was a prank. Bucket of peanut oil? Chen's eyes suddenly widened. Yes, look, you don't believe it either? In archaeology, you can dig up anything from the ground. Professor Chow looked at Chen's surprised expression and explained with a smile. Chen didn't know what to say anymore. I just delivered several thousand barrels of peanut oil to Shilong, and then I found empty peanut oil barrels? Could there be a greater coincidence than this? Professor Chow, I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. If you find anything, tell me. Chen said a few words to Professor Chow and then hurried home. As soon as I got home, I couldn't wait to get to the box. Sure enough, I saw the letter sent by the Queen of Shilong. From the letter, Chen learned that the Queen of Shilong and her men had successfully repelled the all-out attack of the Rurin with the help of the things he had sent. But they did not let up and will definitely persevere to the end. And winter is coming. The Rurin troops will withdraw soon. This was the first time in such a long time that they saw victory so clearly. Oh my God! Is it really because of me? Chen lay on the bed in disbelief. If the Queen of Shilong could really defeat the Rurin, Shilong would not have been destroyed. Then maybe the history of China can really be changed? But the Rurin still has more than 100,000 soldiers and will not withdraw easily. Who will win this battle? Chapter 41. The action is as fierce as a tiger, but if you look closely, you will find that he is standing still. The capital of Shilong. There is no moon tonight, and darkness surges like a tide, enveloping the quiet earth. There was no light in the Rurin camp outside the capital tonight. The night is like water, and silence spreads. In the darkness, countless figures quietly approached the city wall. When they arrived at the foot of the city wall, countless ropes were thrown onto the wall. The people below the city listened quietly, and there was no movement on the city wall. Start climbing slowly. We were about to reach the city wall. It was quiet on the city wall. The person at the top of the rope couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and was about to speed up his climb up the city wall. Suddenly, my hands felt greasy. Before I could react, I slid down the rope. The people below were stunned. What's going on? You were almost there just now. Why did you come down? We also agreed to slide down together. A general said in a low, dissatisfied voice. General, my hand slipped. The soldier looked at his hands in confusion. Waste. I'll do it. The general grabbed the rope, pushed his legs against the city wall, and climbed up quickly. But he was as fierce as a tiger when he moved. But upon closer inspection, he was still standing there. I walked at least 100 steps, but I didn't get any higher from the ground. The general then discovered that a lot of oil had been left on the rope at some point. Oil? Where's the oil? It smells so good. Everyone was stunned. Then, a strong aroma of oil wafted from above everyone's heads. Ah! Hot, hot, hot. Help! The next moment, countless Rurin soldiers jumped up and shouted. Quick! Pour the boiling oil down. It doesn't matter whether you see anyone or not, just splash it. On the city wall, Wu Lai shouted to everyone. Behind everyone, there were several large pots. There is scalding hot oil inside. Wu Lai and his men had been waiting for a long time. After the rope hooks were thrown up, they did not act in a hurry. Instead, they waited until the people below were halfway up the mountain before pouring the cold oil down the rope. Wait until the enemies gather outside the city, then pour the hot oil on them. All of them were so burned that they cried for their parents. Just because they wanted to attack the city as soon as possible, people crowded around the city. Everyone wanted to run but couldn't. Countless people were trampled to death. Brothers! Throw the torches! Beat! Wu Lai roared loudly. As countless torches were thrown down, the soldiers defending the city also stood up with bows and arrows and dumbbells. Scalding hot oil can ignite. The city was instantly engulfed in flames. Under the light of the fire, those enemies who could not escape became sitting ducks. After several rounds of arrows and dumbbells, the enemy retreated in a panic, leaving behind a pile of corpses. Ha ha ha. Do you know how powerful we are in Shilong? If you dare come again, I'll beat you up. Wu Lai and others stood on the city wall and laughed at the enemy who was retreating in a panic. The sky gradually brightened. Li Lingwei came to the city wall and watched. Corpses piled up outside the city. 2 consecutive sieges caused the Rurin to lose 70,000 to 80,000 people, not to mention the many injured, which seriously damaged their vitality. Even the Rurin camp seemed much emptier. A cool breeze is blowing. Li Lingwei felt the cold wind and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It won't be long before it snows. The Rurin troops will also retreat. This time, victory is finally in sight. Continue to defend the city. Keep the gods' oil barrels and any unused oil in a safe place. After Li Lingwei finished the arrangements, he came to the temple. God is above. The enemy is about to retreat, and Shilong has finally won the victory. All this is thanks to God. My gratitude to the gods is beyond words. When Shilong is stabilized, I will have people erect statues and temples for the gods in various places in Shilong. Li Lingwei knelt down respectfully before the god. Countless times of despair. Countless Jedi counterattacks. Finally, the dawn has arrived. At this moment, Li Lingwei didn't know how to express his gratitude to the gods. After thinking about it, the god had said before that he liked that calligraphy very much. I guess the gods have noble interests. Li Lingwei looked around and saw another painting, also hung by his father, with a few horses on it. He simply took it down and put it in the box. His Majesty. The Rurin have withdrawn. As soon as Li Lingwei put the painting into the box, Wu Lai hurried out of the hall to report.
What?
Withdrawal? Real? Li Lingwei stood up excitedly. They did withdraw, but they didn't just leave. Instead, they retreated 20 miles. They also guarded the passages around the capital. Wu Lai said doubtfully. What are they going to do? Go investigate quickly. Li Lingwei felt something was wrong. Your Majesty, they are bringing up the catapult again. At this time, several more guards came to report. Catapult? The catapults have little effect on the walls of our Shilong capital. What on earth do they want to do? Li Lingwei frowned. Before, the Rurin soldiers obtained catapults from other cities and used them during the siege. But these Rurin people were not very good at operating catapults. The accuracy is much worse. In addition, the walls of their Shilong capital were built with large stones, which were far superior to ordinary mud walls. The Rurin people used it several times, but gave up because the results were not good. Why is it still used now? Your Majesty, this is bad. The Rurin soldiers used catapults to throw many corpses into the city. Just when Li Lingwei was puzzled, several imperial guards rushed in a hurry. Not good. Follow me now. An ominous premonition rose in Li Lingwei's heart. He quickly led everyone towards the city. Tianhai City. Immigration and exit administration agencies. Chen walked out of the hall with his passport. This drawback occurred when he bought a gun last time, so Chen prepared for it and applied for a passport in advance. There are many things restricted in China, and it feels like going abroad is only a matter of time. Now there is basically nothing to worry about. It's time to plan your own career. Chen was thinking as he walked. After the tens of millions were received, there was still a lot left to buy supplies. It is certainly easy to get rich by selling antiques, but it's not a long-term business after all. If we sell too much, it might arouse suspicion from others. But the secret of your box must never be revealed. Furthermore, if we continue to provide supplies to Shilong in the future, we must have a legal channel and identity, especially medicines. Unlike commodities, you can buy them in large quantities yourself. If it weren't for Good Ahai's help last time, I really wouldn't have been able to solve that problem. How about starting with investing? Chen was thinking. Shilong was in the chaotic period of the 5 barbarians' invasion of China, and there would certainly be many more battles to be fought. Since there is a war, there will be casualties. You should always prepare in advance. Everything would be simple if I could become a shareholder of a pharmaceutical company. Will Good Ahai agree to let me invest? Chen thought about it and decided to call Good Ahai. Hashtag. Chapter 42, the second largest shareholder of Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group. Boss Go, sorry to bother you. Chen said with a smile. Why, Mr. Go? If you don't mind, just call me Old Go. Or you can call me Brother. Brother Chen called me. Is there something good? Good Ahai's enthusiastic voice came from the other end of the phone. No, I'm looking for you this time because of a personal matter. Chen said quickly. Private matter? No problem, just tell me. Good Ahai was not polite. Can I invest in your pharmaceutical company? I may need to take more medication later, so I thought it would be more convenient. Otherwise, I would feel bad to bother you every time. Chen said. Oh, Brother Chen wants to do business too? Good Ahai on the other end of the phone was also stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Chen to invest. Excuse me. Don't be embarrassed. Chen said to Gudahai. What's that? If you do this, I'll ask Dawei to pick you up and we'll meet to talk in detail. Gudahai hung up the phone. After a while, Chen was taken to Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group by Gu Wei. Brother, why do you say we are destined to be together? I can come to this pharmaceutical company once a month. Today, I came to interview for a marketing director, and I just happened to run into you. Take a look. I've asked the legal department to draft the contract. I'll give you 20% of the shares, and you only need to take 20 million. According to the current profit dividend, you will be back in half a year. Gudahai asked Chen to sit down and gave him the prepared equity transfer agreement. How can this be so embarrassing? Chen was a little shocked. He had known about this price before. I didn't expect Gudahai to give him so many shares at such a low price. 20% even have considerable decision-making power. What's that? Brother Chen, the goods you bought from us before, it is no exaggeration to say that we went from being a low-ranking antique shop to a nationally famous one. The profit is secondary. What's more important is the connections behind it. I am very grateful to you. To put it bluntly, as long as you ask, I don't need the money and I can just give you shares. Gudahai said. That won't do. I still have to spend money to feel at ease. Chen quickly signed to transfer the money. Officially became the second largest shareholder of Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group. We have our own pharmaceutical factory, and the previous drugs can be produced at any time. If you need them, we can arrange it at any time. Then we can also research and develop new drugs. We have cooperation with various biological companies and universities. Gudahai explained to Chen. Boom, boom, boom. Mr. Gu, your interviewer has arrived. Just then, the secretary knocked on the door and came in. Following behind him was a middle-aged man in a neat, shiny suit. Chen, why are you here? The middle-aged man couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw Chen. Chen turned around. The person who came for the interview turned out to be the manager of my previous company. Is it you? Chen was also a little surprised. Are you here for an interview too? It was the manager who reacted first, and his eyes instantly turned cold. Previous company. Because of Chen's resignation, a large number of clients terminated their cooperation, and the clients that were originally being followed up also went bankrupt. The boss even ran away with the money. I still owe 2 months' salary. The manager can only go out and find a job. I didn't expect that my former subordinates would dare to compete with me. Just you? Do you also want to compete with me for this position? The manager immediately glared at Chen. Do you know each other? Gudahai also stood up. If this person also knows Chen, then it is truly a great fate. You must be Mr. Gu, right? My name is Huang Lian. I was his direct superior before. This Chen has no working ability at all. He is just a slick talker and was fired from his previous company. Actually, I was the one who helped him with a lot of his business. He must have been bragging about his achievements just now, right? If such a person is accepted by your company, it will be a loss for your company. Huang Lian said to Gudahai. He didn't notice at all that Gudahai's face was becoming increasingly gloomy. Why don't you stay here any longer? I'm here. I know all your details. Don't even think about taking all the business on you. Huang Lian turned and said to Chen, Go out. Gudahai slammed the table and stood up. Did you hear that? Boss Gu told you to get out. Huang Lian smiled proudly. I mean you. I tell you, Mr. Chen is now the second largest shareholder of our pharmaceutical company. And your resume clearly states that you have 20 years of experience in the pharmaceutical industry, and just now you said you were Mr. Chen's manager. It seems that you lied on your resume as well. Gudahai pointed at Huang Lian with a dark face. This? Chen is a shareholder? Huang Lian's mind suddenly went blank. Please listen to my explanation. Chen, I really don't know. I just said something wrong. Huang Lian stammered and turned to look at Chen. Who would have thought that this poor boy would be a shareholder of the largest pharmaceutical group in Tianhai City? Come on, get the fork out. Notify all the companies we belong to, as well as all the companies we have business relationships with, to blacklist this person named Huang Lian. I will make sure he can't find a job in Tianhai City. Gudahai shouted angrily. I feel very fortunate. Scold Mr. Chen in front of me? Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to get closer. Soon, Huang Lian was thrown out by several security guards. Thank you very much. Chen smiled and cupped his hands. He knew that Gudahai was venting his anger for him. What are you talking about? Thank goodness you're here today, otherwise this liar would have cheated me. In this society, we know a person's face, but not his heart. Gudahai waved his hand. Chen smiled, said goodbye, and left. After returning home, Chen came to the box and looked at it immediately. Sure enough, I saw a letter and a painting inside. Judging from Li Lingwei's letter, this battle went very smoothly. The supplies I sent played a big role, and there were still a lot left, enough to cope with the subsequent siege. As long as we fight them off, it won't be a big problem. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. I wonder what kind of changes this time of helping Li Lingwei to defend Shilong will bring to history. Thinking of this, Chen even felt a little nervous and expectant. What followed was the era of the 5 barbarians' invasion of China. Heroes emerge in troubled times, and this is the opportunity for you to show your talents. There is so much that can be developed in people's livelihood, economy, and military. But at least we have to wait until the problem of the soldiers' difficulties is resolved. Chen picked up the painting. 7 horses? Chao Buxing? Chen looked at the signature and the name on the seal. Chao Buxing? It seems to be a celebrity. I'll bring him to Old Gu to see someday. This time, I have spent almost all my money on purchasing supplies and investing in pharmaceutical companies. This painting arrived just in time. Chen carefully put away the scroll. In the next few days, Chen also learned about the basic situation of the pharmaceutical factory. Half of the hospitals in Tianhai City directly supply medicines to them. No wonder it's so profitable. In this way, the money can circulate, so it is better to invest. Especially after seeing the backlog of inventory in the warehouse, Chen planned to ask Li Lingwei if he needed some medicines. But before I could write, I saw a letter coming to me. After Chen finished reading it, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. ##. Chapter 43 Plague Outbreak. The Rurin used catapults to throw many plague-infected corpses into the city. A plague broke out in the capital of Shilong. Li Lingwei is also infected with the plague? Serious and critically ill? Chen was shocked when he read what Li Lingwei wrote in the letter. Judging from Li Lingwei's handwriting, his strokes are weak and his writing is sloppy. It's obvious that something is not right. Chen did not delay and immediately called the pharmaceutical factory. They requested a large amount of oseltamivir phosphate capsules, manhwa Qingwen capsules, ibuprofen sustained-release capsules, as well as items such as disinfectant, isolation suits, and masks. The treatment of plague mainly involves isolation, disinfection, and treatment. The most troublesome thing is that there are not enough medicines in their city. Chen did not delay and immediately printed out the detailed instructions for use. He brought the box to the warehouse, where the medicine had already been delivered. Because of the previous epidemic treatment, Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group has saturated production of a large number of related drugs. But due to environmental changes, inventory backlog occurred. I didn't expect it would come in handy this time, but Chen did not send the supplies over immediately. Instead, he put on an isolation suit and wrapped himself tightly. He took a deep breath and walked gently into the box. He wanted to try and see if he could get through. For some reason, after hearing that Li Lingwei was infected with the plague, Chen became restless and worried, and wanted to go over and see for himself. With so many things to do, it would be convenient if I could demonstrate them myself. But unexpectedly, the box didn't react at all. I can't get over it myself? That's strange. I've been there before. Chen was a little disappointed. Since discovering the function of the box, Chen also figured out his childhood experiences. He was probably traveling back to ancient times. But it doesn't work now. I had no choice but to send all the things over quickly. The capital of Shilong. Temple. Li Lingwei was lying on the bed, holding the dead tablet in his arms. There were only a few royal guards guarding outside. This time, the Rurin soldiers threw corpses in from all directions. Even though they were thrown out of the city as soon as possible, they were still infected with the plague. The same goes for the soldiers guarding the city walls. From the previous continuous battles, corpses were piled up under the city walls. There was also a concentrated outbreak of plague. The outbreak occurred inside and outside the city, and at least half of the population was infected. I couldn't hold on for a few days. The Rurin troops retreated 10 miles and controlled all the intersections, hoping to trap them to death in the city with the plague. At this moment, Li Lingwei's whole body was burning hot. After writing the letter to Chen, I fell asleep and just woke up. My head hurts like crazy. The throat feels like swallowing a razor blade. Weak and powerless. Confused and muddled. Li Lingwei didn't even know if he could survive the day. At this time, she felt extremely guilty and remorseful. In fact, after repelling the enemy, what they should have done was not to continue to defend, but to pursue the victory. Perhaps we can defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. but they have been used to defending for so long. No one thought about fighting back, thus missing the opportunity. The gods have helped them so much, but they have ended up in such a situation. They feel really guilty about it. For some reason, she particularly wanted to see God at this moment. Li Lingwei lost her mother when she was young. They lived in a turbulent period, and her father was away fighting all year round, rarely accompanying her. Even passing the throne to himself was a last resort. Only God accompanies her through the difficulties time and time again. The person closest to him, looking at the big hole above his head washed out by the water, Li Lingwei couldn't help but think of the miracle that night. All of this has already taken deep root in Li Lingwei's heart. My God, Chen, will I see you after I die? Maybe not. Because of my stupidity, thousands of people in Shilong suffered. I deserve to go to hell. 2 lines of tears slid down Li Lingwei's face. Forget it. Maybe I'm really going to die. But this box must not be allowed to be obtained by the enemy. Otherwise, if we use the things of the gods, the lives of Chinese people will be finished. Li Lingwei struggled to stand up, came to the box. This box gave her so much hope and touched her. She really couldn't bear to do that, but she had to do it. Li Lingwei picked up the axe next to him and held it high. Farewell, my God. Goodbye, Chen. Tears welled up in my eyes. She knew that once the box was destroyed, she might be cut off from the gods forever. Just when Li Lingwei closed his eyes and was about to chop down, a sound suddenly came from inside the box. Li Lingwei quickly opened his eyes. Countless medicines poured out from the bottom of the box. See this scene. Li Lingwei instantly became weak and collapsed to the ground, until it was buried by various medicines and supplies. After a while, Li Lingwei came to his senses and quickly started searching among the pile of medicines. Sure enough, Chen's letter was found. Lingwei, I know you are feeling very uncomfortable and desperate right now, but you must hold on. These medicines can help you cure the plague. Follow my steps and none of you will die. Trust me, you must hold on. Everything will be fine. Looking at the letter from the god, Li Lingwei's defense was immediately broken. Once again, God came to help her when she was most helpless and desperate. The word Lingwei even made her tremble all over. A strange feeling overwhelmed her like a tide. He burst into tears instantly. I am not doing this alone. God is always behind you. At this time, the imperial guards outside heard Li Lingwei crying and looked at each other. They didn't expect it. Such a strong and powerful empress can actually cry. Several royal guards looked at each other. At the same time, he sighed. Now there is a plague breaking out in the capital. Unfortunately, this plague was invisible and intangible. So these generals had no way to deal with it and were extremely helpless. If it was when they were besieged and at their most desperate, maybe they just accepted their fate. But now, they have just experienced 2 big victories, making the opponents flee in panic. Victory seemed imminent, but it ended up like this. No one would be willing to accept this. It's just a pity for your majesty. For such a long time, your majesty has been handling everything by yourself. Someone come. At this time, the firm voice of the empress was heard from inside. They were all stunned and thought they had heard wrongly. He ran in quickly, but I saw that the whole hall was filled with medicines and various other supplies. Medicine? Several people were stunned. They had already seen the medicine that Chen had sent before. They were more or less familiar with the packaging, but there were some odd things they didn't recognize. Go and call over the royal guards who have not been infected yet. Hurry up, Li Lingwei said. The men did not dare to delay and ran out quickly. Soon, the more than 500 uninfected imperial guards gathered outside the temple. Chapter 44 God said, this is called a mask. His Majesty. There are still 512 royal guards. Wu Lai knelt down and said to Li Lingwei. Everyone looked at Li Lingwei in front of them with some surprise. Although his face was still a little pale at this time, his overall condition was completely different from before. Listen carefully. Time is running out, and there is no time to explain further. Immediately distribute these medicines to the people in the city and the military camp. Remember, keep those infected and those not infected separate. Also, set fire immediately and burn all the corpses outside the city. Also burn all the corpses infected with the plague inside the city. Also, this thing is called disinfectant. Spray it everywhere in the city. Don't miss any corner. Li Lingwei said to Wu Lai, Your Majesty, was this sent by the gods? Wu Lai looked at the mountain of medicines beside him in disbelief. Good. The gods said that these medicines can cure our plague, and none of us will die. Li Lingwei nodded. Oops. My brothers are saved. God is above. I kowtow to the gods. Wu Lai's eyes suddenly turned red. During this plague, his brothers were the first to move the corpses and were also the first to be infected. In order to avoid infecting their brothers, many of their brothers who were infected with the plague jumped into dry wells and waited to die. Wu Lai felt heartbroken. Let's go. Wu Lai kowtowed several times towards the temple. Wait a moment. Li Lingwei called Wu Lai and the others. This is the clothing sent by the gods. Wear it accordingly. The gods said that if you wear this, you can effectively prevent yourself from contracting the plague when you come into contact with it. Li Lingwei pointed to the protective clothing on the side. And these things, God said they are called masks. Distribute them throughout the city and everyone must wear them. Change one every day. Burn the ones you have used up. Li Lingwei picked up the mask again and demonstrated. The diagram Chen sent was very clear, and Li Lingwei understood it at a glance. After a while, 512 Dabai were busy in the city. After finishing all this, Li Lingwei suddenly felt hungry. I have been infected with the plague these days and can't eat anything. After forcing himself to finish the arrangements just now, Li Lingwei felt suddenly refreshed. Maybe the medicine worked. But Li Lingwei himself knew that what was more important was the spirit and hope that the gods brought them. I ate and drank a lot for a while. Li Lingwei wrote a reply to Chen. Tell the god that it has been arranged exactly as he said. Guangming community. It seems that this ancient plague is really similar to the previous epidemic. Chen was sitting at the computer, searching for treatments for ancient plagues. In fact, the plague in ancient times is equivalent to the malignant infectious diseases that are prevalent today. It is highly contagious and lethal. But after such a long period of training during the epidemic, Chen is not unfamiliar with it at all. Come to the box and look at it. There is a letter sent by Li Lingwei. Seeing the hope and joy in Li Lingwei's tone, Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. I remember that in addition to taking medicine, another very important point was to drink more water. Chen recalled the situation when he became erectile dysfunction patient. Their water source is still the water from the lake last time, and it's not clean. Maybe I don't have the energy to boil water. It's better to get some clean water over there. Chen thought about it. He wrote a letter to Li Lingwei, asking him to prepare a few large pools so that he could send some clean tap water. Shilong Palace. Li Lingwei looked at the letter that appeared excitedly. I didn't expect the gods to reply so quickly. How many large pools should we prepare? The gods are going to send water again? Li Lingwei was very happy when she read the letter. God is so considerate, just like an older brother. Thinking about how the god had called her Lingwei before, I wondered if it was intentional or if it was revealed because of urgency. Li Lingwei's face suddenly turned red. Someone come. Go find some strong soldiers right away and dig a pond inside the palace. Also dig some pools in places in the city where there are no plague clusters. Li Lingwei quickly spoke to the people outside.
Yes.
Those people hurried out to make arrangements. Soon, under Li Lingwei's arrangement, several large pools were excavated. Li Lingwei immediately sent a letter to the gods. Not long after the letter was delivered, a stream of clear water gushed out of the box. But this time the water did not flow directly to the roof like last time. It's relatively calm. Li Lingwei picked it up with her hand and tasted it. It had no earthy smell at all and tasted cool. It was especially comfortable for her who was still running a fever. Quick! Carry the box to that pool immediately. Li Lingwei quickly called the Imperial Guards in. Looking at the water level slowly rising at the bottom of the pool, Li Lingwei was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. The gods have sent so many supplies before, and now they want to send water. Will other gods agree? Could it be that gods have a very high status? What kind of god is Chen in heaven? I didn't expect that when I wrote a letter to God today, God would reply so quickly. Wouldn't it be possible to chat with the gods more often in the future? Li Lingwei looked at the sparkling water and pursed her lips slightly. Guangming community. Chen went out and bought some water pipes and connected the water pipes from the kitchen and put them in the box. The water flow is much faster. I'm afraid we'll have to let the water run for a while. There are medicines and epidemic prevention procedures over there, and we have done everything we can. The rest is up to them. But we got through this time. It will be more difficult in the future. It is not a long-term solution to keep defending like this. We still have to take the initiative. It would be best if we could drive the enemy away. But how can we deal with the cavalry? It would be great if we could get a gun now. Chen sighed. But even if there is a way to get a gun, the money now is not enough. Chen looked at the painting on the table. I'm going to call Gudahai to ask. As soon as I picked up the phone, Gudahai called. Chapter 45 Dowry. Setting off fireworks is amazing. Brother Chen, help me. As soon as the call was connected, Gu Dahai's anxious voice was heard. What's wrong? Chen Shun was a little confused. If Gu Dahai were to seek help from me, it would most likely be related to antiques. Recently, a big guy wanted to ask if we have any ancient paintings here. But the boss doesn't like the things I have. I just want to ask you if you have anything good to share. Brother, I know you have a deep background. Please help me. Gu Dahai said to Chen Shun. Chen Shun was stunned. Although Gu Dahai's call came at the right time, it coincides with my own idea. But if Gu Dahai encounters such a thing in the future and comes to me, and I don't have it, do I have to take the initiative to ask the Queen of Shilong for it? Although I helped them. But that money was exchanged for things from Shilong. Even the fact that he was able to slap his ex-girlfriend, his uncles, and his former manager in the face was all because of these things. Chen Shun was very grateful. If I ask for it with a flattering attitude, then I would be taking advantage of someone's misfortune. It seems that I need to explain everything to Gu Dahai. Old Go, to be honest, the things my ancestors left behind are only those that were there before. There is only one heirloom that I plan to pass down. But since you've asked, I can't just ignore it. I'll go over there with the things. Chun Chen hesitated for a moment and said to Gu Dahai with some embarrassment. Oh, thank you, Brother Chen. Don't worry, I'm just going to take a look at this thing. It's enough to let the boss know that I have good stuff here. At worst, I can offer you a sky-high price so that the big guys will be discouraged. I'll ask Dawei to pick you up right away. Hearing Chen Shun say this, Gu Dahai also breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, Chen Shun took the painting to the antique shop. This is Chao Buxing's 7 Horses? When Gu Dahai saw the words Chen Shun took out, he took a breath of cold air. Even though he was considered knowledgeable, he didn't expect that Chun Chin's move was so generous. He couldn't help but look Chen Shin up and down again. Brother Chen, you really shocked me. To put it bluntly, your ancestors were either royal nobles from the Hushi area, or they were top-notch tomb raiders. Gu Dahai lowered his voice and spoke to Chen Shun. I don't know about that. Chen Shun touched his nose. Really? If he could take out more antiques later, his inheritance as a tomb raiding lieutenant would be confirmed. Fortunately, Gu Dahai's attention was completely focused on the painting, and he did not continue with the topic. As far as I know, Chao Buxing didn't have such a painting of 7 horses. It's possible that it was lost before. Chao Buxing was good at painting dragons, tigers, horses, and figures, and was called the ancestor of Buddhist painting. But many of the paintings have been lost. To be honest, with my eyesight, I can't judge the value of this painting yet. Gu Dahai looked at it with a magnifying glass for half an hour before speaking tactfully to Chen Shun. If you are assured, Brother Chen, I will take this painting to show it to the boss. To be honest, if it's the real thing, I'm afraid I can't afford it. Gu Dahai said to Chen Shun. Don't be ridiculous, you're not worth that much? Chen Shun said with a smile. I mean it. If it's true, it might be astronomically expensive, but I have an idea. If it is true, we can hold an auction. The price will definitely be higher, and the influence can be further expanded. We charge a normal service fee, and all auction proceeds belong to you. But this time the auction may have to wait for a while. Gu Dahai started to think about it.
Can.
Chen Shin nodded. I still have hundreds of thousands of dollars now, so I'm not in a hurry. Good. Then I'll go right away. Gu Dahai carefully rolled up the painting. Brother, I have a few invitations to the jockey club here. Are you interested in taking a look? Gu Wei asked with a grin. Jockey club? Chen Shun took it and saw that it was an event of Tianhai City Jockey Club. Yeah, don't these rich people like to learn from foreign countries? First it was golf, then it was horse racing. In fact, it's just pure pretense. When it comes to playing with horses, our long country is their ancestor. Gu Wei said to Chen Shun. I don't understand that. Forget it. Chen Shun waved his hand. Don't worry, big brother. The jockey club is really fun. The last time I went there, it was Chinese New Year. I don't know who brought the fireworks, but the horses were frightened. Hundreds of horses were running around in panic, and the people working at the stable were like by manhwa and monkeys. I almost died of laughter. Gu Wei said on the side. Wait, what did you say? Chen Shun was stunned. I say, by manhwa, those people are like monkeys, and the horses are scared by the fireworks and are running around in all directions. Gu Wei described it vividly. Fireworks? Dawei, setting off fireworks is a great idea. Chen Shin suddenly became excited. Thanks to Gu Wei for the reminder. As for attacking, even though we don't have guns or cannons, the power of these fireworks when fired horizontally, is not much less than that of a mortar. More importantly, it's legal. Can buy it directly. Why didn't I think of that? The Rurin had many cavalry, and perhaps it was for this reason that Shilong was defeated one after another. But it would be different if there were fireworks. Not only can the loud noise scare the horses, but the power of the fireworks can also cause a large area of explosion. Thank you. I'm leaving. Chen didn't bother to say anything more and walked out immediately. I took a taxi to the firecracker manufacturer in Tianhai City. Boss, what kind of fireworks do you want? Our factory has the most complete variety and quantity, and we have everything. As soon as the factory manager heard that Chen wanted to purchase fireworks in large quantities, he immediately came out to greet him. It has to be powerful. It would be best if it could kill people. I'll take as many as you can get, Chen said without hesitation. Ah. Hearing Chen's words, the factory director's calves shivered. No. I mean, I want the ones that hit high and are really big. Price is not an issue. Chen said quickly. I was just thinking about how to use it and blurted it out accidentally. The factory manager's face turned pale with fright. Then you've come to the right place. This is our warehouse. Look at these fireworks. They are absolutely beautiful. The factory director brought Chen to the warehouse, where there were many large fireworks. Some of the fireworks were even taller than Chen. I want all of them within this size. Chen wrote a size to the factory director. Oops. I'll have someone arrange for loading right away. Have tea in the boss's room. The factory manager didn't expect Chen to be so straightforward. Soon, Chen spent more than 500,000 yuan and bought a lot of large fireworks. Boss, you have to store these fireworks carefully. If something unexpected happens, the power will be quite terrifying. Before leaving, the factory director did not forget to give instructions to Chen. If so many fireworks were not stored carefully, the explosion would be powerful enough to destroy the warehouse and the surrounding office buildings. ##. Chapter 46. God says to fight, so we fight. Rest assured. Chen nodded. The greater the power, the more satisfied he would be. But think about it. Although I know the power of this thing, Li Lingwei and the others don't. There are no fireworks in Shilong now. It is a threat to the Rurin troops, and Shilong is also afraid of them. If someone takes a torch and takes a closer look, it will be all over. Then there is Li Lingwei. We need to find a way to make her take the initiative in attacking. Chen thought about it and took the box back to Guangming community. I passed by Digital City and bought a tablet. I also bought all the earphones in the entire Digital City, more than 20,000 in total. Then I went home, found the steps to set off the fireworks, and compared them with the QR codes on the fireworks, and downloaded the video of each firework. After thinking about it, I wrote some instructions and sent them over. But there was no rush to send out the fireworks. The capital of Shilong. After Chen's arrangements, the epidemic situation in Shilong has improved significantly. There is isolation, protection, medicine, clean water, and food. For the people who have experienced one plague after another, this period of time is like soaking in honey. There is a platform at the door of every household. On top were empty capsule shells and some medicine boxes. They believed that these were things given by the gods, and after the medicines were used up, the people scrambled to take them home and worship them. Kowtow 3 times towards the direction of the imperial palace every day, even if the daily meal supply is not much. But all the people were put first. God Chen eats first. The city wall outside the city was already charred black. The corpses were doused with oil and then burned for a whole day and night. Even the city walls were burned and cracked. Fortunately, the instructions Chen sent earlier included instructions on this matter, and there was still a lot of lime left, so they used the lime to mix the ingredients and watered the soil. Repaired the city wall. In the military camp, with the medicine, these soldiers recovered the fastest. However, Magway did not arrange them to patrol on the city wall, but hid them, creating a bad situation. In the court, everyone gathered. Li Lingwei looked at the court officials in the hall. Although everyone had a haggard face, their eyes were bright. We have all been through so many things and so many hardships together, and now the cohesion of the entire court is unprecedented. Although many people were implicated by Prime Minister Ling Huji, the remaining people gave Shilong the foundation for rapid development. This time, thanks to the medicine given by God, we have once again survived from desperate situations. We can't just be passive defensively over and over again. I have decided to take advantage of the opportunity to launch a surprise attack and take the initiative to attack. What do you think? Li Lingwei asked everyone. Your Majesty, the enemy's troops are mostly cavalry. Although they have suffered some casualties, they still outnumber us by far. If we attack rashly, we may not be able to defeat our opponent. Your Majesty, please think twice. Song Yao hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and spoke first. Yes, Your Majesty. Although those cavalry retreated, they did not leave. They must still be waiting for us. City defense is our advantage. Even if they come to attack the city again, we are not afraid. But if we engage in close combat with the cavalry, we will give up our strengths and use our weaknesses to counter the enemy's strengths. Your Majesty, although our men have recovered, they are still a little weak. If the advance goes against us, it will in turn affect our defense. Everyone said. Li Lingwei couldn't help but frown. She originally thought that she couldn't wait any longer, but she ignored the shortcomings of their attack. Most of the people on the opposite side are cavalry. In the city defense, the cavalry's advantage could not be brought into play, so they won with fewer troops. If it is a direct battle, the cavalry will have a great advantage. It is undoubtedly like an egg hitting a stone. If we don't take the initiative to attack, and the enemy sieges the city again, do we have to wait forever? Although we sent people to secretly collect the iron balls and arrows under the cover of night, the arrows had already been damaged and most of them could no longer be used. We can't repair the god's bow and arrow. The same goes for the royal guard's armor. More than half of it was damaged so badly that it can no longer be used. Whether we can achieve the same result as we have now by defending the city again is still unclear. Do we have to take the initiative to ask the gods for supplies? Li Lingwei said to everyone. Everyone fell silent. Your Majesty, the Rurin troops have not retreated even in winter. It seems that they are ready to fight to the death. This time they even used such a vicious method as the plague corpses. It's hard to say whether they will use other methods in the future. Offense may not be a bad choice. Your Majesty, I would like to ask if I can ask the gods about this matter? If the gods tell us to fight, we will fight. This way, the soldiers in the city will know and will be more united. Even if we face cavalry, I believe their fighting spirit will be boosted. Song Yao thought about it, stepped forward and said, I second the motion. The Prime Minister is right. I will also review this. Everyone agreed. After this period of supply, the gods' influence in the entire Shilong capital was enormous. There was no one in the whole city who was disrespectful. That's true. I will ask the gods. But you also need to prepare in advance. We may need a lot of people this time. The 10,000 newly recruited young men in the city should adapt as soon as possible. Li Lingwei nodded. After the court meeting, he immediately went to the temple. I was about to write a letter to the gods, asking them to take the initiative to attack. Then I saw the gods sent another magic weapon. Li Lingwei was overjoyed and picked it up quickly. The magic weapon from last time is no longer working and is carried by Li Lingwei. I didn't expect that the gods would send another one. With the experience from last time, Li Lingwei was already very familiar with the operation. Wow! So beautiful! As soon as Li Lingwei opened a video, he was shocked by the fireworks on the screen. Accompanied by a roar, the fireworks rushed into the sky, bursting into shining sparks. Fireworks come in all shapes and sizes. There are white lotuses in full bloom, pure and flawless. There are roses in bud, so beautiful and charming. There are beautiful butterflies dancing. There are shooting stars, dazzling. Li Lingwei was dazzled by what she saw. What a nice view. Is this what the sky looks like? The gods knew I couldn't see it, so they used magic to record it for me to see? Li Lingwei's cheeks flushed with excitement. He swung his legs and watched from the side. Until all the fireworks were over, another picture appeared. There was a man holding a colorful box and demonstrating something. When he gently touched it with his hand, flames would come out. Li Lingwei looked stunned. This thing is called a thunder bomb? What a domineering name. Li Lingwei looked at the introduction of fireworks. Chapter 47. His Majesty called you, but you didn't move. Are you rebelling? Li Lingwei's little mouth never closed as she watched a row of videos. After watching the video, he picked up the instructions sent by Chen. Is it a weapon? How can something so beautiful be a weapon? Li Lingwei was shocked. This weapon is extremely powerful, so be sure to select reliable people to use it. And be careful to handle it with care during storage and transportation. No sparks are allowed, and it must not get wet. This item can be used to deal with Rurin soldiers, especially cavalry, with miraculous effects. But this weapon makes a loud noise, like thunder from the sky. When using it, make sure to have someone put earplugs in their ears. Only then did Li Lingwei discover that many small things had appeared in the box at some point. Could it be that this is an earplug? What a strange thing. It's soft. Li Lingwei picked up an earplug and tried it, his face full of curiosity. If you understand, please reply to me and arrange for someone to come and prepare for the transportation. Before using it in an attack, be sure to send reliable troops to guard it. Beware of accidents. It was the first time that Li Lingwei saw the god speak so seriously, and he couldn't help but become worried. Wu Lai, call some people over here. Li Lingwei shouted to the outside. I quickly wrote a reply to Chen. Soon, a colorful box appeared. Li Lingwei recognized it at the first sight. This box has been seen among the magic weapons of gods. It looks like this, colorful and has a small tail. Wu Lai and his friends had never seen a box like this before, so they all gathered around. What's this? The colorful ones are really pretty. There's still a line. Wu Lai and the others gathered around the fireworks and watched. This is called the Thunderbolt. It is a weapon given to us by the gods to deal with the Rurin soldiers. This line is called a lead. Be sure to pay attention. No sparks are allowed within 50 steps of this thunder bomb. Those who disobey orders will be beheaded, Li Lingwei said to Wu Lai and the others. The moment he saw the box, Li Lingwei instantly understood. No wonder. The gods told me so much in advance, but did not send anything. Otherwise, if you send it over first, they might just carry it around, or even study it carefully with a torch. Once this tiny black line is ignited, everything will be over. Hearing Li Lingwei's cautious tone, Wu Lai and the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Later, fireworks were delivered one after another. Wu Lai and his companions carefully carried it to the side of the temple. Wu Lai, try putting these two things into your ears. Then walk further away. Li Lingwei took out 2 earplugs and handed them to Wu Lai. Although Wu Lai didn't know what it was, he still obediently put it in his ears and walked away. You call him over. Li Lingwei said to the imperial guards next to him. Boss, Your Majesty asked you to come here. The imperial guards shouted at Wu Lai. But Wu Lai just stood there in a daze, as if he didn't hear anything. Is the boss deaf? Boss, come back quickly. Your Majesty asked you to come here. Everyone shouted at the top of their lungs. On the other side, Wu Lai looked at the people outside the hall in confusion. What are they doing? Why are you just waving and not saying anything? What to play? You know what? It's so quiet when I put this thing on. I will sleep comfortably from now on. Wu Lai grinned foolishly. After a while, he saw several royal guards running towards him. When he came in front of me, I opened my mouth and raised my hand to slap him. One earbud fell out. What's going on? Wu Lai's head was buzzing. Your Majesty asked us to call you over. You're not moving at all. You want a rebel? Without saying anything, several people carried Wu Lai and rushed towards the temple. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I didn't hear anything. Wu Lai was about to cry. It's not your fault. I want to try out the effect of the earplugs given by God. It looks pretty good. Li Lingwei waved his hand. Now we can prepare to attack. Wu Lai, gather all the royal guards immediately to watch the demonstration of the divine magic weapon, Li Lingwei said to Wu Lai and others. At the same time, 20 miles away from the capital of Shilong, in the Rurin camp, Khan, after so many days, I believe the Shilong capital is almost there. Yes, we guarded the surroundings. They have no medicine in the city and can only wait to die. They had set fire to all the bodies outside the city before, but it was too late. The plague had probably already spread. Khan, do you want us to send someone to take a look? Everyone asked Yujilu Dayton. Can. Send someone to check it out tonight. If everyone in the city is killed, we will withdraw our troops and return to the grassland tomorrow morning. This time the delay was too long. We can't eat the infected 2-legged beasts in the capital. We will take away all the 2-legged beasts from the villages, towns, and cities in Shilong that we pass along the way. Yujilu Dayton nodded. That night, several figures took advantage of the night and quietly came to the bottom of the city wall. There was a dead silence in the city. There was no movement at all. They lay down in the crack of the city gate and looked inside. It was pitch black. I guess they're all dead. Do you want to go in and take a look? One person asked. Go in there. If we get the plague, we'll die too. Go back. The leading man said coldly. After hearing the news of the destruction of the city, Yujilu Datian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good. As long as the capital of Shilong is destroyed, Shilong will be ours sooner or later. If we go south again next autumn, we'll have it in our pockets. It's a pity for that beautiful empress. Yujilu Dayton waved his hand. After learning that the Shilong capital had been destroyed, the entire Rurin camp immediately relaxed. They gathered in groups of 3 or 4 around the campfire, eating, and drinking, and it was not until midnight that the camp gradually became quiet. In the dead of night, from time to time, rustling sounds could be heard from the woods surrounding the camp. When these sounds disappear, countless torches appeared one after another around them. Along with the sound of insects chirping, small flames floated in the air. In the Rurin camp, a soldier on night watch also saw the lights around him, rubbed his eyes, and thought he was seeing things. It was not until he saw the swaying figure in the firelight that he reacted. "Oh no! Night attack!" The man shouted at the top of his voice. But it was too late. With sharp explosions, countless fireballs bombarded the Rurin camp from all directions. ##. Chapter 48. The sky above the tent is colorful. Boom, boom, boom. With the sound of explosions, countless fireballs were blasted into the tent. Many colorful petals bloomed in the tent. Make the night as bright as day. Countless tints were blown into the sky. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. The sky above the tent is colorful. The ground where the tent was located was burnt and charred. The people in the tent were howling and running away in fear. Fireworks of various colors exploded in the camp. Those who were still asleep were stunned by the explosion. When I got up and took a look, I was even more confused. What the hell? Is it thundering? Why are there so many flowers? What is this? Before he could come to his senses, a fireball hit him on the head and exploded. This power is comparable to that of a small bomb. A group of people were blown away immediately. In midair, other fireballs exploded. Some people were even blown back and forth 3 or 4 times in the air before landing on the ground and had already become a charred corpse. The fireworks that Chen bought are all extremely powerful fireworks. The power is almost the same as that of a mortar, although there was no scattered shrapnel. But there are bouquets that burst open. Not to mention these bouquets have a secondary explosion. High temperatures mixed with sand. Almost all the soldiers and horses within the range of every explosion of the fireworks were blown to pieces, plus the deafening sound of the explosion. When it exploded in their ears, everyone covered their heads and felt a ringing in their ears. The whole world was spinning. There was also smoke from the exploding fireworks, which filled the entire camp with smoke and made it pitch dark. Fireworks came from 3 directions, leaving everyone with nowhere to hide. The sounds of explosions, screams, wails, and hisses mixed together. Several more bombs exploded among the horses. The horses were frightened and neighed, and even the pillars of the stable were torn off, and tens of thousands of horses fled in all directions. The already chaotic camp became even more chaotic. What's going on? What happened? Yuan crawled out from the ground, covering his head. Just now a fireball exploded in front of him, blowing off half of his face. My head was buzzing. Khan. It's thundering. I don't know why, but the thunder in the sky aimed at our camp. This must be the witchcraft of the Shilong people. The Shilong man may not be dead. Several generals nearby also ran over in a panic. What? Quick. Yuan hadn't finished speaking yet. Several fireballs shot towards them. Everyone was surrounded by a burst of fire and explosions. Wait until the smoke clears. Yuan and several generals were blown to the ground and were left with only one breath left. It was trampled by the chaotic crowd around it and became completely silent. As the fireworks continued, the explosion points became more and more frequent. Withdraw. Run. Run. The Shilong magic is coming. The Rurin soldiers finally came to their senses and fled in a panic. But at this time, the horses had already been frightened and fled. They had no horses to ride, so they all fled in the direction where the fireballs were not coming from. Around the camp. Oh my God. What happened just now? Did you see it? Swoosh. So many fireballs are shooting out of the box. Don't mention it. Although the god said that the force was very strong, I almost couldn't bear it. Thanks to His Majesty for letting 4 of us hold up one person. Otherwise, it would have been really troublesome. I didn't think the sound was loud just now. Nonsense. I accidentally dropped an earbud just now, and it was like 1,000 thunders. I almost got scared to death. The royal guards were still talking to each other with lingering fear. This round of fireworks not only scared the Rurin soldiers, but also the imperial guards who lit the fireworks were scared half to death. Even if it weren't for the earplugs that Chen sent, they would have blocked most of the sound. I guess these people just threw away the fireworks. Everyone, get on the horse immediately. Follow me and catch up. At this moment, Mogwai came on horseback with his men. Just now, Before setting off the fireworks, they asked people to wait around. Just wait until the horses get out of control and scatter, then bring them back. A total of 10,000 more horses. Everyone was overjoyed. Now the situation was completely reversed. They became the cavalry, and those Rurin soldiers became the infantry. Everyone rushed forward, waving their swords. All the previous frustrations, humiliations, and failures must be taken back at this moment. In an instant, the Rurin army was defeated. He was hacked to death by the cavalry led by manhwa. They chased the enemy for 50 miles before withdrawing their troops back to the city. Guangming community. After Chen came back from the warehouse, he was so tired that he collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. Last night's fireworks had to be handled with care, so Chen had to move them himself. Chen was almost exhausted to death. I slept until noon. Ding-ling-ling. Chen was woken up by a phone call. I picked it up and saw that it was Gu Dahai calling. Brother Chen. It's sent. It's going to be published. As soon as the call was connected, Gu Dahai's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Sent? What happened? Chen was dazed and hadn't reacted yet. That painting. After being authenticated by experts, it is indeed an authentic work of Chao Buxing. Moreover, this painting was only recorded before, and it was lost as early as the end of the Jin dynasty. Oh my god, bro. Where on earth did you get all these good stuff? Gu Dahai on the other end of the phone could no longer control himself. In the antique business, authenticity has always been determined by one's eyesight. But it was this brother Chen. I've been here 4 times, and it was the real deal all 4 times. And each time the things are more precious than the last time. The last piece of calligraphy and painting are precious works that have been lost for a long time. Forehead, how much can it be sold for? What Chen is most concerned about is the issue of money. After buying the fireworks, there was not much money left. The exact amount will have to wait until the auction. Several big guys have already seen it, and they expressed interest. I can assure you that the price this time will definitely not be lower than a small target. Gu Dahai lowered his voice and spoke to Chen. Chapter 49. We also received reports from the masses. A small target? Chen thought he had heard it wrong. Although he had handled tens of millions of dollars before, the value of this small goal was still too shocking. We'll have to wait until the auction to see the details. Brother, I really have to thank you. This time, I showed off my face. Let's talk about it in detail when we get back. Gu Dahai hung up the phone excitedly. Am I a billionaire? It took Chen a long time to come back to his senses. This way, whether I start my own business or send something to Shilong, I will never be short of money. But there should be less of these antiques in the future. Otherwise, this source cannot be explained. I was imprisoned for writing a tomb-robbing novel before. I'm afraid I'll be in jail forever. Chen stroked his chin and thought. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Chen was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Chen was stunned. I'm a water meter reader. Sister Lu's voice was heard outside the door. Is it time to pay the water and electricity bill again? Didn't we just hand it over before? Chen was a little puzzled and got up and opened the door. But before I could see the person clearly, several policemen kicked the door and rushed in. One policeman even grabbed Chen and pinned him to the ground. Control. Search the kitchen and bathroom immediately. And a fridge. A policeman pressed Chen to the ground and shouted behind him. Chen was stunned. What's going on? Exposed? I'm really not a tomb robber. This time, there is no way to wash yourself clean even if you jump into the Yellow River. Comrade police officer, I actually... Chen didn't know how to defend himself when the words came to his lips. You mean you didn't get it yourself? It really is. But if you explain the real origin, I guess no one would believe it. Captain, there's no blood in the kitchen. There are no tools for dismembering bodies. Captain, no obvious blood was found in the toilet. Everything is fine in the sewer. After a while, the policeman who rushed into the room also came out. No? Explain. What did you do with the body? The policeman turned and asked Chen. Ah, a body? What body? What are you talking about? Chen was puzzled. I did get some antiques, but I definitely didn't steal from anyone. Could it be that the Rurin soldiers are looking for the time and space police? It's the corpse you dismembered. Otherwise, where would you use the 20 tons of water? The policeman asked Chen coldly. 20 tons of water? Chen was stunned. I understood it immediately. At that time, in order to deliver water to Li Lingwei and others, the faucet was turned on for a whole day and night. Finished. The police regarded themselves as the murderer who killed and dismembered the person. There have been cases like this before. This is hard to explain. Ahem. Comrade police officer, I really didn't do anything. I drank too much that day and fell asleep in the shower. I forgot to turn off the faucet, so it was left running. This is a misunderstanding. Chen quickly thought of a reason. Misunderstand? Ask the forensic doctor in the bureau to come over with the blood spectrum analyzer. We finally have a major case in our jurisdiction, and you still want to escape? The captain said he didn't believe it. After a while, the forensic doctor came with various instruments and scanned Chen's house from top to bottom, inside and out. Nothing was found. Forehead. I'm sorry. We also received reports from the public. After all, consuming so much water in a short period of time is really suspicious. The captain uncuffed Chen with some embarrassment. The corners of Chen's mouth twitched. He clearly saw a hint of disappointment on the captain's face. Chen, I heard that you killed someone, and you dismembered the body? Did they all go down the drain? Oh my God. Is this your ex-girlfriend? It must be. I haven't seen that rude girl for a long time. As soon as the police left, a group of neighbors rushed in. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. If I had killed someone, the police would have taken me away. The police have already apologized to me. After finally explaining everything to the neighbors, Chen helplessly lay on the bed. It seems that no matter what I do in the future, I have to find a suitable reason. My status at home is so inappropriate. After I get the money, I can open a few more companies. With such a large amount, using the name of a company won't arouse suspicion. Chen was thinking. He stood up and walked to the box. There was indeed an extra letter inside. Li Lingwei told Chen what had happened in detail. Now the danger of the Shilong capital being trapped by soldiers has been resolved. They won a great victory. Killed tens of thousands of enemies. More than 10,000 horses were seized. Rurin Khan Ujilu Dayton died. Countless Rurin generals were killed or wounded. The Rurin troops fled back to the grassland in all directions. No more threat to Shilong. Li Lingwei's handwriting was sloppy, and his excitement seemed to be bursting out of the paper. Looking at these words, Chen could even imagine a scene in his mind of an empress jumping up and down in celebration and dancing with joy. Chen was also excited when he saw this. Chen also noticed that Li Lingwei said there were still some fireworks left. She had it properly preserved. If the Rurin troops attack them again in the future, they will have to continue using fireworks to deal with them. Discipline them, and there will be no return. This arrogant little tone made Chen want to laugh. This empress is really a bit playful and cute. I don't know what this empress looks like. I heard she was the most beautiful woman in the world, but can beauties in ancient times be the same as those today? Chen originally wanted to ask Li Lingwei for a portrait, but after thinking it over he decided not to. What if the person opposite me is a big guy who picks his feet? No. Chen shook his head. But speaking of it, this empress is really amazing. This battle was very well planned. With such a temperament and wisdom, he may become a wise ruler. Chen watched the battle and felt a little admiration for Li Lingwei. After thinking about it, he wrote a reply letter to Li Lingwei. He wanted to ask Li Lingwei about the current situation in Shilong. How much land is there? How many people are there? What is the level of productivity? What resources are there in Shilong? What is the situation now? Only after he knew all this could he better help Li Lingwei. Now that we have defeated the powerful enemy, we must first find ways to develop. Chen had learned before that Shilong was not a particularly powerful country among the 16 kingdoms, and was even at the bottom of the list. Shilong today has just experienced a war and has a lot of work to do. It does not have the strength to dominate the world, build high walls, store up food, and slowly become king. For some reason, Chen actually had a sense of déjà vu of a strategic development game. Shilong capital. Your Majesty, our reconnaissance troops have returned. Our counties of Iha, Changpu, Xinxiang, Qinchi, Yanshou, Emi, Biaoshi, and Juyin were all captured by Rurin soldiers and horses. There were countless casualties among the people, but some people fled to the mountains and forests to escape this war. After learning about Rurin's defeat, they have already gone back. But at present, there are only 5 or 6 out of 10 people in Shilong. The number of people has dropped sharply. Winter is coming. Lack of food and clothing is a common situation. I am afraid that most people will not be able to survive. Above the main hall, Song Yao reported the current situation to Li Lingwei. Chapter 50. Your Majesty, why are you face so red? Relief immediately. Send away the food that the palace has accumulated before. Li Lingwei said, Your Majesty, the palace does not have much food stored. If you want to provide relief to hundreds of thousands of people, I'm afraid it will be a drop in the bucket. Once the food in the palace is used up, there will be no more food in Shilong. How are we going to get through the winter? Song Yao hurriedly stepped forward and said, Deliver. From now on, everyone in the capital, starting with me, will only eat one meal a day. Those people are also my Shilong people. They just survived the iron hoof of Rurin. I can't let them despair again. Even if we only eat once every 2 days or once every 3 days, we must all share the food. Li Lingwei said to Song Yao very firmly. Listening to Li Lingwei's words, all the ministers had tears in their eyes. It's not just because Li Lingwei loves the people like his own children. It is also because of Li Lingwei's domineering decision-making and pride. As a subject, meeting a wise ruler is such a rare opportunity. With such a wise ruler, the enthusiasm in people's hearts can be maintained. Your Majesty, there is one more thing. There are many mountain bandits in my Shilong territory. Some of them are defeated soldiers of the Rurin who occupy the mountaintops, and some are evildoers. According to my estimation, this may be a previous arrangement by the Rurin, who wanted to leave troops to control Shilong. Due to Ling Huji's interference in this war, we only have 30,000 soldiers left in Shilong. If we suppress the bandits on a large scale, it will be very troublesome. Song Yao stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, and the horses we captured. Although we have sent people to get as much fodder as possible, it is still not enough to feed so many horses. When the Rurin troops besieged the city, they had already harvested most of the food and grass from all over Shilong. Another minister also stepped forward and said, Listening to the words of Song Yao and other ministers, Li Lingwei also frowned. Although they repelled the Rurin troops, their Shilong had also been devastated by them. But winter is coming again. It never rains, but it pours. Even Li Lingwei didn't have any good solution. After the court was dismissed, Li Lingwei came to the temple and sat alone. The world is in chaos. Why would the gods protect the weak Shilong? If the gods had blessed other powerful countries, they might have dominated the world long ago. Li Lingwei sighed softly. She felt a little panicked. Today's Shilong is faced with the covetous Northern Liang and Northern Wei to the east, the powerful Southern Liang regime to the south, and invasions from the Rurin, Xianbei, and Chang tribes in the north and west. The country's strength is declining. There is almost no rice to sustain life. How to accept the blessings of God? Although the God said last time that I can ask him anytime if I need anything. But Shilong is like a bottomless pit. The gods had no relationship with Shilong and were unable to offer even basic offerings. Thinking of this, Li Lingwei seemed to have made up his mind. She went to the dressing table to wash and dress herself. This is the first time in several months that Li Lingwei has taken care of himself. Li Lingwei pinned her favorite hairpin in her hair. This hairpin was left by my mother. She told herself that when she met her ideal husband, she would give him the hairpin as a token of trust, which she regarded as the most precious thing. After dressing up, Li Lingwei gently raised her feet and stepped into the box. God, if God wants me, please take me there. I just hope that the gods can bless Shilong and save hundreds of thousands of Shilong people. I have no regrets. As Li Lingwei spoke, he gently closed the box. In the darkness, Li Lingwei was very nervous. If I open the box again, will I see the gods? What do gods look like? What would the gods do to me if they saw me rushing over there? Would the gods like the way I look? Li Lingwei nervously grasped the magic weapon in his arms. It took a long time. Li Lingwei gently opened the box a crack, but found that there was still a temple in front of him. Nothing happened. A huge sense of loss surged from Li Lingwei's heart. Li Lingwei sighed softly. Just as I was about to get up, I found that a piece of paper had appeared under the box. Li Lingwei stood up quickly, but he was hit by the box. Li Lingwei didn't care about his head and quickly took the paper and started reading. She didn't notice at all that the hairpin on her head hit the edge of the box, fell to the bottom of the box and disappeared. God wants to know the current situation in Shilong? The gods haven't given up on us yet. Li Lingwei was very excited when she saw the questions Chen asked her. Although I don't know why God did this, at least God is still there. God will help them. Li Lingwei did not delay and immediately wrote down the current situation in Shilong in detail and sent it over as Chen requested. After finishing all this, Li Lingwei finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat in front of the bronze mirror. Suddenly, Li Lingwei found that something seemed to be missing from his head. Where's my hairpin? Li Lingwei was surprised. He immediately searched the hall, but found nothing. Could it be that he accidentally fell in when he was in the box just now? Li Lingwei hurried to the box and looked at it. But where is the hairpin? Thinking of the purpose of the hairpin her mother gave her, Li Lingwei's face suddenly turned red. Your Majesty, the food has been delivered as you ordered. This is today's food. At this time, Wu Lai came outside the hall and said, I understand. Li Lingwei arrived at the door and Wu Lai was handing her a steamed bun. Your Majesty, why is your face red? Have you contracted the fever again? The medicine cauldron that the god gave me last time is still there. I'll bring it to you right away. Wu Lai looked at Li Lingwei with some surprise. I'm fine. As Li Lingwei spoke, her face turned even redder. The temple door was slammed shut. This left Wu Lai completely confused. Guangming community. Okay, ask Dawei to pick me up. I'll be there right away. Qin Shun hung up the phone with Gu Dawei. As soon as Gu Dawei landed, he couldn't wait to call Qin Shun to meet him. Before Qin Shun was about to leave, he subconsciously looked at the box. But he found an extra letter and a hairpin inside. Qin Shun picked up the hairpin and looked at it. This hairpin is carefully carved from the finest white jade and embellished with warm jadeite. Colorful, smooth, and delicate. A dancing butterfly is embellished on it. The light posture and brilliant colors are cleverly captured and frozen in this small space. You can tell at first glance that it is worth a lot of money. This is good stuff. Chen Shan thought about it and gently put it together with the previous jade pendant. This kind of thing is not worth selling. Chen Shen picked up the letter and read it again. It seems that Shilong's situation is worse than I thought. There is no need to worry about the powerful enemies outside. The key is that the situation inside Shilong is quite troublesome at the moment. People have no food or warm clothes, and they simply can't survive this winter. Perhaps after this winter, most people in Shilong will die. No wonder Shilong disappeared after this battle. This may be the reason. Qin Shin thought slowly. There is no time to lose. We need to prepare supplies immediately. Although we stockpiled some supplies last time, it may not be enough to supply food and drink to hundreds of thousands of people, and winter clothing and protection from the cold. There's so much that needs to be done. Qin Shin didn't delay and walked out immediately. No matter what, we still have to get the money first. Chapter 51. Use this card as you like. You don't have to pay it back. Antique shop. Brother Chen, you really earned some honor this time. It brings a lot of business to our antique shop. I really don't know how to thank you. When Gudahai saw Chen Chun come in, he hurried forward, took his hand and spoke. You're too polite, old Go. But I have revealed all my secrets. Chen Chen smiled and sat down. Dad, what generation are you guys? Then I'm not Brother Chen's nephew? Gu Wei on the side complained to his father in dissatisfaction. Go, go, go. The adults are talking, and the children are playing. Gudahai kicked Gu Wei out without saying anything. Brother Chen, this painting is returned intact. Look, brother, I can't do such a thing as replacing the prince with a cat. This auction will be held in a week. Many big guys will come by then. Gudahai returned the painting to Chen Shan. A week? Chen Shan was a little disappointed. That means you won't get the money until a week later. But now the people of Shilong are short of food and clothing and cannot wait even a day. Brother Chan is anxious? I was worried before that you didn't want to sell this painting. Gudahai was a little puzzled. Can I get an advance on some of the money? I'm in a hurry to buy some things recently. Chen Shun asked Gudahai. Can. Just speak up. What do you want to buy? A car or a villa? Gudahai agreed readily. He can understand. As young people, when they have money they will spend it. With so much money before, this is the only thing I could spend so quickly. No, no, no. I'm going to buy some food and some clothes. Consider this money as a loan. I'll pay you back when the auction proceeds arrive. Chen Shun said to Gudahai. Buying food and clothes? Gudahai's eyes widened. Didn't you just make tens of millions before? All of a sudden, I have no money left for food and clothes? Isn't that too wasteful? Is this spending every day in nightclubs? No wonder he looks a lot thinner recently. But that's not the case. How about this? I'll give you a card with an unlimited limit. You can just swipe it. As for borrowing money and repaying it, Brother Chen, you are slapping me in the face. You've helped me so much. Just take this as a thank you, brother. Gudahai generously gave Chan Chan a black card. In Gudahai's opinion, how much money can you spend on food and clothes? Hundreds of thousands are enough. Being able to make friends with Chen Shun and make Chen Shin owe me a big favor. This deal is a sure win. Well, thank you very much. Chen Shan took the card. It is not convenient to explain what I am going to do. Just pay me back after the auction. After leaving the antique shop, Chen Shan went directly to the rice shop, bought out all the rice, millet, grains, and the like. These things are easy to store and transport and are cost-effective, best suited for disaster relief. For the same price, you can buy as much supplies as possible. There are also things like oats, barley, corn, and bran. Li Lingwei said in the letter that they had seized many horses, but could not afford to feed them due to lack of fodder. Later we prepared to kill the horse and eat its meat. But Chen Shan was shocked. The value of horses in ancient times was no less than that of BMWs today. How can we just kill him? Afterwards, Chen Shan contacted a supermarket supplier and purchased all the instant noodles, compressed biscuits, canned food, and dried fruits such as raisins. These things are easy to store and can replenish physical strength to the greatest extent possible. After buying food, Chen Shan went straight to the clothing wholesale market. In one sentence, buying down jackets at low prices, as many as you can get, instantly attracted a crowd of people. It is off-season now, and many people have stockpiled goods. Chen Chen's arrival is like the god of wealth. They even took the initiative to reduce the price a lot based on the original price, and Chen Chen accepted it all. Swipe card. After leaving the clothing wholesale market, Chen Shan headed towards the coal factory. Antique shop. Dad, I see Brother Chen doesn't have a car yet. Why don't you give him one? Gu Wei asked Gu Dahai. You are stupid. I deliberately asked you to pick him up because I wanted you to have more contact and get closer. If they really have a car, what does it have to do with you? Gu Dahai said with a look of disappointment. Oh. Gu Wei nodded. I originally thought that Chen Shan was quite calm and I had a high opinion of him, but I didn't expect that there was a playboy behind him. He spent all that money in just a few days. From now on, you still have to keep your distance. Gu Dahai shook his head. Bite. At this time, Gu Dahai received a message reminder on his mobile phone. The black card was bound to Gu Dahai's mobile phone. It cost 8 million? He bought a Ferrari? If I had known, I would have given him one. Gu Dahai's eyes suddenly widened, full of regret. But take a closer look at the trading account. Gu Dahai was simply dumbfounded. Guangming Rice and Grain Supply Company? Is this a mistake? The rice supply company spent 8 million? Isn't this bullshit? Gu Dahai's eyes nearly popped out. Dad, could your card have been stolen? Call the police immediately. Gu Wei said on the side. Don't worry, I'll call and ask about the situation first. Gu Dahai quickly found a phone and called the rice company. Someone just swiped a card for over 8 million yuan here? Yes, a young man bought all the food from us. We didn't have enough in stock, so we specially transferred the goods from other places. Is that man called Chen Chen? He's 1.85 meters tall and quite handsome. Yes, that's him. So handsome. You didn't see the way he swiped his card. He was so charming. This? You want to buy food too? We don't have any now, and we probably won't have any in the next month. I'm not buying anything. Gu Dahai hung up the phone. Did Chen Chen really buy it? Why did he buy so much food? 8 million. How much food does he need to buy? Gu Dahai was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. Does my eldest brother have so many women? Gu Wei slapped his forehead. Your brain was squeezed by the door? Your family keeps women and feeds them rice and corn? Whose woman would follow you? Get lost. Gu Dahai kicked Gu Wei. Bite. Another text message came. Another 5 million spent? Supermarket supplier? Gu Dahai quickly made a call. Instant noodles, compressed biscuits, canned food, dried fruits, and the like are all bought? Gu Dahai swallowed hard. That's not right. How does this look like disaster relief? These are what I gave when I donated things to the earthquake relief efforts before. Bite. 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 Just when Gu Wei was confused, another text message came. But this time the text messages came so densely that they lasted for a full 10 minutes. They are all small merchants in the clothing wholesale market. Chapter 52. An iron box with fish inside. Gu Dahai called immediately. Only then did I realize that Chen Chen had bought all the down jackets and thick clothes. Gu Dahai immediately understood. This is absolutely true. Chen Chen probably bought these things for disaster relief. But I haven't heard of any disaster happening anywhere recently. And those clothes seem to be unwearable now. Could it be that I don't know? Or the poor children abroad? Or, Brother Chen, is this making preparations in advance in case of emergency? Think of this. Gu Dahai's face was filled with shame. Just now, I thought Chen Chen was a pleasure-seeking person. But unexpectedly, all Chen Chen's money was used to buy these things. Judging others by one's own mean character is not enough to describe myself. There is a huge difference in realm between him and Chen Chen. Seeing that the money Chen Chen had spent had reached 20 million, although Gu Dahai felt very painful, He knew what Chen was doing, and there was nothing he could do. After all, I patted my chest and said, just swipe it. Just think of it as spending money to pray for blessings. Gudahai felt like crying but had no tears. Shilong Palace. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Oh my God, what is going on? There is no news in advance. Call all the imperial guards here. Not a single grain of rice can be wasted. At this time, rice was pouring out of the temple continuously. It has already formed into streams of rice. It was just like when Li Lingwei publicly begged for a reduction in grain supply. But this time, the food was obviously much more than before. There was not only rice, but also some yellow granular stuff. Although they didn't recognize it, it smelled good. You can tell at first glance that it's edible, not to mention the orange-yellow millet and various wheat brands behind it. Li Lingwei didn't know what to say after seeing this scene. The gods sent them food again. Last time, they were supplied with tens of thousands of people. This time, could it be that they will be supplied with hundreds of thousands of people? 3 days and 3 nights. Li Lingwei and the imperial guards were busy for 3 days and 3 nights. More than 10,000 people were transferred from the military camp to help, and finally all the food was collected. Li Lingwei also asked everyone to clean all the gaps on the ground in the entire palace to ensure that not a single grain of food was wasted. This time, Chen sent nearly 3 million kilograms. It's enough to sustain the people of the whole country for a while. Some of them are marked as for horses. The gods are so thoughtful. Just when everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief and take a break, there was another rustling sound in the temple. Li Lingwei forced himself to go in and take a look. Countless strange things poured out from it. What's this? It's square. Could it be edible? Li Lingwei picked up a pack of compressed biscuits. After the previous experience, Li Lingwei was not so unfamiliar with this kind of packaging. The gods had taught them before. When tearing it open, look for the serrations on the side of the package. Li Lingwei tore it lightly. Sure enough, I saw a square object inside. There is also a strange fragrance. Li Lingwei took a tentative bite. So sweet. Li Lingwei's eyes suddenly lit up. I just feel a little choked. Li Lingwei just took a bite and almost choked. He quickly drank 2 sips of water. Eat it down with water. Huh. I feel so full. Li Lingwei was a little puzzled. I just ate a small piece of food. Why am I so full? When Li Lingwei was wondering, he suddenly heard a sound coming from the box again. Just about to go over. But something jumped into Li Lingwei's arms. What's this? It looks like a tin can? Why does it seem like there's water in there? Li Lingwei took a can and shook it curiously. I just can't figure out how water can be put into an iron can with both ends sealed. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Pick up these tin cans first. The iron cans came out all at once and rolled all over the ground. Li Lingwei quickly asked Wu Lai and others to pick it up. After the cans were delivered, Li Lingwei saw the instructions sent by Chen. Is this called canned food? There are fruits in it? And fish and meat? Li Lingwei looked at the explanation given by Chen with a look of disbelief on his face. Wasn't the fish suffocated to death in there? And this meat, how did it get into the jar? Li Lingwei's eyes widened. I just can't understand it. According to Chen's illustrated instructions, hook the pull ring on the can and apply force. Oh my God. This can actually be opened. Li Lingwei covered her mouth in surprise. Immediately afterwards, a rich, sweet fragrance rushed into Li Lingwei's nose. Is this a peach? Li Lingwei looked at the contents of the can in disbelief. There were some cut peaches soaking in the water. So sweet. This water. Li Lingwei took a tentative bite. It's far better than any peach I've ever eaten. And it's still soft. Even the water is sweet. I don't know why, but after drinking the sweet water, I suddenly felt happy. Huh. It has a peach pattern on it. This is grapes. This is an apple. Is there any fish here? Li Lingwei then discovered. There is also a picture on the outside of each can that identifies what is inside the can. Li Lingwei tentatively opened a can with a picture of a fish on it. Is this cooked? Why haven't you seen this kind of fish before? Li Lingwei looked at the fish inside, which were square and long in shape. He picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. Tasty. Li Lingwei licked his lips. The flavor is distinct and layered, making it unforgettable. The tender fish meat slowly melts in your mouth, and the rich seafood aroma goes straight to your heart. This fish is so delicious. The bones are crispy. There is no earthy smell of fish at all. Could it be a fairy fish from the sky? Li Lingwei stared at the hairtail pieces in the can with curious eyes. Shilong is located inland. We don't have the deep-sea fishing technology now, so naturally we have never seen hairtail. Your Majesty, what is this? After Wu Lai and the others finished moving, they all gathered around curiously. This is called clatter, clatter. Li Lingwei was about to explain to Wu Lai and the others. Countless instant noodles were delivered later. Wu Lai and the others had no choice but to get busy again. When Wu Lai and others were completely exhausted, Li Lingwei also received the letter sent by Chen. That's all the food. We will continue to deliver next month to help you get through the winter. Li Lingwei looked at Chen's letter. My eyes suddenly became moist. Even the gods know. He knows everything. They are now without any hope. The weather is freezing. There is no land to plant. Prey cannot be brought out from the forests for the winter, and hunting is impossible. You can only bear it. But the gods not only sent enough food, but it also seemed like they were going to provide it regularly. How can I accept this? Just when Li Lingwei was thinking about it, sudden, a piece of clothing fell out of the box. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 53. There are no voice changers in Shilong. What's this? Clothing? Li Lingwei looked at the clothes that were sent to her in surprise. It's so light, so soft. And this? Li Lingwei looked at the down jacket in her hand. The fabric was as smooth as silk and as delicate as velvet. Although the style is very different from the clothes they wear now, you can still tell at a glance that this is the clothes they are wearing. Is this called a down jacket? What is a zipper? Let me see. It's this, fastened on top of this. Li Lingwei put on the down jacket while looking at the instructions sent by Chen. This? Li Lingwei felt the clothes she was wearing with some disbelief. Completely wrapped up myself. There is even a feeling of hotness. He hurried out of the house. In the biting cold wind, I didn't feel the slightest bit of cold. It's so comfortable. This heavenly dress is amazing. Such a small piece of clothing can keep you so warm. What a pity. The god only sent this one. If there are enough of them, the people of Shilong will be able to survive this winter. Li Lingwei hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly I saw countless clothes pouring out of the box. Li Lingwei was stunned. He sat on the ground in a daze. Judging from the feeling just now, this piece of clothing is definitely priceless. But the gods sent tens of thousands of them at once. This? Li Lingwei was shocked beyond words. What virtue and ability have I possessed? Is it worthy of such treatment from God? Even if you put yourself in their shoes, if you were a god, you would never be able to do this. Just when Li Lingwei was lost in thought, a piece of paper fell out. Li Lingwei picked it up and took a look. The gods actually continued to let them dig several coal pools. Li Lingwei did not dare to delay, and immediately asked Wu Lai and others who were well-fed and drank to work. Just now, Li Lingwei gave Wu Lai and the others the food that the gods had just sent over to eat. Wu Lai and his friends cooked several large pots of instant noodles in a flash and were instantly restored to full health. Another day and night passed. Li Lingwei looked at the coal piled up like a small mountain in front of him and was so shocked that he was almost speechless. In this way, there will be coal for heating in winter. Do you think the gods in heaven are in charge of the warehouse? Are you stupid? Do gods need to burn coal? They can surely create warm air in the air by just touching it with their hands. The gods have given us so much this time, from food to clothes and even coal for heating. When has Shilong ever been so prosperous? Yes, this winter is probably the most comfortable winter I've had in a long time. The royal guards were talking among themselves. Someone come. Immediately asked Song Yao and others to come to the palace to discuss the distribution of grain for disaster relief. Li Lingwei finally came back to his senses and gave instructions to Wu Lai and the others. Guangming community. Chen was fiddling with 2 mobile phones. He felt that using paper to communicate was too inefficient and wanted to use some more convenient methods. He first created 2 WeChat accounts, made a video call, and then put a mobile phone in the box. But the moment the phone disappeared, the video was directly disconnected. Chen called but couldn't get through. The number you dialed is out of service area. Chen called, and a gentle mechanical voice came from the other end of the phone. All right, there's no base station over there. Chen shook his head in disappointment. However, he had already anticipated this result. He took out a simple-to-operate recorder and put it in. Shilong Palace. Li Lingwei had just finished arranging disaster relief matters with Song Yao and others, and immediately returned to the temple. This time, the supplies were sent by the gods. It filled half of the palace. It is enough for the whole country. Even without Li Lingwei's initiative to propose it, all the ministers submitted memorials one after another, requesting to build a temple and a statue for the god. Since all of Shilong have been blessed by the gods, then they would have to use all the incense from Shilong to worship the gods. Li Lingwei wanted to ask the gods for a portrait so that craftsmen could carve a statue. As soon as I opened the box, I saw some strange things inside. A small square magic weapon. A small box with a small tail. A pin-like object. This is called a power bank. You can charge it by plugging the other end of the cable into something that has no electricity. Electricity? What is electricity? Insert. Into this little hole? Li Lingwei followed the instructions sent by Chen and operated. The screen, which had been black, suddenly lit up. How amazing! Li Lingwei covered her mouth in surprise. Recorder? Press this. Li Lingwei lightly pressed the button of the pin. Ahem. Hello? Then, a voice came from the pin. Ah, monster. Li Lingwei was startled and threw it away subconsciously. I'm Chen. This thing is called a recorder. You can play it by pressing a button. Press the button below to record. If you have anything to say in the future, you can record it and send it to me. The pin that had been thrown onto the cushion was still making noises. Li Lingwei, who was hiding behind a chair, heard Chen's name, and then he mustered up the courage to come out. Is this the voice of God? So magnetic. It sounds so good. Li Lingwei listened to Chen's voice and felt that he was not as old as he had imagined. He was even about the same age as herself. I couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. That's strange. This pin doesn't have a mouth, right? Where did you speak from? Is this another magical weapon of the gods? Can it also record? Li Lingwei tentatively followed Chen's instructions. I am Li Lingwei, the Emperor of Shilong, and I pay my respects to the gods. God is above, thank you for your blessing. I hope the gods can give us a portrait of their true appearance. We, the people of Shilong, will definitely worship the gods day and night. Li Lingwei knelt down respectfully and spoke to the pin. After saying that, Li Lingwei put it in the box. Chen looked at the recorder that appeared and picked it up excitedly. He didn't know whether the Queen of Shilong could understand what he meant, nor did he know whether she would use it. Try pressing the play button. A gentle, pleasant, and timid voice sounded. This voice is definitely not faked by a man. There are no voice changers in Shilong. Just by listening to this voice, I feel that there is a beautiful woman on the other side. Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This is the first time I heard the voice of the Queen of Shilong. Her voice is like a clear silver bell, so pleasant and melodious that it makes people's heart beat faster. In an instant, all the previous images of the big man who picked his toes, the 1.8-meter tall female war goddess, and the arms thicker than the legs, disappeared. Chen listened to it over and over again. I always feel that there are some painful sounds mixed in. Could it be that the Empress was injured in the previous battle? Chen asked into the recorder. Li Lingwei's expression couldn't help but become gloomy as he listened to Chen's question. When I was talking just now, I felt an unbearable pain in my lower abdomen. I've had this symptom before, and I've had a lot of bleeding. Li Lingwei always thought that he had an incurable disease. But for several months, there was no such feeling, and Li Lingwei once thought that she was well. I didn't expect that I would get sick again. Li Lingwei sighed softly. When the disease first occurred, Li Lingwei was extremely scared. But her mother died early, and her illness was a very private one, so no one told Li Lingwei. At this time, the god was like Li Lingwei's only support. After hesitating for a while, he told the gods about his illness. But does God have a way to treat this disease? Li Lingwei was also very nervous. Chapter 54. The image of a god has been established, this idle burden that cannot be stopped. Guangming community. Chen was a little confused after listening to Li Lingwei's words. I listened to it again and suddenly seemed to understand it. Is ancient knowledge so scarce? Aren't they all taught by the old maids in the palace? Is this empress less than 18 years old? Chen's eyes widened. But it shouldn't be that case. Perhaps, the Shilong Palace does not have as many people as the imperial palaces of the Ming and Qing dynasties, and there are not many old maids or anything like that. Coupled with the high pressure and lack of food and drink in the recent period, it is normal for the body to be abnormal. I have had some food and drink during this period, and I have finally recovered. Chen started to worry. How to cure this disease? Besides, this is not a disease. And when your nutrition is good, you will probably get sick once a month. Chen thought about it and suddenly remembered that there were some hot packs at home, so he quickly found them. I made another cup of brown sugar water and put it in the box. These things were left here by my ex-girlfriend. Every time relatives came to visit, Chen would prepare these, but his ex-girlfriend always despised him. You just drink hot water. This is what my ex-girlfriend often says. I hope the Empress won't dislike it. Chen shrugged. Shilong Palace. Li Lingwei looked at the hot brown sugar water and the heat-blocking patch that appeared. I couldn't help but widen my eyes. This is brown sugar water. Drink it while it's hot. It will have some effect. Then tear open this heat pack and stick it on your clothes, covering the painful area. Li Lingwei listened to Chen's words and quickly picked up the hot sugar water. Looking at the crystal-clear glass in his hand, Li Lingwei was so surprised that he was speechless. Could this cup be made of crystal from heaven? It was actually used by gods to drink water? Li Lingwei was struck by the wealth of the gods. He sipped it obediently. After a while, a cup of hot brown sugar water was drunk. My whole body felt warm. Then, according to the instructions of the gods, he tore the small thing open and applied it. It became hot in a short while. Li Lingwei felt that the pain was reduced by more than half. The methods of God are simply amazing. Wouldn't it be less cold in winter? Li Lingwei gently stroked the heated area, which felt as warm as the embrace of a god. I quickly used a recorder to thank the gods. Chen was deeply touched when listening to Li Lingwei's incoherent and somewhat shy gratitude in the recorder. People are different. Women are even more different. Giving and receiving are mutual. Very nice. Chen held the recorder and didn't know what to say for a moment. Although the two had finished talking, Chen still wanted to chat more with Li Lingwei. Now Shilong has repelled the enemy. You don't have to worry about food anymore. What are your plans for the future? Is there anything else I can do for you? Chen thought about it and asked Li Lingwei. And at this time, Li Lingwei in the Shilong Palace was also waiting anxiously. I regretted that I finished speaking so quickly. Will the gods not reply to me? If I had known earlier, I would have found a topic to ask the gods. Just when Li Lingwei was feeling uneasy, the recorder appeared again. Li Lingwei immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes narrowed like crescent moons. I quickly picked it up and listened. What are your plans for the future? When asked this by Chen, Li Lingwei didn't know how to answer. She really hasn't thought about it carefully yet. Shilong is now in a state of disrepair and is surrounded by powerful enemies. This winter is a time for each other to relax. Once winter is over, I believe every country will take action. The gods have solved my worries about winter, so I cannot waste this winter. Thank you for the reminder, God. This war has touched me deeply. It was my naivety and credulity that led to this situation. I plan to visit various places in Shilong in person. Use my own eyes and ears to understand the real Shilong, rather than hearing it from the mouths of those court officials. We in Shilong have experienced such a great war, and the people are demoralized. I can appease the people along the way and spread the word of your grace, God. By the way, we can also inspect the appointment of officials and disaster relief in various places. More importantly, we can suppress bandits along the way and take advantage of the winter months to completely eliminate the remaining enemies and bad forces in Shilong. Li Lingwei thought as he spoke to Chen. After getting the recorder, listening to Li Lingwei's statement, Chen also agreed. If an emperor stays in the deep palace all the time, his information and knowledge in all aspects can easily be controlled by court officials. However, there are not many soldiers and horses in Shilong now, and many of them have been used to disperse and provide disaster relief. If we want to suppress the bandits, I'm afraid we don't have enough manpower. It could be dangerous. Li Lingwei will probably only take a few hundred imperial guards to suppress the bandits. The places where the bandits are located are all in dangerous places, which are easy to defend but difficult to attack. Plus, it's winter and snow is falling frequently, which is not very favorable for Li Lingwei. Besides, the Shilong emperor personally led people to suppress the bandits and eliminate the remaining enemies. If they cannot be cleared up as soon as possible with thunderous force, there may be a counter effect. If Li Lingwei gets hurt again, how will the people of Shilong view me as a god? Chen touched his nose. Unconsciously, his identity as a god had been established. Having this idol image is really a burden. To put it simply, Li Lingwei is his spokesperson, so he absolutely cannot suffer any loss. I heard from Li Lingwei that most of the previous armaments have been damaged. At worst, we can just re-equip them. Isn't it just a team of several hundred people? I can't equip myself yet? Chen also suddenly had a sense of mission. Use a recorder to tell Li Lingwei that he supports her plan. But don't be in a hurry, wait until he gives you the equipment before setting off. Listening to Chen's arrangements in the recorder, Li Lingwei naturally agreed. God, may I ask you for a portrait? I will also let the people of Shilong build a temple and erect a statue for you, the god. Li Lingwei said to Chen. Hearing Li Lingwei's words, Chen was stunned. Asking me for a portrait? What does this mean? Open a temple and erect a statue? I am still alive. Chen felt like crying but had no tears. Chapter 55. The most beautiful woman in the world. What if they have photos, and the people of Shilong carve some portraits, and they find out that they look exactly like me? Wouldn't that make them explode? Plus my modern clothes. Chen swallowed. I guess I should give myself a separate page in the history textbook. No. After thinking it over again and again, Chen decided not to give it to him for the time being. But I've heard before that the Queen of Shilong is the most beautiful woman in the world. You can ask her for a portrait to see. However, there were no cameras in ancient times, so when painters painted, they probably just beautified the pictures. It's hard to know the real appearance. Chen thought about it, turned on the video function on his phone, and handed it over along with the recorder. Let Li Lingwei take a look with his mobile phone and take pictures of the surroundings. After a while, Li Lingwei handed the phone over. Chen quickly picked it up and looked at it. Although the picture was a little shaky, you could still clearly see a pretty figure flash by. Chen was stunned. Freeze at that moment and look closely. So beautiful. This feeling is like a combination of Yifei, Shir, and lying. Chen originally thought that women in ancient times were like the ones in the portraits he had seen before, but they were not like that at all. Her eyebrows are like a crescent moon, full of tenderness, smart and pretty. She has a high nose bridge, red lips and white teeth. She is elegant and refined even without any makeup. Her figure is slender and graceful, like a willow. At this moment, Chen was very glad. Thanks to my help and Li Lingwei and others in repelling the Rurin troops at all costs. Otherwise, such a beautiful empress would have been abducted by those people and tortured. Chen couldn't dare to imagine. In this case, I have to prepare well later. Li Lingwei and his men are going out to inspect and fight, and there are too many things that can be supplied. Before that, you still need to get money. The auction is tomorrow. I hope the painting can fetch a good price. After paying off the debt, I can't prepare for my own business according to the needs of Li Lingwei and others. Chen was thinking in his mind. Shilong Palace. Li Lingwei was overjoyed when he heard Chen's arrangements for them. This time, a god is leaving Beijing with them, so they can rest assured whether it is suppressing bandits or other aspects. But the god did not respond to his request for a portrait. Perhaps the appearance of a god cannot be easily shown to others. I was really too abrupt. Wu Lai. Immediately summon all the imperial guards to return to the capital for assembly. Notify Song Yao and other ministers to come to the palace to discuss matters. Li Lingwei gave instructions to Wu Lai. Also, prepare a good carriage. This time when I leave the palace, I want to take the god's box with me. Li Lingwei thought about it, then called Wu Lai and said,
Yes.
Wu Lai's face was also filled with excitement. With the gods by my side, I believe we will be able to sweep the country along the way. Tianhai City Antique Shop. This auction is in progress. I heard that many big names came to Kyoto this time. This Gudahai is really amazing. Who says it's not true? I heard that Mr. Wang from Tianhai City has obtained a lot of good things from him. They are all long-lost treasures. The paintings this time are even more extraordinary. They are paintings by Chao Buxing, long lost. The collectors in Shangjing are already going crazy. This Gudahai is so lucky. Where did he find so many good things? According to reliable information, Gudahai recently met a young man who is a legitimate tomb raider. Is it true? Is it the young man in the front? Inside the antique shop, many people were discussing something. From time to time, he looked at Chen who was sitting in the front row. Chen touched his nose awkwardly. The more you explain this kind of thing, the worse it gets. It's better not to say anything. After thinking that maybe my identity was not appropriate, I simply stood up and went backstage. Professor Chow, Mr. Gong and others were all standing around looking at Chao Buxing's painting. The envy is beyond words. Chen, these are some recent documents about Shilong. It's strange. It seems that overnight, the information about Shilong has increased, and I don't know what happened. Seeing Chen coming, Professor Chow gave Chen copies of some documents. More. Chen was stunned. Yes, I don't know why it hasn't been discovered before, but from some official and unofficial historical records, these situations did appear. And many of the records are different from what we knew before. I don't know if it's because of my memory or what. As a result, we have been having meetings every 2 or 3 days recently. Professor Chow said to Chen. Did Shilong finally perish? What's the news about the Shilong Empress? This is the issue that Chen is most concerned about. It's destroyed. There is no record of the Shilong Empress. We all suspect that aliens may have come and disrupted time and space. Otherwise, there is really no way to explain it. The time cannot be verified. Professor Chow nodded. Chen was confused. He naturally knew that it was not done by aliens. But logically speaking, I have already helped Li Lingwei to repel the Rurin troops, and will also help with development in the future. Could there be any more powerful enemies? Or maybe it's not the same timeline. But why were the oil barrels discovered before? It seems that I won't be able to participate too much in the future. If history changes too much, I may no longer exist. Chen frowned and thought. The auction has begun. I'm going out with the painting. I'm afraid it will be sold at a sky-high price. At this time, Mr. Gong pushed the painting out. Chen heard the starting price of 100 million in the backstage, and even though he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't believe it. 110 million. 130 million. 150 million. 240 million. After rounds of bidding, the price of the painting finally settled at 240 million. With the sound of the hammer falling, Chen's head felt dizzy. 240 million? Oh my goodness. From now on, I will have the capital to do anything. For some reason, the image of Empress Li Lingwei's charming appearance appeared in Chen's mind again. Shilong is destroyed? Impossible. I don't believe it. With so much money, my business can be further developed and made bigger and stronger. Can I turn the tide? Chen. Unexpected. It's unexpected. Big profit. Gu Dahai came in front of Chen with an excited expression suppressed. Thank you, Mr. Go, for the preparation. This is a black card. I spent some money on it before. Thank you, Mr. Go. Just deduct the money from it this time. There is also a service fee, which is also paid normally. Otherwise, I will be embarrassed to cooperate with you in the future. Chen smiled and returned the black card to Gu Dahai. Oh, Brother Chen, what a pattern you have. I've made you my friend. Gu Dahai had long thought that the money was lost, but he didn't expect that Chen would actually return the money to him. It's really rare for someone so young to be able to do things to this level. The future achievements are immeasurable. Brother Chen, I have arranged a dinner party with some entrepreneurs from Tianhai City tonight. You must do me the honor of attending. You wanted to invest in some companies before, but there are quite a few emerging industries you can learn about. Gu Dahai said to Chen with a flushed face. Chapter 56. Massive Acquisition. Good. Chen originally wanted to refuse, but after hearing what Gu Dahai said, he agreed. After he had money, he really wanted to develop his career. It can also provide more reasonable identities for purchasing materials, and it is necessary to get to know more people. At the banquet that night, Chen almost became the absolute protagonist. Many people already know this. That painting was brought by Chen. Everyone thought that Chen might be a tomb raider, but the moment they saw Chen, they gave up this perception. From Chen's appearance to his conversation, it is absolutely impossible that he is the kind of person who digs holes all day long. Then if he was not a tomb raider, how could he produce Chow Buxing's painting? It didn't seem like much of a feeling to make 240 million in one go. Maybe he is the descendant of some big boss. Everyone lowered the rim of their glass when toasting Chen. It made Chen feel a little helpless. During this drinking party, Chen learned about many emerging companies and industries. Even that night, Chen bought a drone technology company in full. This drone company is on the verge of bankruptcy due to lack of funds. The male protagonist Chen is very optimistic about the future development of the drone field. If you think about it, it can also be used in Shilong and war. So I just bought it in full. I also got to know a few big guys from cross-trading companies. The harvest was fruitful. Returned home that evening. Chen couldn't wait to start shopping online. First, I bought a batch of convenient travel food. All kinds of self-heating pots, self-heating hot pots, buckets of instant noodles, roast chicken, and the like were sold out. I also bought some bottled mineral water and sent them over. Even if they finish drinking, they can still use the bottle to refill it with water. Then there are various equipment. Li Lingwei said last time that their equipment was badly damaged in the battle and could no longer be used. Chen continued to purchase some. The user feedback on the helmet is very good. It is a must-have for everyone and can also keep out the cold. Some bows and arrows were also replenished. Then there are the warm clothes. But because it was a long march, Chen did not send too much. Li Lingwei carried a box with him, so he could provide assistance at any time. The capital of Shilong. In the wind and snow, a group of soldiers marched out of the capital city in a mighty procession. This time, the news of Li Lingwei's inspection of the entire Shilong region had already spread early. Their first stop was Iha County, more than 100 miles south of the capital. We had received news from the court earlier that the relief rice sent here was looted by bandits, who also killed many people. They dared to make such a big move so close to the capital. These bandits must be from powerful backgrounds. It's too warm. We used to be frozen to death during winter marches. Now I'm sweating. Yes, these things called snow boots are not only warm, but also non-slip. The gods are so kind to us. And this down jacket, it's so light and so warm. Shut up. Did you put your hands together when you said God? This is disrespectful to God. Forgive me, God. I was wrong to wait. The royal guards walked inside. In previous winter marches, it was common to have fingers and toes frozen off, and many brothers even froze to death. During this march, everyone was sweating profusely. I had to take off my helmet and wipe the sweat off on the road. There was white-hot steam coming out of their heads, and from a distance they looked like a team of heavenly soldiers and generals. Li Lingwei was in the carriage behind and couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. She was in the carriage and also felt a little hot. Before leaving, Chen sent a lot of warm baby patches. Li Lingwei put a lot of them on his body. The whole person seemed to be wrapped in a hot furnace. It was snowing heavily outside the carriage, but it was spring inside. All of this was given to me by God. Li Lingwei gently stroked the box, and her face suddenly turned red, not knowing what she was thinking about. Then, the thing that God gave me seemed to see myself in it. What kind of magic weapon is that of the gods? I didn't have any makeup on at the time. I wondered if the gods would dislike me. Li Lingwei opened the box and prepared to wipe the inside. But I found a shiny silver object inside. What's this? Li Lingwei picked it up with some curiosity. It looks like a can, but it also looks different. Thermos cup? Li Lingwei stared at the instructions sent by Chen with wide eyes. When you're outside and it's winter, you should drink more hot water. This water cup can keep warm. After you drink, you can put hot water in it, and it can maintain the temperature for more than 10 hours. Li Lingwei read Chen's explanation. Can you keep the water warm? More than 10 hours? How long is that? Li Lingwei curiously opened the cup according to the instructions. There was indeed hot water inside, but it didn't feel hot at all on the outside. It's amazing. This magic weapon of God is really powerful. Li Lingwei pursed her lips inside. In her opinion, the magic weapon from God was given to her specifically to cure her illness. No one else has it. The satisfaction of being the only one pampered made Li Lingwei blush instantly. Your Majesty, Iha County is just ahead. At this moment, Wu Lai rode up to the carriage to report. Come in immediately. Help. The bandits are coming down the mountain. Li Lingwei was about to say something when he saw a group of people running towards him. Protect the emperor. Beware of assassins. Ask what's going on right now. Wu Lai calmly gave instructions to the imperial guards. It didn't take long to figure out what was going on. Your Majesty, there are bandits ahead who have robbed our grain delivery truck. They are slaughtering our people everywhere. Wu Lai hurriedly came to Li Lingwei and said, Massacre our people? Ordinary bandits would not do this. They must be the remnants of the Rurin. Wu Lai, take people to suppress the bandits immediately. Li Lingwei said to Wu Lai.
Yes.
Team 1, follow me. The rest of you, protect His Majesty. Kill. Wu Lai took the lead and charged in with a team of men. At this time, a group of bandits were escorting the looted grain carts away, and there were many civilians tied up with ropes beside them.
Mad.
Kill him. Seeing this scene, Wu Lai was furious. He had already recognized those bandits from their body shapes. These people were definitely not from Shilong. Moreover, they captured these people and brought them back just to eat. Under the leadership of Wu Lai, this team of royal guards rushed forward like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. After a while, the melons and vegetables were chopped all over the ground. When the rest of the people saw this, they turned around and ran away. Wu Lai and his companions chased after them relentlessly, but when they reached the mountain, they were forced back by a wave of arrows. ##. Chapter 57 Bandits and Drones. His Majesty. We killed a lot of bandits, but some of them still escaped. We have armor to protect us, but the horses we ride on cannot protect us. The bandits have the advantage of being on high ground, so we can only retreat. I will personally lead a team up there and wipe out these bandits. Wu Lai challenged Li Lingwei to a fight. First, guard the several passages in the mountain stronghold and don't advance rashly. Let's go to Iha County first. Go and get the magistrate of Iha County. Li Lingwei thought about it and stopped Wu Lai and the others. Soon, Wu Lai came over with someone. Your Majesty, The magistrate of Iha County led soldiers to resist the bandits, but was killed by them. This person is the legal advisor of Iha County. Wu Lai pointed at the man next to him and said, Iha County advisor Zhang Ji pays respect to His Majesty. The man quickly knelt down in front of Li Lingwei. Get up, what's going on with these Iha County bandits? Li Lingwei was shocked to hear that the county magistrate was also killed. Your Majesty, this group of bandits has been entrenched here for many years. The location of their stronghold is called Dialongsui. It is strategically located and easy to defend but difficult to attack. It is surrounded by dense forests. We have organized troops to encircle and suppress them before, but the results were minimal. This time, after the Rurin troops attacked, these bandits surrendered to them. Some time ago, the Rurin troops were defeated and retreated, but they did not withdraw completely. Instead, they retreated to the mountain stronghold. They also kidnapped many women and children from Iha County. Master Zhang Ji knelt in front of Li Lingwei and said, From now on, you are the magistrate of Iha County. Notice to all the people in the county that I am personally leading the troops to Iha County to suppress the bandits. These bandits will definitely pay the price. Li Lingwei nodded. At present, stabilizing people's hearts is the most important thing. Your Majesty, we have secured the passage near the dragon's mouth. After our investigation, we found that there is only one road leading into the mountain near Dialongsui, and behind the mountain is a cliff. The bandits have blocked the mountain road and are lying in ambush nearby. Even if we storm, it will be difficult. Wu Lai came up to Li Lingwei and said, How many bandits are there? How many soldiers and horses of the Rurin were there in the retreat? What's the situation of the ambushers on the mountain? Li Lingwei asked Wu Lai. I don't know. According to Zhang Ji, there were already 100 to 200 people in the mountain stronghold before. If you add the defeated Rurin soldiers and horses, I don't know how many there are. Wu Lai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The enemy situation in the village is unclear now. If they were just ordinary bandits, there might not be any problem. But now, with the defeated Rurin troops and their absolute geographical advantage, the situation is far more serious than they imagined. What's more, now that His Majesty is here in person, if we fail to capture it successfully, there will be consequences. The news that Li Lingwei and his team are leaving Beijing for inspection has been announced to the whole country. Iha County is the first stop. The failure of the expedition undoubtedly greatly weakened the emperor's authority. Listening to Wu Lai's words, Li Lingwei also frowned. The most important thing at the moment is to know the specific situation on the mountain. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. But if there is no intelligence, we can only attack by force. This first battle must be won. Pass on my orders. Launch the attack tomorrow morning when the bandits are least alert. Li Lingwei said to Wu Lai and the others. After making the arrangements, I recorded the current situation with the recorder and prayed to God for protection for tomorrow's actions. Tianhai City. Chen just left the drone technology company. With the injection of funds from Chen, the drone technology company started operating again. And Chen also realized for the first time that the development of drones has reached such a level. Civilian drone, with a maximum cruising speed of 40 kilometers per hour and a standby time of more than 20 hours. There are a dazzling array of drones with various functions. This drone technology company has previously had some cooperation with the military. Therefore, we developed some drone products. It's really an eye-opener. Chen has been very interested in drones since he was a child, and this can be considered a small fulfillment of his wish. After returning home, Chen habitually came to the box and looked at it first. I learned from Li Lingwei before that they had already left Beijing. I guess we are near Iha County. Although there are bandits causing trouble in Iha County, Chen was not very worried. A few bandits would not be enough to stump the fully armed Imperial Guards. But after hearing Li Lingwei's news, Chen frowned. He ignored the influence of terrain. If the situation is really as they described, a strong attack will inevitably result in some damage. Moreover, the number of people on the mountain is unknown. What if there are many Rurin soldiers lying in ambush? If they fall into the ambush, Li Lingwei and his men may even capsize. Ever since I heard the news that Shilong was destroyed, Chen was a little worried. Although he rescued the Shilong soldiers who besieged the capital, but this also led to Li Lingwei leading the Imperial Guards to suppress bandits. Could it be that something really happened at Dialongsui? The current task is to investigate the ambush at Dialongsui Mountain Stronghold. You can use a drone? As Chen was thinking about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chen remembers that the technicians mentioned micro base stations when explaining the functions of drones. Because of the cooperation with the military industry, it is necessary to consider the use of many uninhabited restricted areas. Using a portable base station, the signal range within a radius of 5 kilometers can be autonomously covered, enough to meet the needs of this drone. Chen immediately called and asked someone to deliver a micro base station and a reconnaissance drone. Just when he was about to put it in, Chen hesitated. Drones are different from those things that came before. If this kind of high technology is used by the people over there, Li Lingwei and his team may not have any way to deal with it. Although the Imperial Guards are loyal, there are so many of them. If they are instigated to rebel, it will be a hidden danger. We have to find a way to ensure the highest authority. Chen set up the drone to recognize his fingerprint and face. Unlock once and use for 3 days. In this way, even if the drone is used by others, it can still be under your control. After setting the permissions, Chen sent the drone and instructions over. And tell Li Lingwei. This time, the drone he sent played the leading role. Chapter 58A, Flying Giant Mosquito. Dialongsui Stronghold. Boss, don't worry. Our Dialongsui is in a strategic location. Even if they want to attack, it won't be that easy. What's more, we have ambushed many people and horses. We will make sure they never come back from the mountain. A one-eyed man said to the person on the wolf head chair. This time, the Shilong Empress led only a few hundred soldiers and horses, and actually attempted to wipe out the bandits throughout the territory. It's a good opportunity to take revenge here. The leader wore a deerskin felt hat, a wolf fur cloak, and had round eyes and a wide nose. This man was a general of a Rurin tribe. Eli. After the death of the Rurin Khan, the Rurin army was defeated and retreated. When passing by here, he went up the mountain and occupied the stronghold. Most of the Rurin soldiers had lost their horses and food, and it was difficult for them to return to the grassland. He gradually gathered a lot of Rurin defeated soldiers, and there were nearly 1,000 people in the mountain stronghold. Taking advantage of the favorable terrain of Dialongsui, he did not take Li Lingwei and his hundreds of men seriously at all. Pass my order down. Have people ambush on both sides of the road leading up the mountain, and kill as many of them as possible when they are least prepared. Also, strengthen the camp. Even if they attack, we can defend the city. As long as I take down the head of Shilong Emperor Li Lingwei, the king of the Rurin grassland will be mine. Eli said excitedly. The camp of the royal guards at the foot of the mountain. Li Lingwei sat in the tent with a sad face. In front of her was a map of the area around the carved dragon's mouth. This was specially sent by the new county magistrate. Look at the map. The road leading up the mountain from Dialongsui is winding and rugged. There are dense woods on both sides, most suitable for ambushing troops. If it's a sneak attack, it's difficult to deal with. I'm afraid there will be a lot of losses in the battle tomorrow morning. This was my first battle, and I wanted to establish my authority. But I am caught in this dilemma. Dang! At this moment, there was a sound coming from the box next to me. Li Lingwei hurried to the box and looked inside, and a strange thing appeared. What is this? Li Lingwei was full of questions and took out the instructions sent by Chen and looked at them. Drones? This is so complicated. Li Lingwei looked at the instruction manual sent by Chen, which was several pages long. It is well illustrated with text and many annotations. Li Lingwei took Chen's recorder and played it while learning for a full hour. Only then did I finally understand the function of this thing in front of me. Li Lingwei first opened a small box and stretched out several lines according to Chen's request. Then pressed the start button. The drone in front of me flew up silently. Li Lingwei almost popped his eyes out of his head when he saw the drone hovering in front of him. Fly. Big mosquito? The drone in front of me was almost silent. If I hadn't been watching it, I might not have noticed it even if it flew over my head. What Li Lingwei didn't know was that the drone sent by Chen was the most concealed among the many reconnaissance drones. Other functions may be weaker, but the reconnaissance field is designed entirely according to military needs. Li Lingwei took the controller tentatively, and as soon as he put his hand on it, the drone actually moved forward. Li Lingwei was shocked, but after coming to his senses, his eyes suddenly lit up. I clicked another button, and the screen in front of me lit up. This seems to be the situation inside the big tent. Li Lingwei looked at what was displayed on the screen. Move your face closer. The next moment, his face appeared on the screen. This? Li Lingwei looked at the images on the screen that were synchronized with his own. Shocked beyond words. I had a lot of fun controlling the drone up and down, left and right. It's amazing. It's so much fun. That's not right. God gave us this thing to detect the enemy. Li Lingwei was playing when she suddenly remembered something important and her pretty face turned red. He quickly followed Chen's instructions and controlled the drone to fly out of the tent and towards the dragon's mouth. In the picture, the Dialongsui mountain is covered in snow under the moonlight. Li Lingwei controlled the drone all the way to the top of the mountain. There were many torches lit in the camp. There were also quite a few people busy doing something. But the mountain road from the foot of the mountain to the camp was quiet. That's not right. They must have set up an ambush on the mountain road. But even with a drone, it's still hard to see clearly. Maybe it will be better during the day. Li Lingwei felt a little melancholy. Suddenly I remembered a function that Chen introduced in the recorder called infrared thermal imaging. It can scan out people hiding in a certain area at night. Li Lingwei quickly flew the drone higher. The infrared thermal imaging function is turned on. Suddenly, the picture changed. The originally white screen turned gray. And in this gray image, there are some red little people? Li Lingwei's eyes suddenly widened, looking at the human-shaped red dots scattered across the screen. Could this be the hidden bandit? Li Lingwei took out the map and looked at it. Really? These red dots are distributed on both sides of the mountain road. Got it. Li Lingwei was overjoyed. In this way, the bandits' arrangements on the mountain became completely clear. It looked like they had ambushed 300 or 400 men on the mountain road. And it is a gradient distribution. If their people go straight up, there will inevitably be an ambush in this darkness. Li Lingwei didn't dare to delay. He quickly compared the position of the red on the screen and marked the place where the bandits were ambushing on the map. His Majesty! Li Lingwei had just finished marking when Wu Lai and his men came out of the camp. This battle is the first one that your Majesty personally fights against bandits. We must achieve an absolute victory. We will lead a death squad to sneak up the mountain under the cover of night. If everything goes well, everything will be fine. If things don't go well, we'll set fire to the mountain. I believe this fire is enough to kill everyone. Wu Lai challenged Li Lingwei to a fight. Absolutely not. When Li Lingwei heard Wu Lai and the others request a fight, how could he not hear their determination to die? Let's not talk about whether a wildfire can start after a heavy snowfall. Once it does, our people will be finished too. Not to mention, once the fire spreads, the surrounding villages and towns will also be affected. I know that we cannot lose this battle, but we can do it without using this method. Look at this. As Li Lingwei spoke, he handed over the marked map. Your Majesty, could this be an ambush by bandits? How did your Majesty know this? Wu Lai and the others looked at the map in shock. Good. This is exactly where the bandits are ambushing. It's too late to explain. You must act quickly to prevent them from changing. Li Lingwei nodded.
Yes.
Wu Lai and the others suddenly became excited. If they knew the bandits' ambush location, they could kill them all under the cover of night. There are still 3 hours until dawn. That's enough. Wu Lai and his men couldn't wait to take action. After Wu Lai and the others left, Li Lingwei stared at the screen intently. I can clearly see what Wu Lai and the others are doing. Several groups of people split up and moved towards the location of the red dots through the forest. Chapter 59, No One Chicken. On Li Lingwei's screen, I saw that the few red dots that were originally in ambush became obedient after they came into contact with the red dots that surrounded them from behind. Li Lingwei switched to normal mode. Several bodies could be seen lying under the pine trees, and several figures continued to move up the mountain. Seeing this, Li Lingwei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Wu Lai and his royal guards are far more skilled in martial arts than ordinary soldiers, so they are naturally infallible. Li Lingwei watched the moving red getting closer and closer to the village above, holding his breath. But the accident still happened. Just when Wu Lai and his men rushed forward to kill those men, one of them slipped away. At this time, they were very close to the village, and the man escaped back successfully. Soon, the whole village was in chaos. Countless people and horses rushed to the top of the wall. Li Lingwei was watching in front of the screen. The red dots had gathered together, and there were probably several hundred people. The walls of the camp seemed to have been raised and reinforced. Retreat. Wu Lai, retreat quickly. It was already dawn, and Li Lingwei was looking at the enemy soldiers on the wall with their bows and arrows drawn on the screen, blurred out subconsciously. As soon as the words fell, then they saw the enemy soldiers on the camp wall, and Wu Lai and others outside the camp all looking up. Li Lingwei could even see the look of astonishment on everyone's faces. It's gone. Li Lingwei was also in a panic. He quickly controlled the drone and flew back. She was afraid that the god's magic weapon would be damaged in any way. Because of this little episode, both the bandits and the royal guards were stunned. Fortunately, Wu Lai was the first to react. I recognized that the voice just now was Li Lingwei's. He quickly asked everyone to retreat temporarily. Did a big mosquito speak just now? On the wall of the camp, Eli looked at the direction where the drone left and rubbed his eyes hard. It seems right. Could it be that Shilong's magic has come again? People around me can't understand it either. The sound just now was clearly coming from the sky, and it was just the buzzing of a big mosquito. Thinking back to the crackling noise in the camp all night, the surviving Rurin soldiers felt a sense of panic. At the same time, Wu Lai and his royal guards also withdrew. His Majesty, the big mosquito has become a spirit, and you're using your voice. Wu Lai came up to Li Lingwei and said, "Is this what you were talking about? This is called a drone. It's a magic weapon sent by the gods. The bandits' deployment was also discovered through drones." Li Lingwei explained with a smile. "Nobody's chicken? This doesn't look like a chicken." Wu Lai and the others looked at the drone in Li Lingwei's hand with shock on their faces. They didn't see the operation of the drone, so naturally they couldn't understand it. Never mind. It's normal that I can't understand the magic weapon sent by the gods. No wonder the markings are so precise. At that time, many bandits hid under dead branches and in tunnels. If it weren't for the instructions from the gods, we wouldn't even notice it even if we passed by. Wu Lai and the others nodded and said, "As for the defense of the mountain stronghold, although it cannot be compared with the defense of the city, the mountain roads are rugged and difficult to deploy. The defense of this camp is undoubtedly a natural barrier." Li Lingwei said with a frown, "I'll have someone send a catapult. As long as we have catapults, the city walls won't be a problem." Wu Lai said, "The mountain road is too rugged, and it's difficult for the catapult to go up. But I noticed that the wall of the village is only in the front, not in the back. If we can attack from there unexpectedly, we can catch them off guard." Li Lingwei frowned and thought, "Your Majesty, behind the mountain stronghold is a steep cliff with nothing on it. It is impossible to climb." Wu Lai said with a wry smile, "No, maybe there is a way." Li Lingwei waved his hand. "But I need to ask the gods. I may need to use their magic weapon this time." Li Lingwei said to everyone. After sending everyone away, Li Lingwei used a recorder to tell Chen about last night's battle. He also asked Chen whether the drone could send the rope to the top of the cliff. After Chen received the message from Li Lingwei, he also understood Li Lingwei's intention. Immediately contacted the drone company's technical personnel. Although this reconnaissance drone cannot carry a lot of weight, they have special transport drones, ranging from models with a load capacity of a dozen kilograms to hundreds of kilograms. Chen selected a smaller transport drone and a dozen 200-meter professional climbing ropes. After setting your highest authority, it was given to Li Lingwei along with the explanation. With the experience of using the reconnaissance drone last time, Li Lingwei was not unfamiliar with it. He just looked at the rope that Chen handed over with some surprise. Is it really possible to use such a thin rope? Li Lingwei was a little skeptical. But after all, it was sent by God, so I can only believe it. At this time, Li Lingwei also had a plan in mind. As long as Wu Lai and his men can climb up to the back of Dialongsui and set fire to it, and then they will have support from inside and outside, the camp can be taken down. Li Lingwei told Chen about his plan and began to control the drone to the back of the cliff. The mountains and forests were covered in white after the heavy snow. The transport drone that Chen sent this time was specially selected in white color, rising slowly from the bottom of the cliff. Perhaps due to the natural terrain of the cliff behind, there is no one guarding the village. Li Lingwei used a drone to tie a noose to a pine tree and lowered the rope from the cliff. Although the back mountain is deserted, if Wu Lai and his team climbed during the day, they would easily be discovered. Li Lingwei had no choice but to cooperate with the operation at night. Just when Li Lingwei asked Wu Lai to select people, a lot of colorful strips came out of the box. This made Li Lingwei very puzzled. These strips come in various colors, but are as thick as your little finger. What are they used for? This is called a fluorescent strip. It can be bent at will and will glow at night. It can be attached to clothes to show off your strength. Li Lingwei listened to Chen's explanation. These words that he had never heard of before made Li Lingwei feel confused. But she understood the process. Wu Lai, you lead the selected elite soldiers to the cliff behind Dialongsui. Find the rope and ambush. Tonight, cooperate with the troops in the front to disrupt the situation from the rear. Also, this is a fluorescent strip. Stick it on the outside of your clothes according to the picture. Although Li Lingwei was puzzled, he still arranged things according to Chen's instructions. Fluorescent strips? Wu Lai and the others were so shocked when they took the colorful fluorescent strips from Li Lingwei. The thing before their eyes was completely beyond their understanding. If he hadn't seen so many divine things in the sky before, he would probably have knelt down. He took the fluorescent strips and walked out tremblingly. Chapter 60. You two stop talking and come over here to blow up the balloons. Guangming community. Chen paced back and forth nervously. In this battle, the enemy had the advantage of time and location, so they could only use surprising tactics. But Chen was still worried that even if someone climbed up the cliff with a rope, it might not be of much use. After all, there are a lot of people in the camp and the city defenses are strong. Even if you can harass from behind, you may not be able to break into the front. Back then, when Li Yunlong attacked Xiebaoqing, he used a Type 99 rifle and a mortar, not this thing. I'm afraid using fireworks won't be very effective. Chen didn't have any good ideas for the moment. Our latest news is that a flour mill in Tianhai City exploded. We would like to remind all citizens to be careful of direct contact between flour and other dust and open flames in a closed environment. Listening to the sound on TV, Chen sat up suddenly. Can't we just use dangerous things in life now? Dust explosion? Got it. Chen slapped his thigh. Shilong, Iha County, Qingfeng Village. Boss, the Shilong Emperor has led his troops to besiege Dialongsui. I heard that they have already attacked outside the mountain stronghold. A bandit said to the boss. The Emperor of Shilong dared to attack Dialongsui with such a small number of people. He is simply seeking death. The Dialongsui not only has the geographical advantage, but also has the Rurin soldiers joining in, so their numbers have increased several times. The people lying in ambush on the mountain were all the former bandits. They were just a bunch of ragtag people, so it's not surprising that they were wiped out. From what I know, they have a team of elite troops in the camp, and they have set up many traps. Not to mention that they can't break in. Even if they break in, they won't be able to defeat the enemy. Tell the brothers that if the Shilong Emperor's troops fail to attack the mountain, we will immediately charge out from Qingfeng Village and attack the Shilong Emperor from both sides. After the Shilong Emperor is killed, we will also join these Rurin troops. They need to find someone to work for in Shilong. Maybe we can become a high-ranking official too. The leader of Qingfeng Village said grimly. Daytime. The bandits in Dialongsui organized several charges and tried to rush down, but were desperately blocked by the royal guards. Although the bandits are in a dominant position, but after the imperial guards were equipped by Chen, they could not claim victory in the attack and were sure to defend. The bandits had no choice but to give up. At this time, in the camp behind, many imperial guards were puffing up their cheeks and blowing up balloons, while many people next to them were stuffing flour into the balloons. These things were just sent over by Chen. What do you think the gods are going to do with these things? This thing is amazing. It's so small, but it blows up so big. And what's the point of putting flour in it? This is white flour. If it's God's order, it can't be wrong. Hurry up and do it. We still have several boxes of balloons. Hey, you two stop talking, let someone else blow up the balloon. My cheeks are sore. In the camp, it was already filled with balloons tied up with string. Li Lingwei was fiddling with the several drones that Chen had just sent him in the tent. Chen specifically instructed in the recorder that these drones could only be controlled by Li Lingwei himself. In addition, Chen repeatedly adjusted the parameters of the drone based on the distance instructions sent by Li Lingwei. What Li Lingwei didn't know was that in Chen's yard, a group of drone technology experts were carrying computers, sitting on small stools, waiting for Chen's instructions. On the whiteboard in the middle of the yard, there is a topographic map of the mountain. Various information about the carved dragon's mouth is marked on it. Our new boss is good at everything except that he likes to think creatively. Isn't this a simulation sandbox? Yes, it's not a modern war. It's a real-time strategy simulation of attacking a bandit camp in ancient times. I have to say that rich people know how to have fun. If drones appeared in ancient times, what would happen? But speaking of it, with our micro base stations, I'm afraid it can be used in ancient times. It would be great if we had grenades, and we could directly provide aerial drone coverage. Go to bed. If you have grenades, you should go in. These are civilian drones. They can't be used in war. The technicians were talking about it. Everyone, I still need to implement a function. It is necessary to automatically cut the rope on the drone and release it synchronously through program control. If you can solve it within an hour, each person will receive a reward of 10,000 yuan. Chen said to everyone. When everyone heard this, their eyes widened. The boss is generous. Just turn on the computer and do it. Isn't it just a real-time strategy simulation? You must have fun with your boss. Night falls. The royal guards, holding torches, gradually approached the stronghold. On the walls of the mountain stronghold, Many bandits drew their bows and arrows, ready for battle. Almost all the bandits' attention was focused on the wall in front of the courtyard, and they didn't notice that on the cliff behind the village, there were some laser men climbing up with ropes. On the other side of the village, countless black balloons, driven by drones, quietly floated over the village. At this time in the mountain village, it was brightly lit, with torches and bonfires lit everywhere. Haha, this group of people want to attack the village at night. How can it be so easy? Listen carefully, their archery skills are better than ours. Watch my gestures and strike first. Use rocks to block the gate of the camp. We can't get out, and they can't get in either. Eli said with a sneer. Their current mission is not to kill the Queen of Shilong, but to delay her for a while. The Queen of Shilong will be in a dilemma. Waiting until they retreat will be the best time for them to counterattack. People in the village, listen up. I give you half an hour to get out of the village. Otherwise, when we get in, none of you will survive. A royal guard stepped forward and said coldly, "Ha ha ha. You Shilong people just like to brag. Come in if you can. I'm waiting for you." Eli laughed wildly on the city wall. He quietly gestured to the archer beside him. The archers hiding in the dark drew their bows and aimed their arrows at the royal guards in front. Just when the arrow was about to be shot, suddenly something seemed to fall. The people in the village looked up. I saw countless round balls floating down from the sky. What's this? The people in the village were stunned. They had never seen anything like it. Many balloons floated into the hands of the bandits, who looked at them curiously. These things are light and black in color. When you weigh them, they seem to contain some sand. Countless falling balloons almost covered the village. Everyone looked at each other. What the hell is this? Bang! Just when everyone was wondering, a balloon encountered an open flame and exploded instantly. The next moment, it was like a chain reaction. Countless balloons exploded. Chapter 61. The dragon's mouth was struck by lightning. There is a monster. Boom, boom, boom. Countless balloons wrapped in flour exploded after encountering open flames, and the violent explosion ignited the balloons that had not encountered open flames. The explosion of the balloon caused the flour inside to splash everywhere. Although it was not a completely enclosed environment, so much flour and dust was spread throughout the village. A huge dust cloud was formed. The lit torches and bonfires provided the dust clouds with an opportunity to explode. The rumbling explosion instantly engulfed the entire village. Just after the explosion in the mountain stronghold, the royal guards who received the signal also began to attack. Inside the village at this time, the continuous explosions have extinguished the original flames. The screams of bandits were everywhere. Eli got up from the ground trembling and looked at the bandit next to him who was rolling on the ground with his hands covering his face and wailing in shock, his head buzzing. What happened? Eli just felt a flash of fire, and then a huge ball of fire knocked them to the ground. Everything happened in just a moment. I just couldn't understand what was happening. Kill. Climb up quickly. At this time, a sound came from outside the village. Only then did Eli come back to his senses. Looking outside the stronghold, many royal guards were preparing to attack from the city wall. Quick! Everyone defend. Cut their ropes. Eli shouted hurriedly. Boss! Oh no! There are a lot of monsters coming up from the cliff behind the village. A bandit came running over and said in a panic. What? Monster? The back mountain is a cliff. How could there be? Eli was shocked. Before he could finish his words, he saw dozens of monsters rushing towards the village. These monsters in the dark float in the air. It seems like there is no shape, only some broken outlines. But you can clearly see that it is in the shape of a human. Some have several arms. What's even more terrifying is that these monsters come in various colors and glow in the dark. The bandits who were originally injured by the dust explosion forgot to wail when they saw these monsters suddenly appearing and stared at them in amazement. Run! There's a monster! Don't kill me! I don't know who yelled first. The crowd suddenly became chaotic. Fighting is impossible. The first reaction is to run for your life. But now the gate of the village is blocked by rocks, and it is impossible to get out. Many people who were caught up by monsters screamed, and then fell to the ground and died. When I heard the bandits yelling at the monster, Wu Lai and the others were also happy. While waving a big knife and fighting in the mountain village, he made all kinds of strange noises with his mouth. The bandits were scared out of their wits. A burst of chopping melons and vegetables. Very easy to spot in the dark. Anyone without a fluorescent strip is a bandit. Just do it. Eli on the city wall also gasped when he saw this scene. If this continues, They might all be killed by the monsters. Quick! Hurry up and lead the monster to the trap. Trap them to death. Eli shouted loudly into the mountain village. Wulai and the others heard it. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Do you think we are deaf? Are there traps in this village? Wulai and the others stopped one after another. Only then did he notice that during the chaos just now, many bandits around had accidentally stepped into traps and were killed. Wulai and the others were frightened. If the flower hadn't exploded just now, the bandits would have been in chaos. They might just come in and kill us. They will be the ones who fall into the trap then. Although they were fully armed, their feet and legs were not protected. Boss, there are many unknown traps ahead. And those bandits were so ruthless that they blocked the main gate directly, so our people couldn't get in through the front gate. Someone next to Wulai said, "Set fire. Withdraw." Wulai made a prompt decision. Their original plan was to take advantage of the chaos, attack from both sides, and wipe out these bandits in one fell swoop. But unexpectedly, the bandits had set a trap in the mountain village. They also blocked the only gate of the village. This group of people relied on their fluorescent strips in the dark to come in and kill dozens of people. Once their disguise is discovered by the bandits, it will be difficult for them to have much effect even if they climb up the cliff. Wulai and others immediately threw torches into the mountain village. Retreat from the cliff. Li Lingwei watched all this through the screen and breathed a sigh of relief. Wulai's decision was wise. If these dozens of people continue to stay, they might be trapped. The divine move just now killed more than 100 people and injured countless others. There were no more than 300 or 400 bandits left. If God's thundering power could come again, perhaps everything would be solved. But all the balloons were used up, so we couldn't continue and had to find another way. Li Lingwei felt very sorry. At this time, in Qingfeng village, about 10 miles away from Dialongsui, hundreds of fully armed people were waiting inside the mountain village. Brothers, I heard that the Empress's troops have already attacked. If it was during the day, it might be better, but they attacked at night. The Dialongsui is full of traps. Even if someone who is not familiar with the situation goes in, they will be in danger of death. The Empress's troops are definitely finished. As soon as they are driven down the mountain, we will rush out. The leader of Qingfeng village said to everyone, "Big boss." Oh no. The village over at Dialongsui was struck by lightning. As soon as the boss finished speaking, a bandit stumbled in from outside. Nonsense. It's winter now. How could there be thunder? The boss glared. Real. I was watching from a distance just now, and it was fine a moment ago, but suddenly there was a rumbling sound. The village was ablaze, followed by all kinds of screams. I was watching from a tree, and I was nearly scared to death and fell off. The bandit described it with lingering fear. And? The bandit hesitated and seemed to be hesitant to speak. And what? Speak. The big boss said quickly. I saw a monster. The bandit swallowed and said, Did you break your brain? Where did the monster come from? The boss slapped the bandit in the face. Really, boss? I saw from afar that many monsters of various colors entered the camp from the cliff, and they were glowing. Then there was thunder inside. I think it was caused by a monster. The bandit covered his cheek with his hands, looking aggrieved. Fart. Behind the carved dragon's mouth is a steep cliff. There is no way anything can climb up there. The big boss said with his eyes wide open. No, those monsters flew up there. I saw it with my own eyes. They lined up in a line and flew up slowly one by one. The speed was not very fast, but they were definitely flying. At the time, I thought I was seeing things and even bit my arm. It was definitely real. After it was over, the monsters flew down from the cliff again, and they were flying very fast. If I tell even a single lie, God will strike me down. The bandit swore that. Chapter 62. Flower balloons don't work? What about my gas tanks falling from the sky? Listening to the bandit's description, the boss also began to mutter. This brother is the smartest person in their village, so he was sent out to investigate the situation. But he brought back such explosive news. Do you believe this or not? The boss is numb. Boss, it's not impossible. At that time, the Rurin army besieged the capital and was about to capture it, but they were repelled. I'm afraid there must be some help from the gods. When we robbed the soldiers before, they also shouted that these things were given by the gods and we couldn't rob them. You will be punished by God or something like that. At this time, a bandit nearby said to the boss. Hearing what this man said, the boss' heart skipped a beat. No way. Could it be that the gods have begun to settle accounts? This battle was so evil. Wait a minute. Everyone, please don't act rashly. Please retreat first. Keep a close eye on the situation of the carved dragon's mouth. That camp has been set up by one-eye dragon for many years, and there are many traps. I don't think they can successfully attack it. If we really take it down, it may be that we have the blessing of the gods. Then The boss couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Li Lingwei's camp. The royal guards were surrounding Wu Lai and the others and fiddling with them. What kind of outfit is this? You scared us all when you came back just now. Yeah, I just saw some humanoid creatures floating in the air, and they were calling my name, and I was so scared that I trembled all over. It's not just you. When we just got close to each other at the bottom of the cliff, the boss got so scared that he fell down. Shut up. This time, with the help of God, we scared those people to death. You didn't even attack from the front. What are you doing? Boss, we don't want to do that either. There's only a small empty space in front of the village, so we can't do anything. Everyone was talking about it. All right. Li Lingwei listened to everyone's discussion and walked out of the big tent. This battle was beyond our expectations. If it weren't for the gods, we wouldn't have achieved such results. Li Lingwei said to everyone, "But your majesty, now they have blocked the gate of the village. The mountain road is too rugged and winding, and any equipment cannot be carried up. The only way to attack the city is to climb with ropes. And our actions on the cliff at the back mountain will be discovered during the day, so it won't be so scary if we are exposed. It will be difficult for us to do next." Wu Lai said anxiously. "I know all this. You guys go back and rest first." Li Lingwei waved at Wu Lai and others. Although she was a little anxious, she watched the entire battle yesterday and knew that Wu Lai and the others had done their best. After being busy all night, everyone was exhausted. Now that the bandits have blocked the village gate, we can't get out, so there's no need to worry about getting down the mountain. Li Lingwei came to the box, recorded yesterday's events in detail with a recorder, and sent it to Chen. Guangming Community. Chen's yard. A group of technicians were holding a meeting in the yard with great enthusiasm. "Boss, I realized it last night. Our previous designs were always limited to the civilian field, so it was so difficult when bidding. In a militarized battle, there are often not so many comfortable environments. What's more important is to push yourself to the limit. In the next bidding, there will be a load-carrying parameter. We estimate that according to the civilian field, the upper limit is 50 kilograms, which can meet most logistics needs, but the actual battlefield is different. We have just adjusted the performance of the drone. In terms of load-bearing alone, it can carry more than 500 kilograms. In this way, we can synchronize 4 drones into a team and even deliver military equipment to the battlefield. There are also signal amplifiers. We previously considered civilian scenarios, all in cities, with full 5G coverage. But we overlooked many occasions where the signal was poor, which may be the reason why we did not win the bid. Thanks to your reminder, boss, we were able to control the system autonomously in deserts, forests, and other places without base station signal coverage. We have gained a lot. Our previous thinking was completely limited." Everyone was talking to Chen at once. Chen's idea of using drones in ancient wars gave them great inspiration, and they adjusted the product overnight. Ancient warfare and modern military have one thing in common: demodernization. The test is whoever can maximize the realization of modern functions in an extremely backward environment will be able to play a greater role. Chen simulation greatly expanded the original limits of drones. The maximum load is 500 kilograms? If that's the case, I have a new idea. Try and see if a drone can pull 10 gas tanks. Listening to what everyone said, Chen's eyes turned. Liquid gas tank? I've never tried this before. Everyone looked at the new boss in astonishment. The boss's train of thought is always so novel that they can't catch up with him. Right. Come on, follow me to the warehouse. There is an open space there for experiments. I'll have someone send a gas tank right over. Chen excitedly said to everyone. He had just heard the news sent by Li Lingwei. I thought that by using the dust explosion last night to create chaos and casualties, and combining it with the haunted scene, we could attack from both sides and take down this stronghold. Unexpectedly, the bandits blocked the gate of the village. The bandits had also prepared a trap. The entire operation failed. Chen felt a little regretful. Although filling balloons with flour can cause a dust explosion, it is still difficult to kill them all directly. The cottage is not a completely enclosed environment, so its power is greatly reduced. We need to use more powerful weapons. The most powerful thing in life that Chen could think of was the liquefied gas tank. Flour balloons can't kill you. But what about replacing it with a liquefied gas tank? It's exciting just thinking about it. The open space outside the warehouse. Chen looked at the liquefied gas tank tied with an iron chain, and a large drone had already taken off. Under the huge thrust of the booster, it was pulled forward smoothly. It's just that the size of this drone is too large, exceeding the size of the box. After many modifications and adjustments, it was finally of the right size and could easily drive 8 liquefied gas tanks. This scene shocked the boss who was delivering a gas tank nearby. This era is developing too fast. Before, when gas was introduced to households, a number of our liquefied gas cylinders were eliminated. But after all, there are still people using them and they need us to deliver them to their homes. But now looking at it this way, I may not even want people anymore in the future. I can tolerate you using drones to deliver packages, but you're also using drones to deliver gas tanks. And I gave you 8 at once. The owner of the liquefied gas plant was devastated. Ding ding ding. At this time, another car drove in. Who is Mr. Chen? The electric car Mr. Chen requested has been delivered. The driver jumped out of the car and asked, "Unloaded here." Chen went to meet him. On the way to the warehouse, Chen searched for news about casualties among the people. The most common one is the explosion of liquefied gas tanks, followed by the spontaneous combustion of electric vehicle batteries. This is considered to be a relatively dangerous thing that ordinary people can come into contact with in their lives. But there are always two sides to every coin. There is danger, but it would be great if it could be used on the enemy. So many gas tanks and electric car batteries. Not to mention killing the bandits, even blowing up the hill wouldn't be a problem. Chen first explained using a recorder. Then the modified drone, gas tanks, batteries, and other items were all sent over. Chapter 63. Call everyone over. It's time to witness a miracle. At the foot of Dialongsui Mountain, Li Lingwei was walking back and forth anxiously in the tent. She knew, in Iha County, it's not just the Dialongsui group of bandits. There are many hills of various sizes around, and Dialongsui is the largest mountain stronghold nearby. If you can successfully take down the Dragon's Mouth, it has a huge deterrent effect on the surrounding mountain strongholds, and it is even possible to defeat the enemy without fighting. But they have been fighting for 3 days and still haven't taken it down. The advantage gradually turned into a disadvantage. Li Lingwei was very anxious and worried. I even felt a little regretful for being so arrogant and only bringing such a small number of people with me. After I sent the message to the gods, they did not respond. It seems that the only option is to attack by force. Sudden. Li Lingwei found a recorder at the bottom of the box and quickly picked it up to listen. Send someone over to move the stuff? Li Lingwei was a little surprised. But there was no time to think about it, and he immediately called Walai and the others over. His Majesty. Just now, our people behind the Dialongsui cliff reported that the rope was discovered by those bandits and was cut off from the cliff and thrown down. These bandits really don't know how to live. This is a rope sent by the gods. It's a fairy rope. It's so thin that it can allow so many of us to climb up. Pull the rope up. Why do you need to cut it off? As soon as Wu Lai came in, he spoke to Li Lingwei with great sorrow. The remaining ropes must be kept well. It might be useful later. Let's prepare to move our things first. Li Lingwei felt a little distressed when she saw the rope that was cut in Wu Lai's hand. Everyone is talking. Suddenly a large drone appeared in the box. It is several times larger than previous reconnaissance drones. Your Majesty, this unmanned chicken is too big, isn't it? Wu Lai looked at the drone in front of him in shock. This? Li Lingwei was also shocked. In addition to the size of the drone, there are also many chains hanging underneath it. Oh, I see. The gods must be trying to send us in with this unmanned chicken. Well, I was very excited. I have already imagined the scene of them being carried into the sky by the unmanned chicken. Move out first. Wait for God's instructions. The gods said that this time the things must be handled with care. Li Lingwei first asked Wu Lai and others to move the drone. There were more than 20 people in total. This is also the number that Chen and his team modified overnight. A barrel-shaped thing with a big belly came over from behind. Oh my God, it's so heavy. It would be nice to have this thing when defending the city. Wu Lai looked at the gas tank that suddenly appeared and grabbed the handle to lift it up, but the weight of the gas tank was far beyond his imagination. It took a lot of effort to lift it out, and when I shook it, I found there was still water inside. Handle with care. Don't wobble. Li Lingwei thought about Chen's special instructions and spoke quickly. Wu Lai and the others hurriedly and carefully moved it. After a while, the camp was filled with liquefied gas tanks. But then black things appeared one after another. What's this? It's square and doesn't look like it's made of iron. It's so heavy. Everyone gathered around curiously. God said this thing is called a battery. Be sure to be careful not to bump into anything. Each one should be placed separately and away from the jars just now. Li Lingwei gave instructions on the side. Immediately follow this diagram and chain these cans together. The god said that these things are quite dangerous. Once they are delivered, they must be deployed immediately. In addition, the gods asked us to inform everyone in the county that we will wipe out the bandits in Dialongsui today. Li Lingwei said to everyone, "This, Your Majesty, I'm afraid it will be difficult. We can't get in at all. Even if we can get in from the back mountain, there are so many traps in the village that it would be difficult to defeat them. If the people of the whole county are waiting and we cannot conquer them, then your authority will be?" Wulai asked hesitantly. "There are many cottages around here, and they may also be waiting to see what we do. It would be fine if we succeed, but if we fail, those people might take the opportunity to attack us. We will be attacked from both sides, and your Majesty's safety will also be in question." Wulai continued. Li Lingwei frowned slightly. She also knew that Wulai was telling the truth. Once they gather the people together, there will be no way out. But she believed that the gods would not say anything easily. "Whatever you say, you can definitely do it. After experiencing so many miracles, do we still need to doubt God? The gods have brought us so many magical things. Just look at the attacks on the mountain strongholds over the past few times. The gods have used endless methods. If we had relied solely on ourselves, we would have suffered heavy losses by now. What else do we have to worry about? Although I have no idea what the gods are going to do with these things, I absolutely believe in them." Li Lingwei spoke to everyone in a firm tone.
Yes.
Wulai and the others looked ashamed and said, "Pass on my order, and have the people pay close attention to the movements of the Dialongsui. This time, I will definitely eradicate the mountain bandits and the defeated Rurin army and avenge them all." Li Lingwei took a deep breath. Soon, under Li Lingwei's order, the new county magistrate Zhang Ji brought all the surviving people of the county to a distant place, waiting to see what happened in the mountain stronghold. Each of them held farm tools and weapons such as sticks. This was the arrangement Zhang Ji made after receiving the imperial edict. They knew that if His Majesty could win, it would naturally be good for them. But if they can't win, then these people will probably end up in a miserable situation. If Your Majesty and his men fail, he will lead the people to charge forward and let those Rurin people see that the people of Shilong also have backbone. While it's busy outside, Li Lingwei in the big tent was so busy that he was sweating profusely. This time, although Chen has automated the drone by setting up the program, but Li Lingwei still needs to control the drone to go above the camp. Before that, there is one more necessary step. Before the drone takes off, open the valve of the liquefied gas tank. Everything is ready. Wulai and his team are each responsible for a liquefied gas tank. After turning on the valve at the same time, everyone immediately smelled a strange, pungent smell that made people feel nauseous. Li Lingwei did not dare to delay and quickly controlled the drones to fly towards the mountain village. In this scene, it was also seen by the surrounding civilians and the bandits who were scouting around. "Oh my God, what is that? Look, something is flying. What a huge thing. God is above." All the common people had never seen such a scene before, and they all bowed down in worship. At this time, the bandits in the camp also saw the thing above their heads. They all craned their necks to look. What is this? So big. More than 20 drones carrying more than 100 gas tanks and more than 100 electric vehicle batteries were hanging over the bandits' heads. This feeling of oppression is quite shocking. From the location point of view, it covers every corner of the village. Not good. When Eli thought about the balls that fell from the sky that night, his face turned pale instantly. Chapter 64. The name of the god is Chen. Those little things before destroyed half of their village. Now these things look much bigger. Everyone, hurry from. Eli reacted and quickly told everyone to run away. But he was also dumbfounded. The gate of the mountain village was blocked tightly with rocks. All the ropes found on the cliff at the back mountain were cut off. In order to prevent attacks, they even raised the walls of the village a lot. There is no way to heaven and no door to earth. Where to run? Even if they want to run. It was too late now. As Li Lingwei pressed the button, the locks were unlocked at the same time, and the liquefied gas tanks and batteries fell into the mountain village from a height of more than 100 meters. The bottom one is the battery of the electric car. Not to mention severe collisions. Sometimes it would even burst into flames if left alone. So many of them fell down at once, and almost the moment they hit the ground, they started to spit out fire. Although the battery may not look large, once it burns, no grass will grow within a 3-meter radius. Almost in an instant, the battery exploded and flames covered the entire village. The liquefied gas tanks with their valves opened were enveloped by the fire and fell to the ground with flames spitting out. Coupled with the force of falling from a high altitude, they directly turned into giant bombs. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. There were no signs. There is no process. It was just explosions one after another. Neat and tidy. Deafening. The entire Dialongsui mountain was suddenly engulfed in smoke and dust. Everyone near Dialongsui, whether they were Li Lingwei or the Imperial Guards, whether they were civilians or other bandits, they were all stunned, looking at the situation on the mountain like sculptures. The huge explosion even created a gust of wind. The falling snow on the trees was shaken off. Knocked down anyone who was close to you. This, Wulai and the others were terrified. They are the closest. The huge explosion made them dizzy. My ears were buzzing and I could hardly stand. Oh my God, look at the mountains and forests around us. I don't know who shouted. Everyone looked around. Originally, the mountains and forests are covered in white after the snow falls. Icicles and hoarfrost covered the mountains and forests. But now, the mountains and forests near Dialongsui have completely regained their green color. But the mountains and forests in the distance were still covered in snow, except for their circle, which looked as if their snow-white coat had been taken off by a big hand. The village has already? Wu Lai looked towards the direction of Dialongsui Mountain. He immediately started to stutter. Everyone looked in Wu Lai's direction, and suddenly there were bursts of gasps. The mountain stronghold that was originally on the high ground of Dialongsui had now completely disappeared. The gate of the cottage, the wall of the mountain village, cottage houses, all gone. Only a few ruins remain. As for the bandits, not a single one was seen. Quick! Take everyone up the mountain immediately. Don't leave anyone behind. Li Lingwei was the first to react and gave instructions to Wu Lai and the others. Long before it started, Chen had warned repeatedly in the recorder not to get close. Also told Li Lingwei that the noise would be very loud. But even though he was prepared, Li Lingwei was still frightened by the shocking scene just now. Wu Lai and his companions walked towards the mountain village, trembling with fear. On the way up the mountain, I saw all kinds of broken arms, limbs, and intestines hanging on the treetops. Even though Wu Lai and his men had been through hundreds of battles, they had never seen such a tragic scene. We finally arrived near the village. The original village was almost razed to the ground. Not even a complete body was left. God is above us. We had doubts before. We hope God can forgive us for our sins. After seeing this scene, all the royal guards knelt down in unison. I was almost scared to tears. These methods of the gods are far beyond their understanding. It's ridiculous that they actually doubted God before. It's so disrespectful. And at this time, outside Li Lingwei's camp, the people from Iha County were also kneeling there. Your Majesty, may the gods bless you. Long live the Emperor. All the people kowtowed to Li Lingwei and spoke. After witnessing Li Lingwei's thundering methods with the help of gods, the honor of Emperor Li Lingwei reached an unprecedented high. Before, when the officers and soldiers said that the food was given by the gods, the people of Iha County did not feel much. Until they saw the works of God with their own eyes. All doubt and disrespect are swept away. The god's name is Chen. From now on, all places in the county shall build temples and offer sacrifices to the gods without any negligence. Li Lingwei said to the county magistrate Zhang Ji.
Yes.
I will definitely do it. Zhang Ji said quickly. His Majesty. Oh no. Many bandits are coming to kill us. We'll cover you and retreat first. At this time, Wu Lai and others hurriedly squeezed in. Bandits? Quick! All the people listen to the order, pick up the weapons in their hands, and protect His Majesty. Zhang Ji also shouted quickly. While everyone was talking, many bandits had already rushed outside the camp. Just when everyone is facing a powerful enemy, the bandits all knelt down. I am Zhu Ming, the head of Qingfeng village. I'm Lu Guiwu, the master of Erlongshan. I'm Xinliang, the boss of Zhelang Tugaga. Lead many subordinates to plead guilty to His Majesty. Several big leaders of the mountain villages tied themselves up tacitly and knelt in the front. Behind the bandits, there were many horse-drawn carriages loaded with grain that had been looted from Iha County. Seeing this scene, Li Lingwei breathed a sigh of relief. Surrounded by the crowd, he arrived outside the camp. She knows. This time, killing the chicken to scare the monkey worked. It was precisely because of the thundering means bestowed upon them By the gods that these wait-and-see bandits no longer had any hope of luck. They all confessed their crimes and surrendered. Everyone, get up. Return the food you looted to the people. Zhang Ji, you will arrange it. Wu Lai, gather these soldiers. Kill all the Rurin people inside. Li Lingwei said to Zhang Ji and Wu Lai. Shilong is now short of soldiers and generals. Although these bandits had committed all kinds of evil before, after seeing the methods of God, I believe they will not have any intention of resisting. Having these troops is also beneficial to them. Your Majesty, the inventory has been completed. There are 6 villages in total. I selected some useful people, a total of more than 600 people. Wu Lai said to Li Lingwei. Very good. These guys are trained hard. Tell them that since they have surrendered to Shilong, they must follow Shilong's rules. Otherwise, the gods are watching from heaven. Let them make their own decisions. As for the things bestowed by the gods, don't be in a hurry to give them to them. Only use them within the scope of your royal guards. Li Lingwei gave instructions to Wu Lai.
Yes.
Wu Lai nodded. After sending Wu Lai away, Li Lingwei couldn't wait to get to the box. She wanted to tell Chen about the battle situation as soon as possible. The harvest this time. Far beyond her imagination. Iha County won a great victory in this first stop, which is really a good start. Chapter 65. If you can carry gas tanks, you can carry bombs. Guangming Community. Chen was also a little excited when he heard the news brought by Li Lingwei. I should have sent a video camera to record the scene. It would have gone viral if I posted it online. Now that short video platforms are so popular, filming some life in ancient Shilong is also a solution. Chen was thinking in his mind. He now has investments in pharmaceutical groups and trading companies, as well as a drone company. I can also set up a short video company and then bring back some old items from Shilong and sell them through live broadcasts. While Chen was thinking about it, Li Lingwei sent the used drone back in a box. In Li Lingwei's opinion, these are the magic weapons of the gods, lent to them by the gods. You have to return it after use. Ding ling ling. Boss, I'm at the door. At this time, the technical director of the drone company called Chen. Today they have a military industry tender to participate in. As soon as the two arrived at the bidding hall, they met 2 weird people head-on. Hey, isn't this Bao Wei, the chief engineer of Longting UAV company? Are you still working at Longting? I heard you got a new boss. Can he be that young? He has a bright future ahead of him. A middle-aged man looked at Chen with a mocking look on his face. Haha, garbage is garbage. Even if you change your boss, it's still the same at Longting. Your skills are not good enough. Another person also responded. Mr. Chen, that was Yi Xiaodao from the British Sun Company. He was Longting's mortal enemy before, and he did a lot of things to trip us up from behind. I didn't expect that they would come to bid today. The chief engineer quickly explained to Chen. Yi Xiaodao from the British Sun Company? Why do you sound so much like someone from Sakura Country? Chen was stunned. I heard that his father is from Dragon Country and his mother is from Sakura Country. There are many industries, and it is also the largest drone company in our Tianhai city. The chief engineer nodded. A bastard dares to get involved in the military research and development of our Dragon Country? It's not even possible to cooperate. Even if we lose money this time, we must not let them succeed. Chen's eyes turned cold. 918 has just passed. How can you little Sakura succeed? Hey, Lao Bao, you said the army food is good. This police dog can even speak human language. Didn't they say that animals are not allowed to become spirits after the founding of the country? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Put your tail between your legs and go back to guard the door, or someone will catch you and study you. Chen directly retorted. The middle-aged man didn't expect Chen to be so tough, and he almost fell over. He was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Snort. Since you, Long Tongue, are asking for humiliation, don't cry when the time comes. We at the British Sun Company are determined to win this time. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. That's fine. This is Dragon Country. I tell you, if you want to be a dog, just bark twice. If you want something else, don't wait to die without knowing how you died. Chen made an international friendly gesture and walked in with the chief engineer. The middle-aged man's eyes turned green with anger, and he followed him in. Thank you all for coming. This time, the drone bidding will focus on 2 areas. One is the weight limit, and we need to deliver supplies to special areas and border areas. The terrain and environment in those places are harsh, and the soldiers' lives are difficult. We want to plan navigation routes and use drones to deliver goods in the air, requiring the load to be more than 200 kilograms per trip. The second one is the signal terminal. There was an incident before where the bald eagle country hacked into our drone system through the internet. So we need a separate signal terminal that can cover the area as much as possible to meet the needs of drone use. For these two conditions, please provide design plans and quotations from drone companies. A big star said to everyone. After listening to the boss's words, Chen and the chief engineer couldn't help but look at each other. What a coincidence. No way. Isn't this a dream pillow? We have just extended the functions of drones to the extreme and extremely backward environments. Is the content of the bidding completely aimed at us? We all have finished products. When the middle-aged man heard the boss's request, he stood up impatiently. We go first. Our drones can carry 200 kilograms of weight. As for the signal terminal, we can also do it through the simulator. It can definitely be developed in a short period of time. As for fees, we only want a 10% increase. The middle-aged man was the first to stand up and speak. Afterwards, he looked at Chen and the chief engineer provocatively. The corners of Chen's mouth twitched. He looked at the man as if he were a fool. I really don't know where this mysterious confidence and courage comes from. Was it given by Shilong? Other drone companies declined to comment. It seems that they are unable to cope with these two technical difficulties. If other companies are not sure, then this time? Wait a minute. Our Longting UAV company can carry a load of 500 kilograms. There are also signal terminals. Just as the boss was about to say something, Chen slowly stood up. 500 kilograms? You are exaggerating. I can tell you're an amateur. Which drone specializes in weight bearing? If you build it, I'll use Gigi to walk. The middle-aged man looked at Chen with a joking expression. How long does it take you to make a sample? The boss asked Chen. We can have finished products now, Chen said. Ha ha ha. It's still a finished product? You guys from Longting Company are really boastful. For things weighing more than 100 kilograms, it's more convenient to just use a car to pull them than a drone. Why are you still researching a 500-kilogram one? Do you think Hualala is just there to make a living? The middle-aged man laughed so hard that tears came out. Xiaolu, I'll give you a location. Didn't we have an extra drone before? You can bring it over with the gas tank hanging on it. Chen shrugged and made a phone call. Liquid gas tank? What the hell? Listening to Chen's words, the middle-aged man was stunned and thought he had heard it wrong. After a while, everyone saw a large drone appear outside the window. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that under the drone, there are many liquefied gas tanks tied with iron chains. Fuck. It's true. What the hell? You guys aren't researching drones to deliver gas tanks, are you? The middle-aged man was stunned and swore subconsciously. The people around who came to bid were also stunned. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. 8 full gas tanks. Even if it's empty, the load is still quite terrifying. The research direction of Longting UAV is a bit biased. Isn't it too extreme? Using drones to deliver gas tanks? Isn't that like using anti-aircraft guns to shoot mosquitoes? This is such a waste. Everyone started talking about it. Instead, the military industry boss on the side was delighted. Transporting liquefied gas tanks is similar to transporting bombs. Be very careful. The weight is also similar. In other words, if you can transport gas tanks, you can also transport bombs. Didn't expect there would be unexpected discoveries? Just as everyone was shocked, the entire military compound was on high alert, with many soldiers rushing out and looking vigilantly at the drone hovering in the air. Many people are also evacuating the surrounding residents. Even the traffic police quickly blocked several surrounding roads. These are 8 liquefied gas tanks. If it explodes on the ground, the power will be no less than a terrorist attack. What's more, the location is around the military compound. Chapter 66. Which serious company is researching drones to deliver gas tanks? Superior. Control everyone. At this time, a group of people also rushed into the bidding hall and pressed everyone to the ground without saying a word. The middle-aged man from the British Empire was trying to struggle to explain something, but was knocked unconscious by a soldier's gun. Report. Our technicians can't hack into the drone program. The terrorists are suspected to be using a separate channel. We're catching crack. At this time, several technicians from the troops came in and said, we use a signal base station, which is indeed a separate channel. This is all a misunderstanding. I'll land the drone now. Chen explained helplessly. This is a huge misunderstanding. The big man waved his hand. Chen stood up and quickly landed the drone, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that your Longting UAV company actually has such a good thing. It can just meet our purchasing needs this time. Let's talk about price. The boss said to Chen with a smile. We're offering a 20% discount on the original price. This technology can also be fully shared, and we are responsible for production. Chen said without hesitation. Then your profit margin will be very small. The boss was a little puzzled. I am willing to contribute to the defense of Dragon Country. We will never give the Japanese pirates any chance. Chen said immediately. Good. Based on your attitude, let's talk about long-term cooperation. Our military intends to involve private drone companies in research and development. If possible, the subsequent long-term cooperation will also be left to you. The boss was very satisfied with Chen's statement. And at this time, the middle-aged man from the British Empire also woke up. Just when he heard that Chen and his team had obtained long-term cooperation with the military, his eyes went dark and he almost fainted. President, shall we stop fighting for it? The person next to him was very unwilling. Fight for nothing. They have already built the finished product and have demonstrated it in practice. What else can we do? Besides, that's 500 kilograms, and our technology is not capable of that. What's going on with their Longting company? Who has the time to research such a large load? The same goes for base stations and civilian drones, which are all used in modern and highly developed cities. Our research and development direction is to better integrate them with 5G. Who has time to study how to deliver packages in places with no signal? Give it to aliens? The middle-aged man almost vomited blood. To be honest, it is not too difficult to develop this kind of function. But who would have thought that Longting Group had already produced the finished product? Send a liquefied gas tank? Are you kidding? He couldn't understand why he was intercepted by Longting Company this time. He watched Chen signing the contract with gritted teeth, and then he fainted again without catching his breath. If he didn't get dizzy, he would have walked with Gigi in public. Chen glanced at the British president who was being carried out and felt very happy. Not only will Longting UAV Company be a military-industrial cooperation enterprise in the future, but it will not have to worry about orders for the next 20 or even 50 years. More importantly, it defeated the British Empire. In the past, I had a patriotic heart, but my ability was weak and I couldn't do anything. Now I have some ability. The Dragon People's affairs should be done by the Dragon People themselves. Shilong, Iha County. After Li Lingwei and his men finished suppressing the bandits, they continued to move south. But this time the team is much bigger. Not only were there bandits who were recruited, but many young and middle-aged men also volunteered to join the army, and now the force has expanded to 2,000 people. And these 2,000 people have a characteristic. They have all witnessed the ways of the gods. The awe and fear of Li Lingwei are engraved in their bones. It's no exaggeration to say. Now, even if Li Lingwei asked all of them to kill themselves, they would do it without hesitation. Although most of them have weak combat capabilities. But loyalty is definitely okay. Your Majesty, about 300 miles southwest of here is our second stop. In the Xinjiang area, I have sent people to get information in advance, but the situation over there is not optimistic. Wu Lai came to the carriage and said to Li Lingwei, in the Xinjiang area? I remember that the memorial submitted by Ling Huji mentioned that an organization called the Saint Girl Cult had arisen there. Li Lingwei thought for a while and asked, good. At that time, when the Rurin troops were marching south and our army was losing ground, I heard that this sect had appeared in Xinjiang. Their leader is a woman who claims to be the Queen Mother of the Nine Heavens who has come down to Earth to save the people. It attracted a lot of people to join it, and this time when the Rurin troops invaded from the south, their losses in Xinjiang were indeed the smallest. So the prestige of the Saint Lady cult is unprecedented, and now there are tens of thousands of followers. I heard that there are still a steady stream of people coming here from all over the place. Wu Lai explained to Li Lingwei. You can actually protect the people when the Rurin troops invaded? If there really is such a good deed, it would not be a bad thing for Shilong. But if they are evil, I will not tolerate them. Let's go to Xinjiang, Li Lingwei said with a frown. But that very night, when the army was camping in the wilderness, they were attacked by a group of assassins. Fortunately, everyone protected Li Lingwei's car in the middle, so they discovered it early and the assassin did not succeed. After interrogation, it was found that this group of assassins were indeed sent by the Holy Maiden cult. The saint received a revelation from heaven that the current Shilong Empress Li Lingwei was not a righteous woman, which was why the people of Shilong had to suffer such a disaster. Li Lingwei must die. Otherwise, Shilong will never have peace. So when they heard that Li Lingwei was coming to Xinjiang, he assassinated him under the cover of night. Asshole. That was all the conspiracy of that old Ling Hu Ji. His evil plot was exposed, and he has been executed. How dare you, a bunch of evil followers, say such things? Whoever dares to slander our majesty again, I will pull out his tongue. Wu Lai was furious. Wu Lai, forget it. They were just bewitched by the bad guys. Learn about Xinxiang's current situation from him, and head to Xinxiang as soon as possible. Li Lingwei said coldly. It seems that the situation in Xinxiang is more serious than imagined. To some extent, this extremely evil cult is far more dangerous than those bandits. As long as the bandits are wiped out, there will be no worries. But these evil cults are misleading people. Killing is not the best way. Fortunately, I have the true protection of God. This time, I will make sure you have nowhere to hide from the true God. Just when Li Lingwei entered Xinxiang, a large group of people suddenly appeared in front of him. These people were dressed in rags, but everyone was holding weapons such as sticks and stones. Stop Li Lingwei's carriage. His Majesty. These people are simply crazy. They have completely surrounded our carriage. They kept throwing stones at us. They are just a mob. Shall we fight our way out? Wu Lai covered his head and came to Li Lingwei. Just now, he tried to step forward to dissuade the people, but they threw stones at him and broke his head, which made him very angry. Chapter 67. To deal with unruly people, you need to use electric batons and anti-wolf spray. No. These people may have been bewitched by the evil cult. Look at their clothes. They should be from the area near Xinxiang. If we forcefully arrest or kill people, it will cause riots among the people, and we will fall into the evil trap of the cult. They just expect us to use violence to provoke resistance among the people. Don't do it unless it's absolutely necessary. Li Lingwei shook his head. She stood in the carriage and looked around. Outside the carriage, there were many people surrounding it in 3 layers. There are quite a few people gathering here outside. Li Lingwei couldn't help but frown. When I was hesitating, a stone was thrown at the carriage and almost hit Li Lingwei. Your Majesty, please get in the carriage first. Wu Lai quickly protected Li Lingwei and hid in the carriage. Li Lingwei thought for a long time but couldn't come up with any good solution. They could only tell the gods about the current situation and pray that they would keep the people clear-headed and not be bewitched by the evil spirits. Chen was also surprised after receiving the news from Li Lingwei. It seems, previously, due to Ling Huji's secret manipulation, the imperial power of Empress Li Lingwei in Shilong was not that high. No wonder Li Lingwei chose to tour various places to establish his authority. This is a bit of a dilemma. The ones being beaten are all people from Shilong. Without fighting, you can't move forward. It is impossible to make these people clear-headed. We must be tough when it is time to be tough. Thunder, lightning, rain, and dew are all the Emperor's grace. I will give you rain and dew when you are obedient. I'll give you thunder when you disobey me. There is no contradiction. Chen thought about it and immediately contacted a security equipment manufacturing company in Tianhai City. 5,000 explosion-proof shields and 5,000 steel forks were purchased. Another 20,000 bottles of anti-wolf spray and 800 electric batons were purchased. They were all sent to Li Lingwei. At this time, the situation for Li Lingwei and his team was already very serious. Although they were protected by 2,000 people in the middle, there were more than 10,000 people surrounding them. They seemed to be sure that the Emperor would not be cruel to them, and they rushed in with sticks and stones. Your Majesty, I can't hold on. Wu Lai came to the carriage panting and was about to ask Li Lingwei for permission to take action, but I saw a lot of strange things piled around the carriage. Wu Lai picked up a blast shield and looked at it. This is a shield sent by God? Wu Lai reacted immediately. Both sides are transparent. Even if you hold it in front of you, you can still clearly see what's in front of the shield. It doesn't seem to be made of iron or rattan, but it's very strong and can't be hit at all. Several royal guards couldn't wait to pick it up and demonstrate it. This is a shield sent by God. Immediately have people use shields to build a defense line outside. Li Lingwei said to Wu Lai and the others.
Yes.
Wu Lai was overjoyed. Troublemakers. The gods have taken action. I wonder what else you can do. Soon, the defense line built by explosion-proof shields completely blocked the people outside. Wu Lai. This is a steel fork sent by the gods. It can push those people back without hurting anyone. Let their soldiers do it, and you bring the royal guards to assemble here. Li Lingwei asked Wu Lai to distribute the steel forks to everyone. With explosion-proof shields and steel forks, the people on the periphery pushed the surrounding civilians out slowly with their forks. There are landing devices on the explosion-proof shield. Once these landing devices are fixed, the people are completely blocked outside. Stack up explosion-proof shields for reinforcement, and even stones cannot be thrown in. When the people outside saw this situation, they did not disperse. Many people even sat down outside. It seems that someone is organizing them. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such neat behavior. It seems that their purpose is to trap us here. Li Lingwei stood on the carriage and watched. His brows were tightly furrowed. Your Majesty, the royal guards have all gathered here. Your Majesty, please get into the carriage. We will escort your Majesty out. Wu Lai brought his men to Li Lingwei. Look at those people lying on the ground. If we rush out forcefully, there will definitely be casualties and cause civil unrest. These are two offensive magic weapons sent by the gods. One is called an electric baton, and the other is called anti-wolf spray. You royal guards, equip yourself. Li Lingwei pointed to a pile of things next to the carriage. Stun baton? Pepper spray? This stick is not as useful as the back of a knife when hitting people. As for this anti-wolf spray, there's no wolf here? What use can such a small thing have? Wu Lai was a little curious holding the electric baton and anti-wolf spray. Look carefully. This is the button of the electric baton. The gods say that once it is turned on and the electric baton hits someone, that person will lose their ability to move. And this pepper spray, take it according to this picture, point it outwards, and press hard here with your thumb. And then, Chi. Li Lingwei demonstrated with an electric baton and anti-wolf spray. I pressed it out accidentally. Wu Lai was staring at what Li Lingwei was holding when suddenly a gust of water sprayed onto his face. No time to react. An intense burning sensation spread. Ah! Wu Lai suddenly screamed, covered his eyes, squatted on the ground, and rolled over. Li Lingwei was stunned. I didn't expect this tiny bottle to be so useful. I just sprayed Wu Lai lightly, and Wu Lai held his head and screamed. Wu Lai is the chief of the Imperial Guards and is very skilled in Kung Fu. But you can't resist this? Li Lingwei was shocked. Then, with this thing in hand, I won't be afraid of assassins getting close to me. Boss, are you okay? Isn't it just that I got sprayed with water in the face? Fuck, boss, you cried. That's not right. Why are your eyes swollen? Boss, you are so miserable. The surrounding Imperial Guards came forward and looked at Wu Lai. I was also shocked by Wu Lai's appearance. The leader of the Royal Guards, who had shed blood and sweat but no tears, was now crying and snotting. His eyes were swollen and almost narrowed into a line, like a big toad. Ahem. I can't see. Ahem. It's all over. I cough, cough, cough. Wu Lai was attacked head-on by the anti-wolf spray and suffered temporary blindness, difficulty breathing, and coughing madly. See this scene. The people who originally didn't care much about playing with the pepper spray suddenly became nervous. Hold it carefully in your hand and point the nozzle outwards. If it weren't for Li Lingwei's unintentional demonstration just now, no one would have realized the power of this small anti-wolf spray. Everyone pay attention to the wind direction. Spray at the same time, and keep the shield out of the way at the same time. For those civilians who are violent, use electric batons. Open a passage into Xinjiang immediately. Li Lingwei said to everyone. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 68, Only Magic Can Defeat Magic. After saying that, Li Lingwei pulled Wu Lai to sit in the carriage. As mentioned in the instructions that Chen just sent over, it's okay even if you accidentally get hurt. This symptom will subside after half an hour. I have to say, the power of anti-wolf spray is quite amazing. One bottle of pepper spray can deal with a large group of people. These people were just like Wu Lai, with their eyes wide open and their mouths open, ready to step forward and cause trouble. As a result, he was sprayed with anti-wolf spray. They all scattered, howling. Some people even tried to take advantage of the chaos to attack with sticks. But after being stabbed by a black stick, he immediately fell to the ground trembling and stiff. The people around had never seen such a scene before. I have no idea what happened. Then I saw some strange things in the royal guard's hands spraying water. Then the person in front started screaming. And that black stick, it's obviously not used to hit people, nor to stab people hard. Just a light touch. Anyone who was touched convulsed and fell to the ground. Many people even had feces and urine flowing everywhere. See this scene. The people were also terrified. I thought it was some kind of witchcraft. No matter how the cult members shouted, they all fled in all directions. Under the protection of everyone, Li Lingwei successfully entered the territory of Xinjiang. His Majesty. We just captured a few civilians. They said there would be a shrine activity in Xinjiang County in 2 days. Then the saint will perform a spell in public and give holy water to the people. Recently, many people have come from all over the country and gathered in Xinjiang County. A royal guard came up to Li Lingwei and said, "Altar activities? No wonder they want to trap us with the people. It seems they want to control the people before we reach Xinjiang County. We must not let them succeed." Li Lingwei said coldly, "Before coming here, I thought this saint was a good person. But now it seems that some people are deliberately rebelling by using the name of the saint. His Majesty. Your Majesty, please help us." At this moment, two people who looked like beggars came to Li Lingwei. "Don't stop them. Bring them here." "What's going on?" Li Lingwei looked at the old and the young in front of him. His body was in tatters, with a lot of blood and scars. "Your Majesty, that saint is a fake." They colluded with the Rurin and gave all the children and women in Xinjiang to the Rurin soldiers, so the Rurin soldiers did not attack us. The old man knelt down and said to Li Lingwei, "Colluding with the Rurin troops? Tell me in detail." Li Lingwei's eyes turned cold. "This woman is from the family of Mr. Liu, a wealthy man in Xinjiang. At that time, they said they would send women and babies to heaven to become gods, so I let the baby go with them. But my kid got lost while peeing on the way and mistakenly entered the camp of the Rurin people and saw them eating people. Even the children and women in Xinjiang were raped by the Rurin soldiers. After my baby came back, he kept chasing us, and we kept hiding in the mountains. Please, Your Majesty, please make the decision." The old man knelt and said this. "Asshole, you're actually trying to survive by taking the lives of the people of Shilong? For his own fear of death, he actually sent the people away. It's absolutely insane." Li Lingwei was very angry. "His Majesty, let's go kill this guy." The imperial guards were also filled with righteous indignation and requested for orders. "Come on, leave some of our food for the two of them. Place them well." Li Lingwei looked at the two people in front of him and said, "There's no need to rush into action against this so-called saint. Even if we kill them, the people have already been bewitched, and it will be difficult for us to control them. They may even point the spearhead at us, which will be disadvantageous to us in Shilong. We need to address this problem from the root." Li Lingwei took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He is the emperor of Shilong. The perspective of thinking must not be limited to the gains and losses of one city or one place. "Let's hurry on and let me think about it." Li Lingwei waved his hand. He got back into the carriage. He used a recorder to tell Chen in detail what had just happened. Listening to the situation on Li Lingwei's side, Chen was not as worried as Li Lingwei. Great men have taught us that fighting with others is fun and that bad things can turn into good things. Having received basic literacy and anti-fraud education for so many years, Chen has some understanding of those scams. Anyone who talks about being a god or something like that is just trying to deceive people through means that they cannot understand. If they dare to do it, expose them in public. In this way, lies fall apart on their own. If that doesn't work, we'll perform more advanced magic. If you want to defeat magic, you still have to use magic. It doesn't matter, just let him come. Don't be afraid, I'm here." Chen replied to Li Lingwei with 2 sentences without giving much explanation. "You can just deal with it as the time comes." Li Lingwei was very moved after listening to Chen's words. "With the protection of God, what do I have to fear? The gods speak with such authority. This tone and accent give people an infinite sense of security." Li Lingwei held the recorder that Chen gave him and kept repeating these 2 sentences in his ears. It was not until he heard Wu Lai's voice, "I saw it. I'm alive again," from the front of the carriage that he put away the recorder. "Your Majesty, the magic weapon of the gods is too powerful. I originally thought that this tiny thing could do nothing, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. That kind of pain, I don't want to experience it again in my life," Wu Lai said with tears in his eyes. "Yeah, no wonder the gods reminded me so. This kind of thing must be kept away. It is only for your imperial guards to use. And don't use it unless you have to." Li Lingwei nodded and reminded, "Okay, let's get going as soon as possible. It will take nearly 2 days to get to Xinjiang County. We must arrive before the altar meeting begins. After we get there, we will open the way as before. I want to meet this lady of the 9 heavens in person," Li Lingwei said to everyone. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 69. The speed at which we come cannot catch up with the speed at which you spend money. Guangming Community. Chen listened to the news sent by Li Lingwei that they had successfully entered the territory of Xinjiang. I also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that many of my ideas are correct. The problems Shilong encounters now are all minor. It can be solved with common things in daily life, but it is not without limitations. The basis of this restriction is trust. Chen had also thought about it. Now that I have money, I can take my suitcase and go abroad to get a batch of AK-47s, which are cheap and easy to use. When the war breaks out, everyone will be armed with an AK-47, and no matter who you are, we will just sweep you away. If all else fails, use a few grenade launchers to launch a devastating attack. But people change. If the guards were equipped with an AK, each of them would have the ability to easily kill the opponent regardless of their martial arts skills or body size. There's no guarantee that they won't change their minds. Anyway, Chen put himself in the other person's shoes. I'll make you an AK, and I'll make you a rifle, so that we can become bigger and stronger and create greater glory. At night, he secretly shot all his brothers, killed the empress, and became the emperor himself. Who was dissatisfied? Chug. This caused chaos inside. It's still a completely out of control chaos. Therefore, all the things that Chen sent over these times were set with the highest authority, and the usage instructions were also communicated by Li Lingwei. Just in case. If someone betrays or is captured, there are ways to control them. But the AK-47 can't. The more mechanized something is, the more difficult it is to control. Fortunately, Li Lingwei is very reliable. Every time after use, the items will be returned. But the problems we are facing now cannot be solved by force. You still have to think of some unorthodox ways. But I am not very clear about these scams. What should I do? Ding ling ling. Just when Chen was worried, the phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Mr. Wang calling. Brother Chen, I heard that a drone company you recently acquired has signed a long-term cooperation agreement with the military. That's great. Mr. Wang said with a smile on the other end of the phone. Boss Wang, please stop teasing me. I am just a small family. How can I compare with you? Chen didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. I only heard about it when I attended an annual meeting of entrepreneurs. It seems that Yi Xiaodao, the man whose sun never sets, has become your enemy and is preparing to take revenge on you. Brother Chen, you better be careful, Mr. Wang said to Chen. Thank you, Brother Wang, for the reminder. But in our dragon country, a little Sakura bastard can't do much. Chen sneered, showing no fear. That's right, Brother Chen, if you need anything, just let me know. Oh, Master Tan is here. Come over and have some tea and chat with me. Let Master Tan help you calculate. Those little Sakura kids love to stab you in the back. Mr. Wang invited Chen. Master? I still don't. I'll be there in a minute. Chen wanted to refuse, but when he thought about the situation Li Lingwei and the others were currently facing, he thought that perhaps these so-called masters might know some tricks. Chen agreed. Half an hour later, Chen just walked into Mr. Wang's office. Then I saw an old man sitting opposite Mr. Wang. He is tall and looks relaxed. He wears a red Taoist robe and a lotus hat. His eyes are slightly closed, and he has a smile on his face, giving people a warm and friendly feeling. Completely different from the masters Chen had met before. Brother Chen, let me introduce you. This is Master Tan, my good friend for many years. Master Tan, this is my little brother. Even though his business has just started, he has a bright future. Mr. Wang quickly stood up and introduced himself. What master? He's just an old man in the martial arts world. If you keep talking so nonsense, Brother Chen will think I'm a liar. Master Tan smiled at Chen. Chen also had a good impression of him. The masters I met in the past, the more deceptive they were, the more mysterious they pretended to be. The Master Tan in front of me is quite humble, which might be interesting. I'm not questioning what the master said. My Dragon Country Dao sect has been passed down for a long time, and the Chiman Duanjia, 5 elements and 8 diagrams are even more profound and unfathomable. I believe there are ways to do it. Chen sat down. Oh, Brother Chen has such knowledge at such a young age. No wonder President Wang has been full of praise for him. I think Brother Chen also knows a lot about it. Master Tan was a little surprised. I only know a little bit. But speaking of which, I've recently become more interested in some of the ancient scams. Those ancient people pretended to be gods, but did they also understand the current knowledge of chemistry? Chen took the opportunity to change the subject. Chemistry is nothing more than a summary and name given by foreigners to some things. Our dragon country's thousands of years of civilization has already begun to apply it. These tricks may seem simple now, but they had a huge impact on the people in ancient times. Master Tan did not hide anything and told Chen everything he knew, even performed a few moves. Well, Master, let's leave your contact information. If those charlatans come to my house again, I will call you for advice. Chen successfully got the master's phone number. Then he left. From the chat with the master just now, I know that this master has been in the world for many years and is well aware of all the scams from ancient times to the present. It can help myself. Guangming community. At this time, construction has already begun at the site of the original lake ruins. Chen had seen the blueprints before. Mr. Wang and his team planned to build an alien base in the shape of a circular flying disc and a 5-star hotel. The authorities have not yet reached a conclusion on why the lake water disappeared overnight. After a series of headlines about celebrities cheating and getting divorced, this matter was gradually suppressed. When asked, they blamed it on the property management for stealing water. It is said that the experts interrogated several turtles overnight, but to no avail. Finally, the whole thing was dissected. I heard that it will be exhibited in the base. But the construction of this alien base seems to be a bit ambiguous. Chen shook his head. As soon as I arrived at my doorstep, I saw the financial advisor from the bank sitting at the door. This made Chen feel a little embarrassed. Before, I had to deal with the bank, register the company, and contact the truck. But the money was spent within a few days of being received. It has not added any performance to the bank. Are there any financial products recently? I can take a look. Chen said to Lina. Mr. Chen, I've been fired. It's not because of the financial products. After hearing what Chen said, Lina didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Fired? Why? Chen was a little puzzled. Because when you received millions or tens of millions of dollars some time ago, our speed of arrival was not as fast as your speed of spending money. I was severely criticized by the leaders of the bank. This time it's over 200 million, and my boss asked me to use my beauty to sleep with you. I didn't agree, so I was fired. Lina blushed and said to Chen Hashtag, Chapter 70 Boss, this is my sister-in-law, right? Honey trap? The corners of Chen's mouth twitched. I remember when I came here, Lina was wearing a uniform with black stockings and a low neckline, and there was a view of snow-capped mountains. Still want to use the beauty trap to win me over? Really? The company leaders are all idiots. Then you come here? Chen asked doubtfully. I just want to ask you, did you really buy millions of steamed buns before? There are so many things, and you bought all of them for storage. Are there really aliens? If there is one, I will buy it and stop looking for a job. Lina's tone was very firm. Chen was confused. Ahem. Those aliens and stuff are actually all fake. I can testify that it was the property management that stole the water. As for that alien base, it's just a gimmick. Chen said quickly. But Lina in front of him clearly looked a little unconvinced. By the way, you just lost your job. Do you want to find a job? I'm planning to start a live broadcast company and need people. Do you know how to edit videos? Chen quickly changed the subject. Live broadcast company? I can. I studied digital media art in college, and after graduation my mother asked me to take a bank exam. Lina nodded. That's great. Go buy me some professional equipment. It should be easier to operate. By the way, rent another office. Chen transferred some money to Lina. Yes, boss. I'll go now. Lina ran out in a hurry. This is so hot and furious. Isn't he going to run away with the money? Chen was stunned by what he saw. To Chen's surprise, Lina got everything done that afternoon. Chen was shocked when he saw the cleaned-up office in front of him. Boss, I think you just started your business, so there's no need to make it too good. The rent here was $8,000 a month, but I bargained it down to $5,800. I paid a year's rent and even asked the boss for an extra month. Lina introduced Chen. And these devices, I bought them from my junior classmates in college. Many of them don't work in this industry after graduation, so they sell their equipment at a low price. Even though they are secondhand, they are rarely used in college, so they are all good machines. Chen saw that Lina had even set up the live broadcast room. There were also signs of cleaning throughout the office. He looked at Lina in front of him with some disbelief. He is efficient, has a quick mind, is technically proficient, and has good character. It's like I found a treasure. I originally wanted to start a short video company, but was worried that I knew nothing. This way you can do it with confidence. Very good. Then I'll leave this part of the work to you. I'll provide you with the materials. Chen nodded with satisfaction. No problem, boss. Just rest assured. Then, can the salary be 5,000? I have to pay the rent soon, but the money from the bank hasn't been released yet. Lina asked Chen somewhat embarrassedly. I'll give you 10,000, and the commission and bonus will be calculated separately. Also, go rent a better apartment and use it as a staff dormitory. The company will provide accommodation. You are my first employee. I will not treat you unfairly. Chen smiled. Although he had previously invested in Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group and bought Longting UAV Company, the feeling was different for Chen. Real? Thank you, boss. I can't speak. I'll kowtow to you. Li Na's face was full of surprise, and she was about to kneel down and kowtow to Chen. Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and quickly helped Li Na up. After learning the basic operations of the equipment from Li Na, I took it home. After explaining the operating procedures clearly, he turned on the equipment and handed it to Li Lingwei. After a while, Li Lingwei sent the equipment over. Chen opened it and saw the scene from the carriage. In front of the carriage, there were two teams of people walking, and the carriage was surrounded by cavalry guards. From the motorcycle helmets on their heads, Chen knew that these people were the so-called royal guards. Just beginning. The picture is a little shaky, but it gradually stabilized afterwards. Isn't this Empress too smart? How can you use this modern equipment so smoothly? It can't be a natural talent, right? Could it be possible that he also traveled through time? Chen's eyes rolled, and he picked up the recorder. The King of Heaven and the Tiger of Earth? Palace Jade Liquor? Odd changes, but even doesn't? Chen sent 3 secret codes in succession. After a while, Li Lingwei's recorder was delivered. God is above. We are on our way to Xinjiang County. I have sent the Imperial Guards to the surrounding mountains and forests to hunt tigers and pheasants. But I didn't bring the palace wine with me. I'll offer it to the gods when we return to the capital. Hearing Li Lingwei's somewhat frightened tone, Chen hurriedly asked Li Lingwei to call back the Imperial Guards. Hunting tigers? Isn't this just seeking death? It seems that I was overthinking it. Come to think of it, if Li Lingwei traveled through time and I sent modern products to that time, Li Lingwei should have known about it long ago. I would never call him a god all the time. Chen sent the equipment over and told Li Lingwei to record whatever happened in the future. If it runs out of power, send it back for charging. What Chen didn't know was that ever since Li Lingwei got those things, he had been carrying them with him almost day and night. Take it out and wipe it when you have nothing to do. Although the short circuit was caused by wiping and the power was lost, Li Lingwei was very familiar with these things. The few videos sent later were all of normal marches. In the last video, the camera slipped out of his hands due to the shaking of the carriage, but fortunately it was caught by Li Lingwei. The camera was facing Li Lingwei, but Li Lingwei didn't seem to notice. Chen came to the office with the equipment. Li Na was cleaning at the door. Boss, our company doesn't have a name yet. Please come up with one, and I'll register it and list it. Li Na asked Chen. Let's call it Shilong time. Chen thought about it. My original intention of shooting the video was just to record the real situation in Shilong. It's very artistic. Li Na's eyes lit up. He took Chen's device and opened the video. Boss, this is my sister-in-law, right? So beautiful. This is an ancient costume. Is my sister-in-law an actress? Li Na's face is full of gossip. Chen also noticed the last shot recorded by Li Lingwei. I was stunned for a moment. Although I have seen photos before, the feeling of this video is completely different. Boss, your eyes are all drawn. Li Na waved her hand in front of Chen's eyes. Chapter 71. Stealing my limelight, right? Ahem. Well, the videos we uploaded recently are about this kind of ancient life. I'll ask her to shoot more footage then. Chen blushed. There was no way to explain this matter truthfully, so he quickly changed the subject. Boss, to be honest, this probably won't be popular. Li Na hesitated. Just do this first, and you can always add more ideas later. I'll leave it to you. Chen looked at Li Na's curious eyes, made a few quick arrangements and left. The boss is really something. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. Why record more of her? Why record a bunch of extras? Besides, this group of actors is too unprofessional. How can they wear modern helmets? And down jackets? A time travel drama in ancient costumes? Li Na shook her head regretfully. Xinjiang. Li Lingwei sat in the carriage, studying the new magic weapon sent by the gods. Although he didn't understand why the gods did this, Li Lingwei did as Chen said without hesitation, looking at the miniature versions of myself and everyone else appearing on the screen. At first, Li Lingwei thought that it was the magic weapon of the gods that absorbed their souls. But I didn't feel anything unusual afterwards, so I felt relieved. Your Majesty, Xinjiang County is just ahead. Our people came to report that all the food that was sent here was detained, and the magistrate of Xinjiang County was killed. The altar has been opened, and their saint is ready to perform a ritual. And many people are coming to surround us. At this time, Wu Lai came to the front of the carriage and said, "Use your shield to clear a path. I want to go directly to the altar." Li Lingwei said coldly to everyone, "Your Majesty, just wait and see." Wu Lai rolled up his sleeves. With the god's magic weapon in hand, they have been eager to try it out. At the same time, in an open space in the middle of Shilong County, a tall platform was built. On the table, a woman in gorgeous clothes was walking up slowly. "God, the saint should be established. I, the Queen of the Nine Heavens, have come down to earth to save the common people. Now, I will grab the holy water and give it to the people. It can cure all diseases and prolong their lifespan." The woman picked up 2 bowls and showed them to everyone. Then he put the 2 bowls together and grabbed a few handfuls in the air. Suddenly, there was a lot of water in the bowl. See this scene. The people around all knelt down. "You are claiming the name of God for such a small trick? Aren't you afraid of being punished by God?" At this moment, a group of people squeezed in from outside. Used shields to separate the people from the crowd. When the woman saw this situation, she immediately winked at the group of strong men next to her. The group of strong men rushed over, but before they got close, they covered their faces and started howling. "Your Majesty has arrived," Wu Lai shouted loudly. But this voice was immediately drowned out by the voices of the people around. Li Lingwei in the carriage frowned, put the camera back, picked up another one, and prepared to go out. This was Chen's arrangement. There are 2 cameras in total. Li Lingwei recorded and sent one after a while, so that Chen could know what was happening on the other side almost simultaneously. Just as Li Lingwei put it down, a white object suddenly appeared in the box. It looks like a morning glory, but it also has a handle. Press the left button. Put it near your mouth when speaking to increase the volume. Chen explained in the recorder. Li Lingwei handed the loudspeaker to Wu Lai without hesitation. When Wu Lai saw that the gods had sent him another magic weapon, his eyes suddenly lit up. Although I was riding on a horse and shouting just now, the shouting of the people around me and the screams of those people were too loud and I couldn't hear anything. Wu Lai rode his horse to the front and raised the trumpet. Following Li Lingwei's instructions just now, he pressed a button. Collect your hair. Grow your hair. Recycle old mobile phones and old home appliances. Change the knife. Change the scissors. Change the basin. But before Wu Lai could say anything, a loud voice came from the loudspeaker. A moment. Everyone at the scene was stunned. They all looked at Wu Lai. There was complete silence. "Fuck. I pressed the wrong button. I should have pressed the left one." Wu Lai was so frightened by the sound from the loudspeaker just now that he almost threw the loudspeaker away. Only then did I realize that I had pressed the wrong button. Switched over quickly. Following a sharp sound of electricity, everyone at the scene covered their ears in unison. But it was precisely because of Wu Lai's actions. The attention of the people around the altar and the women on the altar were all drawn to Wu Lai. "Your Majesty has arrived," Wu Lai shouted at the top of his voice. The sound was earth-shaking. The sound was deafening. It makes people feel that the whole world is surrounded by this roar, which almost shatters people's auditory nerves. Many people knelt down subconsciously. The woman on the stage was also stunned at this moment. I thought that the more than 10,000 people who were deceived could trap the emperor, but I didn't expect that the emperor would actually come. I thought I could convince the people with the shock of the divine water, but I didn't expect the emperor's guards to have such a loud voice. I thought that with the altar, I would be the absolute protagonist, but I didn't expect that the emperor's guards stole all the limelight with just one shout. "This is trouble. What are you still standing there for? We are surrounded by our people. We have come this far. There is no turning back. Hurry up and put on a show to win over the people. I'll go back and call for help. They only have about 1,000 or 2,000 people. It's just the right time to kill the emperor here." While the saint was in a daze, a fat middle-aged man jumped up from the stage. This person is none other than Liu, the richest man in Xinjiang. "God, the saint should be established. I, the Queen of the Nine Heavens, came down to earth to save the common people. Now, I'll grab some more holy water." The woman also reacted and shouted loudly. He used the same trick again, performing the trick of grabbing water from mid-air. And at the same time, Guangming community. Chen was watching the video sent by Li Lingwei to Master Tan. This trick is called drawing water from an empty bowl. The principle is simple. The bowl has a layer and 2 holes drilled in it. You can operate it by plugging the holes with your fingers. It's very simple. It's the same principle as if there is a small hole in a teapot. If you block it, the water can't pour out. Master Tan explained to Chen. Chen understood immediately. He quickly told Li Lingwei the operation steps and principles. Li Lingwei was also shocked when he saw the woman on the altar drawing water from the air. But after hearing what Chen Shan said, he immediately felt relieved. I've already said it before. You think you can be called a god with such a small trick? Li Lingwei walked out of the carriage coldly. Your Majesty, since you claim that the imperial mandate is a gift from heaven, do you have the ability to draw water from the air? When the woman saw Li Lingwei coming out, she was not afraid. My father has gone to call someone. When the time comes, I will kill the empress here and become the emperor of Shilong. Chapter 72. Let me show you some high technology. How dare you disrespect His Majesty, you bastard. Wu Lai was very unhappy and walked forward with a knife, ready to chop the woman into pieces in public. Wu Lai. Li Lingwei called Wu Lai. Since she doubts me, I will let her and the people see it. Her so-called magic is nothing but some tricks. As Li Lingwei spoke, he walked down to the altar under the protection of Wu Lai and others. He reached out and picked up 2 bowls. The woman was about to stop him but was kicked away by Wu Lai. Everyone, come and see. Li Lingwei followed Chen Chen's explanation and indeed found 2 holes. Recalling the process that Chen described, he began to demonstrate it by imitating the saintly lady just now. Unexpectedly. Sure enough, water poured out of the bowl. Oh my God! Your Majesty can actually draw water from the air. Your Majesty is the real saint. What is going on? How come there are 2 saints? Nonsense, our Xinjiang saint is the real one. Your Majesty is just a coincidence. The people around started talking about it. Some people who were holding stones and preparing to throw them at the empress hesitated and put them down. Please let God know your will. The saint who was kicked off the stage by Wu Lai saw that the people had been shaken and hurriedly called for someone to come to the stage holding a blank scroll. Wu Lai was about to stop him but was stopped by Li Lingwei. Let's just watch them perform for now, and then expose them in public to achieve the best effect. Otherwise, there are tens of thousands of people gathered here. If they are bewitched and attack us, that is not what I want to see. Li Lingwei led Wu Lai and the others to retreat. Just now, he had drawn water from the air, which caused many people to waver. This shows that this method is useful. And this scene just now, they were all recorded by the camera that Li Lingwei specially placed on the roof of the carriage. After seeing this scene, Chen didn't even need to call Master Tan. It goes without saying that this so-called saint must have used some method to make the words appear on the scroll. Just say it was given by God. An old-fashioned method. There is no need to expose this situation. Since you're using such a low-level method to demonstrate, let me show you some high-tech. Chen said, touching his chin. I immediately called the drone company. Although it is a drone company, it has also researched many of the accompanying functional technologies. Among them is the virtual 3-dimensional holographic projection light curtain technology. It was originally intended to be used to display information on drones, and it is just right for use here. At this time, on the altar, I saw the saint holding a torch, muttering something, and walking near the scroll. After a while, there were actually words appearing on the scroll. As long as the empress is alive, Shilong will be in turmoil. When the saint is enthroned, the world will be at peace. Li Lingwei's heart sank as he looked at the words on the scroll. Unexpectedly, this so-called saint has such a big ambition and wants to replace me. Fortunately, I left Beijing to deal with the situation this time. Otherwise, I would have been bewitched and grown stronger by them. Then it's really too late. When the saint is enthroned, the world will be at peace. When the saint is enthroned, the world will be at peace. I don't know who took the lead, but the people around gathered together again. The appearance of words on the white paper really shocked them greatly. This is what God meant. Heaven is going to destroy the Queen of Shilong. How can human power resist it? Wu Lai and others also became alert instantly. If the tens of thousands of people around really go crazy, it will probably be a fight to the death. Just when Li Lingwei was in a dilemma, there was a noise from the box. Li Lingwei quickly opened it and saw some strange things inside. Without bothering to study, he picked up the recorder first. After listening to it, Li Lingwei became more energetic. He stood up from the carriage. Let Wu Lai and others place the things sent by Chen Shan on the altar. It's just a trifle. It's just written with white Nanmu sand ground with clean water, and the handwriting can be revealed by smoking with fireworks, but you used it to deceive the people. Next, I will show you what the true words from God are. Li Lingwei sneered. Listen to what Li Lingwei said. The saint was visibly flustered. Keep looking around. At this moment, Li Lingwei also came to the center of the altar. I hope the gods will give us holy words to educate the people of Shilong. Li Lingwei knelt down respectfully in the direction of the box. At the same time, according to Chen's request, he pressed the button in his hand. The next moment, several beams of light shot out from the four devices, gathered above Li Lingwei's head. Oh my god, look, there is a colorful divine light appearing. Right above your majesty's head, there are words. It seems there are words. It really is God's word. Long live the emperor. This scene shocked the surrounding people. They all knelt down and kowtowed continuously. Even the so-called saint felt her legs go weak, and she almost fell to her knees when she saw this scene. Li Lingwei, the queen of Shilong, the imperial decree is a gift from heaven and cannot be questioned by anyone. This so-called saint girl has deceived the people and is plotting a rebellion. She should be executed. 2 lines of handwriting appeared in front of everyone. It really is handwriting. It is handwriting given by God. It's floating in the air. Hurry up, kneel down and kowtow. It turns out that the saint is fake, and your majesty is the real one. God, we were deceived before. Please don't blame us. The people who saw this scene were completely terrified. Compared to the words that appear on paper, the words that float in the air and have colorful divine light are more likely to be given by the gods. Looking at the people around him kneeling down and kowtowing continuously, the saint felt a chill in her heart. Finished. Your majesty is actually blessed by the gods. What should I do? I'm afraid I'll be sentenced to death by slow slicing for my crimes today. Why hasn't father brought his troops yet? No. Be sure to delay the time. This is fake. This is your majesty's method of bewitching you. The saint girl hurried to the altar and tried to wave away the words. But it didn't help at all. No matter how she moved, the words still floated in the air. Come on. Catch this witch who is bewitching the people. Li Lingwei snorted coldly and said to Wu Lai and the others, Don't move. You don't have to use the knife. I'll do it myself. I want to prove in public that I am the real God. If you don't believe me, I'll show you my immortality. The saint girl shouted loudly in desperation. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 73 I can block any bullet. Immortality? Li Lingwei was surprised. I've seen it. The saint showed it to us when the Rurin troops arrived. The saint was cut in two, but she will be restored soon. Oh my god, isn't that a god? Of course. Otherwise, how could we possibly believe in the saint? After hearing the saint's words, the people around began to talk about it. Many of them had seen it before, and they looked at the saint with more awe. At this time, the saint brought a few people and pushed a large box to the altar. Li Lingwei watched from afar with some confusion. Point the camera towards it. I saw the saint lying in the box. And the next moment, 2 people nearby took saw blades and sawed the box and the saint into 2 pieces. This caused an exclamation at the scene. Even Li Lingwei looked at this scene in disbelief. This is to cut yourself off? However, Li Lingwei immediately realized something was wrong. The person was clearly cut in half, so why wasn't any blood flowing out? And the woman was waving to the people around her. This attracted many people to kneel down and cheer for the saint. What's going on? He's been chopped in half. How come he's not dead yet? He seems to have no feeling at all. Not only that, there was no blood at the scene. It was as if her body had separated on its own. Yeah, his hands and feet are moving. Could it really be a god? The royal guards also looked at the altar in shock. At this time, the 2 boxes that had been sawed apart were put back together again. The next moment, the saint jumped out of the box alive and well. Saint! 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 This immediately attracted cheers from the crowd. They all knelt down in front of the saint. Seeing this scene, Li Lingwei's heart sank. This strange scene actually happened right before their eyes. Not only the people of Xinjiang, but even many of the imperial guards had expressions of shock on their faces. If we can't control the situation, it will be dangerous. Li Lingwei quickly put the camera into the box. What surprised Li Lingwei was that the gods brought news very quickly this time. Chen doesn't even need to ask the master to know this trick. Chop those 2 boxes apart? Li Lingwei was somewhat puzzled as he listened to Chen's words. But seeing those people on the altar about to move the boxes down, Li Lingwei didn't bother to ask more questions. Wu Lai. Stop them. Smash the box open in public. Li Lingwei shouted loudly to Wu Lai. Wu Lai immediately led his men to rush forward. Seeing this, the people carrying the boxes tried to stop them, but they were no match for Wu Lai and the others. He snatched the box away. He swung the sword and split the box open, and a woman appeared inside. Moreover, this woman's pants and shoes are exactly the same as those of the saint. Everyone was stunned. The scene was silent. How could there be someone in this box? Wasn't the saint lying in there just now? Yeah, and why is this guy wearing the same clothes as the saint? Look at the structure of the boxes. Could it be that the saint just got into the box in front? The people around also started pointing and talking. The box was split open and the structure inside was revealed. Many people gradually understood. The saint girl next to him suddenly turned pale. Unexpectedly, his trick was discovered by the empress again. Impossible? I learned all these tricks from a sorcerer I met by chance. How could a great empress know these things? It's over now. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. At this moment, there was a noise coming from the outskirts of the crowd. Mr. Liu, the rich man, rushed over with a large group of people. These people were holding weapons such as scimitars in their hands. Seeing the troops coming from the periphery, the saint also became excited. Even if it's exposed, so what? As long as I kill the empress, I still have other skills to fool the people. My fellow villagers, this is my skill. Even if you split me in two, I can still create two people. Don't misunderstand. The saint immediately shouted at the top of her voice. Li Lingwei looked at the saint in front of him. He does have some skills. It's rare that he can remain calm in such a situation. What a pity. Your Majesty, some people are coming, at least 4,000 people. There are weapons in their hands, which seem to be the scimitars of the Rurin soldiers. Wu Lai came to Li Lingwei and said, "It seems that they were preparing to rebel before. In that case, kill. Leave no one behind." Li Lingwei looked coldly at the soldiers outside. The reason they didn't kill the people before was because they were bewitched. It was not their intention. But now these people are clearly rebelling, so there is no need to keep them. It's just the right way to intimidate these people.
Yes.
Wu Lai's face was full of excitement. Along the way, using anti-wolf spray to deal with troublemakers has been quite effective. Looking at those people who have lost their fighting ability and being unable to take any action, it seems like such a magic weapon is a waste. This time, finally, I can start killing. Everyone listen. Rebels have appeared in Xinjiang County. We are ordered to kill them without mercy. Those who don't want to die, squat down with your heads in your hands. Otherwise, the entire clan will be killed. Wu Lai once again took out the magic horn given to him by the gods. Wu Lai's shout immediately calmed down many people who were about to take action. The execution of 9 generations of a clan is no joke. Snort. Emperor? As long as you die here, there will be no emperor. Go ahead, don't let anyone go. Mr. Liu shouted loudly. Soon, those people rushed towards the carriage. Listen. Push the shield upwards, hold it up, and then spray. Spray and then chop. Cut and push again. One command, one move. Wu Lai shouted loudly. Soon, the troops were divided into 3 parts. The first part is in the front, using the shield to block the attack. The second part is behind the shield, with pepper spray ready to spray at any time. The third group held steel forks tied with machetes and attacked the people who were knocked down by the anti-wolf spray. The shield that Chen sent over was made of tempered glass. Made in China. Forget about being attacked by a knife. I can even block bullets.
Ah.
Those who rushed over fell down with their faces covered before they even got close, and the next moment, they were chopped to the ground. Mr. Liu, who was far away, was dumbfounded. These soldiers are all young and strong men specially selected from the refugees. He also deliberately exchanged food, women, and Rurin soldiers for some weapons, which he kept for rebellion. I thought the emperor only had 2,000 troops. With more than 4,000 people and 10 or 20,000 common people as believers, he could easily take down the emperor. I didn't expect it to be so fragile. No, it hasn't happened yet. As soon as he started swinging the knife, he squatted down, covering his face, and even threw away the knife in his hand. Isn't it just spraying some water at you? Is that so? Mr. Liu was about to vomit blood. Chapter 74. You sold it to me for 1.8 yuan with a cost of 20 cents? And you still say you're not making money? In the carriage not far away, Li Lingwei watched this scene coldly. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his troops had the upper hand. Thanks to the magic weapons sent by the gods, they didn't suffer any casualties and easily killed the rebels. It's just that all the pepper spray is used up. It's a bit of a pity. Watching the emperor's men slaughtering the crowd like chopping melons and vegetables. Many of the people who were originally squatting with their heads in their hands subconsciously knelt down with their heads in their hands. Fortunately, I didn't join the rebellion just now. Otherwise, they would be the ones lying on the ground. His Majesty. All the traitors have been killed. The thief leader has been captured. Bring it here. Wu Lai waved his hand. The royal guards came over with the rich man Lu and the saint girl, who were tied up. The two people were originally arrogant. At this time, his face was pale, his whole body was trembling, and he was so weak that he couldn't walk. Li Lingwei looked at the two of them coldly. Glancing around, all the people were looking at him in unison. This which pretends to be a god and deceives the people. Cut. The rich man Lu kept soldiers and plotted rebellion and regicide. Cut. Li Lingwei shouted loudly. If you don't kill, you won't be able to restore the emperor's power. Wu Lai immediately raised his sword. In an instant, two heads fell to the ground. Is there anyone left in the Xinjiang County government? Li Lingwei asked the crowd. His Majesty. At this time, a man covered in blood was carried to Li Lingwei and knelt down. I am Gao Song, the chief clerk of the Xinjiang County government office. Because I refused to obey the wealthy Lu, he put me in jail. Today, he wanted to kill me as a demonstration. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Gao Song said to Li Lingwei. Stand up, show some backbone as an official of Shilong. From now on, you are the magistrate of Xinjiang County. Confiscate all of the Lu family's property and distribute it all to the people of Xinjiang County, and to all of the Lu family's direct descendants and 9 clans who participated in the rebellion. Kill without mercy. Li Lingwei said to Gao Song.
Yes.
Your Majesty obeys your order. Gao Song didn't expect that Li Lingwei would entrust him with such an important task. The sky in their Xinjiang is finally going to clear up. Long live the emperor. At this time, the people around also knelt down and kowtowed to Li Lingwei. They didn't expect that the saint was actually a fake. What they didn't expect was that even though they committed the crime of treason and slandered the emperor actually forgave them and even distributed all the Lu family's things to them. If such an emperor was not given by heaven, what else could he be? This time of kneeling, the people are less afraid and more grateful and awed by the bottom of their hearts. This time Xinjiang can be regarded as a blessing in disguise, as so many people have suddenly appeared. Xinjiang is a rare, flat, and prosperous place in Shilong. With so many people gathered here, it will be the fastest to resume production in the future. That's a good thing. Wu Lai, tell someone to send food. As long as we survive the winter, we can resume production as soon as possible. I will come to see you then. Looking at the people kneeling around him, Li Lingwei said to Gao Song, Don't worry, Your Majesty. I hereby sign a military order. Within 3 years, our Xinjiang will definitely be the most prosperous area in Shilong. Gao Song said quickly. Good. Li Lingwei nodded. Your Majesty, I have something else to tell you. When I was imprisoned before, I accidentally heard Mr. Lu talk about it. When the Rurin soldiers were retreating, they encountered heavy snow. Many of them did not retreat deep into the grasslands, but stayed temporarily in the border grasslands in the northwest. We continue to plunder food from several counties along the border. They are all cavalry. They come and go quickly. I'm afraid they will be difficult to deal with. I hope Your Majesty will be careful. Gao Song remembered something and walked up to Li Lingwei and said, Is there such a thing? Li Lingwei didn't expect that there were still some fish that slipped through the net. Your Majesty, the terrain in the northwest is flat, and there is almost no terrain obstruction. It's hard to defend against Rurin cavalry. At that time, the Rurin also marched straight in from that area and attacked the city from the south. Wu Lai also said, It seems that they left this group of people behind not just because of the heavy snow, but on purpose. They just want to keep the passage to the south and prepare for next year. But isn't the Shilong Khan dead? How come it looks like someone is setting things up in here? Li Lingwei frowned in confusion. Wu Lai and the others were also puzzled. Walk. In any case, let's go to the northwest border first. We must not let them act so recklessly. Li Lingwei said coldly. Your Majesty, with our current manpower, it would be very disadvantageous for us to rashly confront the Rurin cavalry. How about we ask the capital to send some more cavalry? Wu Lai was a little worried. Even though they had the equipment of gods, they had only 800 cavalrymen. The rest of the soldiers have no horses, so it would be a one-sided situation if they were to face the cavalry. The cavalry in the capital are all scattered to protect the grain delivery teams in various places. It is difficult to gather them in a short period of time. It's too late. Li Lingwei shook his head. After all, Shilong is still too short of people. In the previous war, because of Ling Huji's interference, only 2 out of 10 of their troops in Shilong survived. No matter what I do, I am always stretched. Your Majesty, give me 1 day. I will select several thousand soldiers from our county to assist your Majesty. At this time, Gao Song stepped forward and said, Are you sure? Li Lingwei was a little surprised. I have been in Xinjiang County for many years, and I have been imprisoned during this period. I have stayed out of the matter, so I can see it clearly. Know who can be used and who can't be used. I can do it. Gao Song nodded. Good. Do it quickly. I will stay here for 1 more day. Li Lingwei was overjoyed. After settling down in the county government, he sent all the videos of the battle to Chen. Tianhai Food Processing Factory. Chen was walking around the factory surrounded by several people. The several production lines we have here can meet the production needs of most packaged foods on the market. There is also an additional instant noodle production line and biscuit production line. We are currently supplying various instant noodle brands. The noodle shop gets the noodles from us, and even the seasonings are made here. They just take it back and put their own labels on it. The factory manager introduced it to Chen. How much does a pack of instant noodles cost? Chen asked. A pack is 2 cents. The factory manager said truthfully. 2 cents? Isn't it selling for a few dollars outside? When I was doing wholesale before, they asked for a large quantity and gave me 1.8 yuan. They also said they didn't make a penny from me, they just wanted to buy in large quantities. I was fooled. Chen was a little shocked. The purpose of his trip was to acquire this food processing plant. It is winter in Shilong now. Various places have just experienced war, and the food has been almost plundered by the Rurin troops. Even if you plant crops right after spring begins, there won't be an immediate harvest. There is still at least half a year left before food supplies are needed. Chen thought it was too expensive to buy food himself, and it would be convenient if he could produce it himself, but he didn't expect the profit to be so huge. There is a lot of inventory backlog in warehouses now, and some food is about to expire. It is troublesome and can only be sold at a low price. The factory manager brought Chen to the warehouse to watch. Chen looked at the warehouse that was filled to the brim with goods. The shelf life of many goods is still 1 month. The price can be reduced by 20% to 70%. I basically understand the situation. I will purchase it at the price I mentioned before. If there is no problem, sign the contract immediately. Also, please let the food industry know that I am buying large quantities of near-expiry products. I will buy as many as I can get. Send them all to the warehouse. Chen said to the factory director. No face shown in the video of Chapter 75? Bad review. Chen didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain this time. The price-performance ratio of near-expiry products is simply too high. The same price can buy several times more goods than before. As for the shelf life of less than 1 month, it is not a problem at all for the people of Shilong now. Chen successfully took over the food processing factory. The problem of supplies was completely solved. After I got back, I saw the video sent by Li Lingwei. The actions are the same as you expected. That kind of holographic projection technology would amaze many modern people, not to mention the ancients. Chen asked Li Lingwei to find someone to prepare to receive the supplies. I just received a call from the food factory and the selected materials have been delivered to the warehouse. Halfway, Chen went to the market and bought more than 100 large pots for rural stoves. After watching the video this time, Chen learned a lot about Shilong. At present, most people in Shilong still use tripods or some pot-like utensils for cooking. Most of the people used pottery jars. It is best to use a big pot to cook for so many people. After Chen delivered the iron pot and the goods, he walked towards the company with the camera that Li Lingwei had sent. Xinjiang County. After the county magistrate Gao Song called for troops to join the army, the number of people who signed up far exceeded expectations. There are more than 3,000 people. Li Lingwei's troops suddenly expanded to 5,000 people. Looking at the growing team in front of him, Li Lingwei knew that they were so enthusiastic because they saw the magic weapon sent by the gods. Your Majesty, all the Liu family members who participated in the rebellion have been killed. The Liu family has also been searched. Although there is food, it is not much. I heard that they were all given to the Rurin soldiers in exchange for weapons. It will probably take a long time for the capital to deliver food. Xinjiang County will be short of food for at least 7 or 8 days. I'm afraid many people will starve to death again. Wu Lai came up to Li Lingwei and said, No problem. The god just told me that he will send food over. Send someone to prepare for transportation immediately. Li Lingwei was not worried. She just received a message from Chen. As soon as the words fell, a black object appeared in the box. What's this? Li Lingwei was startled. Your Majesty, this looks like armor. It's similar to the armor we use to protect ourselves. Wu Lai recognized him immediately. This thing is exactly the same as the one the god sent before, except that it is a lot bigger. Oh my god, if I put this in front of me to block the enemy during a battle, it would be awesome. But why is it so heavy? I can't move it. Come on, give me a hand. Wu Lai was about to go forward and take it out, but found that he couldn't move it at all. Don't talk nonsense. This is a pot sent by the gods for cooking. Li Lingwei was in a state of confusion as he listened to Chen's explanation. Pot. Wu Lai was stunned. Could it be that those small things that the gods sent before were also pots? Have someone use stones to prop up the pot, pour water into it, and when the water boils, you can cook the noodles. The gods also said that this time they would send us something called instant noodles, which would be comfortable to eat and drink in winter. Li Lingwei listened to the contents of the recorder while giving instructions to Wu Lai and the others. When they heard that it was instant noodles, Wu Lai and the others started drooling. I can eat instant noodles again. It's so delicious. It's the best thing I've ever eaten besides meat buns. No, even in winter, instant noodles are the best. They also come with soup. After drinking them, you'll feel warm all over and feel really comfortable. Don't mention it. My mouth is watering. The last time I ate instant noodles, it was flavored with broth. I can't forget it now. As everyone was talking, the instant noodles in the box came over. Soon, more than 100 large pots were set up around the Xinjiang County government. The common people held their bowls in their hands and looked at the things in the hands of the royal guards in surprise, not understanding what they were doing. Didn't the imperial court always provide porridge when providing disaster relief in the past? Why is it some yellow stuff this time? Is this edible? I don't know. It's wrapped in some colorful stuff with pictures on it. I just saw those people sprinkle some powder into the soup. Could it be poison? Did a mule kick your brain? Why are you poisoning us? It smells so good. After a while, a rich fragrance wafted around. The people sucked it greedily. It tastes like meat. No, meat doesn't smell this good. I just watched the whole process and didn't add any meat. It seems there is another smell that I have never smelled before. It's so delicious, I can drink 10 bowls. A group of people looked at the pot in disbelief. They just couldn't understand. I just added some yellow cakes and powder, so how come there is such a strong meaty aroma? More than 1,000 years ago, the people of Shilong felt the shock of modern society's technology and life for the first time. Listen carefully. This is food given by the gods. Only the gods in heaven can eat it. Your Majesty said, "You'll be fed. Everyone, bring a bowl and serve. But whoever wastes food will be dragged out and beheaded." The royal guards shouted. Soon, the people were given instant noodles. For a moment, the ground was filled with the sound of slurping. No one spoke. Almost everyone lowered their heads and wolfed down the food with tears streaming down their faces. I don't know if it was because the food was delicious or because it was hot. In the end, I even drank up all the soup. Even after eating, no one spoke. Each of them seemed to be in a trance, savoring the memory with their eyes closed. The royal guards were all frightened by this scene. How could they know that these people couldn't even afford instant noodles or even rice? Suddenly eating something so delicious, I even began to doubt whether I really existed. A bowl of instant noodles has helped poor people break through from the realm of food and clothing and enter the realm of philosophy. Leave these things behind and set off for the northwest border immediately. Li Lingwei asked people to leave the supplies sent by Chen behind and led everyone towards the northwest. Tianhai City. Shilong Time Culture Media Company, Ltd. Boss, the video you sent me last time went viral. Chen just arrived at the company. Li Na ran out excitedly. Exploded? Chen sat down puzzled. In front of him was the video of the previous fight with the saint. It was made into a small series by Li Na. In just one day, the video was viewed over 3 million times and received 200,000 comments. This group of actors is so unprofessional. They actually wore motorcycle helmets, the same as mine. It's such a bummer. What the hell did I see? Ancient people used pepper spray to fight? And what he was holding was a blast shield, right? Did people in ancient times have this thing? Isn't this too ridiculous? Even holographic projection has appeared? I live in the 21st century and have never seen it. Is this still ancient times? If you want to say it's real, ancient times are mixed with modern things. If you want to say it's not real, just look at the actors' clothes. They are quite conscientious. And the extras, except for their clothes, their acting is better than the first-tier traffic stars. This is a great TV drama on the internet. I would like to call it the best drama of the year. It's amazing. The Empress of the ancient special forces falls in love with me? What does this Empress look like? Her figure and temperament are definitely top-notch, but the damn camera is too tricky. She didn't show her face once. Bad review. Bad review. The comments section is full of comments about the contrast. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 76. The boss might be a tomb robber, right? Chen didn't expect the video to become so popular. Boss, I give in. I apologize to you for my previous short-sightedness. Lina said a little embarrassedly. I used to think that these ancient videos were boring and unlikely to become popular. But unexpectedly, the boss had such a brilliant idea that he mixed modern elements into ancient life. Focus on a contrast. Look at those soldiers wearing ancient clothes but modern fashionable helmets, not to mention the people holding loudspeakers and shouting that His Majesty has arrived. The contrast is absolutely amazing. Whenever there is a contrast, someone will criticize. When someone scolds you, there will be traffic. The boss is talented. If you hang out with the boss, you'll get to eat meat. By the way, boss, I just received a strange message from someone claiming to be a professor. He said he wanted to ask us where the video was filmed. Which film and television base is my sister-in-law at? Lina asked Chen curiously. Where was it filmed? What is he going to do? Chen was a little puzzled. Have no idea. I remember he seemed to leave a phone number and told us to call him. Lina found the phone. Chen dialed the number out of curiosity, only to find that he already had the number in his phone. It turned out to be a call from Professor Chow. Professor Chow? Chen, you left the message on the video? Wait, you posted the video? Yes. Oh, this is really... They both laughed while talking on the phone. No wonder. I was wondering why the layout of the environment was so rigorous. From the characters' hairstyles to their clothes, from their speech to their objects, and even the structure of the houses, everything is exactly the same as in ancient Shilong. Brother Chen, your research on Shilong is really in-depth and impressive. It just so happened that you called me. We have made some new discoveries recently. Professor Chow said to Chen with some emotion. The reason why he wanted to contact the person who posted the video was to exchange information about ancient Shilong, but he didn't expect that it was an acquaintance. Another discovery? Is it about the ruins or items in Shilong? Chen asked quickly. This time it's not about Shilong, but it's also related to Shilong. It's about the Rurin kingdom. Didn't I tell you before that Shilong was destroyed by Rurin? I don't know why, but the information in the ancient scrolls I found seems to be wrong. The scrolls show that the Rurins failed in their attack on Shilong, and even their Khan died. The Rurin were divided into many tribes. These ancient scrolls are incomplete, so we can only piece together this information. Professor Chow said to Chen. Ancient scroll of Rurin? Professor Chow, didn't you say before that there is very little information about the Rurin kingdom? Chen was not too surprised when he heard what Professor Chow said. He had known these things for a long time. But what surprised him was that the ancient scrolls and cultural relics left by nomadic peoples like the Rurin were always rare. How come there are still documents passed down this time? That's what happened originally, but I don't know what happened recently. Some records have been found in some ancient books one after another. According to my analysis, the reason why so much information about several Rurin tribes has been preserved is because they changed their mode of survival. Professor Chow said slowly. Change to survival mode? What's the meaning? Chen was a little confused. Before, the Rurin were all made up of nomadic tribes. But their records this time seem to be in a place called Yinsho County. They may have changed their nomadic customs, left the grasslands, and occupied part of Shilong's life. Thus, a territory was established with half of it being grassland, and the other half being the Shilong plain. Of course, these are just my speculations and lack authoritative evidence. Professor Chow said slowly. Half is grassland and half is Shilong plain? Could it be that the Rurin won? But isn't their Khan dead? Chen was also confused after hearing this. That's not clear. We have been very busy recently. Some of the information in the ancient scrolls needs to be sorted out again. I didn't expect there would be so many omissions before. Professor Chow was also quite helpless. After hanging up the phone, Chen was puzzled. Anyway, judging from the current situation, history has indeed changed a bit. It seems that I have to be cautious in every action I take from now on. What if a drone is unearthed one day? The fact that alien civilizations had established diplomatic relations with Chinese civilization could no longer be concealed. Boss, I recently looked up some information about Shilong, and plan to do a topic about modern objects appearing in ancient Shilong. We can also do a live broadcast later. Get some Shilong imitations and sell them. Maybe they'll become popular. At this time, Lina on the side suggested. Topic. Can. I will give you a few difficult problems at that time, and let the netizens in the live broadcast room brainstorm and see if there is any way to solve them. Chen's eyes lit up. I racked my brains all day long, trying to think of something to send over that is reasonable, legal, and effective. My head hurts from worrying so much. It would be easy if we mobilize the power of netizens. You are responsible for shaking, and I am responsible for stabilizing. You are responsible for thinking out of the box, and I am responsible for screening. Isn't that it? As for the sale of imitations you mentioned, there is no profit to be made. Wait a minute, let me get some real stuff from Shilong to sell. Chen said while stroking his chin. Lina's eyes widened when she heard this. Want some real stuff to sell? I'm so good. I'm afraid the boss is a tomb raider, right? Otherwise, how could he have become rich so quickly? Are you still so interested in Shilong history? Could it be that the boss dug up an ancient tomb from Shilong? If my boss disappears someday, should I call the police? Killing one's relatives for the sake of justice? Lina suddenly felt the scarf around her neck turn red. Ding-ling-ling. At this time, Chen's cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a call from my previous bank financial manager. Chen turned on the speaker. It turned out that the financial manager brought the new beautiful financial consultant to Chen's door, but Chen was not at home. Managerly, right? It just so happens that I also want to buy some financial products recently. Please ask Lina to contact me. As Chen spoke, he winked at Lina. Ah. The silence on the other end of the line was deafening. Chen silenced the other party with just one sentence. Well, I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first. That Lina is very good. She is serious and reliable. I will buy anything she recommends. Chen hung up the phone directly. Boss, you. Lina's eyes widened. Weren't you very angry when you were fired before? I can finally breathe a sigh of relief now, Chen said to Lina with a smile. As soon as the words fell, Lina's cell phone rang. It was her previous manager. Lina, what are you busy with recently? We called you for the gift box on August 15th last time, but you didn't answer. The bank has specially allocated benefits for you. Do you have time recently to come and get it? Also, after careful consideration by the leadership, they still highly recognize your work ability. As long as you are willing, you can continue to come back to work. I have spoken well of you in front of the leaders many times. This is an opportunity one have fought hard for. The financial manager was talking on the other end of the line. Lina rolled her eyes when she heard this. The people in the bank never tell the truth. Sorry, manager, I found a job. Lina said slowly. Found a job? Lina, this bank is not accessible to ordinary people. Many people have tried their best to get in. How much do you earn working outside? The bosses of private companies are all stingy. What future can I have working for them? If the company goes bankrupt, won't you be unemployed? The financial manager said in a bad tone. Chapter 77. Being too smart is not a good thing? Oh my God. Your bank is awesome, right? The salary I pay Lina is definitely higher than your bank. Chen said very unhappily. Are you the boss? I tell you, this employee is very important to us. Well, you fire her. When your company needs a loan, our bank can consider giving you a low-interest loan. The financial manager didn't expect the boss to be there too, so he simply stopped pretending. He casually took out a bone from his pocket. Is it important to you? So you still fired her? But speaking of it, she is indeed very good. I really want to thank your bank. Chen directly retorted. Lina on the side also put her hands on her hips, pointed at her phone, and pursed her lips happily. You don't want to drink the toast, right? You're just a small, broken company. Don't be so shameless. Do you dare to tell me where your company is? Believe it or not, I will put you out of business. The financial manager was furious. What's wrong with being shameless? Do you know where the word Meng in Mongshan comes from? My company is at 101, Building 2, Guangming Community. Aren't you right at the door? Chen could hardly suppress the smile. Ah. The financial manager on the other end of the phone was speechless. I looked up at the house number and my calf suddenly cramped. I was wondering why this voice sounded familiar. Oh, it's Mr. Chen. Lina. The financial manager is confused. Oh, Lina is an employee of my company. Our company is doing very well and will not go bankrupt for the time being. And Li Na also told me that many of your bank's financial products are not in compliance with regulations and constitute illegal fundraising. Don't call me anymore. Chen hung up the phone without saying anything. Satisfied? Chen smiled. Thank you, boss. I will never report you again. Li Na was filled with joy and her face turned red. Report me? Chen's eyes widened. Actually, boss, you are a tomb raider, right? Li Na said in a mysterious and low voice. Ah. Chen was stunned. Don't worry, boss. From today on, I will be yours forever. I will never tell your secret to anyone. If you get arrested, I'll also be out of work. Just don't worry, Li Na said, patting her chest. Ah, what a mess. Chen held his forehead with his hand. This little girl, being too smart is not a good thing. Shilong. Li Lingwei and his group were heading towards the northwest border. Your Majesty, Yinshou County is just ahead. But we didn't encounter any Rurin cavalry along the way. They may have retreated. It's getting colder and colder now. If they don't evacuate, they might freeze to death. Wu Lai came to Li Lingwei's carriage and said, Don't be careless. I always feel that the Rurin troops this time are a little unusual. They have always been nomadic on the grasslands, but they didn't completely withdraw this winter. If they can stay and survive this winter, I'm afraid. Li Lingwei was vaguely worried. Report. His Majesty. We spotted a group of Rurin cavalry looting the village ahead. There are about 100 or 200 people. At this moment, a royal guard rode over and said, Go. Send out 500 cavalrymen immediately and make sure to kill all of them. Don't let anyone and any horse escape. Li Lingwei said.
Yes.
The man took the order and left. The crowd continued to move forward and soon arrived at the village ahead. At this time, the village had been burned to ruins. Many charred corpses can be vaguely seen in the ashes. These beasts. Wu Lai's eyes were blazing with fire. Not quite. The feeling here. Did everyone get killed? Li Lingwei frowned. I always feel that there is something strange about this village in front of me. There shouldn't be so few villagers. Before I could think anymore. Then I heard a burst of shouting and killing from one side. Watch from a distance. A group of cavalrymen rushed towards this side. Your Majesty, this is another group of Rurin cavalry. They may have scattered and found us. I'll take some people to kill them. Wu Lai bowed to Li Lingwei and said, The rest of the cavalry follow me. The rest of you, protect His Majesty. Wu Lai shouted loudly and led his men to rush forward. Watching Wu Lai and the others leave, Li Lingwei felt something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Everyone stay where they are. Pay close attention to your surroundings. Li Lingwei said to those people. At this time, the 800 cavalrymen of the royal guards had already charged out completely. Those who remained in the village were infantrymen armed with shields and steel forks. And soon after Wu Lai left with his cavalry, a group of cavalry rushed towards the village in a mighty force. Li Lingwei's heart sank. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. No wonder I always felt something was wrong. This village must have been looted a long time ago. They were just acting. The purpose of the cavalry behind was to lure away the remaining imperial guards. When did the Rurin soldiers become so wise? But the situation did not allow Li Lingwei to think too much, as the group of cavalry had already approached the village. Quick! Protect in front with your shield. The steel fork is at the back. Your Majesty must be protected. The soldiers also reacted quickly and set up their battle formation at the entrance of the village. Fortunately, there were some houses in the village that could serve as cover, and the entrance to the village was relatively narrow. When the first wave of cavalry charged, although they broke through the shields in front, they were still blocked by the soldiers behind. There's more than one road in this village. Let the others go around the village. The front troops continue to charge. Even if they still have so many people, they can't be stopped. At this time, among the Rurin troops, a man who looked like a general said calmly. Soon, the Rurin cavalry took quick action. Li Lingwei in the village stood on the carriage, looking at the cavalry dispersing around the village, with a look of surprise on his face. These people obviously came prepared. I'm afraid they have been prepared for this since they knew that I was leading people out of Beijing for inspection. If we hadn't temporarily gathered so many troops from Iha County and Xinjiang County, we would be finished now. How could the Rurin troops be so orderly? What are they going to do now? Li Lingwei looked at the cavalry attacking from all directions of the village. Although they were temporarily blocked by shields and steel forks, the force of the cavalry's charge was simply not something that the infantry could stop. It is only a matter of time before the defense line is broken. Stop them no matter what. Buy time. Li Lingwei spoke to the people around him and turned to get into the carriage. Delaying time is not only about waiting for Wu Lai and the others to come back, but also about leaving time to destroy the box. The situation at this moment is extremely urgent. This box must not be obtained by the Rurin people. Li Lingwei pulled down the curtains of the carriage and placed them around the box. If the cavalry came over, he would immediately set fire to the carriage. Burn yourself and the box together. Just when Li Lingwei was determined to die, he suddenly found a recorder in the box. Li Lingwei quickly picked it up. Chapter 78. Falling into a trap and surrounded, in imminent danger. It seems that there are still some Rurin soldiers who have not withdrawn. They are in a place called Yinsho County. If you meet one, be careful. At such a critical moment, when Li Lingwei heard Chen's figure again, tears instantly came to her eyes. Why didn't I hear it earlier? Li Lingwei was very upset. In desperation, he slapped himself. He looked at the torch in his hand and threw it away decisively. The gods have helped me so much and reminded me so much. I cannot despair. He picked up the recorder and told God about the current situation. So I waited anxiously. Tianhai City. Chen just returned home with express delivery. Recently, Chen has been shopping online when he has nothing to do, stocking up on some supplies that he will need in the future. Large quantities of supplies will be delivered directly to the warehouse. The smaller ones will be delivered home first. Research how to use it yourself. This time, Chen bought several push-pull portable speakers. Last time he watched the scene where Wu Lai shouted with a loudspeaker, it was very useful. For the ancients, they cannot comprehend anything beyond their own perception. This kind of sound attack can actually scare people. If used in conjunction with war, it may have unexpected effects. Chen had just finished connecting the speakers, and before he had time to try them out, he saw a voice recorder and a camera appear in the box. God is above. I didn't hear the news in time, and I accidentally fell into the enemy's trap. Now the royal guards and other cavalry have been led away, leaving only the infantry around. We are trapped in a village, and it is only a matter of time before we lose it. Pray to God for help. Pray to God for help. Li Lingwei's tone was urgent and helpless. Chen was surprised. I quickly turned on the camera and took a look. Sure enough, I saw fierce fighting at several intersections around the carriage. The infantrymen defended with their shields, but they were no match for the cavalry. It seemed like it was about to be broken into. Chen couldn't help but become anxious. What should we do? It would be best if we could use some RPG rockets. Even a gun would be nice. But where can I get it? Drone gas tank? I ran out of it last time, and now it's too late. Bow and crossbow? No. It's impossible for one person to kill so many people and horses, let alone cavalry. They can ride horses very quickly. Wait. Horse riding. Chen suddenly had an idea and hurried to the computer. Now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to take a gamble. After Chen finished, he adjusted several speakers and sent them to Li Lingwei. At this time, Li Lingwei and his team's defense line was almost breached. The infantry only had shields and steel forks and could not stop the cavalry's charge at all. Even though he was protected by the shield, he wasn't directly injured. But the cavalry jumped in with a leap. Coupled with the horses kicking and hacking, the defense line collapsed immediately. The cavalry came from all sides of the village and surrounded Li Lingwei's carriage in the middle of the village. And outside the village. Kill. Kill quickly. Go in. Mad, get out of my way. Wu Lai and his men have also fought back. When they were chasing the cavalry just now, the cavalry kept fleeing and didn't fight with them at all. Wu Lai felt something strange. Considering the danger to the emperor, they retreated decisively and did not plan to chase him. But after they retreated, the Rurin troops attacked them again. Wu Lai understood immediately. They fell into the trap. The purpose of these people is to delay them. He quickly rushed back with his men. When he arrived outside the village, Wu Lai was so regretful that he almost committed suicide. There are as many as 3,000 or 4,000 cavalrymen outside the village. They surrounded the village and were charging in. Wu Lai knew that there were only a few infantrymen in the village at this time, and they were no match for them at all. The emperor is in danger. Cover me and follow me in. Kill. Wu Lai roared. Haha, I didn't expect you to be back so soon. But with just these few people, it won't do much. Stop them. The Rurin general looked coldly at Wu Lai and others. I didn't take it to heart. Wu Lai and others attacked bravely. But there are also cavalry outside, so the advantage is not that obvious. If it weren't for the helmet and armor protecting his body, he would have been hacked to death by the Rurin cavalry. And at this time, the Rurin troops had bypassed the infantry and rushed into the village. Everyone looked at Li Lingwei jokingly. Catch the queen of Shilong in a jar. It's simply a revenge for the previous shame. So what if you defeat our Khan? Won't you die here? Li Lingwei looked at the soldiers around him with a heavy face. Take out the things that God just sent. Although she didn't know what God was going to do, she knew that God was her only support. You are the queen of Shilong, right? I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me a few times, and maybe I'll spare you. At this time, the Rurin cavalry made way. A general came to Li Lingwei on horseback. Who are you? Li Lingwei asked coldly. I am the new king of the grassland, Qi Yin. That Ujialu Daden was just an arrogant guy. If you had listened to me and thrown the bodies into the city, we would not have failed. Qi Yin looked up and down at Li Lingwei in front of him. Everyone says that Li Lingwei is the most beautiful woman in the world. Seeing it today is really irresistible. You were the one who had the bodies thrown into the capital? Li Lingwei's eyes turned cold. At that time, half of the people in the capital were infected with the plague. If it weren't for the god's gift of medicine to save them, Shilong would have been destroyed. I thought it was Ujialu Datian who did it. I didn't expect that the culprit was someone else. Ha ha ha. Good. You are lucky that you survived. But we were not so lucky this time. But seeing that you are such a delicate beauty, I really can't bear to kill you. Your troops are still fighting outside. How about we have some fun in front of them? As long as you obey me, I will let those people under you go. Akane licked his lips. His face was full of lust. After being repelled in the last siege of the capital, Shilong's incredible tactics made many Rurin soldiers feel frightened. He just wanted to make fun of Li Lingwei, the queen of Shilong, in public, completely crush the empress's imperial power, establish the power of their Rurin troops to trample on Shilong. Snort. I'll give you a chance to. Take your people and leave immediately, and I will let you go for now. Otherwise, I swear, I will kill you. Li Lingwei snorted coldly and said to Qi Yin, Ha ha ha, what an arrogant woman. I don't know what those so-called witchcrafts you used to do are. But as it is now, there is no way for you to survive. Come on, take her down for me. Qi Yin waved behind him. Li Lingwei looked at the dozen or so cavalrymen approaching and pressed the button in his hand without hesitation. The next moment, a thunderous tiger roar came from 4 large speakers. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 79. This is clearly the divine tiger in the sky. The original tiger roar was enough to make the earth tremble. With the addition of the amplification of Chen's 4 speakers, the tiger's roar can almost be visualized as waves of sound. It covered the surroundings indiscriminately from the middle. The cavalrymen who rushed forward were even knocked to the ground by the huge sound waves. When the horses behind heard the tiger's roar, they all neighed and turned around and ran back. A mess. No matter how the people on the horses whipped and shouted, they could not be stopped and they fled in all directions like crazy. This is the biological instinct of restraint. Not to mention the sound of a tiger, even a volume of this loud can scare a horse. Many Rurin cavalrymen did not react. Some were thrown off their horses. Some were pulled onto horses and dragged along. He lay on the horse's back in a state of embarrassment, not caring about the knife in his hand. A moment. The troops that had originally surrounded Li Lingwei scattered like ripples caused by a drop of water. Wu Lai and his men on the periphery were rushing in. A tiger roar was heard, and the horses became uncontrollable. Before he could steady his horse, he saw the cavalry in front of him rushing towards him like headless flies. Nima! What's going on? Under this situation, Wu Lai and his companions' horses also began to run around in panic. Wu Lai and the others were dumbfounded. All around were madly galloping horses and Rurin soldiers who also looked confused and frightened. Seeing a Rurin man running away unarmed nearby, he took advantage of the chaos to free his hands and hack him with a knife. I originally thought it was a coincidence. But more and more cavalrymen fled in a panic, and Wu Lai and his men were at the outermost layer and were the least affected. I just ignored the horses. While holding the reins tightly, he took out the electric baton in the chaos. Just randomly pointed at the people next to you. This thing is much more efficient than a machete. Brothers, jump the horse. Use magic weapons to hit them. Wu Lai was overjoyed and shouted to the imperial guards around him. After everyone jumped over the horses, they found a tree to block the way. They hit each other one by one, and after the Rurin cavalry were hit, they immediately became stiff and fell off their horses. Others followed suit. For a while, There was a crackling sound. The Rurin people were lying on the ground. It was not until the cavalrymen ran away that everyone came out one by one to finish off the enemy. The Rurin soldiers were hit by electric batons. Their whole bodies were paralyzed, and they fell off their horses, their bodies completely uncontrollable. All they could do was watch the royal guards raise their swords and strike down the enemy. "Boss, what's wrong with your face?" When everyone gathered, they found that Wu Lai's cheek was swollen. "Don't mention it. I wasn't paying attention just now and stabbed the horse in the belly. The horse kicked me and I almost lost my life. Stop talking nonsense and go back to the village." Well, I didn't bother to say anything more and hurriedly led everyone towards the village. At this time, the infantrymen in the village also stood up with their shields raised. But there were still bursts of tiger roars in the carriage. Everyone was trembling as they held their shields, not daring to take a step forward. What's going on? Where's His Majesty? Where did the tiger come from? Wu Lai and others also rushed in. The closer we got, the louder the tiger's roar became. It was like a heavy hammer hitting their hearts. The threat was so great that they couldn't help but tremble all over. Right here in your Majesty's carriage." Several people bravely pointed at Li Lingwei's carriage. "What? His Majesty?" Well, I didn't care too much. He covered his ears and walked to the carriage against the noise. The next moment, the tiger's roar stopped abruptly. Everyone at the scene was stunned. The sudden disappearance of the huge tiger roar made everyone's ears buzz and feel dazed. Many people turned pale and suddenly knelt on the ground. My back felt cold and I was gasping for breath, as if I had just experienced a disaster. Li Lingwei slowly walked out of the carriage. "Remove the earplugs from your ears." Looking at the astonished eyes of everyone around him, Li Lingwei took a deep breath. So suspenseful. So awesome. So awesome. Even though he was wearing earplugs, Li Lingwei could still hear the loud tiger roars coming from those black boxes. At the very beginning, Li Lingwei was almost scared to the point of jumping out of the carriage. I thought that the next moment, several tigers would jump out of the black box. But I guessed it later. The gods may have used these black boxes to trap the tiger, so that the tiger can only make sounds but cannot get out. Seeing that the tiger's roar scared away all the cavalry, Li Lingwei also breathed a sigh of relief. "Your Majesty, what just happened? What happened? Where did the tiger come from?" Wu Lai and the others looked inside the carriage with caution. There were no tigers except for a few large black boxes, which also gathered around. "This is a magic weapon from the gods. Maybe the tiger is locked up inside," Li Lingwei explained. "Ah, no way. There must be more than one tiger making that sound just now. Yes, with such a loud noise, it must be a grown tiger. Such a small box can only hold a small tiger, right? Are you stupid? Even a big tiger can make such a loud noise. It must be a divine tiger from heaven. Yes. Maybe it's a pet of a god. It's just that a young tiger can make such a loud noise. You don't even have to show your face. Just the sound of your voice will scare off the horses." That's right. What's wrong with their cavalry? No matter how powerful they are still horses. If they meet a tiger, they can only run for their lives. "Thank you, Shunhu, for saving your Majesty. Thank you, Shunhu, for saving your Majesty." Everyone knelt down in front of the speakers. They knew that if the divine tiger had not appeared, Li Lingwei would be finished. And all of them are finished. Let's not talk about this. What are our battle losses? How are the Rurin cavalry? Li Lingwei asked. "Your Majesty, we lost less than 100 men. With the protection of the gods' shields, many were only injured." "It's a miracle," Wu Lai said to Li Lingwei. As for the Rurin cavalry, they all fled for their lives amid the roar of the divine tiger. "We killed quite a few of them, and the horses are scattered. I don't think they can get far. We can still find them. With the divine tiger here, I'm afraid they won't dare to come again easily," Wu Lai said with a grin. "Don't be careless. That person named Qi Yin is very scheming and vicious. The gods once said that they would deal with us in Yinsho County. I guess there are still many people here. Drive them back to the grassland first," Li Lingwei said coldly. "I thought that with Ujialu Datian dead, the Rurin would be leaderless and would be in chaos." Unexpectedly, another Qi Yin appeared. "We must never let them make a comeback." North of Yinsho County, on an open space, Qi Yin was walking back and forth in front of the campfire with one arm hanging in a mess. His clothes were torn and his pants were gone. His buttocks were covered in blood. At that time, he also rode his horse to the front. The tiger roars frightened the horse under him, and its front hooves jumped high, throwing Qi Yin off directly. But one of his arms got tangled in the reins and was dragged along the way. Although he managed to escape, his arm was broken and his body was tattered. Chapter 80. Too much bullying. Are you cheating? How so? Where did the tiger come from? What happened? Who can tell me what the hell is going on? Chen walked in a rage. Cursing. With no place to vent his anger, he kicked the campfire hard.
Ah,
But he didn't expect there were several large rocks inside. He let out a scream, covered his feet, and fell to the ground wailing. Not only Chen, all the Rurin people around had depressed faces. They clearly surrounded the Empress of Shilong. It's obviously just the Queen of Shilong. It's obvious that victory is already in the grasp, and we have all the advantages. Then suddenly a tiger appeared? Judging from the noise, it's still one. Where can I seek justice? Who the hell keeps a tiger in a carriage? Playing. The Rurin soldiers were no strangers to the sounds of these tigers. Although most of the grassland is pasture, tigers are often seen on the edge of mountains and forests. Horses might not be afraid of prairie wolves. But when encountering a tiger, one almost subconsciously runs for one's life. They have no control at all. Besides, the tiger's roar was so loud that not only the horses but even they themselves were trembling with fear. We can't win this battle unless we get rid of the tiger. It's so cool. Chief, our people have just found all the horses.
but
At this time, a Rurin soldier came up to Chen and spoke, with an expression as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Explain. But what? Chen said coldly. The people from Shilong are also trying to snatch it from us. We finally managed to snatch a lot, and we're ready to bring them back, but they chased us in a carriage with a tiger. The horses we managed to get back were frightened and started running around again. We lost nearly 1,000 horses. The man said tremblingly. What? This is too much. It's not over yet, is it? When Chen heard this, his eyes turned green with anger and he almost vomited blood. Chief, calm down. Even if we get our horses back, they won't dare to fight us again even if they have tigers. We might as well abandon our horses and fight. Someone nearby came forward to comfort him. Fart. Can we win without horses? Our advantage is our cavalry. How can we be their opponent without horses? Did a horse kick you in the head? Chen glared. No. No matter what, we have to find a way to kill those tigers. There must be at most 3 tigers in that carriage. They just beat us back tonight, so they must have been unprepared. Brute force is not the solution. Let our people sneak in, get some meat, smear poison on it, and feed it to the tigers somehow. If we poison the tiger to death, we won't have to worry about anything. By the way, assassinate the Queen of Shilong. Chen said coldly. Tianhai City. Chen breathed a sigh of relief after listening to Li Lingwei's introduction of the battle process. This time Li Lingwei didn't have time to record a video, but from Li Lingwei's vivid description, one can still hear the thrill of what happened. Although he managed to get through it by luck, Chen still felt a little scared. What if the horses weren't afraid of tigers at all? Even after delivering the gift, Chen was still worried that there might not be any tigers on the grassland, and that it might be of no use at all. But in the end, he still underestimated the deterrent power of the King of Beasts. In fact, even if a person has never seen a tiger, he will be scared if he suddenly hears the sound of a tiger. This is a fear that is ingrained in our genes. No. Li Lingwei's ability to protect himself is still too poor. We have to find a way to allow Li Lingwei to protect himself. The Saint last time and the cavalry this time are both targeting Li Lingwei. If they are targeted, Li Lingwei will be in danger of being killed. Chen was thinking. The best thing to use is a gun, but where can you get one? I heard that even if you want to go abroad, you still need a license, and there is a high chance that you won't be able to buy one. You can't ask Lao Hei to buy it for free, right? Maybe the big guys like Mr. Wong might have some idea. Those who are in real estate made their fortunes in a gray area. Maybe there might be a way. Or, give them a call and ask? Chen picked up the phone and was about to call when Mr. Wong called first. Mr. Wong, what a coincidence. I was just about to call you. What's up? Chen said with a smile. Brother Chen, I really want to thank you. Mr. Wong's laughter came from the other end of the phone. Thank me? Why? Chen was a little confused. I haven't sold anything recently. Do you remember the Shilong wine glass and the words you sold me last time? I don't know what's going on recently, but the prices of artifacts from that period have been rising like crazy. I'm making a lot of money now, and I'm very proud. Mr. Wong said excitedly. Are the prices of cultural relics skyrocketing? Chen quickly thought of the changes mentioned by Professor Chow and estimated that he was also affected. Yeah, brother. You just said you would call me? What's up? Come to my office for tea and chat, Mr. Wong said to Chen.
Good.
Chen did not refuse. For matters like this, it's better to have a face-to-face discussion. After a while, Chen arrived at Mr. Wong's office. Brother Chen, I heard that there have been major changes in the archaeological community recently. In Gansu, a lot of old artifacts related to Shilong have been unearthed recently, which has triggered a 16 Kingdoms fever in the archaeological and historical circles. And the Liangquan new ones too. More than 1,000 of them have been unearthed recently. You sold those dozen coins for a high price last time. If you sell them again now, they won't be worth that much. You're lucky, bro. Mr. Wong poured Chen a cup of tea. Is there such a thing? Why haven't I heard of it? I've been online a lot recently, but there's no news like this. Chen was stunned. I also learned about it from their industry. I heard that some of the historical records in ancient books have some deviations. Anyway, it's a mess and hasn't been sorted out yet, so naturally it can't be made public. Besides, even if it is made public, we can just listen to what their experts say. By the way, you said you were going to call me? What's the matter? Mr. Wong waved his hand. I do have something to ask of you. Don't be ridiculous. I'm just a little bit rich now, but I feel uneasy and want to buy something to protect myself. Chen smiled. Don't tell me, brother. I understand. You want this thing? Mr. Wong gestured. Right. Chen nodded. Brother, that's not how you use money. Even if I give you that thing, you can't use it in Dragon Country. If something happens, I'll find out everything about you. In our Dragon Country, this is not popular. That era is over. If you are worried, I can find a few security companies for you and hire a bodyguard. Mr. Wong persuaded Chen. Well, forget it. I'll figure it out myself. Chen felt helpless. He knew that Mr. Wong must have found a way to get it. But he couldn't give it to himself, in case he did something with the gun and the investigation would lead to him. Mr. Wong is now a serious businessman on the surface. Already cleaned. Don't be impatient, bro. Although I can't give you that thing, I still have a few things that you may be able to use. Go and get that box. When Mr. Wong saw Chen was about to leave, he stopped him. Said to the bodyguard at the door. Chapter 81. The Belly Band, Sent by the Gods. After a while, the bodyguard brought over a box. Brother Chen, I've been through this stage a long time ago. I brought this back from abroad. It's all legal and just as useful. Mr. Wong opened the box while speaking. This is a stun gun, used by police officers in the Bald Eagle country. You should know how to use it when watching a movie. This is called Bolarap 100. I call it the fairy rope. It can shoot out a rope to tie a person up, and it will refill in 3 to 5 seconds. The effective distance is 8 meters. For me, it doesn't matter that someone attacked me. They were all instructed by someone else. It's the people behind the scenes that are important. So I want to be alive. This is a bracelet buckle. There is a poison needle hidden inside. Just a touch can kill someone. Once it is controlled, it can be used at any time without being noticed. There are a few more that are knives used in close combat. You'd better forget about them. They are easy to cause accidental injuries. These few are enough. The last one is a PPSS concealed stab-proof vest. I spent a lot of money on it, but it can't fit my body shape and I haven't used it once. It is made of high-performance carbon fiber composite materials, and a close-range impact of hundreds of joules is nothing but a drop of water in front of it. It's okay even if you get shot at close range. They're all for you. Mr. Wong picked them up one by one and introduced them to Chen. Except for a few close combat weapons, the rest were given to Chen. Thank you very much. Chen was overjoyed. After coming back, he wrote down in detail the uses of various things and sent them to Li Lingwei, Shilong, Yanshou County Government. Li Lingwei and his group have already arrived outside the city. Report. His Majesty. Those Rurin soldiers have already retreated. But before retreating, they set fire to the city and forced the people to move out. Half of the tower was burned down. Wu Lai said to Li Lingwei. Actually, Wu Lai doesn't need to say it. Li Lingwei also guessed what happened when he saw the ruined city in front of him. Li Lingwei couldn't bear to see the people displaced. Distribute our food and set up camp here tonight. Li Lingwei gave instructions to everyone. Carrying Chen's box, he came to an abandoned courtyard in the city. As soon as I settled down, I saw various things appearing in the box. Li Lingwei picked it up and looked at it in surprise. These things are weird and I have never seen them before. After listening to the contents of Chen's recorder, I realized that these things were actually magic weapons given to me by the gods specifically for self-defense. Li Lingwei quickly closed the door and equipped himself with these things. Especially that weird dress. The gods told her not to take it off even when sleeping. This made Li Lingwei very embarrassed. Suddenly I remembered that the belly band that I had accidentally given to the god was still in the god's hands. The gods never mentioned it again. Could this be a belly band from heaven? Was it specially given to me by the gods? No wonder it's so light, thin, and soft. I don't even know what material it is made of. Li Lingwei put it on tightly with a red face. You carry these things with you and hide them. Don't let the royal guards know about this. People's hearts can change. Use these things to protect yourself. Chen gave instructions into the recorder. Li Lingwei nodded. The gods were indeed thoughtful. The previous situation happened because I trusted Ling Huji too much. The heart is hidden. Listening to Chen's nagging instructions, Li Lingwei felt warm in his heart. Many times, the gods do not give us a sense of superiority. Instead, they teach and care about us like an older brother. Because of this, I have grown a lot during this period of time. I must work harder and not let the gods down. That night, after a day of fighting and looting, the people were exhausted and set up pots early to cook food. Smoke rose up from cooking inside and outside the city. This big fire. Most of the city was burned down. The city and the outside of the city are connected. Li Lingwei was in a relatively complete courtyard. At this time, a group of people, led by an old man, walked towards the city. Stop. What do you do? They came to the outside of the courtyard where Li Lingwei was and were stopped by Wu Lai and others. I am a citizen of Yanshou County. Your Majesty came to our Yanshou County in person and drove away the enemy for us. I came here to express my gratitude. The old man in the lead bowed and said. After hearing what the old man said, Wu Lai and the others also relaxed. No need to thank me, Yin. Your Majesty is resting inside. I will convey your thanks to His Majesty. Wu Lai thought about it and said to everyone, didn't let them in. Ever since the last incident, Wu Lai and others have been keeping close tabs on Li Lingwei, afraid of any unexpected events. General, today, thanks to the tigers raised by your Majesty, the enemy cavalry was scared off, so we specially gathered some meat to feed the tigers as a token of our gratitude. I hope the general will agree. At this time, a man dressed in rags like a beggar came forward and said, in his hand, he held a large piece of horse meat. Tiger? How do you know there is a tiger? Wu Lai's face was full of suspicion. The fairy tigers were all in the magic weapon of the gods. Wu Lai had even specifically asked whether he should kill horses to feed the tigers. Li Lingwei said that he had asked the gods, and there was no need to worry about anything. Moreover, when the tiger was used to scare away the people, there were no civilians around. Actually, when the man heard this, he immediately began to stutter. Come on, these guys are not right. Take them down. Wu Lai waved his hand vigilantly to the side. Get started. When the man realized that his tracks were exposed, he let out a loud roar. The people behind him instantly pushed the civilians in front towards Wu Lai and others. Throw the meat into the yard. Taking advantage of the chaos, several people entangled Wu Lai and others, and one person rushed into Li Lingwei's courtyard. After entering, no tiger was found, but I could see from the window that there was a figure inside. He took out a bow and arrow from the basket behind him and shot 3 arrows at the dark shadow in the room. The person in the room fell to the ground with a groan. The man was about to rush in when he was pinned to the ground by the royal guards who rushed in from behind. Ha ha ha, it's too late. The arrow is poisonous. Your emperor is dead. It's useless even if you kill us. Even if the tiger is not killed, it will be the same if the emperor dies. The man laughed wildly. What? Chop him up for me. Wu Lai was furious. His Majesty. Wu Lai rushed in quickly. Sure enough, when I saw Li Lingwei lying on the ground, my heart sank to the bottom. What's going on? Li Lingwei struggled to stand up. His Majesty. I trusted the common people too easily and was mixed in with the Rurin people and brought close to here. I have failed in my duty of protection, and I shall be punished by death. Wu Lai looked at Li Lingwei covering his shoulder with an arrow, his face full of despair. The person just said that this arrow is highly poisonous. Finished. I am to blame for my own death. Last time, he was tricked into luring the tiger away from the mountain and almost killed the emperor. This time, the emperor was stabbed. I am the great sinner of Shilong. There is only one death. His Majesty. I have no choice but to die. I will go ahead and clear the way for your Majesty. On the road to the underworld, I am still your majesty's royal guard. Wu Lai picked up the knife and was about to slit his throat. Stop. Li Lingwei was shocked when he saw Wu Lai's appearance. In a hurry, he took out the stun gun. He pulled the trigger at Wu Lai. Chapter 82. Boss, your pants are wet? Wu Lai, who was about to cut his own throat, started to twitch. He fell straight down. The royal guards outside also rushed in at this time, but they were shocked to find that Wu Lai was lying on the ground with a big knife in his hand, twitching all over and foaming at the mouth. Li Lingwei was holding a strange thing in his hand and pointing it at Wu Lai, with two lines connecting Wu Lai's body. The royal guards in front were stunned. Fuck. How dare you, boss, do anything bad to His Majesty? Fuck. Drag him out. Don't let His Majesty get covered in blood. Damn it. I was wondering how the assassin could get in so easily. Hit him. I don't know who was so smart that he slapped his thigh and realized what was going on. He immediately called everyone to carry the straight Wu Lai out. Stop, stop, stop. Wu Lai came here to protect the emperor. He didn't betray. Li Lingwei also reacted and hurriedly chased after him. After hearing Li Lingwei's words, the crowd stopped fighting, looked at each other. He took 2 steps back guiltily. Among the crowd, Wu Lai had been beaten so badly that his face was bruised and swollen, and 2 lines of tears were streaming down his face. I don't know if it's because of the guilt of not being a good guard, or was it because of the pain from being shocked by the stun gun, or was it because of the inexplicable beating he received? Anyway, the expression is very complicated. It took a full half-hour to recover. A group of people around stared at him. Boss, you're crying. Shut up. Boss, your pants are wet. Shut up. Boss, why did you stand up straight just now? You were standing straight when we carried you out. You have a very good waist. Roll. Still laughing. If the gods hadn't protected your majesty this time, all of us in the royal guards would have died. The Rurin people have sneaked in. What a shame. We are the royal guards. Wu Lai felt very guilty. The palace was too comfortable before, and people were not vigilant enough. This time, I have to rely on God to protect me through one dangerous ordeal after another. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. What the hell are you all standing there for? Kneel down quickly and apologize to His Majesty and the gods. Wu Lai struggled to get up, kicked the people around him a few times, and led everyone to kneel in front of Li Lingwei, etc. Your Majesty, are you okay? Wu Lai then discovered. Li Lingwei showed no signs of poisoning or even injury. That's not right. I clearly saw His Majesty fall to the ground after being shot by an arrow. The arrow just now hit the shoulder, and it happened to be blocked by a hard piece of paper. Apart from some bruises, it's okay. Li Lingwei waved his hand. Just now, when everyone's attention was on Wu Lai, Li Lingwei went into the house to check on the injuries. The arrow hit his shoulder and pierced his outer clothes, but was pierced by the belly band given to him by the last god. It was blocked. It didn't penetrate. Only then did Li Lingwei know. This is not just a belly band worn by gods. It can also protect yourself from harm. No wonder God wants me to wear it even when I sleep. Li Lingwei felt an indescribable sweetness in her heart. Actually, even if the gods didn't instruct him, Li Lingwei would not easily tell others about these things. This is a little secret between her and the gods. Pass on my order. Everyone be alert and prepare for war. From the assassination tonight, it seems that the Rurin soldiers did not retreat back to the grassland. The retreat and the setting of fire were just to create the illusion that they were retreating to confuse us. As soon as tomorrow morning comes, we will continue the pursuit. Li Lingwei said to everyone. Tianhai City. Longting UAV Company. Chen looked at the financial report with some surprise. He needs to continue investing money. To be honest, he had never thought that drone research and development would be so expensive. I finally know why the previous company went bankrupt. We have to think of other profit points to support the operation of technology companies. Chen sighed. Drone technology basically integrates the most cutting-edge technology, and the research and development costs are huge. Especially when Chen arrived, he asked the RD team to continue with research and development. The developed drones are used in ancient environments and cannot generate direct profits. This investment needs to be continuously increased. Fortunately, the pharmaceutical company has dividends and the food factory also has some profits, so Chen's funds can still support him. But it is a loss-making process after all. Fortunately, several recent studies have made progress. Boss, we just discovered a group of unknown signals when we were debugging the monitoring equipment. I suspect we are being monitored. At this moment, the technical director came in and said, Being monitored? Is it the work of the British Empire? Chen immediately remembered what President Wang had reminded him of at that time. 9 times out of 10. It's impossible for others to monitor us. The technical director nodded. Boom, boom, boom. Boss, we tracked the signal source and found all the bugs. It has the equipment number of Sakura country on it. It was in the conference room. It was probably put in during the interview and connected to the signal base station near us. Let's call the police. At this time, the technician came in and said, Don't worry yet. There is no actual evidence to prove that the British Sun Company was responsible for this incident. Calling the police would only alert the criminals. This is an opportunity to maybe finish them off once and for all. Chen stopped those people. How's the technology one asked you to research? Chen asked. According to your previous instructions, all of our technology carriers are guaranteed to be used in an environment without any modern industrial foundation. It has been fully upgraded. For this monitoring device, we have set up a separate signal transmission terminal. The coverage range of each signal terminal is 30 kilometers. And it's solar-powered. Even if it's a deserted place with no signal, as long as these are deployed, a local area network can be formed to monitor signal transmission. The technical director nodded. This way, we can keep the outer shell of their equipment and replace the inside with our own. Let our people go to the British Sun Company for an interview and take the opportunity to place a monitoring device and use our separate signal terminal to test the monitoring effect. Chen thought about it and said to the technician,
Yes.
The technician walked out immediately. Chapter 83. The hunter appears as the prey. Soon, the monitoring equipment set up by the technicians sent back the message. Boss, they have heard that we have made some breakthroughs in recent technological developments, and they are planning to come to our company to steal our secrets. The technician said to Chen. Stealing secrets? Chen's eyes widened. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, it will be tonight. They rented an apartment nearby and would stage a fake fire in the surrounding area to cause chaos. And then they took the opportunity to come here and steal our data. I heard that Showdown will come in person, and he wants to pee in our company. The technician nodded speechlessly. So shameless. Chen couldn't believe his ears. I originally thought that commercial competition tactics such as pouring boiling water on the opponent's money tree, bribing the opponent's security guard to cut off the power every half an hour, and replacing the opponent's god of wealth with Ultraman were outrageous enough. I didn't expect that Sakurako was serious. So shameless. Still peeing in the company? Do you think you are a dog? Boss, should we call the police? The technician asked. No, calling the police now is definitely not an option. We can't explain the wiretapping issue. Well, gather the security guards tonight, close the door and beat the dog. Since they want to play, then play with them. Chen said, touching his chin. That evening. Really? A fire broke out in the apartment next door. Many people even shouted that they wanted to jump off the building. It attracted the attention of firefighters, police, reporters, and countless people. Just when it was bustling outside. Inside Longting Technology Company, there were also countless dark shadows busying around with flashlights. Yoshi. I succeeded. They were stupid enough to keep all the classified documents together. Hurry, prepare to retreat immediately. Showdown shouted to everyone while unbuttoning his pants. And just when Showdown was about to open the floodgates to release the water, sudden, all the lights in Longting Technology Company are turned on. Alarm. Alarm. Illegal trespassing. Illegal trespassing. Huge alarms sounded one after another. It instantly attracted the attention of everyone outside. The situation of Showdown and his group was also displayed on the screen on the outer wall of the Longting Technology Company building. At this time, Showdown had taken off his pants and was crossing one leg like a dog, staring in amazement at the drone that suddenly appeared. The reporters outside reacted immediately and turned their cameras towards Longting Technology Company. Baka. Yamit butterfly. Showdown suddenly realized something, quickly pulled up his pants and told everyone to retreat. But it was too late. The security guards of Longting Company and the police were blocking the door. Caught the criminal red-handed. Police station. Thank you, police officer, for responding in time and helping our company to save the loss. After Chen finished taking the statement, he said to the police with a smile. No. It was a coincidence that there was a fire in the apartment next door, and we were on the scene and we ran into it by chance. It almost set a record for the fastest response time for our police station. By the way, that little Sakura asked me to ask you if this matter can be waived. I want to discuss the compensation plan with you. What do you think? The police asked Chen. Compensation plan? Can. That's what I meant. Chen smiled. He was taken to the detention room by the police. If you want to not prosecute, that's fine. We want a huge amount of compensation, which is a small goal. And you need to pay me right now. I will sign a non-prosecution agreement right away and will not pursue any of the issues tonight. Otherwise, your company will suffer even greater damage. Chen looked at the time and said to Yi Xiaodao, You are taking advantage of the situation. Yi Xiaodao didn't expect Chen to ask for such a high price. Haha, you've learned idioms quite well. It was indeed a fire, and it was indeed a robbery. Your description of your behavior is very appropriate. Chen grinned. Call the finance department. Transfer. Yi Xiaodao knew he was in trouble. If you continue to insist, your own company will be affected. Looking at the account arrival information, Chen also laughed. I was just worrying about the company's lack of RD funds recently, and now this happened. The great man said, fighting with others is endless fun. Bad things can also turn into good things. Truth. Seeing Chen's satisfied expression, Yi Xiaodao became furious. Baka. How did their company know about our actions tonight? We must have been bugged. Send someone to look for it. As soon as Yi Xiaodao walked out of the police station, he spoke to his subordinates in a rage. President, we have looked everywhere, but there is no special signal source. But we found a bug under the chair in the conference room. The man said, Monitor? Yoshi, get me the best lawyer. I'm going to sue them until they go bankrupt. Yi Xiaodao's eyes suddenly lit up. But those monitors seem to be all produced by our company. The shells are all ours. The man stammered. What did you say? Yi Xiaodao was stunned. You are Yi Xiaodao, right? At this moment, Chen brought a few people in uniform to Yi Xiaodao. Yeah. Who are you? Mr. Chen, you're not done yet, are you? Yi Xiaodao is very arrogant. We are from GA. We are from the military. You are suspected of stealing military secrets. Under arrest. An arrest warrant appeared in front of Yi Xiaodao. What did you say? Yi Xiaodao was stunned. I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you that when you stole the information, you accidentally put some design drawings for cooperation with the military industry. Did you take them all away without even having a chance to look at them? Chen said with a smile. You. Yi Xiaodao's eyes went dark. Fell into a trap. The hunter appears as the prey. Take away. Soon, Yi Xiaodao was handcuffed and taken away. The people from the British Royal Company were left stunned. I heard that your company is going to go bankrupt because of something wrong. Is your board of directors here? Let's talk about the acquisition. Chen smiled slightly. North of Yanshou County, Li Lingwei and his men were withdrawing from the grassland. Just a while ago, Li Lingwei and his men had just fought a battle with the Rurin. Although the Rurin had more cavalry, Li Lingwei and his men were better equipped. Both sides suffered injuries. In a battle on the vast grassland, only cavalry can be effective, as the infantry has no time to react. The tiger roar is of no use either. The tiger roar was effective against the enemy's horses, and it was also effective against their own horses. Moreover, the grassland is vast and the cavalry is fast, so we have no idea where they are attacking from. Li Lingwei, who was in the carriage, sent the videos of these battles to Chen. They retreated to the territory of Shilong. Your Majesty, there used to be an ancient city wall here. But there was a big earthquake before, and the topography has changed, so a large part of the ancient city wall is missing. This gap is at least 10 miles wide. They can attack from any position. We have limited manpower and cannot deploy defenses everywhere. The best way is to attack and completely destroy them. Wu Lai came up to Li Lingwei and said, Chapter 84. A wall over 10 miles. No. We are not familiar with the grasslands, and it is easy to get lost if we enter rashly. It's winter now. If it snows heavily, we will be trapped and that's it. Besides, it will be difficult to keep up with our food and fodder if we go deep into the grassland. They can go around and cut off our food and fodder. Now is not the time. Li Lingwei waved his hand. She naturally knew that it was impossible to defend in the current situation, but it's also difficult to attack. This group of Rurin cavalrymen were well aware of this. Want to lure them deeper? Let's set up camp first and keep a close eye on the grassland's movements. I have already sent a message to the gods, and I want to borrow the magic weapon of the God's Eye of Heaven. With that magic weapon, it will be easy to find the whereabouts of the Rurin soldiers. Li Lingwei said slowly. Tianhai City. Longting UAV Company. Chen hurried to the RD department. Boss, are you saying, put a speaker on the drone? We also need to bind fireworks? and also equip it with an automatic ignition device. It also needs to be able to automatically identify horses for tracking. Hearing Chen's request, the people in the technical department looked at each other. They once thought they had caught up with Chen's train of thought, but now they found that they couldn't understand it at all. Good. And the cruising range and speed must be guaranteed. At least not slower than a horse. Chen nodded. Slower than a horse? Boss, I don't quite understand. Why do I feel that the scenes you asked us to study are all very primitive environments? If it's for military use, can't we just bind it to the weapon? The technical director asked doubtfully. It's not that simple. By the way, the ignition device must be windproof, and the fireworks must have a larger capacity. Do it as soon as possible, and don't worry about the funds. Chen had no way to explain and could only make hasty arrangements. This time, he has thought it through. Since we are using high technology, there is no need for Li Lingwei and others to continue dealing with these cavalry. There is still a lot to do this winter. It's not worth getting held back. So this time, Chen plans to command remotely. Destroy this group of cavalry in one fell swoop. After leaving Longting UAV Company, Chen did not go back immediately, but came to a steel processing plant. Chen has already watched the video sent by Li Lingwei. He also found huge gaps in the defense. The original intention of building the city wall there was to create a barrier on the flat grassland. Without this barrier, the steppe cavalry could move south at will, unobstructed. If troops are sent to garrison, with too few people, they cannot take care of everything and are easily broken through. If there are too many people, it will involve too many troops and the cost will be too high, and it will be easy to collapse. The best thing to do is undoubtedly to establish a line of defense. However, building the Great Wall is not an easy task, and it is impossible to accomplish it in a short period of time. Chen could only think of other ways. Sir, I understand what you mean. You mean, you want us to make steel plates that can be riveted together and embedded in the ground, and then filled with sand in the middle to form a wall? But it is difficult for our machine tools to make such thick steel plates. And according to your description, if you want to press it into the ground, it is impossible to do it with human power alone. A crane is necessary. The boss of the steel factory listened to Chen's description and said to Chen, well, this is really troublesome. Chen shook his head. Due to the size of the boxes, it is difficult to send some things. But after listening to what you said, I do have a suggestion. The boss saw Chen was about to leave and called him back. Look, this is the wall of our factory. I had the same idea as you at that time. I found this thing. It's called an ESCO explosion-proof wall. It's usually made into a grid, just like a storage box. After it is unfolded, it can be filled with sand and cement to form a protective wall. I heard that the outer walls of the Bald Eagle country's military base are made of this. The boss took Chen to the wall of the backyard. Is this made of cloth? Chen touched it in surprise. It looks like a series of large continuous storage boxes, but they are only about 2 people tall. Instead of cloth, it's mesh galvanized steel on the outside and polypropylene on the inside. It only took me 2 hours to decorate my wall. The boss introduced. Nice one. Where did you buy it from? From the name, it seems to be from the Bald Eagle country. Chen was overjoyed. This kind of thing completely meets their needs. As long as the quantity is sufficient, it can be fully deployed along the defense line of more than 10 miles. It is filled with cement and sand, and becomes a barrier after solidifying. Even if we add a few more and widen it, it will be no different from a city wall. It is indeed produced in the Bald Eagle country. There are a lot of them in the trade port. I heard that they are being sold at a low price recently. This thing is too expensive. Just 1 meter costs 1,000 yuan. Ordinary people like us can't afford it at all. It just piled up. The boss said to Chen while handing him a business card. Good. Thank you very much. Chen hurried to contact him. What we lack most now is solutions. Money is definitely not a problem. Through Chen's contacts, package purchases, and Lina's bargaining, the price was reduced to 600 yuan per meter. Chen bought all 100,000 meters in one go. 60 million. Chen immediately contacted the cement factory, sandfield, and gravel yard. Several hundred tons of material were purchased. After returning home, I first sent the modified drone and ESCO explosion-proof wall over. Shilong, Yanshou County. Li Lingwei was very puzzled when looking at the things Chen sent over. She had seen drones before, but what it delivered this time was different from what she had seen before. There were also some weird cloth-like things. For this drone, follow my instructions. As for these canvases, have them spread out on flat ground according to the diagram. and arrange for people to prepare to receive sand and other things. Chen was making arrangements for Li Lingwei through the recorder. After hearing this, Li Lingwei immediately made arrangements for Wu Lai and the others. Li Lingwei himself, according to Chen's explanation, first placed dozens of signal amplifiers into the grassland. Afterwards, he controlled several drones to fly towards the grassland. On the screen, the entire grassland is in full view. Li Lingwei was very excited. After a while, the screen displayed information that the drone had captured the traces of the horse. "I found you." Li Lingwei smiled slightly. In the picture, there are the troops and tents of Rurin. At this time, in the big tent of Rurin, Yin was sitting in front of the campfire eating roasted lamb. "Ha ha ha. This grassland is our home ground. Even if they chase us in, there's no way they can find us. We looted a lot of food and fodder from the area around Yinsho County, enough to supply us for a while. Their defense line is so long, can they defend it all?" Akane grinned. Ever since Li Lingwei and his men fell into the trap and entered the grassland, the shadow of previous failure was swept away. Yes, the leader is right. The Shilong defense line is so long. With their limited military strength, if they deployed all of them to defend, we would have broken through directly. If they concentrate on one point, we can easily bypass them. They are no match for us. As long as we hold them off for a while, they will run out of food and grass and will surely withdraw. That will be our chance. Several generals nearby also said with a smile. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as several people finished speaking, suddenly, a strange sound was heard outside. Hearing this voice, many people stood up suddenly, their faces pale. They heard this kind of sound the night they besieged the capital of Shilong. I've heard of it. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 85. Remote drone? Bang, bang, bang. But they had no time to react. The next moment, an explosion sounded. Even their big tent was blown up. Yin and a group of generals came out from under the tent, covered in dust. The scene before them left them dumbfounded. They saw many fireballs shooting towards their camp from all directions in the sky. The big tent exploded and broke into pieces and flew into the sky. It exploded in the crowd, and the people fled in all directions, screaming in agony. The explosion happened in the herd of horses, and the horses panicked and fled madly. Again? This? Monsters can come out during the day? Yin no longer knew what to say. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Steady the horses immediately. Go control the horses. Evacuate immediately. Yin hurriedly shouted to everyone. If we lose our horses, we won't be able to move even a step on the grassland, let alone fight. Fortunately, the number of fireworks carried by the drone was limited, and after one round of bombing, there was no movement. Although the horses were scattered, they would not get lost in the vast grassland. At this time, Li Lingwei was watching this scene behind the screen, his mouth wide open in shock. From this perspective, it looks as if countless flowers are blooming on the earth, which is so beautiful. What a pity. If we could keep firing fireballs, we could kill all the Rurin soldiers. Li Lingwei felt very sorry, but he did not do anything immediately. Instead, he followed Chen's instructions and raised the drone and hit it. On the grassland, Yin looked up at the sky. Nothing at all. I couldn't help rubbing my eyes. The strange scene just now seemed like a dream. But look at the ground. It was blown to pieces. It was still reminding him that what just happened was real. Retreat. Get out of here as soon as possible. Yin didn't have time to think too much. He watched the horses gather together and hurriedly led everyone to evacuate with food and fodder. And just as they were evacuating not far away, there was another buzzing sound in the sky behind me. Yin looked up and his head suddenly started buzzing. Again? Roar. 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 Before Yin could react, loud tiger roars were heard again. The horses were like frightened birds when the fireworks exploded. Now listening to the tiger roar, I'm going crazy. He started running. These horses were on the grassland at this time, and perhaps out of their species instinct, they did not scatter in all directions like they did at night. But it's a group of horses galloping. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. It was just a pity for the Rurin people on horseback. Although they were excellent riders, they could only hold on to the horses' necks tightly among the frightened and crazy horses. If you are not careful, you will be thrown down and trampled by the horses. Inside Li Lingwei's tent. Ha ha ha. It's so much fun. Where is the monster? It's obviously a god, okay? These Rurin people really don't know how to be respectful. Li Lingwei controlled the handle and listened to the panicked words of the Rurin people, having a lot of fun. Just now, she controlled the drone to chase the horses, making them circle, turn around, and run in a figure eight. Taking the opportunity, according to Chen's instructions, they scattered many small things called eavesdropping devices among the horses, carriages, and people. Li Lingwei can hear the voices of the Rurin people through a big ear sent by Chen. Li Lingwei almost died of joy. After a chase. After a while, the horses slowed down noticeably. Many horses even fell to the ground with foam at the mouth. The screen in front of Li Lingwei also sounded a low battery warning. The drone can only be sent back home. In the next few days, Wu Lai and his men continued to mix cement and pour the walls. Li Lingwei is responsible for walking the horse every day. Chen mass-produced several batches of drones there. As long as it runs out of power, just replace it with a new one and continue riding. After these few days of walking, the number of horses has obviously decreased a lot, and the subsequent effect has also been obviously much worse. Those Rurin soldiers actually began to fight back with bows and arrows. The place where Rurin troops gathered.
Mad.
They are going too far. Where's our totem? How come all of our tribal totems are useless at this moment? You guys showed up when you saw us being bullied by the Shilong monsters. Shilong and I are irreconcilable. Qian yelled in frustration. These days, their horse's legs are so thin. No matter where he ran, the roar of the tiger above his head would follow him. This is too much. Many horses ended up running themselves to death. They were almost vomiting from eating the horse meat. There is no way behind this. I found that these monsters seemed to just fly in the air and no longer sprayed fireballs like before. Qi Yin speculated. These monsters were probably tigers that had cultivated into spirits, but they were only halfway through their cultivation before being summoned by the people of Shilong. In order to deal with these tiger monsters, they tried everything. Shoot with a bow and arrow. Use smoke. Hit with stones. Use an altar to summon their totems. But nothing works. Qian was so angry that he started cursing. Chief, it's not a solution for us to keep running like this. Sooner or later, we will all be exhausted to death. Let's go to the interior of Shilong. There are some trees and houses inside Shilong where we can hide. Yes, Chief. There is nothing to block us on this grassland. We will run to death. A group of generals said to Qi Yin. This period of time, the horses ran in front and they chased behind. I was almost exhausted, but that's all. What's infuriating is that after chasing for such a long time, he ran back to the same place. Everyone was so angry that they vomited blood. Well said. Go south immediately. We will go deep into their Shilong. When their monsters attack us, the people of Shilong will also suffer. Qi Yin slapped his thigh. He immediately took advantage of the night and led everyone towards the Shilong border. But when they arrived at the border of Shilong, they saw something wrong from afar. Chief, something doesn't seem right. Am I dazzled? Why do I see a wall? Qianjun rubbed his eyes while riding on his horse. The people behind him also looked forward, and indeed saw a wall more than 2 people high appearing on the border. How is this possible? It clearly wasn't there before. It's only been a few days, and they've actually built a city wall? That's not right. The outside is made of cloth. Why is it so hard? Everyone couldn't believe it. It was not until they arrived in front of the city wall that they discovered that it was actually a high wall. Although not as high as the previous city wall, it is definitely a wall, and it stretches for a long time, with no end in sight. What's going on? Where's the wall? At this time, Qi Yin and his men also rode their horses to the front. When they saw the city wall suddenly appear, they were so shocked that they almost gouged their eyes out. I knocked it hard and it was hard. It seemed to be cloth, but it was as hard as stone. Bring me a knife. Qi Yin took the big knife and chopped it down hard. Although he managed to cut a hole in the outer layer, which was similar to cloth, he was unable to cut the inside, and even left a notch on the knife. Are there small stones inside the big stone? What on earth is going on? There's no crack in the rocks. How on earth did this happen? Qi Yin and others were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. It's not like they haven't seen the Great Wall in the Central Plains before, which was built with pieces of stone, but this whole wall is made of a single piece of stone. Climb up. This wall isn't high. We can climb it by riding on horses. Go in and take a look first. Qi Yin instructed the person next to him. Soon, there was a man who climbed to the top of the high wall on horseback. But before he could climb, he fell down with a scream. Chapter 86. Suffering from lack of culture. What are you howling for? You're just worried that the people of Shilong don't know, right? He's so short, but he climbed up with just a little effort. Chi Yin said to the man angrily. No, Chief, there's a knife on it. The man climbed up trembling. Both hands were covered in blood. You have a knife? Where did the knife come from? Light the torch for me. Chi Yin shouted to the people next to him. Soon, Chi Yin also stood up on the horse's back. I looked at the top of the wall with the torch and was stunned. There was a dazzling light on the wall. Countless points of light are flashing. It's like a galaxy. Oh my God. Isn't Shilong too rich? They set the gems in the wall? Chi Yin looked at the flowing light in front of him in disbelief and couldn't help but touch it with his hand. Ouch! The next moment, Chi Yin's hand was cut. Of course he didn't know what it was. This thing was called glass. To be precise, it's a piece of broken glass bottle. After seeing that the roof was about to be completed, Chen not only asked them to build it into a conical tower shape, but also specially bought more than 10 tons of glass bottle fragments. Let people embellish the surface. The stab-proof gloves that Chen sent last time also came in handy at this time. But Chi Yin and the others didn't. I suffered a great loss due to the blind spot in my cognition. Is this a witchcraft? What can I do? Chi Yin looked at the cut on his finger and was so shocked that he didn't know how to describe it. At the same time, Shilong tint. His Majesty. Found it. They really are here. Wulai ran in a hurry. After the Rurin soldiers fled, Li Lingwei heard their plan from the eavesdropping device. Prepare to go deep into Shilong. Although they set up high walls, they did not know from which direction the Rurin troops were coming. People were stationed at regular intervals behind the wall. I also told Chen as soon as possible. Just now when Chi Yin asked someone to light the fire, he was discovered by people nearby. Reported it immediately. Immediately. Follow the plan. Be sure to remember the instructions of the gods. After lighting it, throw it out immediately. Li Lingwei was cheered up. He gave orders to Wu Lai and the others. After Wu Lai and others left, Li Lingwei released the reconnaissance drone again. At this time, outside the high walls, the Rurin soldiers looked at each other in confusion. They walked along the high wall for several miles and found that it seemed that the gap of more than 10 miles was completely blocked by the high wall. And a few days ago, there was indeed nothing here. It can only be explained as witchcraft. Looks of fear appeared on the faces of many Rurin soldiers again. I have long lost the fighting spirit. And just when everyone was at a loss, sudden, a lot of strange things were thrown over from behind the high wall. These things all have sparks and look like bamboo tubes. What's this? A Rurin man picked it up and looked at it. This thing is not big, only as thick as a wrist. There was a small spark burning on the top, but it quickly burned out. Bang! The next moment, this thing just exploded. The soldier's hand was blown off, and he fell to the ground screaming. But the screams were soon drowned out by the dense explosions. These are the Black Thunder Kings that Chen specially bought from the fireworks factory. They are the most powerful firecrackers Chen can buy. A firecracker, although not powerful enough to be fatal. But these more than 1,000 people were lighting and throwing them towards the wall happily. The Black Thunder King threw lightning towards the Rurin soldiers like rain. The Rurin soldiers near the city wall were immediately overwhelmed by the explosion. The remaining horses neighed and fled due to the explosion. Chi Yin was also within the range of the explosion. Half of his face was burnt. He was hurriedly protected by everyone and fled deep into the grassland. Ha ha ha. Come again if you have the guts. We have the protection of the gods. We will kill you. Wu Lai listened to the sound of horse hooves in the distance and shouted loudly with his mouth wide open. On the screen, Li Lingwei looked at the Rurin troops going away, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but purse. How amazing! I never thought that war could be fought this way. The gods have created a myriad of magical weapons. It is such a blessing to have the gods' blessing. Li Lingwei took a deep breath. I couldn't help but touch the bracelet on my wrist. This is a weapon sent by God, but Li Lingwei can't let it go. He quickly shared the results of tonight's battle with Chen. Tianhai City, Guangming Community. Chen had just woken up when he heard Li Lingwei's excited description. From what I hear, the Rurin troops have already retreated into the grassland. After suffering so many losses in a row, I'm afraid they won't dare to take risks again. If we trap them in the grassland, they won't be able to move south, and they won't have time to retreat to the northern foothills where they can be shielded from the wind and snow, so they will freeze to death. It's going to be quiet for a while. Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. Li Lingwei's trip this time made Chen very busy. Didn't even have a good rest. Because I was in a hurry when buying things, I didn't control the cost well, especially when building a wall. Because it is needed urgently, the logistics cost accounts for a lot. After Chen finished washing up, he went out. I bought steamed buns and soy milk on the way and walked towards the company. Although Chen is now considered a billionaire. But there has been no change in my life, and I still maintain my previous living habits. As soon as Lina walked into the office carrying the bun, her face was filled with shock while she was biting the bun. Boss, do you want breakfast too? Lina asked subconsciously. What are you talking about? I'm not a grass. How can I live in poverty every day? Chen was confused. No. You're a billionaire, aren't you? Why do you eat buns like me? I saw on TV that rich people eat steak, bread, and caviar in the morning. Lina's eyes widened. What's so delicious about that thing? The Chinese breakfast is still the best. Chen didn't care at all. Boss, have you watched the news recently? I heard that the kangaroo country and the bald eagle country have restricted the import of lithium ore from our country. I guess the price of electric cars will increase again in the future. I also want to buy a tram. Lina and Chen were chatting. Then buy it. The company will pay for a bus, and you can drive it. Then you can be my driver. Chen smiled. I haven't passed the second part of the test yet. Last time I crashed into my instructor and sent him to the hospital, and the driving school never notified me to practice again. Lina sighed softly. Chen, how are the recent videos going? Chen changed the subject. It's still as hot as ever. Recently, many advertisers have contacted us, saying that since modern objects appear in ancient times, they want us to include their products in the video. That's what I was going to tell you today. Lina said proudly. Yeah, very good. Chen also immediately became interested. What are these products? Chen asked. Let me take a look. Lina put the bun into her mouth and took out a folder. There are people selling nose hair trimmers and electric razors. They say ancient hair is very suitable. There are also people selling bras and sanitary napkins, saying that women in ancient times absolutely needed them. There are also people selling hair dye, saying that if the ancients dyed their hair, the effect would be absolutely amazing. There are also people selling motorcycles, saying that it was definitely cool for ancient people to ride motorcycles to fight in wars. Besides, Stop. What the hell is this? Chen was speechless after hearing this. My original intention was to gather ideas and help the people of Shilong improve their lives. They are dressed up like the ghost fire boy. Hashtag. Chapter 87. I picked it up on the street. Don't agree to any cooperation yet. Show me all the information and products of your partners. Now a company as big as Yang is at the center of controversy, so we must be careful when selecting products. Especially the food. Be honest. Chen said to Lina. Boss, don't worry. Lina nodded, but he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Chen with some caution. Well, sister-in-law, do you know me? I'm just an ordinary employee. Although you are handsome, you have a family. I cannot accept your requests outside of work. Lina said to Chen timidly. What the hell? Chen was stunned. I couldn't wrap my mind around it. I listened to the recording and heard all kinds of comments. People said that live streaming companies are very chaotic. Those female anchors were given by the boss. Lina took a step back. Puff. Chen almost vomited blood. Well, do your job well. Don't think about nonsense all day long. Chen said helplessly. Forget it. Just work hard here. I'm going back first. Chen stood up helplessly. Originally, he was in the company with a young girl named Lina. There was nothing wrong with being alone with a man and a woman. But after Lina said this, it seems to have changed. Chen returned home speechless. As soon as I got home, I saw Li Lingwei's recorder in the box, and next to it was a strange stone with golden veins on it. What is this? Chen opened the recorder in confusion. Only then did I know. The Rurin troops actually took the initiative to ask for peace with them. He wanted to use a gold mine on the grassland in exchange for a temporary truce and let them spend the winter in the interior of Shilong. This stone is the mineral they specially sent to Li Lingwei. But according to Li Lingwei, he did not want to agree to Rurin's request for peace. As for this piece of ore, Li Lingwei felt that he had received too much blessing from God recently. So he sent it over. Chen couldn't make up his mind about this matter. So he went to an antique shop and asked Gudahai to help him identify the gold content of the gold mine. Brother Chen, the gold content of this gold ore is not high. It can only be considered average. But after testing, It turns out there's quite a bit of lithium in it. Gudahai said to Chen. Lithium? Chen was stunned. Yes, it's lithium ore, which is considered a rare metal element. Now this has many application areas, including batteries, electric vehicles, solar panels, and other new energy and high-tech fields, of which more than 80% are used in lithium batteries. As global demand for clean energy and a low-carbon economy increases, the market value of lithium continues to rise. I also bought several lithium mining company stocks. Recently, the Kangaroo country and the Bald Eagle country restricted the import of lithium ore from my country, causing the stock prices to fluctuate greatly. Gudahai explained to Chen. You mean, this ore is actually considered lithium ore? As long as we refine it, we can also get lithium? Chen was a little surprised. That's natural. This thing is in short supply right now, and the price is very high. Where did you get this stone? Gudahai was also very interested. Chen has so many good things in his hands. I picked it up on the street. I'm leaving first. Chen made up an excuse and quickly stood up to say goodbye. He had to go back and tell Li Lingwei not to attack the Rurin troops yet. Everything can be discussed. Hey. Which street did you pick it up from? Please explain clearly. I'm going for a stroll too. Gudahai hurriedly chased out, but Chen had disappeared. Shilong, Yanshou County. Your Majesty, what are you waiting for? We have already captured those Rurin people. Just chop them up? Yes, Your Majesty. They killed so many of us. Why keep them? If you ask me, we should pretend to agree to their request, lure them over here, and kill them. Everyone spoke to Li Lingwei. When two countries are at war, they don't kill envoys. There's no need to kill them. But their attempt to use the gold mine to reach a consensus is wishful thinking. I have already told these ideas to the gods. Let me hear their opinions. Li Lingwei said slowly. When everyone heard that they had to listen to the gods' opinions, they all shut up. When Li Lingwei heard what Chen said, he couldn't help but look surprised. She had thought the gods would support them. However, they did not expect that the gods would ask them to agree to the Rurin people's conditions and go to the gold mine as soon as possible to check the situation. After Li Lingwei told everyone what Chen meant, everyone was a little confused. Your Majesty, even though the gold mine exists, it will take a lot of effort to get the gold out, right? If the gods need gold, we can give them gold. Yes, Your Majesty. What exactly does God mean? Why don't you talk to God again? Everyone spoke to Li Lingwei. Although I don't know what the gods mean, but since the gods have said so, we must do as the gods say. Think about it. Has the god asked us to do anything in all this time? Do you still want to disobey God? Li Lingwei said coldly to everyone. I dare not. When everyone saw that Li Lingwei was angry, they immediately knelt down and apologized. Do what God tells you to do now. Send troops and the Rurin envoys to check out the gold mine. I want to know all the information about that gold mine, Li Lingwei said to everyone. Soon, Li Lingwei told Chen everything he knew about the gold mine. Several large pieces of ore were also sent to Chen. China, Kyoto International Airport. As soon as Chen walked out with his suitcase, he saw a sign with his name on it in front of the crowd. Hello, I'm Chen. Chen walked over. Hello. I'm from the Ministry of Commerce, and I'm here to pick you up. Go. The ore is in there? The person next to him took the suitcase from Chen with excitement on his face. After receiving the mineral information and ore sent by Li Lingwei, Chen immediately contacted the Ministry of Commerce. He said he had previously imported large quantities of lithium ore. The other side immediately arranged for Chen to bring the sample stone to Kyoto. Your batch of ore arrived at the right time. We are negotiating with the people of the Bald Eagle country and the Kangaroo country. Their attitude is very tough, and it is clear that they want to restrict our country's development. If we can have your supply of ore, it will solve our urgent needs. As soon as the man got in the car, he said to Chen. After a while, he brought Chen to the department. As soon as I arrived at the meeting room, I heard a very arrogant questioning coming from inside. Hashtag. Chapter 88. We will all fly planes in the future. This is our price, take it or leave it. Or stop importing. In recent years, we have been reducing our export volume. It is impossible for your country to have inventory. Anyway, there are only these two options. Either you agree to increase the export volume of other rare earths and increase the import price of lithium ore by 50%, or we will impose a complete blockade. A man from the Bald Eagle country said this provocatively. You are going too far. Do you really want to start a trade war? We can't possibly agree to such a condition. We, the Dragon Nation, are not the country that you guys controlled before. The minister said coldly. Haha, then let's wait and see. I heard that the proportion of electric trains in your country is increasing. Even if you don't agree, without lithium supply, you will have to import batteries from us. The price increase back then was much greater than it is now. Don't beg us to export it to you then. The bald eagle said with a sneer. Right. The kangaroo country waved its hands aside like a lackey. Who says we have to ask for help? Hearing the threats from the bald eagle country, Chen couldn't help but subconsciously push the door and walked in. Are you Chen? The minister was stunned at first, but then he reacted. Who are you? You dragon people really have no rules. The people from the bald eagle country looked at Chen with contempt. If a robber comes to your house and you knock on the door before entering, you are either a fool or a tyrant. Speaking of rules, you bald eagle country started a trade war, violated the WTO convention, and deliberately provoked others. You really don't know how to follow the rules. One more thing, your Chinese is pretty good, and you know some rules. Chen retorted without any hesitation. I came here this time to tell you that we in Long Country still have a lot of minerals, and we can still do it without you. Chen said to the bald eagle people and the kangaroo people. Snort. It's just a fool's dream. Do you think lithium or is readily available? This is a gift from God. Your dragon country's land does not have it. The bald eagle countrymen were full of ridicule. Who said there wasn't? Although we don't have much, we can still produce hundreds of thousands of tons. Chen said calmly. Ha ha ha. We have already tested it for you using satellites. There is indeed a lithium mine. Although it seems close, it is in Mongolia, not in your dragon country. More than 100,000 tons? If you can produce a piece of lithium or as big as a basketball, I will kneel down and apologize to you dragon people. The bald eagle countryman stood up and said arrogantly. As soon as the words fell, Chen dragged the box in and accidentally bumped into a chair. A piece of, or the size of 2 basketballs rolled out. The next moment, you could hear a pin drop at the scene. This? You just pick up a random rock and say it's lithium ore? Who believes it? When the people from the bald eagle country saw the big piece of ore, they felt a chill on their backs. But he still refused to admit it. Take it for testing immediately, the minister said quickly. After a while, the staff came with the report. In an instant, everyone in the conference room stared at the reports. The minister took a deep breath and quickly took it. As he watched, his expression gradually became solemn. The people of the bald eagle country stretched their necks like turtles to see what was written on it, but the minister immediately put it away. I'm sorry, Mr. James and Mr. Richard, we really don't have lithium mines. We just boasted. The minister frowned and said to the two of them, Ha ha ha. You scared me. You dragon people really like to be mysterious. That's what I said. How could there be lithium mines? The two people from the bald eagle country and the ostrich country immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But then he became arrogant again. We have these 2 conditions. What do you want to choose now? Hurry up, we are very busy, don't waste our time. James said to the people of Dragon Country while crossing his legs. Oh, you guys keep blocking it, we won't need it for now. Since you are busy, then get busy. See a visitor out. The minister waved his hand calmly. Walter? What the hell? James stopped swinging his legs suddenly. He looked at Richard next to him. Both of them were stunned. Wait a minute, what does this mean? You don't have any? Why are you still? James' eyes widened. Oh, in the future, all of us will fly airplanes or spaceships instead of trams. We are very busy, please don't waste our time. Please leave immediately. The minister said expressionlessly. Before James and his friends could react, they were blasted out. The next moment, there was warm cheers and laughter in the conference room. James was completely stunned. Without caring about his reputation, he rushed back and kicked open the door of the conference room. But he found that everyone inside was looking at him with serious expressions. What's the matter, Mr. James? Did you forget to take something? Or did you come back and kneel down to apologize? This is Dragon Country. I hope you know the rules and knock before entering. The minister said with a frown. You? James was petrified immediately. One day later, the Ministry of Commerce of Longwa held a press conference. Bald Eagle Country. We will continue to block the import of lithium ore from Dragon Country until Dragon Nation agrees to our terms. Longwa, oh, I see. Next, Bald Eagle Country. You need to think carefully. This is a serious hindrance to your development. Longwa, oh, speaking of this, I forgot to mention one thing. From today on, our dragon country will also block the export of other rare earths to other countries in the world until the bald eagle country lifts the restrictions. Bald eagle country. Other countries. In terms of the distribution of world resources, the Middle East has oil and China has rare earths. If they were strangled by Longwa, they would be in trouble. In an instant, everyone looked at the representative of the bald eagle country in front of them. The representative of the bald eagle country felt a sudden chill down his spine. That's not right. The rhythm shouldn't be like this. 3 days later, Chen boarded the plane back to Tianhai City. A consensus has been reached in recent days. Chen established a multinational trading company in Tianhai City to supply the largest lithium or processing company in the country. The money that should be paid is paid, and the goods that should be delivered are delivered. The whole process is carried out privately. It is kept secret to the outside world, and if asked, the answer is no. The bald eagle country has been blocked, and we are so scared. You continue. Shilong. Prairie Tint. Stop. Only the leader can go in. No one else can enter. Several Rurin people were about to go in, but were stopped by Wu Lai and others. Several strong Rurin men were about to take action. Wu Lai waved his hand and countless soldiers rushed out. Snort. You guys wait outside. The leader Qi Yan's face turned dark. But at this time they were in the camp of Shilong, and they dared not act recklessly and could only endure it. Chapter 89. I am informing you, not discussing. Inside the big tent, Li Lingwei was sitting on the dragon throne. Qi Yan went in and looked around, but didn't find a chair, and his face darkened. But there's nothing I can do. Before they came in, their weapons were taken away. There was also a circle of royal guards standing in the room, watching with eager eyes. I dare not get angry at all. The Queen of Shilong? We meet again. Qi Yan sat on the ground feeling frustrated. Pretend not to care. But as soon as I sat down, my butt felt cold. Only then did I realize that some bastard had poured water on me, and it had all frozen. I could only stand up angrily. One up and one down, Li Lingwei, one sitting and one standing. The positions of the winners and losers were instantly apparent. Seeing this scene, Li Lingwei tried hard to suppress his smile. God is so interesting. Not only are there big moves, but there is also this kind of teasing behavior. But it's so comfortable to watch. Since you have taken the initiative to seek peace, I am willing to accept it for the sake of the peace of the people. That mineral property belongs to us in Shilong, and you can get enough food to survive this winter on the grassland. It is impossible to enter Shilong. Li Lingwei said expressionlessly. No. We have already stated in our previous conditions that we must enter Shilong. You supply food, but who knows if you will go back on your word? Once the food supply is disrupted, we are finished. Qi Yan suddenly widened his eyes. They were frightened by Li Lingwei's demon tiger. We Shilong people will not be as treacherous as you. If I say I will give you food, I will definitely give it to you. Li Lingwei said lightly. No, this matter is not negotiable. We want to live in Yinshou County. You must set aside an area for us, and people from Shilong are not allowed to enter. Qi Yan was anxious. Do you think it's possible? This is our Shilong. I can't possibly let you in. Besides, I am informing you, not discussing with you. Li Lingwei pointed at the armrest of the dragon throne and said coldly, You? Then there's nothing to talk about. Don't even want that mineral resource. Qi Yan didn't expect this woman to be so tough. We already know where the mine is. Even if you don't give it to us, can't we just rob it? If you agree, agree. If you don't agree, go back. I will destroy you all sooner or later. Li Lingwei said bluntly. She was not afraid of the Rurin at all. Even if it weren't for the instructions from God, she would not have agreed to this negotiation. You? Qi Yan was dumbfounded. Snort. Let me make it clear first. If you fail to supply food in time, we will march south and crush Shilong. Qi Yan gritted his teeth and said harsh words, but he had no choice but to agree. Li Lingwei smiled slightly. He didn't take Qi Yan's threat seriously at all. Being tough requires capital. God said that dignity lies only on the edge of the sword. Snort. Goodbye. Qi Yan said this and was about to go out. Wait a minute. Li Lingwei called out to Qi Yan. Qi Yan immediately became alert. Could it be that you still want to keep me here? Qi Yan looked around. I heard that there are still many tribes on your grassland, and they all dispersed after the defeat of the Rurin army. You can contact them and tell them that we in Shilong are buying wolfskins at a high price. Li Lingwei said slowly. Purchasing wolfskins? Qi Yan was stunned. I thought I heard it wrong. I was completely confused by Li Lingwei's sudden trade cooperation. Right. We will buy it at 5 times the normal market price. You can exchange it for money or food, Li Lingwei said to Qi Yin. To be honest, she didn't know why she did that. This is a special instruction from God. Can. Qi Yin agreed without hesitation. Why didn't you say it earlier? If that's the case, why are we fighting? Isn't the purpose of war to get some resources? There are so many wolves on the grassland. This is really a big deal. Qi Yin rubbed his hands excitedly. They can grow stronger simply by relying on this price difference. But I have one condition. Qi Yin's eyes rolled, and he said to Li Lingwei, Explain. Li Lingwei nodded. I will notify all the tribes on the grassland, but the wolf skins can only be purchased through our tribe. Qi Yin said. He wants to use this advantage to negotiate with various tribes. Not only can you make some extra money in the process, but you can also use it to unify all the tribes on the grassland.
Can.
Li Lingwei naturally understood what Qi Yin meant, but at present, it does not do any harm to Shilong. After reaching an agreement, Li Lingwei and Qi Yin both breathed a sigh of relief. Even for Qi Yin, this sudden cooperation was completely beyond his expectations. When he came out of the big tent, he saw his men and the royal guards were on the verge of a fight, and he kicked them twice. After bowing and apologizing to the royal guards, he led his men away. The royal guards were also confused. After seeing Qi Yin off, Li Lingwei reported the process of this cooperation to Chen. God, I really don't understand this action. If they really trade wolf skins in large quantities at such high prices, we won't have enough food. I'll trouble you to bring some food over. Li Lingwei couldn't help it and sent his questions to Chen. What are the advantages of steppe cavalry? Chen sent it over quickly. Horse. Riding. Their horses are taller and more powerful than ours. In addition, the grassland people have excellent riding skills since they were young. They are better than us in horseback archery and charging, Li Lingwei said without hesitation. If they hunt wolves in large numbers and the wolves become extinct, what will happen to the grasslands? Chen reminded Li Lingwei. When there are fewer wolves, they can't cause harm. If we can't eat livestock, there will be more livestock. Li Lingwei thought about it. Good. But prairie wolves mostly eat deer, rabbits, and mice, and only a few eat livestock. If there are fewer wolves, there will be more rabbits and mice. If there are too many rabbits, there will be less grass. If there are too many mice, the grass roots will be destroyed. With less grass, there will be no horses. They have no horses and rely on us for food supply. We will take the absolute initiative then. Chen explained to Li Lingwei. Oh, so that's how it is. Li Lingwei couldn't help but clasp his hands and exclaim. I admire it very much and I am very happy. What I admire is that the God's strategy is so brilliant that it has destroyed the grassland's advantage without any soldiers. What's gratifying is that the God actually used the word we when he spoke just now. Li Lingwei felt at ease and secretly happy at the same time. There may be wars in various countries in the future, so we must not be careless. It's far from the time to win. Chen reminded Li Lingwei. But Chen knows. Compared with the chaos that is about to happen in the world, the things I have done recently are nothing. Chapter 90. Do you mind if I post a circle of friends? We have the gods to protect you. Nothing will happen. There are still some magic weapons left from last time. If anyone dares to bully me again, I will use those magic weapons to deal with them again. Li Lingwei is very arrogant. Ahem. Well, don't use fireworks and those things lightly. It can only be used as a temporary help, not as a daily routine. Otherwise, it will lose its suddenness and sense of mystery, and the effect will be greatly reduced. Chen said helplessly. Okay, got it. I was just joking. Fool. Listening to Chen's serious words, Li Lingwei couldn't help but pursed her lips. Chen, who was on the other end of the recorder, was stunned for a long time listening to Li Lingwei's almost coquettish tone. It took me a long time to remember to reply to Li Lingwei, but he pressed the recorder and didn't say a word for a long time. All that was in my mind was the beautiful face that I caught a glimpse of in the previous video, and the silver bell-like laughter just now. Chen couldn't help but smile. After reaching a cooperation with Rurin Qi Yin, Chen immediately sent people into the grassland to mine lithium. A lot of tools such as pickaxes, drills, hammers, and carts were also sent over. Chen naturally also knew that modern mining equipment was useful, but the opening of the box is so small that it can't be delivered at all. Chen had no choice but to give up. Li Lingwei gathered many people from Yinshou County to participate. After arranging all this, Li Lingwei and the others prepared to return to Beijing. A number of troops and sufficient food were left in Yinshou County to guard and support the trade with the Rurin. Next, she still has several county offices to inspect. Recently, the news that Li Lingwei eliminated the bandits, killed the Saint Girl, and defeated the Rurin had spread throughout Shilong. The bandits in various parts of Shilong have also become much more honest. There was no hindrance to the food supply. Wherever Li Lingwei went, the people lined the streets to welcome him. The rest of the journey went smoothly. The other side, Tianhai City. Chen's mining company was also successfully registered. The higher-ups had already given us a heads-up and the entire approval process went smoothly. Chen, you did a great job. I didn't expect that there is such an outstanding young entrepreneur like you in Tianhai City. The leaders above have said that this is an industry that concerns the country's reputation and we will give it our utmost support. The leaders of Tianhai City spoke to Chen. When the leaders of Tianhai City received the call from their higher-ups, they were all confused. I am worried about the indicators for attracting investment. They didn't expect that a national strategic-level enterprise would appear in their Tianhai City. After careful inquiries, I found out that this Chen also has a Longting UAV company, which is the only military-industrial cooperation enterprise in their Tianhai City. And from the perspective of the ranking of tax-paying enterprises, it soared by 18,888 places. Several leaders from Tianhai City immediately formed a group to meet Chen. Thank you, leaders, for your support. At present, the warehouse is smaller in scale. See if there is any suitable land in the city center where we can build a large warehouse. Chen said to the leaders. The previous warehouse was already filled with food and other supplies that Chen had stockpiled. During this period, Li Lingwei was on his way back to Beijing and was unable to supply all of them. With the addition of ore, the size of the warehouse is clearly not enough. That's easy. The land next to your warehouse was originally a state-owned factory site. It had been abandoned due to its nature, and it was only recently changed. We were going to open it up to bid. If you need it now, we can give it to you at the lowest price, and you can use it to build warehouses and factories. A leader said. Real? Thank you, leader. I'll go and handle the formalities right away. Chen didn't expect it to be so smooth. The warehouse we used before was also rented from someone else, and it always felt like a bad idea. Now that we have our own land, we can build our own factories and warehouses. In this way, various industries can be gathered in one industrial park. It is much more convenient in every aspect. All that remains is to find a trustworthy logistics company to transport the ore, and the industry will be closed. After completing all the formalities, Chen and Li Na came to the factory, but he was stopped by the old man guarding the door. Hey, what are you doing? Just walk in. The old man, wearing an old military uniform that had been washed so much that it looked pale, stopped Chen and Li Na. Uncle, this factory is mine now. This is the formality. Is there anyone else inside now? Chen was also a little puzzled. It's yours? No, I haven't received any notice from above. You can't go in. It's a logistics company now. Since I was hired to guard the place, I have to take responsibility. I'll call my boss and ask. The old man said this very dutifully. After a while, a dozen young men with tattoos rushed out of the factory. Where did this little bastard come from? Is this your factory? Get out of here, said the young man in the lead, who was wearing a big gold chain. Are you being reasonable? This was originally an abandoned factory building. You occupied it privately and renovated it. Now we have taken it. Why don't you move out? Aren't you afraid that we will call the police? Li Na stepped forward and said indignantly, Yoha, where did this pretty chick come from? And call the police? We are not afraid of calling the police. We will still deal with you if you come out. The leading man stepped forward arrogantly and said, Ding ding. Just as Chen was about to say something, a Maybach drove over. The group of people immediately nodded and walked over. What's going on? A fat man wearing a gold chain as thick as a thumb lowered the car window. Boss, this little bastard said that this factory building belongs to him and asked us to move out. The man pointed at Chen. Oh, come to my office and talk. The fat man looked at the documents in Chen's hand and waved his hand. Fatty's office. I didn't expect you to be able to get this piece of land. I tried so hard to get the documents. To be honest, this place used to be a state-owned factory area, and it has been abandoned for many years. Our logistics company came here last year, and now the factory building has been built. It's definitely not possible for us to just leave like this. Or you give us a huge amount of compensation, not only for these factories and materials, but also for mental damages. I'll pack it up for you. Let's call it 1 billion. Or, just transfer this land to me, and I'll give you 10 million. How about that? The fat man grinned and said, You're really forcing me to buy you something. Unfortunately, I can't agree to either of these two conditions. And I want to remind you that you should think about why I can get the land that you can't get. I'll give you a week to move out of here, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Li Na, let's go. Chen said this calmly, and was about to leave with Li Na. Just arrived at the door. But he was stopped by the group of hooligans just now. Today, you have to agree to it. You have to agree even if you don't agree. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving easily. The middle-aged man also became angry. Okay, do you mind if I post it on WeChat Moments? Chen sat down again. Why? You want to shake someone? Still posting on Moments? I really don't know if you're here to make fun of me. Go ahead and send it. I'll give you an hour. Then have someone prepare a land transfer agreement. The middle-aged man smiled coldly and shouted to the side. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Chen gently patted Li Na, who was shivering a little. I edited a few sentences and posted them on WeChat Moments. Sat down and waited. Chapter 91, Heaven A88888. Heaven A00007. 10 minutes passed. There was no movement. Half an hour passed. There was no movement. 50 minutes passed. There was no movement. Haha, are you pretending to be big? Aren't you going to call someone? Where are the people? The fat man looked at Chen with a playful expression. Come to think of it, I really have to thank you. I took a risk to occupy this place. If the higher-ups find out, it will be troublesome. I didn't expect you to help me. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the fat man finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. The fat man's face changed. Li Na quickly looked towards the door. Boss, this is the land transfer agreement that was sent to me. We have already stamped it, we just need to sign it. A younger brother handed over the agreement respectfully. Hee, give it to me. The fat man's expression suddenly relaxed. Li Na was almost crying. They thought that their company would become bigger and stronger, but they didn't expect to run into Tianhai City's mafia gang. Okay, stop pretending. Hurry up and sign. I'll give you 10 million, which is not a small amount. The fat man threw a pin to Chen. Bang! The next moment, several younger brothers ran in panic. Boss, there are a lot of people outside. A younger brother said to the fat man tremblingly. What? Oh, sure, kid. Come on, let everyone take their weapons and get out. The fat man stood up and walked out. Chen smiled and walked out with Li Na. At this time, a large truck and 3 vans came into the logistics park, and many people got off the vans one after another. Don't be afraid, bro. I'm here to save you. Guwei saw Chen coming out. He was about to rush forward with a baseball bat, but was grabbed back by Gu Dahai. You are Dongzi, right? I am Gu Dahai. I heard that you detained my little brother. Gu Dahai stepped forward and said. Just now, Guwei, who was lying down and playing with his mobile phone, suddenly jumped up from the sofa with a yell. Gu Dahai was startled. But when he saw on WeChat Moments that Chen was detained, he immediately called for help. Gu Dahai, what's your relationship with this person? I'm telling you, you'd better not get involved in this matter. The fat man was also surprised when he heard Gu Dahai's name. I have also heard of his name in Tianhai City. He is the largest antique dealer and owns several companies. But the profits from this piece of land are huge, and it's not something that can be given away just like that. He is my little brother. If you make things difficult for him, you are making things difficult for me. If you don't let him go, don't blame me for being rude. Gu Dahai said coldly and waved his hand behind him. Those people immediately surrounded them. Yoha, did my son spend so many years in the underworld for nothing? Would you mind showing me one? Seeing that a fight was about to take place, the fat man waved behind him. The thugs behind him also stepped forward with weapons in hand. Ding ding. Just when everyone was about to take action, a row of Maybachs drove in. The leading car had a license plate number of A88888. Boss, it looks like Mr. Wang's car. A younger brother behind the fat man said quickly. The fat man naturally recognized it and quickly bent over to open the car door. Boss Wang, why are you here? The fat man asked quickly. Mr. Wang is the big boss of their Tianhai City. Black and white are both good. It's not someone a little karami like him can afford to offend. Who knows? After Mr. Wang got off the car, he didn't even look at the fat man and searched for Chen in the crowd. I walked over immediately after seeing it. Brother Chen, are you okay? I just saw your Moments post and rushed over. Thanks to me for following you. Call me if you have something to say. Why are you posting on WeChat moments? Mr. Wang said to Chen Chen. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Chen Chen smiled. The one next door to Mahler. Dongzi, get the hell over here. Mr. Wang turned around and looked at the fat man and his group of younger brothers, and his expression changed immediately. Then, when he was in the underworld, this guy was still a thug. If he hadn't assigned the logistics business to him, he would have been in jail by now. Boss Wang, I really didn't know this brother Chen was your brother. I deserve to die. Brother Chen, I don't know a great man. Please don't take it as an example. When the fat man saw Mr. Wang's attitude towards Chen Chen, he almost cried. He quickly came to Chen Chen, knelt down and kept slapping himself. When Gudahai saw this situation, he also grinned. Let his men put away all the weapons. Whoa. Whoa. At this moment, several police cars drove in. There were several A6s following behind. The license plate number is Tian A00007. Seeing this, the fat man's legs suddenly went limp. He squatted on the ground and looked at Chen Chen in front of him in disbelief. Who is this person? How come even the leader showed up? I am such an idiot, I offended him? The fat man then understood what Chen Chen had said to him at that time. He couldn't take the land, but Chen Chen was able to take it. What does this mean? The fat man wanted to die at this moment. I heard that someone illegally seized state-owned assets? And illegal imprisonment? Come on, arrest all those people. The leader waved his hand. Why do I need the leader's orders? When the thugs saw this situation, they dropped their weapons and squatted down with their heads in their hands. The movements are quite skillful. Mr. Chen, are you okay? Sorry, I only discovered the problem after my secretary reminded me. I didn't investigate it clearly, and I'm sorry for causing you trouble, the leader said to Chen Chen. He also didn't expect that this vacant state-owned factory would be occupied by someone. If this gets out, it will be a joke. You are too polite, leader. Just now I was also dissatisfied with the cooperation, so I posted a circle of friends as a complaint. I didn't expect to alarm you. It's okay here. This boss is my partner. We have reached a cooperation agreement. Their logistics company is responsible for the transportation of all ore. I am really sorry to trouble you, Chen Chen said to the leader. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Dongzi looked up at Chen Chen in disbelief. I thought I could go in directly this time. Even a company that you have worked hard for many years will go bankrupt. But I didn't expect it. This young man didn't complain? And left yourself a way out? No wonder he posted on WeChat moments instead of calling directly. Posting on moments can be interpreted as complaining, but if you make a phone call, it means you are calling someone. The nature of this is completely different. After understanding Chen Chen's intention, Dongzi almost knelt down to Chen Chen. Really? The leader turned and looked at Dongzi. Yes. Boss, we have reached an agreement with Mr. Chen. From now on, we will be responsible for the transportation of everything. And we built this factory building for Mr. Chen in advance. These all belong to Mr. Chen. Dongzi hurriedly came to the leader and said, Chapter 92, who was rude to Big Brother just now? Since that's the case, Director Liu, please lead your men to retreat. Mr. Chen's company is a key enterprise supported by Tianhai City. Anyone who messes with Mr. Chen is messing with the economic development of Tianhai City. I hope you have some points. The leader naturally understood the situation, but seeing that Chen Chen did not pursue the matter, Dongzi was also tactful and took his men away. Brother Chen, you are really becoming more and more impressive. Yes, Brother Chen, you went to Kyoto once and came back so awesome. You have to protect me if I have any problems in the future. We'll leave first. Come for tea when you have time. Gudahai and Mr. Wang also talked to Chen Chen. The person was called away. Boss Chen, thank you for showing mercy and leaving me some food to eat. I will be your little brother from now on. You haven't met Big Brother yet? Who was rude to Big Brother just now? Come out and slap him yourself. Dongzi came up to Chen Chen and said, shouting at a group of thugs. Greetings, Big Brother. A group of thugs knelt down quickly. Thinking about the way he treated Chen Chen just now, they were all sweating profusely in fear. All right, just keep doing the logistics. This half of the logistics area is for you, and the rest is for building warehouses. This is Lina from our company. Please contact her regarding some formalities. Once the ore arrives, you will transport it immediately. Chen Chen waved his hand. Call Lina over and introduce her. Auntie, I was wrong just now. Please come this way. A few thugs called the dizzy Lina Auntie and invited her to the office. Chen smiled and shook his head. With the logistics company, the industrial chain forms a closed loop. All industries have initially grown in scale, and now we are just waiting for the park to be built, so that we can integrate them together and develop slowly. Shilong, capital. The court meeting was going on in the main hall. Li Lingwei sat on the dragon throne and looked at the ministers below. How's the capital city doing lately? Li Lingwei asked everyone. Your Majesty. After Your Majesty leaves the capital, we will follow Your Majesty's instructions to make arrangements. Food shipments to various places have also returned to normal. The defenses of our capital city have been rebuilt. The people living around the capital have also been resettled. Prime Minister Song Yao stepped forward and said, Yeah, not bad. Li Lingwei was very satisfied. Before coming back this time, Li Lingwei, according to Chen's instructions, used drones to distribute some eavesdropping devices to the homes of court officials in advance. The ministers in these capital cities had never seen a drone and were not prepared at all. Through these eavesdropping devices, Li Lingwei has secretly learned some information. After learning the news that Li Lingwei had returned to Beijing, these ministers all prepared to welcome him. No intention of rebellion. This time, I left Beijing to inspect various places and gained a lot. It was also the first time that I knew that Shilong was actually like this. After the war with Rurin, our Shilong lost nearly 1/3 of its population. There is no food left in any place. We have to rely on the gods to help us. More importantly, there are vacancies for officials in various places. During this Rurin invasion, officials from all over the country were either killed, surrendered, or were implicated in Ling Huji's rebellion. Of the officials in my Shilong county, only 1 in 10 survives. The biggest problem is that there is no one in charge of the overall situation in each place. Li Lingwei said to everyone, Your Majesty, we have already discovered this situation when we delivered the grain, but there are not enough officials in the capital at present, and many of them have been implicated in Ling Huji's rebellion. They have already been dismissed and beheaded. There are really no extra officials to be sent abroad. As for the people, I think we can absorb refugees from outside Shilong. There are wars going on in all the countries around Shilong, and many people are displaced. I heard that we have food in Shilong, and many refugees have entered our territory. Song Yao stepped forward and said,
Can.
The gods have also mentioned this. Regarding the supply of food and fodder, it is not a problem. Just be careful of Bailiang. Jutsu Mingxuan has always been eyeing Shilong covetously. After hearing that there are food and grass, I am afraid he will take action. We need to recruit soldiers and train them as soon as possible. We don't have much time left. Li Lingwei nodded and said, Yes, Your Majesty. In addition, after His Majesty left the capital, a civil uprising occurred in the capital. Although I was suppressed by you, I dare not hide it. Song Yao said to Li Lingwei, Civil uprising? Why is there still a civil uprising? Is it because of the remnants of Ling Huji? Li Lingwei was a little puzzled. Before His Majesty left Beijing, he ordered that each person be provided with 1 meal per day. But some people complain about not having enough food to eat, saying that we have plenty of food and keep sending it to other places, but don't care about the people in the capital getting enough to eat. I have already sent people to arrest the person who led the riot. How to deal with it, I hope Your Majesty will decide. Song Yao said, Have you gotten into trouble by sending food to help the poor? Giving food is a blessing from the gods, and it's fine if you don't know how to be grateful, but you dare to cause trouble? Cut these troublemakers to pieces. We can't let this trend continue. Li Lingwei said coldly.
Yes.
Song Yao nodded. I don't know why, but I feel that the Empress has changed a lot this time after returning from Beijing. I am much more decisive in handling things than before. Now that the powerful enemy has been eliminated, trade relations have been established. These few months of winter are a chance for us to relax, and we in Shilong must also take this opportunity to develop. Now there is a lot of work to be done. Everyone, go back and think carefully about how we, Shilong, can restore our national strength in a short period of time and develop further. Step back first. Li Lingwei waved to everyone. Originally, I was very satisfied with my trip and what I saw and heard when I came back, but I didn't expect to hear about the civil uprising. She is very disappointed. She didn't understand. It was clearly a reward and grace from God. So why could these people be so greedy? Chapter 93. Do you know the Qin dynasty and Yingzheng? Shilong Imperial Palace Temple. Li Lingwei sat next to the box with a frown on his face. She just couldn't figure it out. If God knew these things, I wonder how sad he would be. Should I tell the gods? Oh, I'm so stupid. God is God. Even if I don't tell God, God will know. Li Lingwei stood up with some annoyance. I told Chen what happened, hoping that Chen would not blame the people. After hearing Li Lingwei's description, Chen didn't feel too surprised. People are lazy. When external threats disappear, they will naturally become lazy. In this case, we can't let them sit back and reap the benefits. Although they can't farm in winter, there are still many things they can do. We can take this opportunity to develop production and trade. Build factories, let the people work in exchange for food, distribute according to work, more pay, that's all. Chen thought about it and said to Li Lingwei, "Factory? What is that?" Li Lingwei was very new to this term. It's a place where people gather together to do things. For example, it's winter now, and there's a shortage of clothes in all parts of Shilong, even in various countries. I can give you cloth and let the women make clothes. As Chen spoke, his thoughts gradually became clearer. Making clothes? Don't you need to measure it? Who is it for? Li Lingwei was surprised. In today's Shilong, and even in ancient times, there was no direct sale of ready-made clothes due to the lack of the concept of size. Although there are ready-made clothing stores, they also provide custom-made services, with customers taking measurements at home. Can this be made directly into clothes? What if it doesn't fit? Li Lingwei couldn't understand. We can classify the body types of the people in Shilong according to their height, weight, and body type. We produce a certain size of clothes for each category. If there are more people in the area, we will have more clothes. This way people can buy it and wear it right away. Chen patiently introduced the concept of ready-made clothes to Li Ling. Is it possible? Li Lingwei had never heard of this method. Sure. As for the men, they need to prepare for the war later and can forge weapons. I provide the ore and the coal. This way they can only get food if they work, and nothing if they don't work. The more they work, the more they get, and the less they work, the less they get. No one can complain anymore. Chen continued. But after saying this, there was a hint of embarrassment on his face. Why do I feel like I'm a capitalist? Forcing the people to work like beasts of burden? Chen shook his head. In the long run, this approach is undoubtedly good for Shilong and its people. The gods are really thoughtful. But we in Shilong have been asking for it, and we feel really bad about it. Li Lingwei felt a little embarrassed. It is really unacceptable that the gods not only helped them find a solution, but also provided them with supplies. No problem. Have you ever thought about what we will do after Shilong becomes stronger? Chen thought about the history of Shilong that he had learned before. The era in which it exists. It is not possible to develop on your own and be successful alone. Apart from the invasion of foreign cavalry, China was also in chaos. Survival during this period. If you don't hit others first, others will hit you. Do what? I haven't really thought about it. Li Lingwei didn't expect Chen to suddenly ask this. Do you know the Qin dynasty in Yingzheng? Chen thought for a moment and asked. Although he wanted Li Lingwei to conquer the world, if Li Lingwei did not have this ambition, he would not be able to persist if he simply relied on his instructions. No. In the Han dynasty's Spring and Autumn Annals of Confucius, it is said, "Drive away the famous politicians, wear my clothes, sit on my crooked bed, rule the 9 states and destroy the 6 kings, and perish as far as Shakyu." The tyrannical Qin was not in accordance with the will of heaven, and its demise was what it deserved. Li Lingwei said to Chen. Chen, what's going on? Why is it different from what I know? Shouldn't Zulong be the greatest emperor of all time, praised by all people? Listening to Li Lingwei's words, Chen was a little dumbfounded. Chen thought about it, but couldn't find an explanation. So he simply looked up the life of Qin Shi Huang on the internet, translated it into traditional Chinese, and sent it to Li Lingwei. You can take a look if you're fine. I'll go get the sewing machine first. These things are not urgent. Let's settle the people first. After Chen sent the information over, he went online to buy a sewing machine. He bought out 4 or 5 stores in a row and bought 5,000 sewing machines. Since she asked what she wanted in return, can we cooperate with each other? Although Shilong now has hundreds of thousands of hungry people, it also has hundreds of thousands of super cheap laborers. If we need to produce something here, can't we just let the people of Shilong produce it? Chen was moving a sewing machine when suddenly an idea flashed in his mind, and the sewing machine almost slipped out of his hand and hit his foot. The more you think about it, the more reliable it is. Nowadays, many factories in the south still rely on manual labor, especially some handicrafts. To put it bluntly, as long as the people of Shilong were given a hot meal, it would be a great favor to them. This cost is even negligible. It is equivalent to a factory recruiting workers, providing food but not accommodation, and not paying wages. Have someone go in and tighten the screws. The workers are also grateful. Is there such a good thing in the world? Chen was a little excited. On the other side, Li Lingwei also looked at the sewing machine in front of her with excitement. She already knew in advance that the thing Chen sent was used to sew clothes. But this thing was far beyond her understanding. It's not made of wood and there's a pedal? Li Lingwei stepped lightly, and the needle of the sewing machine started to click, which scared Li Lingwei. Fortunately, Chen later took the tablet and sent over a demonstration video on how to use a sewing machine. Li Lingwei was stunned. I took my own clothes and started sewing them according to the video. During that period of time, the capital city was short of food and water. Li Lingwei dismissed many of the maids and eunuchs in the palace. Later, eunuchs rebelled again, and a group of them were beheaded. Now, there are only a few trustworthy old eunuchs left in the palace to serve, and the number of staff has decreased a lot. Many clothes were torn, and no one mended them. The emperor himself lived a miserable life. I don't know if it's just girls' nature. Li Lingwei became very proficient after trying it a few times. The stitching marks were fine and neat, giving Li Lingwei, who originally had no knowledge of sewing, a sense of accomplishment. I just brought all my clothes over. Having a lot of fun. Wu Lai and the others who were carrying sewing machines nearby were stunned by what they saw. When the gods first sent this thing to them, they didn't know what it was for. It was not until I saw Li Lingwei mending her clothes that I understood. What shocked them was, Your Majesty actually sews his own clothes. Wu Lai and the others wanted to go up and tell His Majesty, Your Majesty, you are not the kind of person who can do such rough work. Let us do it. But Wu Lai and his group of imperial guards have fingers thicker than radishes. Let them sew clothes, just like Zhang Fei embroidering. Finally, they moved the sewing machine in tacit agreement. Chapter 94 Hee. The boss is so stupid. The gods sent so many sewing machines. We can bring all the homeless women in the world to the palace to make clothes for them. Li Lingwei thought as she looked at the sewing machines neatly placed on the side. This time he left Beijing for inspection. I met a lot of women along the way. Li Lingwei asked officials from various places to arrange for resettlement, but it seems that the local governments do not have a suitable solution. It would be better to come to the palace, so that it would be more convenient for other women in the palace. Your Majesty, there is a magic weapon from the gods at the end of the box. After Wu Lai and his team moved the sewing machine, they saw a recorder in the box and gave it to Li Lingwei. Li Lingwei heard it. Chen asked her for the population and resource situation of each county in Shilong. During this inspection, Li Lingwei made records along the way, which are ready-made. Although he didn't know what Chen was going to do, Li Lingwei quickly sent over the relevant information. Tianhai City, Guangming Community, Ding Ling Ling. Chen had just received the information about Shilong sent by Li Lingwei and had not had time to read it. The phone started ringing. Boss, why haven't you come yet? Aren't we moving today? I've packed all my things. Li Na's emotional questioning came from the other end of the phone. Oh, yes. Forgot. Well, I was stuck in traffic and I'm downstairs at the company. Chen stood up suddenly. Suddenly I remembered that my company is moving today. Ever since Dongzi acquired the land for the factory, he told Chen not to worry about anything and let him arrange everything. He has already brought people to clean up the original building. I even specially brought someone to renovate it. Li Na said that all the materials used are environmentally friendly. It made Chen laugh and cry. The factory building has been arranged and the warehouse has also been built. Chen plans to move both the drone company and the live broadcast company there. The food factory already has a factory building, so there is no need to move it. Chen of the pharmaceutical group only has shares and does not participate in management. And today is the moving day. Chen had agreed with Li Na yesterday that he would go to the company early this morning to help her pack up. But after finishing Li Lingwei's affairs, it was almost 11 o'clock. When Chen rushed to the company, Li Na had already packed her bags. Well, I was delayed by something. Chen touched his nose somewhat embarrassedly. Boss, I was bullied when you were not here just now. Li Na's lips pursed. Tears are about to fall. Being bullied? Who dares to bully you? Chen was stunned. I just want to ask for rent, but the landlord refused to pay. I almost knelt down before him before he reluctantly agreed. They insisted on deducting this month's money. Today is only the 26th. I lost 4 days' money for nothing. Really? Li Na said angrily. Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes. They originally rented the place for a year and asked for an extra month. This sudden and temporary move out is considered a breach of contract. It's already very good that they can pay the rent. You want to be precise to the day? Whoever marries you in the future will be very lucky. Chen shook his head helplessly. After a while, the car sent by Dongzi arrived. There was no use for Chen and his men to take action at all, as more than a dozen tattooed men came down. He hummed and loaded everything into the car. Everyone in the office building looked away. What I know is moving. Those who didn't know better thought it was robbery. After arriving at the new office building, Li Na was busy decorating the office. Chen wanted to help, but Li Na thought he was in the way. So he simply took out the information Li Lingwei sent to him on the sofa and read it. Shilong is still relatively complete now. There are 8 counties: Iha, Changpu, Xinxiang, Qinxi, Yanshou, Emi, Biaoshi, and Juyin. The land was beyond Chen's expectations. The land in various parts of Shilong is relatively fertile, and the yields are pretty good. It's just that because of the continuous wars, the people can't care about it. As long as there are good food crops in spring, it will be fine. There is no need to supply food yourself. This is a later story. Now we still need to produce handicrafts. But now everything is mechanized and produced in assembly line, and very few are handmade. Chen really had no idea what to make. Boss, do you think my new hat looks good? Chen was thinking. Suddenly Li Na came up to him and asked. Chen looked up and saw that Li Na was wearing Chopper's woolen hat. Isn't it time yet? You just want to buy a cotton hat? Chen smiled. Isn't this bought out of season? It's cheap. It's only 3 cents. I'm making a killing. You'll never guess where it's made. Li Na said mysteriously. Where did you buy it? Buy me one too. Chen saw that Li Na was wearing a hat and thought she would be very warm. It was winter in Li Lingwei's place, so this kind of hat was just right for him. Boss, this is for ladies. Oh, you're going to give it to your sister-in-law, right? Li Na reacted immediately. You are so kind to your sister-in-law. By the way, I've been in the company for such a long time, but I haven't seen my sister-in-law. Why don't you bring her here for me to see? After all, she is my boss's wife, okay? Li Na's face is full of gossip. Ahem. You just said, where was it produced? Could it be a voluntary wholesale market? Chen decisively changed the subject. Ever since seeing Li Lingwei in the last video, Li Na has become a little fangirl of her. He kept clamoring for Li Lingwei's autograph. No, it's in prison. Li Na said proudly. Prison? Chen was stunned. Yes, a lot of things are produced in prison. Clothes, umbrellas, bags, rattan chairs, etc. They are all very cheap. Li Na nodded and said, Chen's eyes lit up. Yes. Why didn't I think of this? Everything in this prison is handmade. Aren't these things ready-made? Well done. Give you a 2,000 yuan salary increase. Chen was very excited. Ah, real? Thank you, boss. Li Na was stunned and immediately started laughing. Although I don't know why, how can I not be happy about a salary increase for no reason? The boss is so stupid. No thanks. Well, can you help me contact the manufacturers in the south and tell them that we can do the processing for me and get some orders back? The types are the ones you just mentioned. Chen said to Li Na. Oh. Li Na puffed up her lips immediately. Another job for you, black-hearted boss. It turns out that I was too naive. Are you going to let people live? The boss is really black. Li Na rolled her eyes at Chen. By the way, I'll give you 5% commission for every order. Come on. Just as Chen was about to walk out, he turned around and said to Li Na. Oh, thank you, boss. You are the best boss in the world. Heart. Li Na immediately smiled. Shilong. In the hall where the court meeting was held. Your Majesty, what is this? This is made of iron. How did you create this pattern? Look at this strange thing above. It looks like a gourd, but it glows. I think it's a weapon. Look, there's a needle here. The ministers were gathered around the sewing machine and marveled at it. Chapter 95, Shilong Textile Factory. It's called a sewing machine. Li Lingwei walked down from the dragon throne. Who has torn clothes? Li Lingwei asked. This old minister has it. A minister came forward in confusion and took off his court robes. After Li Lingwei took it, she sat on the sewing machine and started mending it. No. How can I let your Majesty mend clothes? When the old minister saw Li Lingwei's actions, he knelt on the ground with a plop. No problem. I will show you the magic of this magic weapon. Li Lingwei was explaining to everyone while operating the sewing machine. In a short time, the court robes were mended. Oh my God, this is amazing. I just stepped on it a few times and the needle started moving. Look at the traces of stitching. Your Majesty's technique is simply superb. A group of ministers looked at the scene in front of them with shock. This is a treasure bestowed by God. I plan to open a textile factory in the capital. Li Lingwei came to the front and said, "A textile factory?" Everyone looked at each other, and no one understood what Li Lingwei meant. Prime Minister Song, you should look for a large mansion in the capital recently, build some houses, and move all these magic weapons called sewing machines there. Select women from all over the city who know how to sew to work here. Also, notify the county governments everywhere that any displaced women who know how to sew can come to the capital to work. When they work, they are not only provided with food, but also paid. Also, organize the men in the capital to open blacksmith shops to forge weapons and shields. The gods will send them, or it's the same for them. They can only eat if they work. Considering that there are still many injured and those who cannot work, we will maintain the original one meal a day policy. If you want to eat more, you have to work more. Do you understand? Li Lingwei said to Song Yao and everyone else. After listening to Li Lingwei's words, everyone understood. This is to solve the problem of previous civil unrest among the people in the capital. What a good idea. Only by working can you eat more. No problem. What's more, there will be wars in the future, so sewing more clothes and making more weapons is a precautionary measure. Your Majesty is still thinking far ahead. From the sound of it, it seems like there is divine support behind this. That must be done. Soon, Chen's iron ore and cloth were sent over. Everywhere in the capital was busy. With production, distributing food has become much easier. Li Lingwei couldn't wait to report the recent changes to Chen, but they found some strange things in the box. Is this an iron bar? There are also thick and thin ones. This is cloth. Why does it feel so strange? Li Lingwei picked it up and looked at it curiously. In addition to some scattered wires and iron pipes, there are also a lot of cloth. This kind of cloth has never been seen before, and it is completely different from the cloth sent by the gods before. A lot smoother. Li Lingwei was just about to take it in front of the candle to have a look, but he accidentally spilled the water in the cup, and the water splashed onto the cloth. Oops. Li Lingwei was shocked. Quickly prepare to wipe it. But I couldn't help but be stunned. Instead of being wetted by the water, the cloths simply flowed down the fabric like water droplets on a lotus leaf. It's amazing. This cloth is not afraid of water? Li Lingwei couldn't help but exclaimed. Li Lingwei finally understood after listening to the recorder sent by Chen. The gods asked them to produce umbrellas and raincoats. Umbrella and raincoat? Aren't umbrellas made of bamboo and animal skins? What is a raincoat? A straw raincoat? Li Lingwei's eyes widened. But when he thought of the scene he had just seen, he suddenly became excited. That kind of fabric is completely waterproof, and it would be really useful if it could be made into something rainproof. Next, Chen presented the production process of umbrellas and raincoats. It is actually a manual assembly process. Raincoats are more complicated and require cutting and sewing. I see that most of the men in Changpu County have joined the army, and many have died on the battlefield. There are many women left, and it's not far from the capital. We can produce umbrellas and raincoats in this county and sell them in Shilong. The rest can be sent back to the boxes. I will supply the raw materials regularly, Chen said to Li Lingwei. Li Lingwei nodded repeatedly after hearing this. I was also very worried when I passed by Changpu County. Although they can survive by relying on food supply in winter, they will need to farm after the spring comes, and due to the lack of men, it will be difficult for women and children to survive. If there were an umbrella-making industry, we would never starve. But that's not right. Do gods in heaven also use umbrellas? Is it raining in the sky too? Isn't it the gods who bring rain to the world? Li Lingwei was puzzled. At this time, Tianhai City, Shilong Time Company. Chen was looking at the order information found by Li Na. Well, we can't negotiate any order just because we get a commission. I've told you before, no machine-made products, just pure handmade ones. The simpler the better. It's okay if the profit is a little lower. Look at the people you contacted. Children's electronic watch assembly, adult toy assembly, sculpture making. Who can do this? Chen looked at Li Na speechlessly as she was obsessed with money. There are also suitable ones. Look at the back. There are hats, ribbons, and everything. Li Na said hesitantly. Are all these done by women? Nothing for men? Chen flipped through it. Suitable men are all on the production line. Li Na curled her lips. All right. Chen nodded. By the way, boss, a lot of partners have come to me recently. We haven't updated the video for a while, and many people are urging us to do so. And they asked us to promote the Blue Bowl advertisement. Drink Blue Bowl, and you will be as strong as an ox. The ancients had no worries in clearing wasteland. I've already thought of the slogan. Li Na couldn't wait to hand a folder to Chen. There's no rush for this matter. Just leave it here, and I'll slowly sort it out. There's been a lot going on lately. Let's get these orders sorted out first. Chen looked at the folder that was as thick as a brick and was speechless. Okay, boss. Oh, by the way, your schedule for today is full. The interview for the finance department is scheduled for the afternoon. There are also many clerks, all of whom you said would be responsible for connecting with the mining company. Here are their resumes. Li Na gave Chen another folder. Why are there so many things? Chen suddenly felt a headache. That means your business is booming, boss. By the way, boss, did you discover any minerals in the ancient tomb? Didn't I hear that ancient tombs were built on feng shui sites? Why are there still minerals? Li Na asked with her big curious eyes. It's obvious. Chen went on a business trip for 3 days and set up a mining company as soon as he came back, which has aroused Li Na's high suspicion. Apart from the ancient tomb, I really can't think of any other reason. Well, I have to go to the interview right away. I'm telling you, don't accept orders without reason. If you dare to take kickbacks, I'll punish you. Chen deliberately put on a stern face and changed the subject. Boss, how could you think of me like that? Am I that kind of person? Li Na stood up with a red face. The 10 fingers seemed to be unfamiliar with each other and were fighting with each other. Which company? The corners of Chen's mouth twitched. I didn't expect that I could actually get away with it by just talking nonsense. This girl can't even tell a lie. Guilt and madness were written all over his face. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 96. The cabbage in the company was eaten by the pig? It's the company that produces umbrellas. Li Na hesitated and picked at her fingernails. They said they had 2 mooncakes that they hadn't finished eating, so they gave them to me. I thought the Mid-Autumn Festival was over, so they weren't worth much. I swear, there's only mooncakes in the mooncakes. I hung it on the stinky fish net and sold each box for $20. And we also spent 18 yuan on shipping. No more. Li Na explained with great enthusiasm. Chen. This won't happen again. Chen didn't know what to say. Li Na was bribed with 2 boxes of mooncakes and put in charge of purchasing. The company's prospects are worrying. After Chen finished the interview, it was already time to get off work in the afternoon. I have to say, although Li Na is greedy, stingy, and stupid, her work ability is impeccable. The interviewers were very nice. Now Chen has more companies and needs help. Every profession has its specialization. Li Na also doesn't understand finance, taxation, and other aspects. Boss, this is for you. Happy birthday to you. As soon as Chen came out of the meeting room, Li Na came towards him and handed him a small box. Birthday? Chen was stunned. Then I suddenly remembered that today is my birthday. Yes, I looked at your ID card when I opened the office. Today is your birthday, and I don't have anything to give you. This is a Luffy figure. He is the captain. Although he is a little unreliable, he always relies on his aura as the protagonist to escape danger. You are my captain too, huh? I wish our company good luck. Grow bigger and stronger, and create greater glory. Li Na said to Chen with a smile. Chen took it, looked at it, and laughed too. It's hard to say whether I look like Luffy or not, but this Li Na in front of me looks a bit like Nami. Boss, happy birthday. At this moment, Gu Wei walked in holding a flower basket that was more than 1 meter tall. The corners of Chen's mouth twitched. Is it better to say that you are rich or stupid? Who sends a flower basket on their birthday? Why are you here too? Chen was a little surprised. Hey boss, I've booked a big private room tonight. Call Nana, and let's celebrate your birthday together. I heard Nana say that there is a sister-in-law, right? Call them together. You don't even introduce me to someone. You really don't treat me like a brother. Gu Wei put the flower basket on the ground while panting and said to Chen with a grin. Wait a moment. Nana? Chen's eyelids twitched. The company's cabbages are being eaten by pigs? Hey boss, aren't we familiar with each other after a few visits? Nana is my girlfriend. Gu Wei winked at Chen. Hey, I haven't said I'll promise you yet. Li Na pouted on the side. Didn't you agree on the phone before that you could give it a try? Gu Wei was dumbfounded. Yeah, I said I'd try, but I didn't say I'd agree. Unless you lose weight. Li Na rolled her eyes at Gu Wei's fat body. I lose weight. Must reduce. After eating today's meal, I will start losing weight tomorrow. Boss, you must show me your presence tonight. Gu Wei looked at Chen pitifully. Looking at Gu Wei's pleading eyes, Chen immediately understood. I am the chicken that eats ginseng and lays eggs. I have something else to do tonight. You guys go ahead. Chen Shun waved his hand. Boss, if you don't go, I won't either. Nana, I ordered a luxurious seafood meal for the boss, with lobsters and everything. It would be a waste if we don't go. Can't retreat. Seeing that Li Na was also not going, Gu Wei became anxious. You, why are you so wasteful? Then I will do it reluctantly. Go and eat. Don't disturb us while we're working. Go wait outside. I haven't gotten off work yet. Li Na waved her hand. Hey, okay, I'll wait in the car. Gu Wei looked like a dog licker. Brother, I also ordered a cake for you. It's in the car. Gu Wei dragged Chen Chen out. When did you two meet? Chen Chen asked. It was the last time we had a fight here. You know, the first time I invited her to dinner, she actually took me to Shaxian for a feast. She paid the bill in the end. Before, those flirty women either ordered French or Western food, all for taking photos to show off. This is the first time I've met a girl with such a kind heart. She's completely different from the girls I've met before. Brother, I have chosen her for my whole life. Gu Wei said, patting his chest. Come on, bro. Chen Chen smiled. Thank you, boss. Happy birthday. Gu Wei took out a big cake from the car and handed it to Chen Shun. Looking at the gifts from Li Na and Gu Wei, Chen Shun was also somewhat touched. I was so busy that I forgot, but someone else still remembered. It feels so good to be cared for by others. Go tell Li Na to get off work early. I'm leaving. For some reason, Chen Shun felt empty when they suddenly reminded him of this. I spent my birthday with my parents last year. This year I am left alone. I have been very busy recently, and it is really uncomfortable to suddenly have some free time. It can be said that Chen Shun is now successful in his career and has everything he needs, but there is no one to share this with. It all seemed to be meaningless. After leaving the company, Chen Shun did not take a taxi but took the bus. He was afraid of falling into loneliness again. Chen Shun was sitting by the window, holding a cake in his arms. Looking at the endless stream of people on the street, a huge sense of emptiness came over Chen Shun, gradually drowning him. The bus stopped and started frequently. Passengers got on and off. There is a lot of traffic outside the car window. Neon lights flicker in the city. Chen Shun just sat there and did not get off even when passing by Guangming community. He was really a little timid to face the loneliness of returning home. When they reached the terminal, Chen Shun got back on the bus, coming and going, over and over again, until there was no one left in the car. It was unknown how long it took before Chen Shun came back to his senses from his trance. At this time, there were only him and a girl who looked like a student on the bus. The girl was wearing headphones and looking out the window with a dazed look in her eyes. Very fair, very clean, and has a special temperament. This moment, Chen Shun suddenly thought of Li Lingwei. An indescribable emotion and impulse surged up from the bottom of my heart. Get off. I want to get off. After stopping at the station, the driver continued driving. Chen Shun jumped up suddenly. You should have said it earlier. I've taken 8 rides. I just remembered it now. It's just a broken heart. The driver complained unhappily. Chen Shun ran home quickly. Passing by a braised food store, he packed up all the remaining braised food and also picked up a few bottles of beer. Ran home in a hurry. Chapter 97. The bright moon at that time. At this time, Shilong Palace. Li Lingwei sat in the deserted hall, facing the food but not picking up his chopsticks. Your Majesty, no appetite today? The old eunuch who was serving nearby stepped forward and asked. I'm fine. You guys go down. I want to sit alone for a while. Li Lingwei waved his hand. Watching everyone leave, I couldn't help but sigh. Today is my birthday, but no one remembered. Actually, all these years, since my mother passed away, no one has remembered her. My father was always busy and never spent any time with me. I just follow my mother's instructions and cook a bowl of soup noodles on this day every year. But this year, my father went too. With both parents away, Li Lingwei feels empty on days like today. Although all the civil and military officials in the court respected him, they did not feel a sense of closeness to him. This world. I don't have any relatives. In the huge forbidden palace, there was no one to talk to. Li Lingwei's face was full of bitterness. He picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Sudden. I heard a noise coming from inside the box. Li Lingwei was stunned. He quickly went to the box and looked at it. I saw a strange thing appear inside. So beautiful. Smells so good. Is this a snack from heaven? The bottom one might be a snack, but what's the white thing on top? And these red, green, and yellow things, could they be fruit? Li Lingwei looked at the birthday cake in her hand with some surprise. This is called a birthday cake. It's eaten on birthdays. In your era, it should be called birthday, right? Chen's voice came from the recorder. Ah, birthday? Li Lingwei covered her mouth in surprise. How does the gods know that today is my birthday? He even sent me a birthday cake? Li Lingwei's eyes suddenly became moist. So sweet. It's actually soft. Li Lingwei took a sip of the cream. This is fruit. I have never seen this kind of fruit before. The red ones are sweet, the green ones, a little sour, and the yellow ones are sticky. Li Lingwei tasted strawberries, kiwis, and mangoes in turn. Feeling the novel experience of taste buds, all the loss and frustration just now were swept away. I don't know why. Tears came instantly. Unexpectedly, Chen remembered my birthday and sent me such delicious food. Thank God. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten that today is my birthday. Li Lingwei pursed her lips and said. On the other side, Chen had some food on the table and was also surprised when he heard Li Lingwei's words. Is it her birthday today too? What a coincidence. I just wanted to let Li Lingwei try it and explain the name of this cake. But it happened by chance. Actually, it's my birthday today too. I have to say, we two are very compatible. You don't have to call me a god or anything like that. I've said before that I'm not a god. Just call me Chen. Chen said to Li Lingwei. Li Lingwei could hardly suppress the smile as he listened to what was said. Having a birthday on the same day as God? Are you destined to be together? Can I call the god Chen directly? Li Lingwei was filled with joy and her face turned red instantly. He quickly picked up a glass of wine and drank it, but his cheeks became even hotter. Fortunately, there was no one around. Li Lingwei thought about it and poured a glass of wine. Wish us a happy birthday. I toast to you. Li Lingwei clinked the wine glass lightly and passed it over. Chen looked at the wine glass that was approaching him and picked it up tremblingly. Be good. This wine glass, no. Why does this porcelain cup look so familiar? It's the same porcelain cup I sold to Mr. Wang before. This thing costs more than 6 million. Chen's hands were shaking as he held it up. If this thing gets bumped or scratched, the loss will be huge. Forget about this wine glass. Not for sale. If you take out another one, Mr. Wang will probably go crazy. He'll think I'm selling them separately. Mr. Wang also said last time that the value of cultural relics has changed recently due to historical changes. If they are sold, I'm afraid it won't be as exaggerated as before. Chen looked at the food on the table. Suddenly, an idea came to me and I put all the vegetables into the box. Li Lingwei was waiting expectantly, but unexpectedly a lot of food appeared. Since it's our birthday today, let's celebrate together. How about we switch dishes? Listening to Chen's words, Li Lingwei also smiled and passed the dish in front of him over. He picked up the duck neck that Chen brought over and tasted it. So spicy. It smells so good. There are duck wings here? What are these strips of meat? Li Lingwei was like a curious baby, tasting everything. At first he used chopsticks, but later he just used his hands. I can't stop it all. What Chen bought on the roadside were some spicy braised foods. In Shilong, where Li Lingwei lived, there were not many seasonings, and cooking was mainly done by roasting and steaming. Where have you tasted this delicacy? My hands were greasy from eating, and it was so spicy that I stuck out my tongue and shouted how delicious it was. Even taking a few sips of wine didn't help. He stood up and walked back and forth in the hall, only to see a strange object in the box. Is this drinkable? After seeing the bottles before, Li Lingwei had some understanding of them. Li Lingwei twisted it open and took a bite. His eyes suddenly widened. So spicy. So sweet. So exciting. So many sensations exploding in my mouth at the same time. Belch? Li Lingwei couldn't help but burp and quickly covered his mouth embarrassedly. This is called Coke, also known as happy fat house water. It makes people happy. Chen said into the recorder. Li Lingwei felt envious after hearing this. No wonder everyone says they want to ascend to heaven and become gods. The life of a god is so good. Even the water is happy. What kind of environment do gods live in? Li Lingwei asked Chen curiously. My living environment? Chen looked at the messy table and the chaotic room. I've been busy lately and haven't done much cleaning. I cleaned the room first, then took a photo and sent it over. It's actually daytime over there in the god's place? No, it's clearly in a room. How come it's as bright as day? Li Lingwei looked at the photos and found them amazing. And I have never seen many of the things in the photos. What are these? Li Lingwei circled it in the photo. Chen took it and saw that the photo was almost completely circled. It's a bit funny. This empress is quite curious. After thinking about it, I decided to send over all the things in my house, such as glasses, plastic chairs, indoor thermometer, clock, paper towels, beer bottles, trash can, and fruit tray. It's not worth the money anyway. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 98. You want it? I'll give it all to you. Listening to Chen introducing the uses of things one by one, Li Lingwei couldn't close his mouth. Pick up the plastic chair and look at it. It is square and comes in various colors. As for the material, it is neither hard nor soft, and it can automatically recover after being bent. But it's very stable to sit on. This cup is so transparent. It's pure without any impurities. It must be made of rare crystal from heaven. It can be carved so smoothly inside and out. It is worthy of being a work of God. Wait, there are actually 2 floors. Li Lingwei picked up another thermos glass. Although I have seen glass water cups before, I was still shocked by this double-layer insulated glass cup. This emerald green bottle, could it be made of green agate? It's too extravagant. This color, and this shape. Li Lingwei looked at the beer bottle and didn't know how to describe it. Thermometer? What is temperature? Why is it still spinning? The indoor thermometer dropped directly from 26 degrees to 8 degrees, and Li Lingwei was so scared that he almost threw the thermometer away. Tissue? Oh my God, such soft, white paper. There is also a faint floral scent. Garbage can? No way. Such a wonderful treasure is actually used to hold garbage. A fruit tray? It's for fruit? Is it possible that fruit can be kept in there for years without rotting? These are all ordinary modern objects, in Li Lingwei's eyes. That was very novel. He couldn't wait to tell Chen about his shock. Listening to Li Lingwei's incoherent and even hoarse words, Chen smiled. This feeling. It's like when you're in a group and someone despises you for your low-level equipment, and you come to the novice village and a new player envies you and calls you a big shot. Vanity overflowing. If you want it, I'll give it all to you. Chen said generously. Listen to Chen giving it all to himself. Li Lingwei was stunned. What should I do? If you say you don't want to, it would be a lie. This is not just a magical item, it's also something Chen uses. But even Chen's seat has been taken. What will he sit on? Li Lingwei quickly sent over a few wooden chairs from his side. Come to think of it, those wooden chairs are a bit old. He strolled around in his bedroom. Just like Chen, he gave all the small items to Chen. I can't take what you give me for nothing. Although the gift I gave you cannot compare to what you gave me, it is still a token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Li Lingwei said to Chen. You are welcome. Chen, who was on the other side of the box, was drunk and feeling dizzy. I tried to find a chair to sit on, but couldn't find one. Just then I saw a few chairs coming towards the box, so I picked one up and sat on it. Chen, I've read the information about Ingzhang that you gave me before. To be honest, I'm very touched. I always thought that Ingzhang was a tyrant. He was cruel to his enemies and to his people. But after I watched it, I realized that I was wrong. What he values is this world and the entire Chinese nation. His ambition, his mind, and his aspirations are unmatched by any other emperor. He is truly worthy of being the greatest emperor of all time. I also want to be a king like him. You asked me before what Shilong wanted to do after it became stronger. Now I understand. I want to rule the world. Li Lingwei said to Chen while he was drunk. Good. As long as you have this heart, I will do my best to help you. The scars and shame of Chinese history must be washed away. Chen said while touching his blushing cheeks. The two of them started chatting casually. From each other's past to each other's ambitions. From the development of Shilong to the social changes of modernization. Li Lingwei felt an incredible dream world from Chen. Chen also felt the most simple philosophical thoughts of ancient times from Li Lingwei. Chat and drink. I don't know when, both of them got drunk. Early the next morning. Ding-ling-ling. Chen was awakened by a phone call. I looked up in a daze and saw that it was Mr. Wang calling. Brother, you are not awake yet, are you? At home or in a nightclub? Listening to Chen's lazy voice, Mr. Wang asked jokingly. I'm at home. I slept a little late last night. Brother Wang, is there something wrong? Chen asked, rubbing his eyes. Isn't this the start of the alien base project? I have a few business friends who are here to inspect it, so I followed them here. I told them about you on the way, brother. They all wanted to meet you. Mr. Wang said on the other end of the phone. Have you come to Guangming community? Chen jumped up directly. Yes, I'm almost at your door. Mr. Wong hung up the phone with a smile. Chen Shan was stunned. Looking at the mess of cups and plates on the table, my head suddenly started buzzing. Are you going to have guests at home? Or Mr. Wong and his business friends? If he can be Mr. Wong's business friend, he must be a business tycoon. Chen Shan quickly got up and cleaned up, wanting to wipe the garbage on the table into the trash can, but then he realized that the trash can and paper towels were gone. What's going on? There's a thief in the house? Steal my toilet paper? Chen Shan asked someone to bring him a few bottles of erguotu last night, and he drank so much that he lost his memory. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Chen Shun simply gave up. Tired. Destroy it. Chen Shun opened the door. Ha ha ha, Brother Chen. You have such a big company, and you still live here. It's hard work and simplicity. This is Lao Qian, who is in agriculture and water conservancy. This is Lao Zhao, who is in the car business. He has many stores across the country. The largest BMW C-Sun store in Tianhai City is his. They are all industrial groups. You can talk about it. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Mr. Wong walked in with a smile, introducing the two people behind him to Chen Shun. But the two people following behind Mr. Wong looked at each other, pinched their noses, and walked in with some disgust. Before coming, when I heard what Mr. Wong said, I thought Chen Shun must be some kind of expert. But when I arrived at the residential building, I was dumbfounded. This building is at least 30 years old and is one of those old buildings without an elevator. The master lives here? When I entered the house, I was even more stunned. If you tell them that rich people live here, they won't believe it even if you kill them. Look, there is not even a clock in the poor house. But for Mr. Wong's sake, he still came in. It's not a collaboration, but if there's anything I can help you with in the future, just ask. After all, he is Mr. Wong's friend. Mr. Qian said to Chen Shun indifferently. Obviously, in their eyes, Chen Shun is a charlatan. Come, sit down. I'm sorry, I slept late last night and didn't have time to clean up. I'll get some water. Chen Shin didn't care about their expressions. He quickly rolled up the garbage and went to the kitchen. Mr. Qian and Mr. Zhao were originally disgusted and didn't want to sit down at all. But when he saw the chair that Chen Chen brought over, he was stunned. Don't sit down yet. Why does it look so much like golden sandalwood to me? Mr. Qian rubbed his eyes hard. He quickly picked it up and looked at it carefully. Chapter 99. What kind of family? Antiques as daily necessities? Can I see it? Mr. Zhao also came over. Both of them are antique lovers. Indeed. This will cost hundreds of thousands. And it looks like an antique. If it were to be sold, the price would be unimaginable. Mr. Zhao's eyes widened. I can't. When Mr. Wong saw the two people's reactions, he was also stunned. Pick up the small chair under your butt and look at it. Wajie, why does this look so much like Wangwali wood? And it's super high quality. It's not new, it's an antique. When Mr. Wong saw it, he immediately burst into swearing. Who would have thought that the chair that Chen Chun had just kicked over with his toes in a hurry was actually a high-quality Wangwali wood antique? Just now, when he sat on it with his body size, it made a creaking sound. He also complained that the chairs in Chen Chin's house were not sturdy. Why don't you sit down? Oh, not enough chairs, huh? I'm sorry. Maybe there was a thief in the house, and he even stole the tissues and water cups. We don't have enough cups at home, so use this. Drink some water. Chen Chin's head was still dizzy at this time. After throwing away the garbage, he poured a few glasses of water. A thief broke in? Stealing tissues? The three of them twitched their lips. If you steal a random wooden chair, you'll earn millions. You steal paper? It seems that thief company needs to strengthen its training on antiques. Come on, drink some water. Etc. This is. Mr. Wong was just about to invite Mr. Qian and Mr. Zhao to drink water when he saw the water cup on the table and was dumbfounded. Isn't this the porcelain cup I bought? Brother Chen, you still have so many? Mr. Wong almost popped his eyes out. At this time, on the table was a porcelain cup that was exactly the same as the one he had bought for more than 6 million yuan. 6. Mr. Wong thought he had seen it wrong. Mr. Qian and Mr. Zhao also hurried over. This is the real thing. It's exactly the same as what I saw at Lao Wang's house before. Oh my god, drinking water from this thing? The two men's jaws almost dropped. No, this is an inkstone? It's a stone-carved square inkstone with 4 legs. Use this treasure to press instant noodles?
Oh.
At this time, Mr. Qian looked at the inkstone on the instant noodle shell on the table and his voice trembled. Even though he has a wealthy family and is knowledgeable. But you're not that rich. All the antiques in our house are put on display. Do you use it as daily necessities at home? This thing was used by the emperor in ancient times. What kind of family? I was hungry after drinking last night, so I made a pack. I didn't have anything handy, so I just picked it up and pressed it. Is this valuable? Chen rubbed his head and his memory seemed to have recovered a little. Mr. Wang. Mr. Qian. Mr. Zhao. Very valuable? This is an antique. Mr. Zhao suddenly came to his senses. I quickly started looking for it in the living room. Mr. Qian and Mr. Wang also reacted. The three big bosses were like three thieves, searching in Chen's living room. This lamp holder is not a decoration. It is a real lamp holder and also an antique. I found a brush under the sofa. It's an ancient thing. I have a perfume box here. It seems to be made of sandalwood. The three big guys searched Chen's living room from top to bottom as if they were searching for treasure. He was eager to go into the bedroom and bathroom to look for treasure, but was stopped by Chen. Brother Chen, I just didn't recognize the real master. Please don't take it seriously. Yes, Brother Chen. If you need any cooperation in the future, you must look for me. The two bosses improved their attitude when they opened the door. The great hide in the city. In such an inconspicuous house, the antiques randomly placed their can by this building. The things they regard as treasures are just ordinary daily necessities here. This is what a master is. Unlike those nouveau riches who buy villas after they get rich and don't know how to show off. Brother, I am speechless. This porcelain cup, I won't say anything more. I hide it in a cabinet with a constant temperature and humidity, and I always wear gloves when I take it out to examine it. You are pouring water directly for outsiders. Who dares to drink? You're not trying to scam me, are you? And this chair, you just kicked it to me? If I buy it back, I will definitely put it up as a decoration. I can't bear to sit on it. I have discovered that there is a huge gap between us. Mr. Wang was devastated. Well, I like to keep a low profile. If you like it, I can sell it to you at a low price. But you can't say you bought it from me. After all, I don't plan to sell it. Chen touched his nose. All my memories of last night have come back. I used those things to exchange with Li Lingwei. I exchanged a bunch of modern junk for a bunch of antiques from Shilong. Are you kidding? Would I be willing to drink water from a cup worth more than 6 million? How could I bear to sit on a rosewood chair? Sell quickly. I want this chair. I want this one. And this inkstone, brother. Give me money. What's the account number? Just scan the code to transfer money. The three of them started fighting for it. He directly snatched Chen's phone away. After a while, Chen looked at the long string of zeros in his WeChat account and felt like crying but had no tears. How did you transfer the change to me? I lost a lot of money on the withdrawal fees. Shilong, the imperial palace. In the court hall, all the ministers stood there staring at each other. The time for the court meeting had long passed. Li Lingwei didn't come yet. Why hasn't your majesty come yet? Yeah, nothing's wrong, right? Is there an assassin in the palace? That's impossible. Wu Lai and the other imperial guards are all in the palace. We haven't heard anything. Everyone was talking about it. After a while, Wu Lai hurried in, came to Song Yao and whispered a few words. Song Yao couldn't help but widen his eyes. Ahem. Everyone, His Majesty is not feeling well, so today's court meeting will be suspended for the time being. As Song Yao spoke, he followed Wu Lai into the palace. In the temple at this time, Li Lingwei was sitting there rubbing his eyes, looking confused. It took me a long time to recall what happened last night. She and Chen chatted while drinking. That thing called erguotu. 1 cup makes your face blush, 2 cups make you drunk, and after 3 or 4 cups, Li Lingwei feels like she is in the clouds. I was so drunk. I didn't wake up during the morning court hours. A group of old eunuchs and imperial guards outside were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, but no one dared to push open the door to take a look. Finally, Li Lingwei's confused voice came from inside. Let the morning court be adjourned temporarily and bring Song Yao over. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Song has arrived. Wu Lai brought Song Yao to the outside of the temple. Come in. Li Lingwei's voice came from inside. Song Yao walked in full of doubts. As soon as I entered the door, I smelled a strong smell of alcohol. Your Majesty, have you been drinking? This guy has drunk a lot of alcohol. Song Yao was a little surprised. Chapter 100. God predicts that the world will be in chaos in the near future. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Song Yao bowed and said, Prime Minister Song, please sit down. Although I have delayed the court meeting today, there are still some things I need to know. So I called the Prime Minister over. Li Lingwei pointed to the chair next to him. When Song Yao saw it, he was stunned. The chair that Li Lingwei was pointing at was one he had never seen before. It is red, of strange style and weird material. Song Yao swallowed his saliva, and for a moment he didn't dare to sit on it. Just as he was about to look up and ask Li Lingwei for instructions, he found that Li Lingwei was drinking tea from a strange cup in his hand. It is strange because the tea and even the tea leaves inside can be seen clearly. There was still steam coming out of the cup. It was obviously very hot, but Li Lingwei held it in both hands and didn't feel it at all. "Your Majesty, you?" Song Yao was about to ask, but when he looked up, he found that a round object had appeared on the wall behind Li Lingwei. He didn't know when. There is a needle inside that keeps spinning. The calligraphy and paintings that were originally hanging on the wall were gone, and were replaced by a black man wearing purple and gold clothes. In his hand, he holds a big round orange with a prisoner number 24 on his body. This? Song Yao was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. "Who I am? Where am I?" Song Yao was confused. "Oh, you're talking about this. These are magic weapons sent by the gods. They are used by the gods in heaven. There is also this person. The god said he is his idol. I think his last name is Ku and his first name is Bai." As Li Lingwei spoke, he took out a tissue and wiped his mouth, gently threw it into the trash can next to it. "Last name Ku? The god's surname is indeed extraordinary." Song Yao was completely dumbfounded. Watching Li Lingwei's actions, his eyes widened like bells. "Paper? White paper? Or soft white paper? Just throw it away like that? Etc. What is that bucket? It just opened by itself? Could it be a living monster?" Song Yao subconsciously took 2 steps back. Just now, I could clearly see that Li Lingwei stretched his foot over there, and then the bucket opened its mouth and ate the paper. "Barrel monster? Ahem. Don't be nervous, Prime Minister. How are the arrangements made before going?" Li Lingwei said to Song Yao with a smile. When Li Lingwei saw these things for the first time last night, his expression and reaction were the same as Song Yao's. "Just get used to it. Your Majesty, please report this to me. People in various places have spontaneously built ancestral temples for the gods to praise them for their miracle of providing food. The temples in our capital city have also been built." Song Yao quickly talked about things related to the gods. "Good. Pass on my decree. Anyone found slandering the gods will be killed without mercy." Li Lingwei nodded. In addition, the first batch of, or excavated from the grassland has been delivered. We have previously delivered grain and established a ready-made transportation team. They can just bring back or when they deliver the food. According to their feedback, the tools sent by the gods have greatly accelerated the efficiency of mining. The magistrate of Yinshou County organized local men to enter the grassland to mine. 2,000 people each time, mining for 7 consecutive days, with the people taking turns to enter the grassland to ensure that there is no stopping for a moment. Song Yao continued. "Finally here. The gods asked about this last night. For such a long time, we in Shilong have been deeply blessed by the gods, but we have no way to repay them. When the gods finally need us, we must do our best. Pass on my order. All merchants along the way must give way to the team transporting ore. Anyone who dares to stop them will be killed without mercy." Li Lingwei also breathed a sigh of relief. In addition, all the materials sent by the gods have been sent to Changpu County. The magistrate of Changpu County immediately organized people to study. They promised that the first batch of umbrellas and raincoats would be delivered to the capital within half a month. I have seen those umbrellas and raincoats. They are truly amazing. Even if you splash water on it, it won't get your clothes wet. I suggest that you use this umbrella and raincoat to trade with other countries. You can definitely make a lot of money," Song Yao said excitedly. "I have thought about this as well. But it is unreasonable for us to sell the products produced by the materials given by the gods. Although the gods said it's okay, let's talk about it later." Li Lingwei blushed and said to Song Yao, "How could this old fellow be as greedy as himself?" Hearing Li Lingwei's words, Song Yao's face also blushed. "Yes, these materials were given by God. They just assembled and made them, and then sold them for money. Do they have any shame? It's not enough to take advantage." "Ahem. Well, Your Majesty, the recruitment process is also going smoothly. Currently, all counties are recruiting soldiers, but they are lacking weapons. Once the weapons made in the capital are ready, this problem can be solved." Song Yao quickly changed the subject. "Very good." Li Lingwei nodded. I never thought that we in Shilong could get to this point. Thanks to the blessing of God. Take a look at this map too. As Li Lingwei spoke, he handed Song Yao a color map. This is our Shilong and the surrounding countries? This color. Song Yao was a little shocked. Although they currently have maps, they are definitely not as detailed as the map in front of them. They do not include the territories of other countries, and they are not colorful. Yes, judging from this map, there are many countries around Shilong that are eyeing us covetously. The territories of these countries are much larger than those of Shilong. The gods predict that in the near future, the world will be in chaos and full of strife. We must prepare early. Li Lingwei nodded and said, "This." Looking at the situation on the map, Song Yao suddenly felt a sense of crisis. What the gods say must be true. Their current Shilong had just experienced a war and was in ruins. Although with the help of the gods, there is a flourishing vitality. But after all, it lacks some foundation. I understand. I will make arrangements as soon as possible and will never slack off. Song Yao said quickly. Tianhai City. Guangming Community. Chen has been pushing for the ore matter these days. Finally, there was news from Li Lingwei that the ore had been delivered to the capital and the first batch of shipment could be prepared. Before my birthday, I was still confused. But after talking with Li Lingwei, Chen also had a goal. The world was in chaos afterwards. It is definitely not something that Shilong can handle now. Now that you have already been involved, can you still ignore Shilong? Not to mention, a mineral mining relationship has now been established with Shilong. Even for the sake of the current Dragon Kingdom, we must help Shilong. All I can do is to make as much money as possible, expand the company as much as possible, and provide timely help to Li Lingwei when he needs it. Now several companies are also on the right track. Shilong Time Company attracts traffic through videos and gathers ideas to prepare for the future. Food Company, responsible for supplying materials. Longting UAV Company is responsible for research and development in the high-tech field. Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group is responsible for supplying medicines. Huafei Mining Group, responsible for mineral-related matters. Except for food companies which have costs, all other companies are profitable. Now Chen's money is finally circulating. Very down to earth. Ding ling ling. Chen was just about to go out when Li Na called. Boss. It's rough. Come here quickly. As soon as the phone was connected, Li Na started shouting at the top of her voice. Calm down first. What happened? Chen also bit his tongue. I thought of taking inventory of the goods in the warehouse today. I found that the input and inventory do not match at all. Dozens of tons of cargo are missing. There's a thief in our warehouse. Li Na cried out to Chen. Chen's head buzzed. That girl went to the warehouse? Something is going to happen.